Chapter 1. The life demanded by the heavy particle mode is not yours, Naruto, but mine. The voice of Kurama grew fainter, its colossal form beginning to dissipate, yet its tone conveyed an air of nonchalance. Kurama? Naruto, who had already resigned himself to the notion of vanishing, found his mind blank, staring blankly as the nine tails gradually faded away. This was a companion he had known since birth, one with whom he had shared animosity, torment, and support, yet never separation. Now, it was to disappear, and to aid him in this sacrifice felt as if Naruto's heart had been clawed open. As the seventh Hokage of Konohagakure, the hero who had saved the world on more than one occasion, the once great ninja, Uzumaki Naruto, in this moment reverted to that lonely, helpless blonde child he once was. A profound, indescribable fear overwhelmed him, causing him to collapse to the ground, desperately wanting to cry out for the nine tails to stay. But before he could utter a word, the nine tails extended a fist, halting before him. This was their ritual at any moment. A fist bump would allow them to communicate heart to heart. Naruto stared blankly at the now somewhat blurred nine tails and the massive fist before him. After a long pause, he reached out his hand for one last fist bump with Kurama. Smack! In reality, Naruto jolted awake, exhausted, lying on the ground, sensing the absence of the tailed beast's chakra within him. Helplessly, he murmured Kurama, and as Kurama's consciousness faded, it was merely a tailed beast, a manifestation of chakra, not a traditional life form. In essence, the nine tails would not truly perish with the passage of time. Chakra would coalesce anew, granting it rebirth. However, as the strongest of the tailed beasts, Kurama had never truly perished since its inception under the guidance of the Sage of Six Paths, despite having been manipulated and sealed by certain individuals. Thus, while theoretically capable of resurrection, it was uncertain whether it could indeed be reborn, and more importantly, it did not know how long that rebirth would take. In the final moment of its dissipation, the last thought that flickered in Kurama's mind was simply a hope that its rebirth would not be a protracted affair and that it would at least see Naruto once more. With this thought, the tailed beast, Kurama, completely vanished from this world. Until chakra coalesced again, it would remain dormant. Originally, it was meant to be this way. Yet, in the very next moment after Kurama lost consciousness, it felt a sudden awakening, followed by an overwhelming yet stifling aura enveloping it, causing a wave of discomfort. What is happening? Am I already resurrected? With no prior experience of revival, Kurama was momentarily stunned when it attempted to reassess its state. It discovered it had not fully revived, nor was it even halfway there. Damn it! Who has done this to me? The nine tails roared in fury, yet beyond the anger, it sensed a twinge of pain, emanating from both itself and the surroundings. The area was shrouded in black mist and a strange aura, creating an unsettling atmosphere that drove Kurama to a state of agitation and torment, akin to being trapped in a prison designed to torment inmates. Could it be an enemy? Had someone laid a trap during its resurrection? This sensation filled it with loathing, yet it also felt a hint of familiarity. Its body seemed ensnared by some invisible force, and countless malevolent auras swirled around it, igniting both anger and fear within Kurama, compelling it to instinctively shout, "Naruto, something is amiss here. What is going on your end?" But as those words escaped its lips, Kurama quickly realized there was no response. The perfect resonance it shared with Naruto had vanished. Naruto was no longer present. A torrent of indescribable emotions surged within Kurama, entangled with a nameless fury and a sense of helpless defeat. Had it taken too long to resurrect? Had Naruto already? Just as Kurama's head drooped, it suddenly sensed something, a curious exclamation escaping its lips. The enormous fox eyes brimmed with confusion and surprise. The response it had just emitted was met with feedback it sensed Naruto. Though the aura was faint, it was undoubtedly Naruto's presence, albeit filled with fear and curiosity. However, the joy of rediscovering this connection caused Kurama to overlook the emotions within that response, channeling its remaining strength to draw Naruto closer. And then, before it stood the familiar blonde figure, adorned with 6 whisker-like markings upon its face. Without a doubt, the frightened expression on the open mouth belonged to Naruto, yet. Kurama gazed at the small child who sat trembling on the ground, wide-eyed and pointing at it, attempting to reconcile this vision with its mental image of Naruto. A monster! After a prolonged tremor, the small Naruto finally let out a scream, scrambling to his feet and frantically attempting to flee, though in this pitch-black place, he could hardly discern north from south. The child merely spun in place, yet his actions momentarily drew Kurama's drifting thoughts back. It lashed its tail, striking the ground with a resounding force. Boom! The immense impact sent tremors throughout the space, causing the small, noisy figure to stumble and crash face first to the ground. Ouch! What was that for? The little Naruto, his face flushed from the fall, covered his nose, tears streaming down his cheeks. The intense pain momentarily overshadowed his fear, and as he rubbed his face, he dared to vent his anger at Kurama. Wah! I'm bleeding. Calm down. This is your inner world. There is no physical entity here. Kurama huffed, but the powerful airflow generated by its speech sent the small Naruto reeling. As the latter struggled to rise again, Kurama explained, "Stay calm, I will not harm you. Do not think of anything else. You are injured, and you are blown over by my breath purely because of your imagination." Huh? The little Naruto, laboriously standing, rubbed his face, seemingly not fully grasping Kurama's words. Nevertheless, this commotion seemed to alleviate his fear, and Kurama sensed the chilling atmosphere around them dissipate significantly. Then, the little Naruto turned his head, those large blue eyes finally looking earnestly at Kurama. And Kurama, upon observing this child once more, confirmed a fact. This was a Naruto no taller than its claws, clad in a somewhat oversized scarf and mismatched goggles, wearing an orange-gray jacket adorned with a whirlpool emblem. This was Naruto at the age of 3 or 4. The tailed beast, a manifestation of chakra, was not a living being in the traditional sense, merely energy. Thus, Kurama was not surprised by its resurrection after all. In the face of an adversary like Otsutsuki Ishiki, the heavy particle mode it had granted Naruto was merely a means of consuming its own energy as fuel. However, the expended chakra transformed into another form. While not completely vanishing, it was akin to water being burned and turning into gas. Once the chakra was exhausted, Kurama's physical form could no longer be sustained. The restoration of chakra and the reconstitution into a tailed beast form merely required time. Therefore, Kurama understood that its resurrection was inevitable. Yet, looking at the small Naruto before it, the current situation was certainly not what Kurama had anticipated. Resurrection did not require time to rewind. So, what exactly is this place? Hey, wait a minute. Upon closer inspection, you are locked inside. This door is huge. Hey, speak to me. Were you a monster and why are you here? If you want to talk, I'm leaving. Listening to the incessant noise in its ears, Kurama, already irritable in this eerie atmosphere, scratched at the ground with its paw. Damn it. Enough of this. Hey, Naruto. Kurama's sudden address startled the inquisitive Naruto, who instinctively replied, "Yes. Go tear off the ceiling tag. I am quite uncomfortable staying in here." Kurama extended its sharp, elongated claws to tap against the bars and the seal affixed to one of them. "How do you know my name?" The little Naruto rubbed his ears, following Kurama's indication to notice the seal plastered on the central bar, adorned with strange patterns that made his heart race, leaving him dazed in place. "What's wrong? Hurry and tear it off." Kurama observed the dazed Naruto with mild irritation, saying, "Are you afraid it'll harm you once I'm out? If I tear this, you can come out?" The little Naruto, belatedly realizing, retorted, "Then why don't you tear it off yourself? I cannot even touch it. The gossip seal, if you have not wavered in your heart, I cannot even extend my claws to sever it. In any case, you should just tear it off." The Nine Tails expressed with a hint of frustration, reminiscing about Naruto, who once resonated with its spirit, rather than the little rascal before it. Despite the numerous times it had reiterated its point, Naruto continued to gaze up at the seal affixed to the railing. After a while, he glanced at the Nine Tails confined within the bars, approached the railing, and tentatively reached out his hand before retracting it, his face reflecting a multitude of thoughts. So, Naruto had been wary of it, even at such a tender age? That was understandable. The hardships he endured in his youth were indeed the fault of this demon fox. The Nine Tails observed the contemplative demeanor of the young Naruto, feeling a twinge of annoyance begin to bubble within. After a moment's pause, it said, "Hey, if you don't want to tear it off, Just as it was about to speak, Naruto abruptly interrupted, "Yo, I've thought of a solution. Just wait." With that, little Naruto clenched his left fist and struck it against his right palm, finally breaking into a brilliant smile after a moment of deliberation, and then dashed forward. To the astonishment of the Nine Tails, he boldly positioned himself in front of the railing, raised his gaze to the towering creature, and removed his scarf and the jacket emblazoned with the whirlpool symbol. Then, with a reluctant expression, he tied them together. "What are you doing, Naruto?" The Nine Tails inquired. "Well, it's obvious. I'm going to climb up and help you tear off this paper." He wrapped one end of the makeshift bundle around his waist and extended the other end toward the Nine Tails, saying, "Here, pull me up, otherwise I won't be able to reach it." The Nine Tails stared at this unconventional youth, momentarily taken aback. "Hurry up, it's really cold here," Naruto urged. So, he was contemplating how to ascend. "Are you willing to assist me?" The Nine Tails asked instinctively, puzzled. "Weren't you just scared of me?" It's only natural to be scared the first time you see such a big guy. But that's not a problem anymore." Naruto flashed a radiant smile at the Nine Tails and gave a thumbs up. "Seeing you feels so familiar, and you're not unpleasant at all. Unlike others, you actually need me, so of course, it'll help you." The Nine Tails was momentarily stunned, but soon its massive fox mouth stretched into an unnoticeable grin, as the anxiety that had begun since its awakening dissipated before it remained the familiar Naruto. The Nine Tails extended a claw to grasp the bundle of clothes, lifting him up. As they ascended, Naruto felt a bit constricted around his waist and instinctively squirmed for a moment, but they quickly reached the height of the seal. Without hesitation, Naruto reached out his small hand to grasp the seal affixed to the railing. With a slight exertion, he could easily break the binding that restrained the Nine Tails. However, in the next moment, a long arm clasped around Naruto's outstretched hand, gently pulling him back. "Not allowed, Naruto." Upon hearing the voice, Naruto instinctively turned his head, only to suddenly feel the world spin around him, plunging him into unconsciousness. The Nine Tails watched with keen interest as Naruto's form vanished before it, unperturbed. Instead, its gaze shifted to the figure that had suddenly appeared due to the seal. "Although I reserved some chakra as a contingency, I never anticipated that my sealing technique would be so ineffective. Has it really taken just a few years for someone to manipulate Naruto?" The moment Naruto vanished, the golden-haired figure's gentle smile vanished, replaced by a serious expression as he regarded the Nine Tails. "Nine Tails, you truly are formidable." The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, the Nine Tails smirked slightly. "Isn't the chakra you left behind meant to reinforce my seal during times like this?" The fourth Hokage of Konohagakure, the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze. Once a legendary figure in the ninja world, he now bore a heavy expression, tinged with despair. He could not comprehend why the contingency he had established for Naruto had been triggered so swiftly. In fact, at the moment he had first encountered little Naruto, the Nine Tails had severed its connection with him of its own volition, without affording him any time to alert Naruto. Such an ability to freely manipulate Naruto's inner space should not have been within the Nine Tails' grasp while still confined. Moreover, in the memories conjured by the chakra he left behind, the Nine Tails within Naruto was not even in its complete form. "The legendary tail beasts are far more challenging than I had anticipated," Minato mused. However, he did not intend to engage in lengthy dialogue with the Nine Tails. The amount of chakra he had left was limited, and he needed to reinforce the seal promptly. Yet, before Minato could make a move, the Nine Tails' next words left him momentarily speechless. "Come here, I'll give you some chakra, lest your body disappears." The Nine Tails casually flicked its tail as it spoke. Beneath the street lamp, with snowflakes drifting downwards, little Naruto slowly opened his eyes, instinctively uttering the words he had yet to finish. "Who are you?" Surveying the familiar surroundings, Naruto scratched his head in confusion. After a spell, He skeptically glanced down at his unscathed clothing and the perfectly intact red scarf wrapped around his neck, then mumbled with a dazed expression, "Was it all a dream?" Before him stood neither the towering railing nor the enormous demon fox behind it, only the familiar scenery surrounding him. This dream felt so vivid, as if it had transpired right before him, and unlike typical dreams, he could remember it so clearly. However, he was still just a child, attributing his current state to merely having fallen asleep under the street lamp. He stood up, preparing to head home, when suddenly sensing something, he murmured in bewilderment, "How strange. It's snowing today, yet it's not cold at all." Naruto rubbed his hands together, feeling none of the previous day's frostiness, only a warm and comfortable sensation enveloping him. This delighted him, and a satisfied smile broke across his face. Then, he recalled why he had been there in the first place. He had just escorted that peculiar white-eyed girl back home. Could it be that he had merely walked a little too long and fallen asleep by the roadside? It seemed his body was rather weak. Perhaps he should eat something tomorrow. Wait, he had no money. Maybe he should search outside for something to eat. As little Naruto pondered, he wandered away, entirely oblivious to the figure of a Konoha ninja wearing a forehead protector who emerged not far behind him. Idly flipping through a notebook to record, target remained in place for 3 minutes, during which there was an unusual chakra fluctuation. It is reasonable to suspect a psychological disparity occurred after contacting the Hyuga clan's residence. It is recommended to provide some resources to enhance goodwill. "Excuse me, miss, who are you?" Kakashi found it rather peculiar that she would respond to him, that "I cannot disclose that, even though you are quite the handsome fellow." The woman replied gently, her tone revealing a certain delight. "Stop engaging in idle chatter with him," interjected a figure resembling a leader, his voice tinged with impatience, likely belonging to a man around 30. "Yes, Kakashi-san, I apologize, but I can no longer converse with you. Might you enlighten me on your purpose for being here?" Upon hearing her superior's words, the woman expressed a hint of reluctance. "May I inquire about your intentions? Why are you targeting the ninjas? If you provide an answer, I would be more than willing to share my purpose with you," Miss Kakashi said with a smile. Under the moonlight, Kakashi's eyes twinkled like crescent moons, his silver hair reflecting the light, exuding a sense of calm and composure, as if oblivious to his disadvantage. "Kakashi-san, really, do refrain from flirting so freely," she teased, her angelic voice uttering devilish words. "What an honor that would be," Kakashi replied nonchalantly. "Pondering the misfortunes of past ninjas at me, enough of this incessant chatter. Shiranui, silence that horrid voice of yours. Are we going to fight or not?" Finally, the shortest among them spoke, his tone suggesting he was a young man in his 20s. "Hey, you brat, what did you say? Have the courage to repeat that." The woman, known as Shiranui, retorted angrily, although her voice had lost its earlier clarity, becoming more ordinary. "You do talk too much. Can you not get flustered merely at the sight of a handsome man? Is it solely because he is Hatake Kakashi? What of it? Just dispatch him swiftly, as usual. Women are such a hassle," the young man declared, charging towards Kakashi without waiting for Shiranui's response. "Hey, you come back here. Do not leave any marks on him. He is to be my future collectible," Shiranui exclaimed, clearly distressed at the sight of her companion rushing towards Kakashi. "How devoted she was to him, that I know." "I know," Shiranui shouted back at the retreating figure. "Very well," she said, settling down against a tree trunk, evidently deciding not to intervene. The Akatsuki members and their leader showed no signs of engaging either. "Prepare to meet your end, Kakashi." Suddenly, Shiranui lunged at Kakashi, delivering a swift kick aimed at his neck, fast, fierce, and precise that, if it connected, it would surely take half his life, if not more. Yet Kakashi effortlessly blocked the strike, remaining vigilant from the very beginning. After fending off the attack, Kakashi retreated a few steps. Although ninjutsu was his forte, earning him the titles of Konoha's #1 technician and copy ninja, his taijutsu was equally formidable. As he stepped back, Kakashi hurled kunai embedded with explosive tags around Shiranui. Upon detonation, smoke billowed forth, obscuring visibility entirely. Cough, cough. Is such a rudimentary tactic truly effective? Shiranui coughed, her face covered in dust, gazing contemptuously at Kakashi as he darted deeper into the forest. Kakashi maneuvered swiftly under the shadows of the leaves, while Shiranui pursued him relentlessly from behind. "Well, I didn't expect you to be so quick on your feet," Shiranui remarked, astonished as he chased after Kakashi at his fastest. Eventually, realizing he could not catch up, Shiranui unleashed a ninjutsu, causing several puffs of smoke to surge towards Kakashi. It turned out that the earlier fog had been conjured by him. As Kakashi ran, he remained attuned to the sounds behind him. Uncertain of the fog's purpose and feeling the pressure of Shiranui's pursuit, Kakashi activated another explosive tag to disperse some of the smoke. However, he was ultimately enveloped by Shiranui's thick mist. Finding himself in a perilous situation, oh no! Kakashi halted, gripping his kunai with caution. Surrounded by the dense fog, he had no inkling of where Shiranui might strike from. Reluctantly, he raised his forehead protector, unveiling his tightly shut left eye. Kakashi's left eye, the source of his current prowess, bore the 3 tomo of the Sharingan, seemingly capable of ensnaring one's very soul. "That you've activated the Sharingan," Shiranui's voice echoed ominously through the mist. Chapter 2. The turnaround. Kakashi's gaze flickered, attempting to pinpoint Shiranui's location. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he found no success. The fog seemed to conceal something that hindered the Sharingan's effectiveness. The visibility at night was already poor. Despite the moon's brightness, which struggled to penetrate the mist, Kakashi felt disoriented. He contemplated darting out, but feared an ambush, realizing he could not act recklessly without understanding the situation. Operating under the cover of night bore both advantages and disadvantages. "What is it, Kakashi? Aren't you going to attack?" Shiranui's voice reverberated from all directions, leaving Kakashi perplexed as to its origin, compelling him to remain cautiously aware of his surroundings. Shiranui, too, was shrouded in the fog. Yet he was acutely aware of the situation within it. Observing Kakashi's serious demeanor as he scanned his surroundings, Shiranui found it somewhat amusing that wasn't Kakashi supposed to be strong. Why was he fleeing? Why did he appear so weak? Suddenly, Shiranui's initial fervor began to wane. "Unexpectedly, you have quite a lot to say," Kakashi remarked lazily, his tone a stark contrast to the seriousness of the situation. "Tishish, what do you care?" Shiranui retorted, to which Kakashi chuckled, finding the childishness in Shiranui's tone endearing. "What's so funny? You can only laugh now," Shiranui noted, puzzled by Kakashi's laughter, and after that he fell silent. The surroundings plunged into an eerie silence, devoid of any sound. Suddenly, the mist began to stir ominously, swirling around Kakashi at a rapid pace, further diminishing his visibility. Kakashi soon felt a sense of suffocation, realizing the dire predicament he was in. He had to escape this mysterious fog. He sprinted towards a certain direction, his speed remarkable, yet the mist clung to him relentlessly. Concentration was a challenge. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. Kakashi never imagined he would experience such helplessness. Yet, that was impossible. If he could not even escape a mere fog, what right did he have to be called a genius? Displaying weakness was merely a tactic to gauge Shiranui's strength. "Kakashi, are you a coward?" Observing Kakashi's continuous retreat, Shiranui's tone grew increasingly disdainful. Suddenly, Kakashi halted mid-stride. After prolonged exposure to the fog, he had begun to comprehend its purpose. In Kakashi's estimation, the fog itself held little power. It primarily served to locate enemies. Upon entering this area, he felt as though he were being watched, a sensation mirroring the present. Only now, it was more targeted. It was as if a spotlight was trained solely upon him. The fog's perception likely connected to that of its conjurer. Kakashi's subtle release of chakra had inadvertently revealed his presence. Moreover, the fog emitted a peculiar scent that made it difficult to concentrate. Initially, Kakashi had dismissed it due to its faintness, so subtle that one would not notice it without deliberate attention. Although Kakashi possessed a keen sense of smell, his focus had been diverted by other stimuli until he eventually recognized it. The final and most practical function was to obscure vision and disrupt mental clarity. In such circumstances, most individuals would instinctively harbor fear of the unknown, a psychological tactic. However, Kakashi was not among them. He possessed an inquisitive spirit regarding the unknown, recognizing it as valuable intelligence. "Oh, why have you stopped?" Shinui inquired, observing Kakashi's sudden stillness. I believe it is you who is the coward, hiding amidst the fog, Kakashi retorted, directing his gaze toward a specific point. Clearly, he had discerned Shiranui's location. Well, not bad. You can still find my position, Shinui acknowledged, stepping out of the fog with a flourish. With a wave of his hand, the mist dissipated and the moonlight illuminated the surroundings once more. Unbeknownst to them, they had ventured deep into the woods. Surrounded by towering trees, the two figures stood in the shadows cast by their lofty canopies. Perhaps feeling that the need for mystery had dissipated, the man stepped out from the darkness, pulling down the hood that had obscured his face. Bathed in the bright moonlight, Kakashi was able to discern his features. The young man, named Ran, was not conventionally handsome. A prominent scar, approximately 3 centimeters long, marred his left cheek. However, if one were to overlook that blemish, he could be considered attractive. With his medium-length red hair, he wore no forehead protector, leaving his ninja village affiliation indeterminate. Allow me to introduce myself, so you know who is sending you to the depths of hell, Ran proclaimed with an air of arrogance. I am Ran, a reconnaissance agent of the Mi organization, and I am quite formidable. How old are you? Kakashi inquired, bemused, as Ran appeared almost childlike. I am 18. There. My introduction is complete. You are about to meet your demise, Ran declared, lunging towards Kakashi. The two immediately engaged in a fierce struggle, a contest of taijutsu filled with back-and-forth exchanges, their movements too swift to be clearly perceived. After a while of combat, neither seemed to gain the upper hand. Kakashi, secretly astonished, noted the speed of Ran's actions. Without his Sharingan, he might have struggled to keep pace. Ran, in turn, was equally taken aback by Kakashi's prowess. This is bad. I need to resolve this quickly. I cannot hold out much longer, Kakashi thought, suddenly launching a fierce offensive. The unexpected escalation caught Ran off guard, but he quickly regained his focus to counterattack. At this point, he finally grasped Kakashi's strength, prompting him to abandon his earlier condescension. Their battle raged on, wreaking havoc on the surrounding trees and stones, leaving the area in utter disarray, a testament to the intensity of their conflict. With a resounding impact, Ran was struck in the abdomen by Kakashi's kick and sent crashing against a boulder, a cloud of dust exploding around him. While Kakashi had gained a slight advantage for the moment, he too bore the marks of battle, his body aching from their encounters. "Ha!" Kakashi gasped, leaning against a tree trunk, catching his breath. Meanwhile, Ran was not faring much better. The kick to his stomach had drawn blood from the corner of his mouth. "Kakashi, I concede that you are strong, that I will now unleash my full power," Ran exclaimed excitedly, wiping the blood from his lips. Kakashi, observing the youthful exuberance in Ran's demeanor, could only shake his head in disbelief. Realizing he was facing a battle-obsessed child. Water release. Hidden mist technique. Ran initiated his jutsu, shrouding the area once more in fog, but this time, the mist was different. Ran's figure vanished from Kakashi's sight. "Water release. Are you from the Mist Village?" Kakashi asked, recognizing the familiar technique. "Indeed, I utilized this technique during my battle with Zabuzi years ago." You are quite astute," Ran replied. Water release. Exploding water colliding wave. With a swift motion, he created a lake to facilitate his combat. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. A water dragon surged forth from the surface of the lake, hurtling towards Kakashi at great speed. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. Kakashi countered with the same jutsu. The two dragons collided, but Kakashi's chakra proved insufficient, causing his dragon to falter first and be struck directly, though the damage was significantly mitigated. Water release. Water shark bullet technique. Before Kakashi could recover, another assault came. Although it was merely a B-rank jutsu, its power was not to be underestimated. The water transformed into the shape of a shark, striking Kakashi, who was still on ground. TCH, a substitution technique. Ran scoffed, disappointed to see Kakashi transform into a puddle of water after the attack connected. Water release. Water shark bullet technique. After evading the attack, Kakashi concealed himself, accurately predicting Ran's position before launching his counteroffensive. Is that all you can do? Copying others' techniques, Ran retreated a few steps to evade the incoming strike. Not quite. Kakashi suddenly appeared behind Ran, swiftly thrusting a kunai towards his neck. rendering the hidden mist technique ineffective against him. Ran was taken aback, hastily employing a water substitute to evade the attack. Unbeknownst to them, they had exited the lake Ran had conjured and stood at its edge. Water release. Rain array. After dodging, Ran unleashed this A-rank technique, summoning a deluge of water from the heavens, each droplet hurtling towards Kakashi like bullets, covering a vast area that Kakashi could scarcely evade. Earth release. Earth flow wall. As expected, Kakashi had no choice but to activate the earth flow wall technique, erecting a barrier of earth before him to block the onslaught. However, under the relentless barrage of the rain array, the earthen wall gradually crumbled, ultimately yielding to the water cannon that struck Kakashi. Ugh! Kakashi groaned in pain, collapsing to the ground, his silver hair drenched, mixed with mud, his mask slowly stained with blood, his eyes shut tight, presenting a pitiful and disheveled sight that, in stark contrast to Kakashi's disarray, Ran remained relatively intact. His deep blue wave-patterned attire bore only minor signs of their earlier skirmish, though the hem was somewhat damp. "What is wrong, Kakashi? Is this all you can muster?" Ran approached Kakashi, driving a kunai through one of his hands to pin it to the ground, then stepping on the weapon, seemingly intent on preventing Kakashi from using any jutsu to escape. Observing Kakashi's pained expression, Ran felt an unexpected sense of you have any last words? Ran leaned down, pressing a kunai against Kakashi's heart, a smile gracing his lips. Kakashi remained silent, staring blankly at him, devoid of any emotion, as though unaware that his life rested in the hands of his adversary. Ran was taken aback. Most ninjas he had confronted before had expressed hostility or defiance before their demise. But Kakashi was unlike any he had encountered. Suddenly intrigued, Ran asked, "Before you die, let us converse, shall we?" With that, he plopped down onto Kakashi's abdomen. Ugh! The movement jostled Kakashi's wounds, eliciting another pained groan from him. His face contorted in agony, yet his gaze remained fixed on Ran. "What is your ultimate objective?" Kakashi asked weakly. "You still wish to glean intelligence from us before your end, a truly dedicated ninja." "Indeed. Very well. As a parting gift, I shall divulge it to you." Ran chuckled. "Our goal is to obliterate the very system of shinobi." Simple as that. Kakashi's eyes widened in astonishment at this revelation. "Isn't it curious?" "But you wouldn't comprehend our rationale for such actions," Ran remarked, amused by Kakashi's expression. Unexpectedly, Ran's smile was quite charming, imbued with a sense of innocence, contrasting sharply with Naruto's more boisterous grin. "Another question. Why have you allied yourselves with the Akatsuki?" Kakashi inquired. "We require their strength to fulfill our plan. It is a mutually beneficial relationship," Ran replied, somewhat displeased, revealing his disdain for the Akatsuki. "Then what is your relationship with that woman from earlier?" The more Kakashi conversed with Ran, the more he perceived him as a child. What else could it be but a typical comrade relationship? Shobu is quite pitiful in her own right. Despite her rather peculiar inclinations, she is exceptionally skilled in medical ninjutsu, Ran explained after a moment's reflection. That peculiar scent in the mist was also her doing. "I presume?" Kakashi remarked. "Noticed, have you?" "Indeed, it is a concoction she developed to impair concentration, which significantly enhances the effectiveness of my jutsu detection," Ran replied. As Ran spoke, Kakashi fell into contemplation. One could envision the scene. Kakashi sprawled on the waterlogged ground, his left hand pinned by kunai, blood staining the nearby water crimson, while Ran sat atop him, his right foot on the kunai, his right hand poised with another kunai against Kakashi's chest, engaged in conversation. The mist had long dissipated, and the moonlight once again illuminated the two figures, the water reflecting the silvery glow, waves rippling gently in the breeze, creating a scene of exquisite beauty. "Why share so much with me?" Kakashi was taken aback that Ran had actually answered his questions. Initially, it seemed Ran's intent was to eliminate him swiftly. "Honestly, I find you quite similar to us. I know of you, Hatake Kakashi, son of the Konoha White Fang. Your life has been riddled with failures," Ran stated, gazing down at Kakashi for a moment before suddenly voicing his thoughts. "How much do you truly know?" Kakashi averted his gaze from Ran's unsettling stare, responding coolly. He did not require others to critique his life. "I may not know much, but at the very least, We share a comparable experience. Ran reminisced, his tone tinged with nostalgia. Even so, you need not divulge so much. Are you not afraid I might escape and leak your secrets? Kakashi appeared reluctant to linger on the topic. Escape? Do you truly believe you can still flee? Have you grasped the gravity of your current predicament? Juan, seemingly having heard a joke, spoke scornfully. You're still too young, Juan. Kakashi suddenly chuckled. Juan noticed the gentle curve of Kakashi's eyes and brows, a striking contrast to his dismal appearance. Abruptly, Juan felt an unsettling sensation, an inkling that something was amiss, though he could not articulate what it was. All right, the dialogue ends here. Farewell. To ensure absolute certainty, Juan resolved to act immediately, forcefully driving the kunai pressed against Kakashi's chest deeper. He initially believed Kakashi to be drained of strength, yet was taken aback when he felt Kakashi's hand gripping his firmly. Kakashi raised his leg, kicking Juan's back, compelling him to disengage from Kakashi. You have only yourself to blame for giving me time to recover, Kakashi said as he rose from the ground, pulling the kunai from his left hand and half-kneeling, revealing that the previous maneuver had not been easily executed. Do you think you can still escape from my grasp in your current state? Juan remained indifferent to Kakashi's desperate struggle, retorting, you should just hurry up and die. With that, he lunged at Kakashi, eager to conclude matters swiftly. Kakashi's earlier words lingered in his mind, suggesting that delaying his demise could lead to unforeseen consequences. After exchanging blows for a while, Juan finally pierced Kakashi's heart with the kunai he held. Blood trickled down the weapon, staining the ground below, reflecting the moonlight in a hue reminiscent of crimson dada. It's over. Having killed Kakashi, Juan suddenly felt an emptiness. Life could so easily fade away. What had Kakashi's death truly accomplished? And what had it been worth? I must return, lest I face another scolding from Iam. Juan withdrew the kunai, and in that fleeting moment he sensed something was amiss, yet Kakashi's death felt undeniably real, allowing him to suppress the disquiet in his heart as he bent down to carry Kakashi's lifeless body back. Indeed, you are still too young, came Kakashi's voice suddenly from behind, and Juan, incredulous, gazed at the hand piercing through his own chest, crackling with lightning. How is this possible? Juan could scarcely believe it. Had Kakashi not died? What was happening? With a puff, Kakashi's corpse transformed into a cloud of white smoke, and Juan finally comprehended the truth. It was a shadow clone. No wonder he had sensed something was off, that Kakashi was far too weak enough to be felled by an A-rank ninjutsu. It was inconceivable. How had he failed to notice? Kakashi extracted his hand from Juan's body, having been pierced directly through the chest by Raikiri, leaving him with no chance of survival. Juan collapsed to the ground like a lifeless automaton. When did it switch to a shadow clone? He weakly inquired, struggling to grasp the situation. If this was how he perished, he would not accept it. The tables had turned. Juan appeared thoroughly disheveled, with blood oozing from his wound, staining his deep blue attire a dark purple. The white waves now a deep crimson, the blood saturating the surrounding earth. Meanwhile, Kakashi emerged unscathed, his form pristine, not a trace of battle upon him. It was when I used an explosive tag to escape, Kakashi stated, looking down upon the barely conscious Juan. After deploying the explosive tag, the one fighting had always been a shadow clone, while the original had burrowed underground using Earth style. This explained why he had uttered a phrase about barely holding on during their confrontation. Shadow clones had a time limit, and given Kakashi's already limited chakra, that limit was further reduced. Kakashi often employed shadow clones to engage unknown adversaries, simultaneously diverting Juan's attention to challenge him one-on-one. Had he been with other members of Akatsuki, Kakashi could not have guaranteed they would refrain from intervening. If they did, his chances of victory would diminish significantly. Furthermore, this mission was to gather intelligence, not engage in battle, making it the most efficient approach. In truth, Kakashi had not anticipated Juan would fall for the ruse so easily. Had it been anyone else, they would have sensed something was amiss after he had been knocked to the ground by the water shark bullet. Could the esteemed Hatake Kakashi truly be defeated by a mere A-rank jutsu? Though this A-rank jutsu was formidable, Juan's foolishness and naivety were to blame. Oh, that's how it is, Juan lamented, reflecting on his own folly. But why did you only act just now? He inquired in moments of triumph. One often becomes most complacent, Kakashi replied nonchalantly. You are indeed strong, but your arrogance has clouded your judgment. Victories in past battles have instilled excessive confidence in your abilities, causing you to lose some of your cautiousness. I have truly been defeated by you. Wait for it. After hearing Kakashi's words, Luan let out a self-deprecating chuckle, slowly closing his eyes. Kakashi stood beside Luan, gazing deeply at him as he lay in a pool of blood, appearing contemplative, perhaps pondering the reasons behind Luan's words and the very existence of Akatsuki. After a moment, Kakashi sensed others approaching rapidly and swiftly made his way toward Konoha. The imperative task at hand was to report the intelligence he had gathered to Lord Hokage, particularly regarding Akatsuki's intentions and their alliance with the Akatsuki organization. This union could spell disaster for the ninja world. Now was not the time for direct confrontation. The recent battle had depleted a third of Kakashi's chakra, leaving him incapable of facing 3 unknown opponents. Once Kakashi departed, the dead Luan smirked with a strange curve at the corner of his mouth. What had transpired? Struck directly at the vital point by Kakashi's Raikiri, he should have perished. So why was he still standing? Time was of the essence. He needed to inform Lord Hokage of the situation, urging her to notify the major ninja villages. Since Akatsuki sought to dismantle the very system of the shinobi, an all-out war was inevitable. Kakashi raced back with utmost speed and with his velocity. He could likely arrive before dawn. He was not afraid of Akatsuki initiating conflict. They likely still had preparations to complete and would not act recklessly. The moonlight remained unchanged, and beneath its glow, a figure darted swiftly through the woods, identifiable by his conspicuous hair. After running at full speed for over 10 minutes, Kakashi began to feel fatigued and leaned against a tree trunk to rest. Gazing up through the gaps in the leaves at the moon, Kakashi was lost in thought. Before long, he shook his head, preparing to resume his journey. Water style. Water, severing wave. At the moment Kakashi stood from the branch, an unexpected occurrence transpired. A high-pressure stream of water surged from behind, piercing through the thick tree trunk toward him. Although Kakashi reacted swiftly, evading a fatal blow, the proximity of the attack rendered him unable to completely evade, resulting in his left shoulder being pierced, likely rendering his left arm unusable. Water-severing wave is an S-rank jutsu. What the? Kakashi grimaced, pressing his hand against the wound as he glared at Luan, who emerged from behind the tree trunk. Luan still appeared disheveled, but he had temporarily sealed the wound on his chest with water, halting the flow of blood. Are you surprised that my heart has been pierced, and yet I still live? Luan chuckled at Kakashi's astonished expression, adding, allow me to enlighten you. My heart is positioned differently than most. It's on the right. He gestured toward his right chest. Kakashi, I return that statement to you. In moments of success, one often becomes most complacent, Luan confidently declared, observing Kakashi's retreat. Now, Kakashi regretted not delivering a finishing blow earlier, feeling vexed at his own momentary lapse in vigilance and distraction. Kakashi, are you Navi? Or am I? Luan's complexion was somewhat pale as he spoke weakly. Clearly, his body could not endure much longer and required immediate treatment. Then I shall return your words. Do you truly believe you can defeat me in your current state? Kakashi scrutinized Luan's condition, noting his weakened state. He furrowed his brow, calculating how much longer he could endure before defeating Luan. Yes, I admit my naivety, but do you truly think I lack the ability to fight you? Luan leaned against the tree, speaking weakly. Enough chatter. Kakashi hurled a kunai at Luan, forcing him to dodge. Before Luan could catch his breath, Kakashi activated Chidori, launching himself at Luan for a final strike. As the Chidori was about to connect, Luan unleashed the ninjutsu water style, water barrier technique, rapidly forming a wall of water that encircled him in a 360-degree shield, blocking Kakashi's assault. After a fruitless exchange of attacks, as Kakashi prepared to strike again, he sensed 3 individuals swiftly approaching their location. Assessing the water wall before him and weighing his options, Kakashi decided to retreat. Though he had not eliminated Luan, intelligence was paramount at this moment. Acting decisively, Kakashi promptly vacated the area, heading toward Konoha. As he left, Luan sighed in relief, sensing Kakashi's departure, before dispelling the technique and collapsing onto the ground, utterly spent. staring blankly in the direction Kakashi had fled. Ran gloomily remarked, "Kakashi, you cannot escape." With that, Ran succumbed to unconsciousness. Summoning a technique, Kakashi, who was in flight, halted on a tree trunk, blood oozing incessantly from the wound on his left arm, which would only serve to weaken him further. He called forth Pakin, and after a puff of white smoke, Pakin materialized before him. "Pakin, I have written the information for you. Take it back to Lord Hokage," Kakashi instructed, immediately unrolling a scroll to document all he knew. "And what about you?" Pakin asked, perplexed by the summons but growing serious upon understanding Kakashi's predicament. "There's no escaping now. It's a fight to the finish. I'm injured, and they will track me by the scent of blood." "You must hurry back," Kakashi urged. As he finished writing, he secured the scroll to Pakin's back and commanded him to leave without delay. Pakin took a few steps, then turned back to gaze deeply at Kakashi. "Hang in there, Kakashi," he said before vanishing. "Now, how should I deal with them?" Kakashi sighed, feeling the weight of trouble upon him after Pakin's departure. TOB continued. Chapter 3. Battle after Pakin departed. Kakashi sprinted in another direction, seeking a concealed place to rest and eliminate the scent of blood on him, ideally near water. After a thorough search, he discovered a waterfall cascading down a cliff, forming a vast lake that mirrored the moonlight like a colossal silver mirror. Behind the waterfall lay a hidden cave, and Kakashi slipped inside. He did not dare hope that this cave would shield him from his pursuers, but it would at least prolong the time before he was discovered. Prior to entering the waterfall's domain, Kakashi had utilized a water technique to mask some of his scent. While not entirely effective, it would at least create some confusion for his enemies inside the cave. Kakashi tended to his wounds briefly before leaning against the wall to rest. The sound of the waterfall striking the rocks outside inexplicably instilled a sense of tranquility within him. I can rest for a while. Kakashi leaned against the cool wall, exhaling deeply. From within the cave, the waterfall refracted the moonlight, casting a natural silver curtain over the entrance. Kakashi gradually lowered his guard. Outside, the moonlight remained constant, judging by the sky. Dawn was still a couple of hours away. While most people were fast asleep, a fierce battle was on the verge of commencing here. Meanwhile, shortly after Kakashi's departure, other members of the Akatsuki organization arrived at the site of their previous skirmish, where they found Ran unconscious. "I never expected Ran to be so severely injured," SHBU remarked in surprise as she knelt and placed her hands over his wounds, green chakra emanating from her to begin his healing. "Fortunately, his heart is on the right side. Otherwise, he would have been dead long ago," she said, glancing at Ran's pale face. "Kakashi truly lives up to his reputation." As she spoke, a peculiar glimmer appeared in SHBU's eyes, revealing her growing intrigue towards Kakashi. With Ran's strength, he should not have been defeated so easily. It was his own inexperience that led to this predicament, a consequence of his arrogance. The apparent leader of the organization observed Ran's unconscious form and commented similarly to Kakashi's assessment. "Aren't you going to pursue him?" SHBU inquired, turning to the leader. "No need to rush. We shall wait. I have another plan for Kakashi," he replied. "What plan?" SHBU asked, her interest piqued. Despite conversing with the leader, she continued her work, healing Ran's wounds at a visible pace. "It's still uncertain if it will work. We must capture Kakashi first." Suddenly, SHBU exclaimed, "Wait, Kakashi's scent has vanished." Her acute sensitivity to blood, particularly the scent of fresh blood, had allowed her to track him since he began to bleed. Until recently, she had been unable to trace Kakashi's whereabouts. And no matter, he cannot have gone far. "Let us focus on healing Ran first," the leader suggested. "You never change," SHBU sighed, shaking her head in resignation as she concentrated on her healing. The leader said nothing in response to her remark. After a short while, SHBU concluded her efforts, looking at the still unconscious Ran before glancing toward her leader. Perhaps due to the fatigue from healing, she pulled down her hood, revealing a sheen of sweat on her brow. Her skin appearing exceptionally pale in the moonlight, almost sickly. Her eyes were a deep green, matching her hair, which she wore in a long ponytail. The most striking feature was the long scar encircling her neck, ending at her jawline, red and prominent, drawing immediate attention away from her otherwise attractive visage. Indeed, While SHVU might not be considered a beauty, she possessed a certain delicate charm, appearing to be around 20. However, the ghastly scar added an air of menace, casting a shadow over her countenance. All right, I understand. You take Rand back to the base. I will confront Kakashi. The leader nodded in agreement. He then dashed off in the direction Kakashi had fled. Lacking SHBU's extraordinary sensitivity to blood, but possessing other means to discern Kakashi's whereabouts, one of the Akatsuki members followed closely behind. Wait, Tai Liang, take this with you. SHBU tossed a small package to him from her cloak. Tai Liang caught it effortlessly and continued on his path. Now, let us return, SHBU murmured as she hoisted the heavy ran on her back. Then she vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a faint scent of blood to mark the recent events. Are they here? Kakashi, who had been resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened them. He sensed two individuals approaching, likely the leader of the organization and an Akatsuki member. Kakashi surmised that Ran was gravely injured. An SHBU would likely remain to tend to him. It seems the time for battle has arrived. Kakashi steadied himself against the wall, gradually rising. His left arm was now entirely immobilized from the blood loss, causing his steps to falter. Yet he swiftly regained his composure. Kakashi activated the mist technique. Unable to raise his left arm, he had to rely on his right hand to perform the hand seals. Significantly slowing his speed in the blink of an eye, Kakashi's figure vanished from the cave, shrouded in mist, and shortly after he executed the technique, Tai Liang and the Akatsuki figure appeared above the waterfall. Observing the obscured landscape below, Tai Liang turned to leave after a moment, realizing Kakashi was no longer present. Indeed, Kakashi had already departed before Tai Liang arrived, using the mist technique to cover his retreat. It was not that Kakashi was unwilling to fight, but in his current state, he was simply unable. Had he not been struck by Rant's blow, he might have had the strength to battle. Even if he could not win, he could have easily escaped. Yet, all of this remained mere hypotheticals. Did he head that way? After observing for a moment, Tai Liang pursued a specific direction. Meanwhile, Kakashi pressed onward at his fastest pace. Having regained considerable strength from his earlier rest, he sensed two relentless presences trailing closely behind him. Evidently, the mist had not hindered their pursuit. It seems there's no escaping this, Kakashi resignedly thought as he halted in a clearing. Realizing that further flight would be futile, only exhausting himself further without evading his enemies. Well, the scenery here is rather lovely. Dying in a place like this isn't so bad, far better than perishing in a stinking gutter. As he admired the nightscape, Kakashi mused aloud. The evening breeze caressed him, carrying the unique scent of the forest. Kakashi inhaled deeply, squinting at the sky, feeling an overwhelming desire to sleep. Not running anymore. Just then, Tai Liang arrived, perched atop a tree and looking down at Kakashi. Why bother running if there's no escape? Kakashi shrugged his still functional right hand, speaking with a hint of resignation. That I know what you're planning. UVE already sent someone to deliver the information back to the village. Haven to you? Tai Liang noted Kakashi's calm demeanor, recognizing that he had already resigned himself to fate and entrusted the mission to another. Then why aren't you pursuing me? Kakashi inquired, why Tai Liang exhibited little astonishment regarding his dispatch of Parker back. My intention is for you to convey the intelligence back. Let us not dwell on how much information you have acquired. Even if you were to grasp all our intelligence and successfully return to the village, it would merely pose a slight inconvenience for us. However, for Konoha, you, Hatake Kakashi, are a figure of considerable importance. Even in death, the people of Konoha would not easily relinquish your corpse into our hands. Thus, you serve as an excellent bait. Tai Liang descended from the tree, locking eyes with Kakashi, and spoke languidly. You seem to have a rather optimistic outlook. Kakashi responded. Although he maintained his stance, he was uncertain whether the situation would unfold as Tai Liang suggested. Then you shall wait and see, Tai Liang retorted, drawing forth a kunai and charging at Kakashi. The night remained unchanged, yet could not halt the advance of the sun. Soon, dawn would break. In a secluded part of the forest, two figures engaged in combat beneath the moonlight. With a third observing from the sidelines, one of the combatants, unmistakably Kakashi, sported silver hair, while the other, with short brown locks, remained enigmatic. Who was he? Without a doubt, it was Tai Liang, the leader of the Akatsuki organization. During the skirmish, his hood had fallen, revealing his visage. He possessed brown hair and black eyes, his complexion akin to that of wheat. His appearance was rather appealing, exuding a mature and composed demeanor, likely in his 30s. With a hint of stubble, earning him the title of a charming uncle. With a resounding kick, Kakashi aimed at Tai Liang, who deftly evaded the blow, which instead struck a rock, shattering it upon impact. Tai Liang countered, launching a kick at Kakashi, who hastily retreated. Raikiri, Kakashi, retreating, summoned lightning into his hand, striking the ground, which erupted in a cacophony as the lightning dispersed along the fissures, targeting Tai Liang. Tai Liang leaped into the air. Lightning release, thunderstorm. In midair, Tai Liang made a hand sign, summoning several bolts of lightning that descended upon Kakashi with astonishing speed. Kakashi, unable to evade in time, found himself forced to utilize the body replacement technique. And as the dust settled, the ground where the lightning had struck lay charred, the wood he had used for the technique reduced to ashes. Kakashi perched himself atop a tree, scrutinizing the unfolding situation. His brow furrowed, a flicker of resolve igniting in his eyes as he withdrew 2 kunai from his ninja pouch. Only one remaining? After drawing 2 kunai, Kakashi lamented the fact that only one remained in his pouch. With a moment of contemplation, he hurled the 2 kunai, which formed a specific angle as they soared towards Tai Liang. Lightning release. Lightning Fong. The 2 kunai intertwined, generating a surge of electricity that swept towards Tai Liang, raising clouds of dust and debris in its wake. Tai Liang regarded this seemingly effortless attack with perplexity, questioning why Kakashi would expend energy on such futile endeavors. As the lightning Fong neared him, he crouched slightly, preparing to leap away when suddenly he heard Kakashi's voice again. Water release. Water whip. At that moment, as Tai Liang momentarily diverted his attention towards the kunai, a stream of water ensnared him, while the lightning Fong struck directly, enveloping him in a surge of electrical energy. After the assault, the kunai embedded itself in the ground not far from them, faintly shimmering with residual lightning, a shadow clone technique. After executing 2 jutsu in quick succession, Kakashi felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. He gazed at the dissipating form of Tai Liang, a hint of regret in his tone. If only I had landed a hit. The effect would have been substantial. Suddenly, Kakashi thrust the last kunai backwards, sensing Tai Liang's approach from behind. Tai Liang aimed a kick at Kakashi's right hand, which clutched the kunai. With a twist and a grimace, Kakashi managed to block the attack, yet the pressure was immense, forcing him to retreat, the ground beneath him giving way. Tai Liang executed an aerial spin, delivering a fierce kick downwards. Kakashi was propelled backward, colliding with a tree, the trunk, large enough for several individuals to encircle, dented significantly, splintering wood scattering about. Coughing, Kakashi slowly rose, a pained expression etched upon his face, as blood seeped from a wound on his left shoulder due to the impact. He furrowed his brow, gazing at the composed Tai Liang, contemplating his next course of action. The two stood face to face, with Kakashi appearing battered and weary, gasping for breath, the world around him blurring from blood loss. His figure was dust-laden, his jounin jacket tattered, and the blood trickling from his shoulders stained the ground beneath him. The mask he wore was no longer intact, revealing dried bloodstains. "Kakashi, you should surrender," Tai Liang remarked. Observing Kakashi's state with indifference, Kakashi remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the figure clad in deep blue before him. Pondering his dwindling chakra reserve, why must an uncle trouble another uncle? Tai Liang observed Kakashi's stubbornness, shaking his head and spreading his hands. Unexpectedly, Tai Liang's demeanor bore a hint of humor. Kakashi found himself speechless, taken aback by the incongruity of Tai Liang's calm expression against such a whimsical gesture, causing him to shiver slightly. "I shall not necessarily succumb," Kakashi replied with a faint smile. "Then let us see who shall ultimately prevail," Tai Liang concluded, and the two resumed their fierce struggle. Kakashi's combat prowess had diminished significantly, necessitating the use of strategy to secure victory. Perhaps eager to conclude the confrontation swiftly, Tai Liang enveloped himself in a surge of electricity. Kakashi could replicate such a feat, yet his chakra reserves were insufficient. "This is dire," During the fray, Tai Liang struck Kakashi's right hand, sending the last kunai flying from his grasp. Kakashi sought to retrieve it, but Tai Liang denied him that opportunity. Kakashi soon found himself on the receiving end of a powerful punch from Tai Liang, propelling him backward until he collided with several trees, finally coming to a halt. Following the blow, Kakashi felt as though his entire skeletal structure was on the verge of disintegration. He lacked the strength to even move a finger. Of course, Tai Liang was not unscathed. They had both landed hits on each other simultaneously, and he staggered back a few steps, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Tai Liang, recognizing Kakashi's vulnerable state, seized the moment to eliminate him. He formed a swift hand sign, electricity crackling around his blade as he lunged toward Kakashi, aiming for his abdomen. Kamui, Kakashi had been awaiting this opportunity. Activating his Sharingan to manifest the Mangeki Sharingan as Tai Liang's hand approached, it began to be drawn into the space-time void, appearing on the brink of success. However, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Kakashi had overlooked the third party observing from the sidelines. Just as the distorted vortex threatened to consume Tai Liang entirely, a kunai hurtled toward Kakashi's head. Should he evade the kunai, Tai Liang would remain unharmed, leaving Kakashi to contend with two adversaries. A scenario devoid of hope. Conversely, if he chose not to dodge, two outcomes awaited him. Either Kakashi would be struck in the head first, causing Kamui to cease, resulting in his demise and Tai Liang's survival, or both would perish together. Even if Kamui succeeded first, Kakashi would lack the time to evade, his battered body unable to react in time, leading to their mutual demise. It was a gamble, weighing whether the kunai would strike Kakashi first or if Kamui would successfully absorb Tai Liang. Two choices, three possibilities, three certain deaths. Which path would Kakashi choose? The first guaranteed Tai Liang's survival. The second left room for uncertainty, a potential for either life or death for Tai Liang. Without question, Kakashi opted for the latter. He remained still, continuing to activate Kamui. What would the outcome be? The result was that the kunai struck Kakashi first, sparing Tai Liang. Did Kakashi succumb to death? Surprisingly, both individuals emerge alive. Was it not a certainty that Kakashi would meet his end? Yet the truth was that the Akatsuki members did not intend to eliminate Kakashi after all. The kunai embedded itself in Kakashi's neck, precisely piercing a chakra conduit, neither threatening his life nor causing immediate peril. Kamui was reluctantly halted, and Kakashi collapsed to the ground. Having narrowly escaped, Tai Liang felt a surge of apprehension, promptly retreating from Kakashi. Impressive, Kakashi, he remarked, nodding in admiration. Though he had come perilously close to death, he could not help but respect Kakashi's prowess. Had there not been a third party present, victory would have undoubtedly belonged to Kakashi, who held an undeniable advantage. Thank you for your assistance. After Tai Liang's retreat, an Akatsuki member materialized beside him, to whom Tai Liang turned and uttered a brief acknowledgement. This nod revealed his identity, confirming him as Akatsuki's attaché, though without his mask. He wore an eye patch over his left eye, the lower half of his face concealed by the high collar of his red cloud attire, his right eye fixed on a nearly lifeless Kakashi, glimmering with an ambiguous emotion. What do you intend to do with him? You did not genuinely wish to kill him, did you? Ah-Fei remarked that Tai Liang's earlier attack did not target a vital point, clearly indicating that he did not intend to take Kakashi's life. Let us take him back for now and contemplate how to make use of this situation, Tai Liang suggested. Ah-Fei responded with a sound of agreement. Kakashi, lying on the ground, felt a deep sense of discomfort as the two discussed his fate in his presence. Struggling, he extracted the kunai embedded in his neck, glancing at it with a sense of gratitude. Thank you, Kakashi murmured softly while gripping the blood-stained weapon, but he pressed his hand against the wound to slow the blood flow. Slowly rising to a seated position, locking eyes with Tai Liang and Ah-Fei, the three remained at a standoff, and suddenly Kakashi hurled the blood-soaked kunai away, yet it lacked any real threat, embedding itself in the ground before Tai Liang and Ah-Fei. Faintly shimmering with lightning, Kakashi gazed at them with an air of indifference, lamenting his own powerlessness. Tai Liang and Ah-Fei silently observed Kakashi's feeble resistance. Kakashi, have you still not come to terms with your fate? Tai Liang remarked helplessly, having never encountered someone so unfazed in the face of adversity. Severely injured, Kakashi relied on his intellect and nearly managed to eliminate him. Yet, even in this 2-to-1 situation, he maintained an air of nonchalance that left Tai Liang at a loss for words to describe him. In that fleeting moment, when Tai Liang and Ah Fei were slightly distracted, Kakashi, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain coursing through his body and ignoring the blood streaming down his neck, swiftly formed hand seals with one hand and unleashed a Jutsu .3 kunai surrounding Tai Liang, and Ah Fei crackled with lightning, instantly connecting to form a wall of lightning, ultimately encasing them within a triangular barrier. Tai Liang and Ah Fei, caught off guard, found themselves trapped inside. This technique required the mediums infused with the user's chakra to be arranged in a geometric shape, and the minimal configuration needed was a triangle. Wait, which kunai are those? Tai Liang pondered, recalling the recent battle at Ah. Those two kunai were used when Kakashi employed the Reikage technique. Weren't they? Truly remarkable. Who is Kakashi? Originally, Kakashi had not intended to execute this jutsu, as the final kunai had been kicked away. However, just moments ago, Ah Fei had provided him with a kunai, prompting his expression of thanks. What now? Ah Fei inquired, surveying the formidable lightning wall trapping them. Though breaking through it did not seem impossible, of course. We must escape, Tai Liang replied, unperturbed by the prospect of Kakashi's flight, as he knew Kakashi lacked the strength to flee, especially after using this technique. Ah Fei nodded and took a step back. Kakashi remained unaware of the situation within the barrier, but he did not need to know. The technique would not confine the two for long. He merely required a moment to complete his final task. Kakashi slowly raised his lightning-infused hand toward himself, aiming for his chest. Be continued. Chapter 4. Dawn and Conclusion in the Hidden Leaf Village. Apart from those engaged in work, most inhabitants were immersed in slumber. After Naruto, Sakura, Shikamaru, and others finished their barbecue, they returned home to bathe and sleep, temporarily setting aside concerns for Kakashi-sensei. Suddenly, Naruto, who had been sleeping soundly, jolted awake, a sheen of cold sweat on his brow. He anxiously scanned his surroundings, realizing that his heart had skipped a few beats moments ago. He knew something was amiss. Sitting up in bed, he gazed out of the window, where the night was giving way to dawn. In the village, aside from the streetlights, numerous homes flickered to life, preparing to welcome the new day, observing the serene scene of the hidden leaf. Naruto found himself wondering about Kakashi. What could Kakashi-sensei be doing? As this thought crossed his mind, his unease grew. With Kakashi as its source, the eastern sky brightened slightly, and Naruto's thoughts drifted elsewhere. Meanwhile, back with Kakashi, Tai Liang and Ah Fei remained trapped within the lightning wall. Outside, Kakashi lay on the ground, his hand crackling with electricity as he beheld the sky brightening with the rising sun, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. Dawn has arrived, indeed, for the last time. Kakashi's eyes reflected the lightning. Tinged with resignation, he gradually closed his eyes, the electrified hand piercing toward his chest. I never imagined I would end my own life. Toby would surely laugh, and Rin would likely be saddened. I wonder how my teacher would react. My father would probably be disappointed, but soon I shall reunite with them. But I did not say you could die. Just as Kakashi's hand was about to penetrate his chest, it halted unexpectedly, the lightning dissipating as he fell powerless. Before losing consciousness, he glimpsed two figures emerging from the lightning barrier, a wry smile forming as he resigned himself to fate. I am sorry, but no one knew to whom Kakashi's final words were directed, and then he lost consciousness. What transpired? A closer inspection of Kakashi would reveal a syringe embedded in his neck, suggesting it was the cause of his sudden inability to move. That was close. Thanks to the medicine from Shobu, Tai Liang murmured as he approached the unconscious Kakashi, leaning down to speak. Without this, I wouldn't have known how to stop him. Shobu's medicine possessed potent anesthetic properties, acting swiftly to render the entire body immobile within a mere 0.01 seconds upon injection. So, the item Shobu had thrown to him was this. As long as Tai Liang did not harbor intentions of killing his enemy, Shobu would always provide this medicine, making things considerably easier. All right, let us take him back, Tai Liang said, lifting Kakashi into his arms and turning to Ah Fei. Ah Fei, who had remained silent, nodded, and together they departed from the scene, leaving behind a scene of devastation and bloodstains on the ground. The sky was fully illuminated in the Hokage Tower of the Hidden Leaf Village. Tsunade, the fifth Hokage, was questioned by Naruto, where has Kakashi-sensei gone on a mission? Sakura, Sai, and Guy were present as well. Naruto, I already told you that Kakashi-sensei is merely completing a minor task. Do not disturb Lady Tsunade while she is working. Sakura interjected, having been summoned by Naruto early that morning. Then tell me where Kakashi-sensei is now. Naruto persisted, ignoring Sakura's admonition. Naruto, think about what you should and shouldn't ask. You know Kakashi's capabilities. Now leave immediately. Tsunade's irritation grew as Naruto's antics rekindled her anxiety. Sensei, you know, don't you? Where has Kakashi-sensei gone? And what is he doing? Naruto redirected his question to Guy, realizing he would not receive a response from Tsunade. He went to gather intelligence. Guy replied, his gaze evasive. Just moments ago, he had seen Naruto dragging Sakura and Sai toward the Hokage Tower and had anticipated such a situation. He had not thought much before following. But he recalled Kakashi's instructions to inform Naruto of his whereabouts, which he could not divulge now. Thought if he did, Naruto would likely tear the Hokage Tower apart to uncover Kakashi's location. What intelligence is he gathering? Naruto pressed further. Guy hesitated, glancing at Tsunade. Enough, Naruto. Kakashi will be fine. Please leave now. Sakura, take him away, Tsunade said, rubbing her forehead. Naruto, let us go back, Sakura urged, grasping his hand to lead him outside. I need to know where Kakashi-sensei has gone. Naruto stubbornly pulled away from Sakura, his determination unwavering. Naruto, don't force my hand. Sakura clenched her fist, a tactic that had previously worked but was now ineffective. If you all say that Kakashi-sensei is merely executing a simple task, then why can't you tell me where he is? Why avoid answering my questions? Naruto exclaimed, disregarding Sakura's warning. Tsunade felt cornered, contemplating whether she should disclose the truth to Naruto. Naruto, let it go. Don't trouble Lady Tsunade further. It is likely a confidential mission that we cannot disclose. Let us trust Kakashi-sensei, Sakura quickly urged, noticing Tsunade's discomfort. But, I truly feel uneasy, as if something has happened, Naruto murmured, lowering his head and clutching his chest. His brow furrowed. Tsunade, observing Naruto's demeanor, wrestled with her thoughts before deciding to reveal everything. Just as she prepared to speak, a dark figure burst through the window. Who goes there? Shizen immediately positioned herself in front of Tsunade. Questioning the intruder, as the crowd finally discerned the identity of the newcomer, they exhaled in relief. It was indeed Parker. Parker, what brings you here? Where's Kakashi? Upon recognizing Parker, Tsunade was suddenly engulfed by an ominous premonition. Kakashi is currently engaged in battle. He may have already concluded it. He instructed me to return and deliver this intelligence to you. After a prolonged sprint, Parker appeared weary, his form dusted in grime. Shizen stepped forward to relieve Parker of the scroll strapped to his back, and in an instant, Parker vanished with a pop. His summoning time expired. Wait! Hey! Naruto exclaimed, Tsunade Baba. What on earth is Kakashi-sensei doing? Silence! Tsunade barked. Her brow furrowed as she scrutinized the scroll Parker had returned with. Observing Tsunade's grave demeanor, Naruto quieted, feeling a surge of anxiety upon realizing that Kakashi-sensei was likely embroiled in combat. The fact that he had dispatched Parker with intelligence indicated that Kakashi was in a precarious situation, necessitating immediate assistance. Sakura, too, bore an expression of concern, eagerly awaiting Tsunade's perusal of the scroll to unveil the unfolding events. With a sigh, Tsunade set the scroll down, exhibiting signs of distress as she rubbed her temples. Kakashi is in peril. Where is he now? I must assist him, Naruto blurted, urgency overtaking him, but Sakura swiftly restrained him, urging, let's hear what Lady Tsunade has to say. That it's still unclear. You must prepare to depart at once to rescue Kakashi. Under no circumstances should he fall into their hands. Naruto, Sakura, and Sai, you will form a team with Guy. Shizen, summon Shikamaru, and Kiba, you will act together, Tsunade commanded. Understood, Shizen replied before departing. Tsunade Baba, why did you send Kakashi-sensei alone? Naruto questioned, frustration mounting within him. This was a classified mission, and only Kakashi was equipped to handle it. Additional personnel would only be a hindrance, do you understand? Tsunade responded, her voice tinged with exhaustion. But Naruto began. Yet Sakura silenced him, and the room fell into a heavy silence. Lady Tsunade. Shortly thereafter, Shikamaru and Kiba arrived in succession. Your mission is to locate and rescue Kakashi. Here is the intelligence, Tsunade stated, tossing the scroll to Shikamaru. Her mood decidedly grim. Shikamaru and Kiba exchanged puzzled glances but quickly regained their composure. Upon examining the scroll, their expressions turned serious. Understood. Let us move, Shikamaru commanded, and in an instant, they vanished from the Hokage's office. Shizune, convene a meeting of the 5 Kage, Tsunade instructed after their departure. Yes, Shizune affirmed, following suit. Have I erred? Tsunade murmured to herself. Should she have refrained from sending Kakashi alone? Had she underestimated the situation if Parker had not returned? Would she have once again been left powerless to avert a dire outcome? Lost in contemplation, Tsunade's figure exuded a palpable sorrow within the Hokage's office, eye in the distance as the sun rose. Its rays illuminated Tsunade, casting a shadow upon the ground. Meanwhile, Naruto's group hastily made their way to the location indicated by the intelligence, while Kakashi's battle had long since reached its conclusion, leading them inevitably towards a heart-wrenching revelation. Shikamaru, how much longer? Naruto inquired, having asked this question numerous times since embarking on their mission. Soon, just be quiet, Shikamaru replied, his focus on the scroll that in their formation. Naruto and Guy led the way, with Shikamaru and Kiba in the middle, and Sakura and Sai bringing up the rear. I can smell Kakashi-sensei's scent. It's the scent of blood, Kiba suddenly remarked, his nose twitching. Increase your speed, Shikamaru urged. The intelligence indicated not only the presence of Akatsuki, but that Kakashi-sensei's condition may be dire. Kakashi-sensei, wait for me. Naruto's determination surged as he pressed forward, his mind solely focused on reaching Kakashi. After several hours, the group finally arrived at the valley where Kakashi had battled the Akatsuki members. The devastation around them spoke volumes of the ferocity of the conflict. Trees lay strewn across the ground, and massive boulders had been reduced to rubble. The sight left them in shock, their hearts heavy with an unsettling certainty that Kakashi-sensei had likely fallen into enemy hands. The absence of any lingering combat aura confirmed that the battle had indeed concluded. Over here, Kiba called from atop a tree, his keen senses picking up the scent of Kakashi's blood, mingled with that of others. A gaping wound in the tree trunk catching their attention. Kakashi-sensei must have sustained significant injuries here, Kiba surmised. Indeed, this is where he was ambushed after sustaining grave wounds. A heavy silence enveloped the group, Naruto's brow furrowing deeper, reflecting the somber expressions of his comrades. This way, Kiba said, following the scent trail, and the others followed closely. The scent is fading, Kiba noted as they advanced, eventually arriving at the waterfall region where Kakashi had hidden, having made efforts to mask his trail. Over here, after a thorough search, Kiba and Akamaru once again detected Kakashi's scent. Following their lead, they soon arrived at the site of Kakashi's final confrontation with Terra. Sakura gasped, her hand covering her mouth in disbelief, while the others wore expressions of dread. The landscape bore the scars of extensive destruction. The ground, trees, and stones were all casualties of the fierce battle, charred remnants releasing the acrid scent of smoke. Dried blood marked the ground, and upon verification by Akamaru and Kiba, it was confirmed to belong to Kakashi-sensei. This is horrific, Sakura remarked somberly, while Naruto's countenance was etched with concern, and the others mirrored his grave demeanor. As much as I loathe to say it, you all recognize the truth, do you not? Shikamaru stated, his tone serious. The previous location had abundant water, likely the site of Kakashi-sensei's battle with Terra. Given the evidence of conflict, this must have been the final confrontation. The individual with lightning chakra mentioned in the intelligence must be Akatsuki's leader, and injured Kakashi-sensei would be incapable of putting up a fight. What should we do now? Kiba asked. We still do not know whether Kakashi-sensei is alive or dead. Then we must hurry in our search. I refuse to abandon Kakashi-sensei. Before Shikamaru could finish, Naruto erupted. A look of extreme regret etched across his face. It felt as though a piece of his heart had been wrenched away. Perhaps he was destined to lose another important person. Naruto, what's the rush? I never said to give up, Shikamaru replied, attempting to calm him. Kiba, can you still track Kakashi-sensei's scent? Shikamaru questioned, analyzing the situation. I can manage, Kiba responded. There are still traces of Kakashi-sensei's scent lingering in the air. Then let us split into 3 teams. Sakura, Naruto, and Kiba. You will follow Kakashi-sensei's trail. Sai, and I will survey the overall terrain here. And Guy, you should return to the village to report, Shikamaru concluded after careful consideration. Understood. The group unanimously agreed, placing their trust in Shikamaru. I will bring you back, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto vowed, wrestling with emotions he could hardly articulate, his sole desire being to find Kakashi as swiftly as possible. Sakura, observing Naruto's uncharacteristic demeanor, felt a wave of concern wash over her, equally apprehensive for Kakashi-sensei's well-being, especially after witnessing the aftermath of the battle. Kakashi, you must not die before I can defeat you. Since learning of Kakashi's plight, Guy had remained mostly silent, his own heart heavy with worry. All he could do was exert every effort to fulfill his duties. Sai, let's move. In a conversation with a nod from Zai, Lumar took to the skies with the aid of the super beast imitation paint. To him, Kakashi was an admirable senior, a figure he held in great esteem. Under no circumstances did he wish to witness Kakashi meet with misfortune. Meanwhile, Kakashi was being taken back to the temporary base of Mi and Akatsuki by Tai Liang and Fei shortly after Naruto and the others departed from the village. This base was concealed beneath a valley, not far from the site of Kakashi's battle, approximately a 2-hour journey. While there was indeed another base at the battle site, it had already been compromised. What do you want to do now? Fei inquired of Tai Liang as they stood at the entrance of the base. First, let us tend to his injuries. At this rate, he won't last long. Tai Liang remarked, glancing at the blood-soaked Kakashi in his arms. Understood. I'll take my leave for now. Fei nodded and departed, seeking solitude. Goodbye. Tai Liang called after him before stepping into the base to find SHBU for Kakashi's treatment. The dimly lit interior revealed numerous rooms, with a corridor that extended indefinitely. After walking for a while, Tai Liang paused at the doorway of a particular room. SHBU. I'm coming in, he announced. Kicking the door open without knocking, that if he was not mistaken, this was indeed SHBU's chamber. Hey, what are you doing barging into someone else's room again? She exclaimed, her voice tinged with annoyance. The room, though not spacious, was well lit, adorned with several lamps, and SHBU was seated at a table cluttered with medicinal herbs, concocting some remedy. Please treat him, Tai Liang urged, glancing at the unconscious Kakashi. What? How did you allow him to end up in this state? Were we not to leave no scars? SHBU's gaze fell upon Kakashi, a hint of anger lacing her words. That can't you be more civilized? Enough with the chatter. Are you going to treat him or not? Tai Liang, growing impatient with SHBU's dramatics, retorted. Fine, I'll treat him. But who do you think you're scowling at? You injure him and then expect me to patch him up? How tiresome. SHBU grumbled. Can I let him die? Then, what would be the point of calling on me? Tai Liang's head was clouded with frustration. Oh, what a pity. He can't be my collection now. SHBU mused with a hint of regret. Just place him over there. Tai Liang laid Kakashi on a platform and told SHBU, once you're done using him, do as you wish. Really, indeed, Tai Liang affirmed with a nod. After a moment's thought, he asked, how is the situation with Ran? Quite good, as long as he rests properly, SHBU responded, moving closer to Kakashi, preparing for treatment. All right, Tai Liang replied. Then exited. He needed to change clothes, as he was covered in Kakashi's blood. Just as he stepped out, he encountered a familiar figure. Sasuke-kun, long time no see. How have you been? To his surprise, Sasuke was also present in this base. He appeared largely unchanged, wearing the Akatsuki attire. In response to Tai Liang's greeting, he coldly replied, we just saw each other yesterday. Tai Liang found himself at a loss for words, having assumed Sasuke would ignore him. Sasuke, not lingering, turned to leave. However, a glimpse of a familiar figure through the ajar door caught his eye, instantly drawing his attention to the silver-haired man lying within. Kakashi? To be continued. Chapter 5. Development Kakashi? Sasuke gazed at the figure inside, puzzled. What's the matter, Sasuke-kun? Are you concerned? Tai Liang remarked with a hint of teasing, knowing that Kakashi had once been Sasuke's mentor. I'm not interested, Sasuke replied dismissively, momentarily acknowledging the situation before redirecting his gaze and turning to leave. Not very honest, are you? Tai Liang observed Sasuke's retreating figure, contemplating. The expression he had witnessed on Sasuke's face was not one of indifference. Well then, I should return and contemplate the plan, Tai Liang stretched, watching as Sasuke disappeared from view before making his way to his room. Sasuke had been at the base for an extended period, collaborating with the other 3 members of his team since the alliance with Akatsuki began. Now he found himself perplexed. What exactly were they planning to do with Kakashi? Where have you been, Sasuke? Mizuki inquired upon his return, as the 4 of them occupied adjacent rooms, with Sasuke situated at the far end. Sasuke, you're back, Karen exclaimed, rushing from her room. She initially intended to embrace him, but quickly composed herself upon noticing Mizuki's presence. Just went for a walk, Sasuke replied, pausing to ask, do you know what me intends to do? Not a clue. Did I ask there's something amiss? Mizuki leaned against the wall, replying, those people are quite strange. Indeed, especially that woman. Karen expressed her animosity towards SHBU, feeling uncomfortable with the way SHBU looked at Sasuke. Karen, is there animosity between rivals? Mizuki chuckled at Karen's flustered demeanor. What? Mizuki, what are you implying? Who's a rival? Karen stammered, her face flushing. Absolutely no idea what you're talking about, Mizuki replied, exasperated, shaking his head. Sasuke had no time for their antics and walked straight to his room, having not expected to glean any information from them. Wait, Sasuke, why are you leaving? Karen called out, but all she received in response was the sound of Sasuke's door closing. Mizuki, this is all your fault. You ruined our rare opportunity to interact with Sasuke. Why is this my fault? Mizuki retorted, bewildered. It's entirely your fault. Unable to tolerate Mizuki's response, Karen turned and stormed back to her room. The corridor fell silent, illuminated only by the dim lights lining the walls. In SHBU's room, after Tai Liang brought Kakashi there, she began her treatment. Kakashi's injuries were severe. A mere slight touch could prove fatal. This was quite taxing for SH, but the wound on his left shoulder was particularly grave. As she unwrapped the bandages binding Kakashi, cutting through the blood-soaked cloth, she furrowed her brow at the sight of the injury. This was an expression of dissatisfaction typical for a healer, but she couldn't help but admire Kakashi's resilience. Beneath the bandages lay a gory mess. Some parts were charred, and remnants of stitches remained embedded within. In order to prolong his fighting capacity, Kakashi had resorted to a rather brutal method of treating his wounds. Lacking medical chakra, he had no means to staunch the bleeding and had to rely on the most primitive techniques, stitching and cauterizing. Though the bleeding had been somewhat contained, the pain endured during the process was beyond what an ordinary person could tolerate. SHBU excised the necrotic tissue without concern for discomfort, as the anesthetic effects still lingered. Once she had addressed the shoulder wound, SHBU employed her medical chakra to heal him. Wrapped in green chakra, the wound gradually began to mend. After a simple dressing and rebandaging, the injury was, at least for the moment, under control. With a deep sigh of relief, SHBU resolved to give Tai Liang and ran a stern reprimand for the considerable effort she had expended. It was all their fault. Treating Kakashi was far more arduous than treating Ran, whose wounds, while serious, required less intervention. After tending to Kakashi's shoulder, a multitude of other injuries awaited her attention. Several ribs were likely fractured, and it was uncertain how many internal organs had been damaged. Even his hand bones were cracked. Tai Liang out of his mind. Couldn't he just kill him outright instead of reducing him to this state? SHBU fumed, drenched in sweat after reattaching Kakashi's ribs. I'm utterly exhausted. My chakra is nearly depleted. It would be faster to call Karen to bite him. SHBU muttered as she completed the treatment on all his injuries. By now, it was midday, and she had spent around 4 hours on his care. She sank down onto the ground, resting against the platform that I should have just tossed him into a healing pot from the start. She grumbled. After a brief rest, SHBU rose again. gazing at Kakashi, whose complexion had started to improve. Tea present. He appears to be sleeping rather uneasily, his brow still furrowed. The effects of the anesthesia have worn off, and he is likely in considerable pain. Changpu gazes intently at Kakashi's face, suddenly realizing that the tattered mask is somewhat obstructive. She reaches out and firmly grips the mask, slowly revealing Kakashi's true visage beneath her actions. As she fully pulls down the mask, her heart skips a beat. It seems she's been struck by Cupid's arrow. Instantly, her eyes transform into heart shapes, nearly drooling in a state of infatuation. Changpu finds herself utterly speechless. She knows Kakashi must be attractive, yet she never anticipated he would be this handsome. While there may be many who surpass Kakashi in looks, he is undeniably her type. As she stares at Kakashi in adoration, she feels a warm liquid flowing from her nose. Upon inspection, it is blood. Despite her extensive experiences with men, she never expected to succumb so easily today. Of course, it's not entirely her fault. Perhaps Kakashi's current posture is simply too alluring. His fair skin is partially visible beneath his tattered clothing, and as he requires treatment for his shoulder injury. His enticing collarbone is exposed. The open jounin jacket reveals a lean waist, and coupled with his devastatingly handsome face, along with the trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, it is no wonder Changpu is overwhelmed. In truth, Changpu's resistance is not so weak. It is primarily because Kakashi is her ideal. She never imagined she would suddenly develop feelings for a 30-year-old man. Alas, if you were not an ally, you could have avoided death. Rest assured, I will cherish you well. She suddenly changes her expression, gently touching Kakashi's slightly cool face, smiling as she speaks. At this moment, she only wishes to fully utilize Kakashi so that he may belong to her entirely. Taiyang, has Kakashi's treatment concluded? Where shall we dispose of him? Changpu steps out of the room to inquire with Taiyang, who is currently reclining on the bed, contemplating the next course of action. Just confine him to any random room. When do you think he'll be able to move? Taiyang responds, T should only take a few days. Changpu ponders aloud. When will he awaken? Taiyang rises from the bed, sitting at its edge and queries. The room dimly lit, yet his flickering eyes remain visible. He should be able to wake by tomorrow. Changpu replies, leaning against the door frame, fatigued. Understood. You may return now. Taiyang nods. He is now deep in thought, and after a moment, he lifts his gaze only to find Changpu has not left, prompting him to ask, Is there something else? Of course. If you wish to spare someone's life in the future, simply administer my anesthetic directly. There is no need to leave them on the brink of death for me to treat. You know how to write the word hardship. Furthermore, when you engage in battles, refrain from leaving gaping holes. Do you comprehend how arduous it is to regenerate tissue? Scars are exceedingly difficult to erase, so please be mindful. Do you understand? Changpu bombards Taiyang with her tirade. Leave. Taiyang, with several lines of irritation etched upon his forehead, realizes he has no retort and must exercise his authority as the leader to expel Changpu. Humph. Changpu scoffs, turning on her heel and departing. Sighing, Taiyang reclines back on the bed, continuing his contemplation of great endeavors. The scent of Kakashi has dissipated, and Inuzuka and others follow the trail, but when they reach a flat expanse, Inuzuka loses the scent and halts. Addressing Naruto and Sakura, What shall we do now? Naruto asks, glancing around, unable to detect any scent, pondering how they should proceed. Sakura suddenly suggests, Naruto, why not try using Sage Mode to sense any chakra responses nearby? Alright, wait a moment. Naruto suddenly realizes, closing his eyes as his eyelids turn orange. Moments later, he enters Sage Mode, attentively scanning the surroundings while Inuzuka and Sakura watch him with anticipation. After a short while, Naruto opens his eyes and shakes his head at Sakura and Inuzuka, causing Sakura's expression to shift from hope to disappointment. Observing Sakura's forlorn demeanor, Naruto gently pats her shoulder, prompting her to look up at him. Naruto offers Sakura his trademark reassuring smile, affirmatively stating, Sakura, do not worry that I will certainly bring Kakashi-sensei back. Sakura's eyes glisten with moisture as she nods firmly, placing her faith in Naruto. Then let us wait until we regroup with Shikamaru and the others before deciding our next steps. Inuzuka resonates with Naruto's determination. his gaze equally resolute. Naruto and Sakura nod in unison, the three retracing their steps. Before long, they encounter Sai and Shikamaru, who are also searching for Kakashi. Upon seeing them, Shikamaru immediately comprehends the situation and pauses by a tree, contemplating before addressing the four. Kakashi-sensei's whereabouts are currently unknown, and our reconnaissance personnel are insufficient, that we must return to the village to consult Tsunade-sama, then increase our numbers and split into various directions to pursue. Though we are uncertain of the strength of the Akatsuki, we must not underestimate them, especially considering they are allied with the Akatsuki, which poses a significant threat. Shikamaru meticulously analyzes the situation for them. So, are we returning to the village? Sakura inquires with a furrowed brow, reluctant to concede the search. No, only Sai and I will return to the village. You three should continue searching for Kakashi-sensei's whereabouts. I will summon Neji to assist us, Shikamaru declares, gesturing to Sai as they prepare to depart. Then we will carry on, Naruto urges, with Sakura and Inuzuka trailing behind him as they head in another direction. As Naruto and his companions persist in their search for Kakashi, an important meeting is underway in Konoha, the 5 Kage summit called by Tsunade this morning. Hokage Tsunade, Kazuke Gaara, Reikage, and Mizukage Terumi Mei, and Tsuchikage Inoki convene via video conference to discuss matters concerning the Akatsuki and the rogue entity known as Anarchy. This is the information Konoha has gathered regarding Anarchy and the Akatsuki. Tsunade informs the other Kage of the intelligence Kakashi has acquired about Anarchy and previous data on the Akatsuki. So, you called this meeting over such trivial matters? Reikage scoffs dismissively. Reikage, I hope you understand the gravity of the situation. We are all aware that the Akatsuki's goal is the tailed beasts, and now, with Anarchy joining forces with them, their intention is to dismantle the Kage system. This could potentially ignite a ninja world war. And I need not elaborate on what that would entail, Tsunade replies firmly. What do you propose we do about it, Hokage? Kazekage inquires after listening attentively. Allow them to challenge us. It will be better for us to take the initiative and eliminate them. Mizukage asserts, clearly concerned about the chaos Anarchy could unleash, possibly being a victim of the Blood Mist era herself, thus feeling compelled to put an end to this threat. Do not speak so lightly. The presence of Uchiha Obito within the Akatsuki complicates matters, Tsuchikage interjects. Then we shall dismantle them one by one. We should eliminate Anarchy now, for if they achieve their goals, it will lead to numerous complications. Mizukage insists, first we must ascertain their location, that if we send only a handful of personnel, they may not return, Kazekage warns. But what if they attack as soon as we dispatch them? Reikage counters, expressing skepticism over the necessity of such a large mobilization for what he perceives as merely a rogue entity. It's just Anarchy, after all. Why the fuss? While they appear to be allied with the Akatsuki, we are still unaware of the true circumstances that I would be more than willing to wait for them to come to us. With that, Reikage's presence fades, indicating his reluctance to collaborate with the other ninja villages, still so impulsive. Let him be that I represent the Mist Village and will collaborate with Konoha to eradicate Anarchy, Mizukage declares following Reikage's departure. Fully aware that the purpose of this meeting was to forge a cooperative agreement, that I represent the Sand Village and will collaborate with Konoha as well, Kazekage adds. Only that Tsuchikage remains, pondering for a moment before declaring. I shall observe the situation as it unfolds. With that, he too exits the meeting. Then it appears we shall have a collaboration among the three of us. Mizukage smiles. That is quite satisfactory. I never anticipated Reikage or Tsuchikage would agree. But I am pleasantly surprised by your willingness, Tsunade acknowledges, having anticipated Mizukage's agreement due to the significant connection between the rogue entity and the Mist Village. Then let us proceed with our actions. This meeting is adjourned, Tsunade concludes. Farewell, Mizukage waves cheerfully. Indeed, Kazekage merely nods in agreement. With the images of Mizukage and Kazekage fading, Tsunade leans back in her chair, exhaling deeply. She has personal motives, if Kakashi is still alive. Their assistance would greatly enhance the chances of rescuing him. Shizen, Tsunade calls out without moving her body. Lady Tsunade, Shizen responds from behind her. Have there been any updates from Shikamaru's side? None yet. Once the Hyuga clan returns, we will send Neji and Hinata to assist, Tsunade instructs. Understood. Silently nodding, he cast a glance at Tsunade. who was resting with her eyes closed, hoping that they would soon locate Kakashi so that Tsunade would no longer burden herself with guilt. Unbeknownst to them, the sky had darkened. Despite their relentless search for Kakashi throughout the day, Naruto and the others found themselves fatigued, gathering in a clearing to deliberate their next course of action. Little did they know, the base of Akatsuki and Madara lay less than 20 kilometers from their current location, where the very Kakashi they sought was held captive. Inside the base, Sasuke and Karen stood before Sasuke's door, accompanied by Sujitsu and Jugo. "What?" came Sasuke's voice from within. "Someone's here," Karen replied. "Oh." Sasuke inquired. "3 people. 2 of your former comrades and 1 unfamiliar," Karen informed him. "Understood. Then aren't you going to come out?" Sujitsu asked, eager for spectacle. "No," Sasuke replied coldly, aware that Naruto was searching for someone, which was of no concern to him. There was no need to seek trouble. "Then I'm leaving," Jugo announced, turning back to his room, sensing Sasuke's lack of intent to engage. Tsuchitsu muttered, finding the situation dull, folding his arms behind his head as he followed Jugo back to his room. Sasuke and Karen gazed at the closed door. Karen softly called out, before turning back to her own room, sensing that Sasuke had become somewhat detached since Madara had captured Kakashi. Meanwhile, inside the room, Sasuke lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling, pondering why Madara would want to capture Kakashi. He had sensed Kakashi's chakra was exceedingly faint moments ago. Karen was treating him, mending his injuries after a brutal confrontation, leaving Sasuke to wonder what Madara intended to exploit in Kakashi. Unbeknownst to him, Madara would soon reveal the rationale behind his actions. Rising from the bed, Sasuke recognized he needed to do something to quell his turbulent emotions. Perhaps a confrontation with Naruto would serve as a suitable distraction. He might have realized that he cared for Kakashi, but was reluctant to admit it. "Sasuke, where are you going?" Karen intercepted him as he stepped outside. "Where are Naruto and the others?" Sasuke asked. "Are you planning to kill them?" Karen queried, noting Sasuke's unusual demeanor. "What?" Upon hearing the commotion, Sujitsu rushed out of his room. "Karen, lead the way." Sasuke ignored Sujitsu and proceeded toward the exit. Karen made a face at Sujitsu before hastening to catch up with Sasuke, leaving Sujitsu no choice but to retreat to his room for a nap. After being treated, Kakashi was moved to another chamber, his hands shackled to the wall by chains inscribed with peculiar runes, hinting at some special function. Kakashi lay on the cold floor, his arms bound behind him, clad only in tattered ninja attire, having lost his jacket. His mask had been pulled down, rendering him vulnerable and appearing quite frail. His expression bore signs of pain, perhaps due to discomfort from his position, lingering injuries, or perhaps he dreamt of something troubling. Suddenly, in a dazed state, Kakashi murmured Sasuke's name, though no further words followed, causing Sasuke, who happened to be passing by outside, to freeze in place. "Sasuke," Karen noticed his sudden halt. Puzzled, as she had not heard Kakashi's voice, though she could sense his chakra, faint yet present in the nearby room. "It's nothing," Sasuke replied after a brief pause, continuing forward. He was not inclined to concern himself with Kakashi at that moment. "Don't go." Just then, Kakashi's faint voice reached Sasuke's ears again, and this time Karen heard it as well, silently observing Sasuke's reaction. "Karen, you should head back," Sasuke said, halting his steps and turning to her. "Aren't you going?" Karen was not surprised by Sasuke's decision. He acknowledged, his dark eyes reflecting the dim light of the corridor, betraying no emotion. "Oh." Karen gazed at him intently for a moment before turning to leave. Once she had departed, Sasuke pushed open the door to the room where Kakashi was confined. "Wait." Just as Sasuke was about to enter the room, SHBU rushed out from her adjacent room. Having seen Sasuke's intent, ignoring her, he continued to push the door, now halfway open, when SHBU swiftly moved beside him, grasping his hand that rested on the doorknob, halting his advance. "Did I not say to wait?" she stated firmly, locking eyes with him. "Get out of my way," Sasuke coldly retorted, turning his head to glare at her. "No, you get out of my way. What do you intend to do in there?" SHBU stood her ground, undeterred by Sasuke's piercing gaze, pulling the door shut slightly to block his path, her verdant eyes fixed on him as she questioned him. "I'll say it once more. Get out of my way." Sasuke's tone remained icy. His intentions were not something anyone could thwart, least of all SHBU, who he regarded as inconsequential. "No, You must tell me what you plan to do in there. SHBU refused to yield, fearing that Sasuke intended to harm Kakashi, and if he were to act on his displeasure, she would have no one to turn to in her grief for the Kakashi she had painstakingly rescued. Observing SHBU's defiance, Sasuke chose not to engage further. Instead, he drew the Kusanagi sword from his back, its razor-sharp edge gleaming ominously. SHBU flinched. She was not equipped for a confrontation. As Sasuke raised his sword. She felt a surge of fear, but remained steadfast, determined not to lose face in front of Madara. With a powerful swing, Sasuke swiftly struck, and before SHBU could react, the wall crumbled under the force. Obliterating the concept of a door entirely, SHBU stood speechless, suddenly realizing her own folly. As the dust settled, Sasuke stepped into the room, his gaze falling upon the sprawled figure of Kakashi. He approached slowly, pondering the chains binding Kakashi's wrists. Crouching beside him, he scrutinized Kakashi's face, now unobscured by the mask. To Sasuke's surprise, the visage he had longed to see in his youth was not the grotesque image he had imagined, but rather quite handsome. While Sasuke contemplated Kakashi's features, Kakashi stirred and murmured restlessly. Noticing the furrow in Kakashi's brow, Sasuke instinctively placed his hand gently on Kakashi's face, momentarily serving as a substitute for the mask. Remarkably, as his hand made contact, Kakashi's brow relaxed, his expression softening as he drifted into a deep, dreamless slumber. Sasuke's heart was in turmoil. Observing Kakashi's furrowed brow, he instinctively sensed the source of Kakashi's discomfort. His hand, resting upon Kakashi's face, elicited a strange sensation within him. The rhythm of Kakashi's breath felt almost ticklish, his lips cool and soft to the touch, invoking an indescribable feeling. For a moment, Sasuke found himself reluctant to withdraw his hand. Gazing at Kakashi's serene face, a struggle flickered in Sasuke's eyes. Kakashi was his mentor, a figure who had protected him in times of peril, offering more affection than Naruto or Sakura ever had. During their month of solitude, Kakashi had consistently provided warmth and care, going so far as to risk everything to prevent his capture by Orochimaru. Kakashi was indeed a remarkable mentor. Yet he understood that Kakashi's presence threatened to destabilize his resolve for vengeance. Perhaps eliminating him would be a wise choice, but he found himself unable to act. Kakashi was the only one, aside from his brother, who had shown him such kindness, a type of love that was pure and selfless. Devoid of any expectation of reciprocation, as Sasuke wrestled with these conflicting emotions, Terra entered the room that he assessed the scene, taking in Kakashi on the ground and Sasuke standing nearby. Sasuke sensed Terra's arrival and gradually rose to his feet. Deciding to set aside his concerns regarding Kakashi for the moment, there's something you need? Sasuke inquired. There are matters requiring your assistance, Sasuke-kun. May we have a conversation? Tai Liang chuckled softly, acknowledging that he had observed everything that transpired moments ago. Sasuke discerned that the matter pertained to Kakashi. Then let us proceed, Tai Liang remarked, turning to exit, with Sasuke closely following behind. SHBU lingered at the rear, her gaze fixated on Sasuke. She sensed a peculiar affection he harbored for Kakashi, and a sudden wave of anxiety surged within her, a fear that something precious to her might be taken away. Upon stepping through the doorway, SHBU initiated a jutsu, restoring the shattered fragments of the wall to their original state before departing. Choosing not to accompany Tai Liang, she felt compelled to assess the chaos that had ensued. Speak. What is it? Tai Liang inquired as he entered a room with Sasuke. I presume Sasuke-kun is also aware of the situation regarding Hatake Kakashi. Tai Liang settled into a chair. Sasuke leaned against the doorframe, silent, wearing an expression that suggested he was all ears. Currently, Kakashi is in our possession, a fact that Konoha has likely already grasped. They will not simply stand idly by and will certainly send someone to uncover his whereabouts. This time, we need not annihilate them, as our target is Konoha itself, Tai Liang proclaimed with an air of profundity. Hey, what is that expression supposed to mean? Tai Liang observed Sasuke's impassive demeanor, which seemed to regard him as a fool. With a hint of resignation, he continued, you may find it somewhat foolish, but now that Konoha has lost its greatest shield, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Kakashi's disappearance will undoubtedly prompt his students to seek him out. At this juncture, Konoha is exceedingly vulnerable, and I possess great confidence in our strength. Isn't your objective the destruction of Konoha? Do you not perceive this as an opportune moment? You captured Kakashi for this reason? Sasuke queried, sensing that the situation was more intricate than it appeared. Certainly, that is not the sole motive. My goal is not merely to obliterate Konoha. That is your ambition alone. However, the destruction of Konoha does not conflict with my objectives. I might as well assist you, though I am not particularly fond of bloodshed, Tai Liang replied, gazing intently at Sasuke. If you concur, shall we discuss the specifics of our operational plan? Sasuke-kun, what is your decision? Very well. After weighing his options, Sasuke acquiesced to Tai Liang's proposal, prepared to resort to any means necessary to achieve his goals. Then let us forge a fruitful alliance, Tai Liang said with a smile. In fact, I have an even simpler method to bring about Konoha's downfall. For the remainder of the time, Sasuke listened intently to Tai Liang's plans, gradually realizing that they were rather intriguing. Meanwhile, as Tai Liang and Sasuke conspired to dismantle Konoha, Guy had returned to the village. "Kaisama, I am back," he bellowed upon entering the Hokage's office. "How fares the situation?" Tsunade inquired anxiously, though she had already formed a conclusion in her mind that Kakashi's whereabouts remain unknown. "He has likely fallen into enemy hand, Tsunade-sama. Why do you suppose they chose to abduct Kakashi rather than directly eliminate him and dispose of the body?" Guy pondered. "Unclear. Perhaps there is some ulterior motive at play," Tsunade said, resting her hands on the desk, her brow furrowed. Her mood was dismal as she contemplated the potential actions of the enemy. "What should I do now?" Guy asked. "Do not venture anywhere. I suspect they might seize this opportunity to attack Konoha." Tsunade asserted after deliberation. "Understood. I shall take my leave," Guy replied before departing. As Tsunade continued to contemplate the possible strategies the enemy might employ, Shizen remained quietly by her side. Meanwhile, Naruto and his companions pressed on in their quest to locate Kakashi. Shikamaru was anxiously making his way back to Konoha. Deep in thought, he suspected that the return of the information from Pakken had some discrepancies, theorizing that the Akatsuki had deliberately allowed Pakken to return in order to inform Konoha of Kakashi's predicament, thereby revealing their forthcoming plans. Honestly, what a nuisance, Shikamaru muttered as he rode atop the large bird drawn by Sai, troubled by the implications of the Akatsuki scheme. As time passed, Naruto and his group found themselves further from Kakashi's location. A full day had elapsed since Pakken had delivered his message, marking the second morning since Naruto had embarked on his search for Kakashi. The sky transitioned from darkness to light, and throughout the previous day, Naruto and his companions had tirelessly searched. Yet, despite the keen noses of Kiba and Akamaru, as well as Naruto's Sage Mode, they were unable to uncover Kakashi's whereabouts, leaving them somewhat disheartened. "What should we do now?" Sakura asked, her head lowered in disappointment. "And no matter what, we cannot abandon our search. We will find him," Naruto insisted. "Then how do you propose we search? Where should we go?" Kiba, now losing his patience, interjected. "Why are you shouting?" "If you ask me, who should I ask?" Naruto retorted angrily. "I believe it is pointless to waste any more time here. We should return for now. At the very least, we can wait for Shikamaru to summon Neji before we resume our search," Kiba suggested, not wanting to argue further with Naruto. "Why don't we follow Kiba's suggestion?" Sakura pondered, considering Kiba's advice. "No, we cannot simply return like this," Naruto countered. He felt it was too soon to give up after just one fruitless day. "How many more days do you intend to search? You looked for Sasuke for ages and still found nothing," Kiba retorted, his voice raised, but he immediately regretted it. Mentioning Sasuke was a sore point for Naruto. "Yes, I did not find him, but at least it is better than doing nothing," Naruto exclaimed. "That Kakashi-sensei may still be waiting for us. Should we really just return obediently?" Naruto refrained from showing much sorrow over Sasuke's situation. He did not wish to relive the past, when Sasuke had defected from the village that time. He had been too weak to stop it, and had subsequently pursued him with all his might. When Gaara was captured by the Akatsuki, he had put forth every effort to rescue him, but it had been too late. Now, with Kakashi captured, he was determined not to lose the best opportunity to prevent history from repeating itself. But are we not just aimlessly wandering about? Have you considered that perhaps we are moving further away from Kakashi-sensei? Kiba voiced his instinctive concern, feeling that the enemy would not stray too far. Indeed, Naruto, perhaps we should return. We have searched tirelessly for an entire day, without any leads. That it would be far more prudent to return and see if Shikamaru has gathered more information, rather than continuing to search blindly. Sakura contemplated, finding merit in Kiba's reasoning. Yet have you considered that Kakashi-sensei might be just ahead? The enemy has taken him. Perhaps they are currently escorting him to their base. If we return now, we may miss our opportunity. Naruto expressed his thoughts, unaware that this very notion would lead to profound regret later on. Be mindful that we currently lack knowledge of the enemy's movements, Kiba reiterated, trying to prompt Naruto to recognize that returning was the wiser option. Then let us part ways. The three of us will search in different directions, Naruto insisted, unwilling to abandon the search. Only you would come up with such a reckless idea. You well know the Akatsuki's combat prowess. You and I may be fine, but have you considered Sakura? What if she encounters one of them? Kiba retorted angrily, nearly shouting, I, Naruto, am fully aware of that, but my heart is in turmoil. Kakashi occupies a significant space in my thoughts, and I do not wish to lose him. Naruto's emotions were flaring, and he did not wish to relent. Enough, enough. How about this? We continue searching for 2 more days, and if we find nothing, we will return. Does that sound agreeable? Sakura interjected, attempting to mediate their dispute and proposing a compromise, awaiting their responses. That works, Naruto agreed after a moment of consideration, feeling his mood shift. Fine, Kiba grumbled, still reluctant but recognizing he had no other choice. Insisting on returning would only lead to further conflict with Naruto. Then let us proceed, Sakura declared, setting off first, with Kiba and Naruto following closely behind. Back in Konoha, Shikamaru rushed straight to the Hokage's office upon his return. Tsunade-sama, the scent of Kakashi-sensei has vanished midway. We have lost our basis for the search, that I would like to request that you dispatch additional reconnaissance ninjas to assist us soon as Shikamaru entered. He addressed Tsunade, saying, well, once the Hyuga clan members return, we should call Neji and Hinata. They will likely be back in Konoha by this afternoon, and their Shino as well. Tsunade furrowed her brow. Ever since dispatching Kakashi on this mission, she had not relaxed her expression. That's good. However, I suspect that the Akatsuki are deliberately bringing Kakashi back. Shikamaru voiced his thoughts. I share your suspicion. Perhaps they aim to lure us into sending out personnel. Only to eliminate them, Tsunade replied. That is unlikely. If that were the case, I probably wouldn't be standing here speaking with you so calmly. Shikamaru shook his head. However, it's plausible that their intent was to send us out. And the reason for capturing Kakashi-sensei is likely to draw Naruto out of the village. Although it's hard to admit, there is no doubt that Naruto is currently the strongest in the village. Their goal is to dismantle the shinobi system, which means they believe the Hokage should not exist. Thus, they might take this opportunity to attack Konoha while Naruto is away. What you say is quite plausible. But why specifically capture Kakashi? If they simply killed him, Naruto would still leave the village to seek revenge, achieving the same objective. Why go through the extra step? Tsunade inquired. Lady Tsunade, you seem to overlook one crucial detail. We do not know if Kakashi-sensei is still alive. Shikamaru pointed out, although he firmly believed Kakashi was alive for reasons he could not quite articulate, he had an unsettling feeling that the Akatsuki would use Kakashi to fulfill some sinister plot. You may leave now, Tsunade said, feeling fatigued and desiring some solitude. Understood. Although Shikamaru wished to say more, he refrained upon seeing Tsunade's weary demeanor on the streets of Konoha. Whispers circulated. I heard Kakashi-san has been captured by a mysterious organization. Is that true? Do you know which organization it is? Unclear, but every major ninja village has suffered their attacks. So, what do they want with Kakashi-san? No idea. The streets buzzed with chatter about the incident. And somehow, the news had spread. Nearly every villager was now aware. Those who were usually close to Kakashi were deeply concerned for his safety, yearning for his return, as they recalled the sight of him reading his beloved book with that gentle smile. Meanwhile, Yamato, having learned of the situation through the grapevine, hurried towards the Hokage tower. He was aware of the Akatsuki's activities, but was oblivious to Tsunade's decision to send Kakashi to investigate. Now, he intended to request Tsunade's permission to join the search party for Kakashi. Just as he neared the Hokage Tower, he encountered Shikamaru coming down. Shikamaru could surmise Yamato's purpose for being there and intercepted him. "Captain Yamato, you shouldn't go up. Lady Tsunade likely does not wish to see anyone right now. Additionally, she won't be dispatching many personnel to search for Kakashi-sensei, as the Akatsuki may very well attack during this time. It would be best for you to remain in Konoha. We can trust Naruto and the others to look after Kakashi-sensei." Yamato, though visibly disappointed, nodded in agreement. While he desperately wanted to search for Kakashi, the safety of the village took precedence. He thought that if Kakashi were aware, he would certainly not want him to leave the village at such a potentially perilous moment. "I shall take my leave," Shikamaru said with a slight bow before bidding Yamato farewell. After Shikamaru departed, Yamato gazed into the distance, praying for Naruto and the others to return Kakashi safely. Be continued. Chapter 7. Awakening at the Akatsuki base. SHBU found herself with little to occupy her time. With the chaos now settled and Kakashi no longer needing her attention, she sought out Tara to discuss the forthcoming plans, particularly those concerning Kakashi. "Tara, what is your plan?" SHBU casually inquired while lounging in a chair. After a brief nap, she had let her hair down, appearing like a delicate maiden. However, one should never judge by appearances, lest they face dire consequences. "Hey, what time is it?" Tara mumbled from beneath his covers. Having rolled over in bed, he had been lost in thought until the early hours of the morning and was now utterly exhausted. "Just tell me, regardless of the time," SHBU urged, tossing an object at the bulge of his blanket. Furious, Tara sat up abruptly, glaring at SHBU with irritation, while she remained unfazed, patiently waiting for him to respond. "When will Kakashi wake up?" Tara eventually asked after staring at her for a considerable time. "He should be waking up soon." "Why? Do you need him to regain consciousness?" She replied. "Yes," Tara muttered, retreating back under the covers with his eyes closed. "What?" SHBU exclaimed, surprised. "Let us just say, I have plans that require his involvement. Explaining it all would be too tedious. You should ask Sasuke," Tara said, growing drowsy once more. "Don't pretend to be asleep." SHBU insisted, eager to hear more, but Tara's dismissive comment had left her feeling exasperated. "I have a task for you. Administer this medicine into his body," Tara suddenly said, pulling back the covers. "Medicine? Why?" SHBU questioned, puzzled. "Never mind that. Just do as I say," Tara responded, exasperation evident in his tone. "Honestly, do you have any idea how troublesome this is?" SHBU grumbled before leaving, but she resolved to carry out Tara's orders diligently. Heading off to prepare the medicine. Once Tara watched SHBU leave, he breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he could enjoy a peaceful slumber. SHBU was someone who took her responsibilities seriously, prioritizing her tasks above all else. After exiting Tara's room, SHBU returned to her own to concoct the medicine, bustling about on a table strewn with herbs. "What are you up to?" SHBU. R, who had just awakened, approached her. He was in poor condition. Pale and unsteady on his feet, he immediately sought out SHBU to ascertain the situation. R. "Get back to bed this instant," SHBU shouted upon seeing him in such a feeble state. "No, it's too stuffy in there. I'm just next door." "There's no issue," R insisted, leaning against the wall as he slowly made his way into the room and collapsed into a chair by the wall. As he sat down, he broke into a cold sweat, utterly drained. "Keep pretending you're fine," SHBU remarked, focusing intently on her task and ignoring R's presence. After resting for a while, R finally regained a modicum of strength and asked, "You still Haven tea?" Answered my question. "What are you doing?" "Medicine, or rather, it could be considered poison," SHBU replied nonchalantly, continuing her work. "Medicine? What kind of medicine?" R inquired, bewildered. "The kind that will be used on you," SHBU stated. "Who?" R exclaimed, astonished. "Kakashi," SHBU revealed. "Kakashi? Is he still alive?" R erupted, his agitation causing him to cough violently, tears streaming down his face from the pain. "Why are you so worked up? It's not like this hasn't happened before," SHBU said flatly, recalling how they sometimes spared the lives of enemies to extract information. "But you didn't say anything about injecting him with this medicine. What does Tara intend to do? Does he mean to recruit Kakashi?" I was still incredulous. "Perhaps, once I finish this, we could go ask him," SHBU nodded in agreement. Having nearly completed the medicine, she placed a bowl of slightly reddish liquid before her. Afterward, she filled 2 syringes with the concoction. "All right, let us head to Kakashi now," SHBU said, placing the syringes into her bag and standing up. The entire process took about 4 hours. It's now approximately 10 in the morning. R slowly rose, supporting himself against the wall as he followed SHBU out the door. Upon returning to his room, he alone understood the true state of his health. As SHBU had said, he needed to rest. In a dimly lit, silent room, a figure lay on the floor, the silver hair standing out even in the sparse light. Without a doubt, the individual in question is Kakashi, who has been captured. Currently, Kakashi struggles to find a comfortable position in his sleep, his brow furrowed, as the pain from his injuries and the bothersome chains on his hands render any attempt at rest futile. Perhaps due to his discomfort, Kakashi's previously shut eyes gradually flutter open. He surveys his surroundings with a hint of bewilderment, uncertain of his location. As he shifts slightly, the throbbing pain in his body intensifies, and he surmises that he must have been brought back by the Akatsuki. That he grimaces, slowly sitting upright. The position he had been lying in unbearable, and by the time he fully rises, he is drenched in cold sweat. What are these infernal restraints? Kakashi tugs at the chains binding his hands, noticing the peculiar runes inscribed upon them, which piques his curiosity. However, it is not long before he understands their purpose. Kakashi attempts to channel his chakra to break free, only for it to be absorbed by the chains, compelling him to relinquish his efforts. Leaning against the wall, he ponders the true intentions of the Akatsuki organization. What do they aim to achieve by treating him? Are they truly planning to use him as bait? How might he escape this predicament? Such questions swirl in Kakashi's mind, casting a serious expression upon his face. As Kakashi contemplates his fate, the door creaks open, and he fixates warily on the figure emerging from the shadows. Sasuke? Kakashi had not anticipated seeing him here. The person entering is indeed Sasuke, his expression devoid of emotion as he observes the disheveled Kakashi on the floor. Kakashi meets his gaze, searching for any hint of sentiment on Sasuke's face. Where is this place? The two share a moment of silent exchange until Kakashi finally breaks the stillness, inquiring of Sasuke. The base, Sasuke replies, stepping inside and positioning himself by the door, arms crossed defiantly over his chest, exuding an air of arrogance. Is this the Akatsuki or the Uchiha? Kakashi asks. It matters not, Sasuke retorts coldly. Sasuke, why have you allied with the Akatsuki? Kakashi ponders aloud, noting Sasuke's attire and feeling a pang of bitterness. If only he could have prevented Sasuke from leaving all those years ago. Perhaps things would not have spiraled into this chaos. You need not concern yourself with my reasons, and do not misunderstand. I have not joined the Akatsuki, Sasuke states, his gaze fixed on Kakashi, despite the dim light. Kakashi can see the emotions flickering in his eyes, regret and sorrow. You have already avenged Itachi. Why do you still harbor hatred? Kakashi questions, scrutinizing Sasuke's impassive face. Hate? It is the very reason I exist. As long as Konoha stands, my vengeance will remain unfulfilled, Sasuke declares, his demeanor shifting to one of ferocity at the mention of Itachi, the rationale for his revenge fortifying his resolve. What grudge do you hold against Konoha? Kakashi, perplexed by Sasuke's fervor, struggles to comprehend what drives his former student's animosity. Return and inquire with the higher-ups of Konoha, Sasuke replies icily. Are you truly intent on opposing Konoha? What of Naruto, who wishes nothing more than to bring you home? And Sakura? Will you force them to take your life before you relent? Kakashi diverts the conversation, aware of the darker aspects of Konoha, but unwilling to see Sasuke ensnared by them. Even if he's unclear about their transgressions, isn't that common knowledge by now? Why discuss it at this juncture? Do you still hope for my return? Sasuke scoffs at Kakashi's words. Sasuke, I will personally resolve this matter with you. Kakashi asserts, fully aware of the implications, yet wishing to make one last effort. Hearing Sasuke's response, he resolves to conclude this himself, not wanting Naruto and Sakura to repeat the mistakes he once made. Do you still regard me as your student? Kakashi, do not be so self-assured. You cannot defeat me now. Sasuke speaks to him as one would address a defeated foe. Indeed, I still consider you my student. Kakashi replies as if he has not heard the latter part of Sasuke's statement, treating it as if it were inconsequential. I truly wish to end your life right now, Sasuke retorts, feeling inexplicably irked by Kakashi's words. Kakashi lowers his gaze, falling silent. It seems that this is the only conclusion for him and Sasuke. Apologies for interrupting your teacher-student reunion, Kakashi-san. How is your health? At that moment, SHBU enters the room. Quite well, Kakashi responds with a smile and a nod. For the first time, Sasuke observes Kakashi's unmasked smile, and his eyes flicker momentarily. It is undeniable that Kakashi's smile radiates warmth, even if it is feigned. That is good to hear. It indicates that I am still of some use. SHBU remarks with a smile of her own. So, is there something you require of me, miss? Kakashi inquires, sensing that her intentions are far from benevolent. Actually, I need to inject something into you, and I trust you will consent, SHBU states, producing a syringe. While he knows that refusal is futile, Kakashi's response is a firm I decline. He gazes at the faintly red liquid within the syringe, his expression growing devoid of emotion. That decision is not yours to make, SHBU counters, advancing toward Kakashi. Kakashi, of course, will not remain passive. He gradually rises to his feet, the chains behind him long enough to allow for a degree of movement, approximately half the room. Though his hands are restrained, his legs remain free. SHBU suddenly feels underestimated. How could a powerless, chakra-less individual dare to resist? This is intolerable. She swiftly approaches Kakashi, raising the syringe to pierce his skin. To be continued. Chapter 8. The drug room containing Kakashi reverberates with the clinking of chains as he desperately evades SHBU's onslaught, his body trembling slightly from the pain. Kakashi-san, could you please remain still? SHBU pleads, having exerted considerable effort without succeeding in administering the drug. Kakashi remains silent, swiftly maneuvering behind SHBU and confronting her directly, raising his leg to strike at her head. The chains, having inadvertently become an asset due to his earlier movements, block SHBU's retreat. The attack draws near, and with no chance to evade, SHBU raises her hands to shield herself. Ugh! SHBU gasps, feeling as though her arm might shatter from the impact, the pain inciting her to curse under her breath. Naturally, Kakashi will not grant her the luxury of time, utilizing the momentum from his attack. He pivots and delivers a kick to SHBU's abdomen. In that moment, SHBU deeply regrets her decision to heal Kakashi, questioning why she had subjected herself to this torment. The chains clatter to the ground as SHBU narrowly evades Kakashi's second strike. Retreating to the door, where Kakashi cannot reach her. Rubbing her bruised arm, she silently stares at the panting Kakashi before her. Kakashi, now drenched in sweat, feels droplets trickle down his cheeks, his consciousness beginning to blur. He remains fixated on SHBU, aware that he will ultimately succumb, yet unwilling to surrender without a fight. Since SHBU entered, Sasuke has remained silent, showing no inclination to assist. He simply wishes to observe the spectacle, finding Kakashi struggle to resist utterly foolish. After catching her breath, SHBU resumes her assault, having stowed the syringe in her bag to avoid it being damaged during the scuffle. She swiftly moves to Kakashi's side, throwing a punch aimed at his face, eschewing the use of kunai, as she does not wish to leave scars on him. Kakashi bends slightly, evading SHBU's blow, when she attempts to kick at his knee. He jumps aside and retaliates with a kick aimed at her extended leg. Realizing she is on the verge of being struck, SHBU does not withdraw her leg. Instead, she kicks the wall, leveraging the force to spring backward. SHBU's body flips in midair, and Kakashi seizes the opportunity, delivering a kick against the wall, then following up with a kick aimed at SHBU, who is momentarily suspended in the air. Unable to maneuver, she is struck forcefully, crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. Upon landing, Kakashi leans against the wall, gasping for breath, utterly drained of energy. It feels akin to the exhaustion that follows a tense struggle. After bringing SHBU down, he has lost all strength. Kakashi-san, you truly lack compassion, SHBU remarks slowly as she rises from the floor. The previous strike had not harmed her significantly, especially since Kakashi is not at full strength. She brushes off the dust from her attire, looking at Kakashi and asking, "You should be out of fighting spirit by now, correct?" Though she poses the question, she is uncertain. Kakashi had previously managed to restrain Taiyu and Akatsuki even while gravely injured, and his current wounds are not particularly severe. You're correct, Kakashi responds wearily. With the outcome seemingly predetermined, he sees no reason to continue resisting. At least he managed to land a kick on SHBU during their encounter. Upon finishing her words, Kakashi slowly sank to the ground and closed his eyes. Seeing Kakashi in such a state of surrender, Changpu cautiously approached him, still apprehensive that he might retaliate. Yes, she watched the liquid from the syringe gradually enter Kakashi's body. She finally exhaled in relief, though she found herself perplexed. Was Kakashi the captive, or was she? At the moment Kakashi felt the needle pierce his flesh, a wave of pain washed over him. He truly wished to remain motionless. Utterly exhausted, he was unaware of the nature of the drug, yet he was certain he would not perish. For me and the others would not be foolish enough to cure him only to poison him afterward. He could only await the ensuing unpredictable developments. After administering the injection, Changpu retreated to the door, standing beside Sasuke as they anticipated the drug's effects on Kakashi. Before long, the effects began to manifest. Kakashi's complexion turned ashen, his lips clenched tightly, and his body trembled uncontrollably, curling into itself. His hands gripped the chains behind him with fierce intensity. Kakashi felt as though his body had been cast into molten lava. Every cell ablaze that he yearned to scream, yet he endured in silence. Gradually, the pain intensified, the fiery sensation transforming into an agonizing feeling as if his body were being slowly torn apart. His lips were now bloodied from biting down, and the hands clutching the chains were bleeding. He was nearing the brink of succumbing to this hellish torment. A desperate cry escaped Kakashi's lips, shattering the silence of the room. He writhed in agony on the floor, his consciousness teetering on the edge of oblivion, casting a vacant gaze towards Sasuke and Changpu, who stood observing in that fleeting moment. He harbored a flicker of hope that they might end his suffering. But the dwindling remnants of his rationality warned him that he could not succumb just yet. How much longer must he endure this? Sasuke inquired of Changpu, glancing at the tortured Kakashi on the ground. It won't be long. Just wait, Changpu replied, recalling her previous experiences. This was her third time witnessing such a scene. Taeyong and Wanhua had screamed even louder than Kakashi. That it was not difficult to imagine the extent of that suffering. She mused it must be more painful than childbirth, for she believed childbirth to be the epitome of agony. What purpose does this serve? Sasuke asked, observing Kakashi, who had fallen eerily still, likely unconscious. Honestly, it doesn't serve much purpose other than enhancing his resistance and making it easier for us to execute our little schemes. It is actually quite a beneficial substance. Changpu waved her hand dismissively. Is it time now? Sasuke asked, noting Kakashi's prolonged silence. Yes, it's over, Changpu replied, moving to Kakashi's side, preparing to unshackle him. His earlier struggles had left his hands in a ghastly state. The moment her hand brushed against him, his body began to tremble, instinctively repelling any form of touch. After unlocking the chains, Changpu tended to the wounds on Kakashi's hands. What is the next step? She inquired, rising after finishing her ministrations. Ask him yourself, Sasuke replied curtly, averse to the hassle. Hey, we're still partners for now. Sharing this information won't cost you anything, Changpu retorted. Sasuke cast her a fleeting glance before turning and exiting the room. Tch, Changpu clicked her tongue in frustration. Looking down at the feeble Kakashi, she pondered for a moment before lifting him from the ground and carrying him on her back as she departed. He's not as heavy as I imagined, she remarked, transporting Kakashi to another room like a tea present. He required a warm environment. Otherwise, the effects of the drug would be wasted. Kakashi's body was chilling to the touch, and given the drug's side effects, she needed to restore his temperature quickly. Changpu placed Kakashi on a bed in a room furnished for comfort, removing his sweat-drenched clothing and shoes, then covering him with a thick blanket. Ensuring he was settled, I really feel like a mother, she mused, gazing at the unconscious Kakashi before stepping out to seek Taeyong for a discussion. Taeyong, the task is complete. What are the next steps? Changpu asked upon entering Taeyong's room. Let us wait for Kakashi to recover before proceeding, Taeyong replied. Are you joking? Speak up now, Changpu insisted, unwilling to allow him to stall. All right, next, we wait for Kakashi to regain his strength. Then we shall facilitate his escape, Taiyang stated. What? Are you sure? Changpu expressed surprise. Indeed, this time our strategy relies on human psychology, Taiyang replied mysteriously. Human psychology? How does that relate to Kakashi's escape? Changpu inquired, puzzled to a certain extent. Taiyang said, stroking his stubble. Once Ah-Fei completes his mission and returns, our plan will officially commence. It's actually quite simple. If human nature isn't as flawed as I suspect, the plan will succeed. Oh. Changpu nodded. Somewhat enlightened but still confused. Actually, you don't quite grasp it, do you? Taiyang observed her expression. I don't, she admitted honestly, but it's fine. I'll just leave it at that. With a perplexed look at Taiyang, she exited the room. Meanwhile, on Sasuke's side. Sasuke, what happened with Kakashi? As soon as he returned, Karen inquired, having sensed Kakashi's chakra fluctuating wildly. Though it had since stabilized, Sasuke offered no reply as he entered the room. Seeing him dismissive, Karen followed suit, entering the room. Upon entering, Sasuke collapsed onto his bed, reflecting on the earlier events and finding it strange that he had not left immediately. Meanwhile, Ah-Fei's mission, as mentioned by Taiyang, was progressing smoothly. T.O.B. continued. Chapter 9. The mission around 11:30 a.m. in the Hidden Leaf Village. Is there any movement from the Sand or Mist villages? Tsunade inquired of Shizen in her office. The Sand and Mist villages have dispatched numerous ninjas to search for Mii's whereabouts, but they cannot cross the borders of the Land of Fire, Shizen reported. Any updates from Naruto's side? Tsunade pondered before asking. None. Shikamaru and Shino have yet to depart. Shizen replied. Tsunade nodded, falling into deep thought once more. Meanwhile, Shikamaru and Shino strolled through the streets, waiting for Hinata and Niji to return from their diplomatic mission. Expected back in the afternoon. Shino, what do you think about Kakashi-sensei's capture? Shikamaru queried, having heard various opinions along the way. I don't know, Shino replied. Forget it, let us just grab a bite, Shikamaru suggested, realizing he hadn't eaten since returning. Quick, report to the Hokage. In a seemingly calm atmosphere in the Hidden Leaf, an air of tension pervaded the Umbu headquarters. Just moments ago, someone had breached the headquarters, incapacitating the guards in the data room and stealing a confidential document, one that contained the very foundation of the Umbu, detailing the members and their assigned roles. Should it fall into enemy hands, the hidden Umbu members would be exposed to peril. Report. The Umbu member roster has been stolen. A member suddenly appeared in Tsunade's office, delivering the urgent news. What transpired? Tsunade, already distressed, slammed her palm on the desk, her face a mask of fury, leaving cracks in the surface. Just now, we sensed a disturbance in the data room and rushed over. But by the time we arrived, the guards were on the ground, the door was ajar, and the list had vanished. The member explained, You allowed the enemy to infiltrate the headquarters? Where were your men? Did anyone notice? Tsunade demanded that we had no indication. The enemy's ability to conceal their presence is formidable. We were unable to detect them before or after the incident, the member replied. Then why didn't you respond immediately upon sensing the enemy? Is that not within your capabilities? Tsunade barked. Weary from her frustrations, she resumed her seat and pinched the bridge of her nose, feeling utterly drained. Only a select few know the location of the data room. We were training at the time and failed to react in time. It is our fault, the member admitted, bowing in shame, no doubt feeling deeply remorseful beneath the mask. Then how did the enemy know where the data room was? Tsunade questioned, sensing something amiss. That I do not know, the member answered. Investigate whether there is a traitor within our ranks. The timing is far too precise, Tsunade stated after some contemplation, since it has already occurred. We can only make amends. Inform all Umbu members to remain vigilant and expedite efforts to search for the culprits. If all else fails, we may have to initiate personnel changes, Tsunade sighed, wishing she could resign from the position of Hokage. Utterly exasperated. Understood. The member acknowledged her orders and departed. Truly, calamities seemed to come in waves. Tsunade, resting her forehead in exhaustion, lamented, yet another troubling matter has arisen. Members of the Umbu swiftly mobilized to recover the stolen documents. A figure materialized at the memorial stone, a place where Kakashi often lingered, clad in the attire of the Akatsuki and donning a spiral mask that obscured all but one eye, The individual stood silently before the memorial, gazing at the familiar names inscribed upon it, seemingly lost in recollection. Indeed, this individual was Obito, clutching a scroll that undoubtedly contained the list of stolen documents, perhaps indicative of his mission. After a moment of contemplation, he seated himself at the memorial stone, reflecting on memories of the past, including the solitary figure that often lingered there, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his exposed eye. Perhaps a brief respite is in order. Obito mused, leaning against the memorial as he closed his eyes, allowing the gentle breeze to carry the distinctive scent of quinoa. However, it was not long before he rose slowly, remaining that would only amplify his sorrow and resentment. Casting a deep glance back at the memorial stone, he departed. The faint scent in the air suggested that someone had recently visited the site. Let us await Niji and the others at the village entrance, Shikamaru suggested to Ino after finishing a meal with her, that he felt an urgency to set out and reunite with Naruto, a foreboding intuition lingering in his mind. What about Sai? Ino inquired suddenly. He was summoned back by Danzo. I have no clue as to his intentions, Shikamaru replied. Upon returning, the root members called for him so shall we wait for him to join us? Ino asked. Uncertain. It depends on whether he chooses to come, Shikamaru replied, as he and Ino made their way toward the village entrance. Do you sense it? Ino suddenly asked. Just moments ago, I detected numerous presences that should have remained concealed. Indeed, Shikamaru acknowledged, perplexed as to why. During such a tense period, personnel were dispatched. After some contemplation, he conjectured perhaps something has gone awry within the Umbu. That seems to be the only plausible explanation. Ino nodded at that moment. A small insect landed on his hand. And after gathering information, he informed Shikamaru, Niji and the others have returned to the village. Then let us hasten, Shikamaru urged. Indeed, the pair quickened their pace and soon encountered the Hyuga clan returning to the village, Niji and Hinata among them. Niji, Hinata, we have a mission. Come with me, Shikamaru instructed upon spotting them. What is happening? Niji inquired, with Hinata beside him, equally curious. Let us discuss it as we walk, Shikamaru suggested. Very well, Niji agreed, and after bidding farewell to Hinata's father, he followed Shikamaru and Ino. You are aware of the situation regarding me? Shikamaru asked, as they traversed the path taken yesterday, hoping to reach the forest before the following day and swiftly reunite with Naruto. I have heard. It is the talk of the town, Niji nodded. Does this mission relate to me? Hinata inquired. Yes, Kakashi-sensei was dispatched to investigate Mii's organization, but now he's gone missing that we assume he has been captured by Mii's forces. And our task is to retrieve him, Shikamaru explained. Are there any leads? Niji asked, his brow furrowing. The trail goes cold at a certain point, so we must rely on you, Shikamaru replied. Naruto, Sakura, and Kiba should still be searching. We must meet up with them promptly. Understood, Niji and Hinata affirmed in unison. The four of them set off toward their destination, with Niji and Hinata leading the way. Suddenly, they halted as they sensed several presences moving not far ahead. Byakugan, Niji and Hinata activated their Byakugan, seeking to discern what transpired ahead. Through their enhanced vision, they observed 5 individuals not far off. One individual sprinting ahead, pursued by 4 others. One person is being chased by 4. It appears to be our Umbu members. Should we investigate? Niji proposed. The one being pursued seems to be an Akatsuki member, Hinata remarked. Having recognized his attire, we cannot intervene. Our mission is to locate Kakashi-sensei as swiftly as possible. Shikamaru deliberated, considering the peculiar nature of the situation. In any case, it is unlikely that Akatsuki members would find themselves on the run. It could very well be a trap. The others concurred with Shikamaru's reasoning, and as they prepared to bypass the unfolding events, an unexpected occurrence transpired. They have stopped, Niji announced, prompting the group to halt in their tracks. Wary of drawing too close, they resolved to adapt to the situation as it unfolded. What is happening? Shikamaru inquired, observing Niji and Hinata maintaining their Byakugan. After a moment of thought, he instructed Hinata, refrain from activating your Byakugan. Let Niji handle alone. Once he tires, you could take over. Hinata complied, while Niji remained focused on the unfolding scene. After a while, he reported back to Shikamaru. They seem to be conversing. The Akatsuki member is holding a scroll, That a scroll? Shikamaru pondered, recalling the earlier commotion in the shadows as they departed the village. Could it be connected to this scroll? They're fighting now, Niji stated after a brief pause. Lust apart. Our mission takes precedence, Shikamaru decided. But which direction shall we take? Ino queried, feeling compelled to voice her thoughts lest she be overlooked. I shall take a look, Shikamaru said, retrieving a map. After a moment's examination, he declared, this way, leading the group in a different direction. Move quickly. He is coming this way. Niji suddenly shouted, having observed the Akatsuki member swiftly dispatch the 4 Umbu operatives and head toward their direction. The group reacted swiftly, sprinting toward their destination that if they continued on this path, it would take them a day to arrive, assuming no unforeseen events occurred along the way. Stop, Shikamaru commanded, halting the others in their tracks. Not far from them, a figure emerged from a whirlpool, blocking their path. My business remains unfinished. You cannot proceed. The Akatsuki member, Obito, addressed them slowly. At that moment, Shikamaru and the others were united by a single thought. This is dire. To be continued. Chapter 10. Untitled, What do you intend to do? Shikamaru asked, his expression grave as the 4 of them anxiously regarded Obito. Shikamaru stood at the center, flanked by Niji and Hinata, with Ino positioned behind, each prepared for combat. Relax. I harbor no ill intentions. That I merely wish to engage in a conversation, Obito replied, casually perching himself on a branch, his tone unperturbed. What could we possibly have to discuss? Shikamaru retorted, taking a cautious step back. Are you aware of what this is? Obito brandished the scroll he had pilfered from the Umbu, drawing the attention of Shikamaru and his companions. This is a list of your Umbu members and their positions. He continued. What do you intend to do with it? Shikamaru asked, astonished. He understood the gravity of the situation. The leak of such a list could have dire consequences, finally grasping the cause of the Umbu's recent turmoil. I have no obligation to disclose that information, Obito replied. Then what is your purpose? Shikamaru was baffled as to why Obito had chosen to confront them without any overt intentions. I am merely returning this to you out of goodwill, Obito stated, toying with the scroll in his hand. Then why didn't you return it to the Umbu earlier? Shikamaru questioned, reasoning that if he genuinely wished to return it, he could have done so without pursuing them. Their demeanor was less than cordial, Obito countered. Shikamaru remained silent, simply observing Obito perched on a branch. Your Umbu's possessions are not easily accessible. There are seals in place, Obito remarked, noting the understanding in Shikamaru's eyes. Then why go through the trouble of stealing it? Shikamaru inquired, his brow furrowing as he contemplated the many oddities surrounding this incident, most perplexing being Obito's true intentions. It wasn't an arduous task. It was merely part of the game that I simply did not anticipate the presence of seals. Upon receiving the scroll, he was seized with an impulse to unravel its contents, nearly rendering it irreparable. Opening it without breaking the seal would lead to its destruction by flames. Never mind. I shall return it to you. Farewell. Afei seemed reluctant to continue the conversation, tossing the scroll towards Shikamaru, who caught it and observed the seal inscribed upon it. When he next looked up, Afei had already departed, leaving Shikamaru and the others in a state of bewilderment in the wind. What on earth was he trying to achieve? Shikamaru felt utterly dazed. What should we do now? The previously silent Niji glanced at the scroll in Shikamaru's hands and approached him, inquiring. Since Afei had caught up with them, he had been on high alert, fully aware of Afei's formidable strength. If it came to confrontation, they stood no chance. With Afei's departure, he felt a wave of relief and turned to Shikamaru to discuss their next steps. What else can we do? We must return and quell this turmoil, Shikamaru remarked, wearing an expression of profound impatience as he gazed at the scroll in his hands. What about our mission? Hinata asked, her foremost concern being Kakashi's whereabouts. Let us discuss it upon our return. Shikamaru replied, then began to retrace his steps, with Niji and the others following closely behind. It was already afternoon, and they could expect to reach the village by dusk. Departing from the village towards their destination would likely take until midday the following day, a schedule that closely mirrored their original plans, albeit with a tighter time frame. Shortly after Shikamaru and the others left, Afei reappeared at the spot he had vacated, watching them retreat and murmuring to himself, I look forward to your success. Then, He vanished, presumably returning to his own base. In the Akatsuki stronghold, Kakashi's chamber was illuminated by flickering lights, casting a dim glow on his pale face as he lay in bed. The covers pulled up to his nose. Kakashi was sleeping soundly, free from the anguished expressions that had previously marred his features. His HBU sat beside him, having elapsed 5 hours since the last injection of medicine. During this time, she had frequently checked on Kakashi, needing to observe the effects of the medication on his body to determine the timing for the next dosage. Rest well, she murmured, noting that Kakashi's condition was improving. After the chains had been removed, his chakra was gradually recovering, but the recent episode of pain had greatly affected his spirit. What he needed now was a good night's sleep to guarantee that moment. Taeyong entered the room to inquire about Kakashi's status. He is doing well, recovering nicely. SHBU replied, brushing a strand of hair off her shoulder with an expression that was notably nonchalant. No adverse reactions? Taeyong asked, stepping closer to Kakashi's bedside for a better look. None. The integration has been seamless. SHBU responded, Oh, by the way, are you planning to recruit Kakashi into our ranks? This question had been on SHBU's mind since the preparation of the medication, though she had often forgotten to voice it until now. After posing the question, she awaited Tai Liang's response, harboring a slight hope that he would affirm her curiosity. Perhaps, it depends on how things unfold. Tai Liang nodded. Why Kakashi? SHBU pressed on. Well, to put it simply, there is a darkness within him, he replied. Everyone harbors some darkness within, SHBU countered, implying that this could not serve as justification. It's because he has had bad luck. Tai Liang said, acknowledging that when he had first formulated his plan, Kakashi had conveniently presented himself, and his qualifications were indeed suitable. I suspected as much. SHBU rolled her eyes, recognizing this as typical of Tai Liang's approach. Plans would only be executed when all factors aligned. Returning her gaze to Kakashi, SHBU inquired, So, if events unfold as you anticipate, will Kakashi become our ally? He will, Tai Liang affirmed with a SHBU remained silent, yet a glimmer of joy could be discerned in her eyes. Hey, you aren't developing feelings for him, are you? Tai Liang suddenly asked, taken aback by SHBU's unusual demeanor. Not at all. I only care for you all, SHBU replied, though this was merely a temporary statement. Her feelings towards Kakashi would likely evolve once he truly became a companion. Tai Liang was surprised, as this was the first time SHBU had expressed affection for them. Previously, she had kept her emotions well hidden, which was understandable considering her past experiences. Yet, it struck him as odd that she would voice such sentiments now. He seems familiar, SHBU remarked, gazing at Kakashi as though seeing others through him. Tai Liang inquired, noting that SHBU had been peculiar since the age of 12, that although he had some knowledge of her past, the details remained vague. Forget I said anything. SHBU suddenly stood, realizing her emotional outburst had slipped out, leaving her somewhat displeased, as if her privacy had been invaded. She exited the room. How's everything with Ran? Tai Liang followed her, diverting the topic upon noticing SHBU's discomfort with reminiscing about unpleasant memories. All is well. I'll check on him now. By the way, why do you keep asking? With me here, what is there to worry about? SHBU replied tersely, feeling her authority had been challenged. Well, you go ahead. I'll step out for a moment, Tai Liang said, sensing SHBU's irritation and discreetly withdrawing. Honestly, it's always the same, SHBU muttered, observing Tai Liang's retreat with a mix of exasperation and amusement. Her lips curling into a slight smile as her spirits lifted, she approached Ran's room and pushed the door open. You rascal, how's your recovery coming along? SHBU asked, addressing the figure lying on the bed. Ran was deep in thought, staring at the ceiling without moving. Even upon realizing SHBU's entrance, he remained still. When she posed her question, he replied, Not great. What? Are you implying that my medical ninjutsu is ineffective? SHBU retorted, scrutinizing him from above. No, that is not what I meant, Ran exclaimed, bewildered by her interpretation. Tisish, get up. I'll take another look, SHBU said, rolling her eyes as she bent to help him sit up at the edge of the bed. Placing her hands over his wound to commence treatment, Tai Liang mentioned that if all goes smoothly, Kakashi will join our ranks. SHBU spoke as she tended to Ran. Tiske. Ran's expression was one of reluctance. Yet he offered no objections though. You're not opposing this? SHBU asked, intrigued by his reaction. Since it's Tai Liang's decision, why would I bother opposing it? Ran replied, a hint of bitterness lacing his words. Fine, just continue lying down. SHBU chuckled, gently easing him back onto the bed. Noticing Ran's continued grimace, she suddenly spoke in a melodious tone. Ran, would you like me to perform a psychological therapy session for you? No, get lost. Ran's body trembled on the bed at the sound of her voice, and he immediately rejected her offer. Terror etched across his face. SHBU delighted in Ran's reaction, chuckling as she exited his room. Once outside, Ran sighed in relief, clearly petrified at the thought of SHBU's so-called psychological therapy. After visiting Ran, SHBU returned to her own chamber. Upon entering, she did not pause, but walked straight to the wall, placing her hand against it and pushing with force. The wall gradually slid open, revealing a hidden door. SHBU stepped inside, and beyond the door lay a room, small but brightly lit, though the illumination did not emanate from any wall sconces. The room contained numerous large, cylindrical glass containers, each about 3 meters high, with a 1-meter base and 2-meter height, filled with a transparent green liquid that refracted the light from the base. Most importantly, within these glass containers, surrounded by the liquid, were individuals, both male and female. The people inside the liquid wore no clothing, but their vital areas were wrapped in bandages, each seemingly in a state of slumber. Their expressions serene, resembling exquisite works of art. This must be what SHBU referred to as her collection. Approaching one of the glass cylinders, SHBU observed a young woman within, her hair floating gracefully in the liquid, bearing a slight resemblance to SHBU herself. After gazing at the woman for some time, SHBU gradually sat down, leaning against the base, curling her body into a ball, and remaining utterly silent. Gazing intently at the ground ahead, she seemed to be lost in recollection. The faint light emanating from the glass jar softly illuminated the curled-up figure of Changpu, enveloping her as if in a tender embrace. This melancholic Changpu, what experiences has she endured in the past? And what connection does the woman within the glass jar have with her? To be continued. Chapter 11. Perhaps it's best to flee. Night had fallen, the moonlight casting a serene glow upon the earth, and it had been nearly 2 days since Kakashi's capture. Shikamaru and his companions hurried back to Konoha just as twilight descended, delivering the list to Tsunade and providing a detailed report of their findings. Afterward, they promptly set off again, eager to reunite with Naruto and the others. Once Shikamaru had departed, Tsunade clenched the retrieved list tightly in her hand, her face a mask of fury. Akatsuki's actions were nothing short of a blatant humiliation. With effortless ease, they had pilfered a crucial list from the Umbu headquarters and then returned it unscathed, as if to proclaim that the Umbu were mere figments of existence, utterly ineffective, the direct subordinate of the Hokage. This not only reflected poorly on the Umbu, but also on her own capabilities as a leader. Damn it! Tsunade slammed her palm onto the table, cleaving it in two. Tsunade-sama, please calm down, Shizen interjected soothingly from the side. Though she too was seething with anger. Do you think the contents have been leaked? Tsunade inquired, her voice steadier now. If this list has been perused, its return serves no purpose. The seal remains intact, so it should not have been compromised, Shizen pondered before replying. Indeed, Tsunade agreed, though the fear of a breach lingered in her mind. After some reflection, she deemed it unlikely, given the complexity of the seal. Take this back, she commanded, tossing the list aside. Just before it hit the ground, an Umbu member caught it, replying, "Understood." As he turned to leave, Tsunade called out to him, "Adjust the personnel in several key positions." She instructed. She remained skeptical that Akatsuki would return the list so readily. It was prudent to remain vigilant. Yes, the Umbu member affirmed before departing. Tsunade-sama, what do you think their plan truly is? Shizen asked. I cannot fathom it. This clearly unnecessary action. What does it have to do with their strategy? Tsunade leaned back in her chair, lost in thought as silence enveloped the room. Meanwhile, with Naruto and his team. Naruto, perhaps it's time to take a break, Sakura suggested. They were atop a mountain. Having traveled tirelessly throughout the day without any sign of Kakashi, their spirits dampened. "Yeah," Naruto replied, slumping onto a rock, his expression weary. The absence of Kakashi weighed heavily on him. "I told you so. We haven't found him, have we?" Kiba joined them, sitting down beside Naruto, fatigue evident in both him and Akamaru after a day of searching. Kiba's words rang true, leaving Naruto at a loss for a retort. "Honestly, if what you say is correct, and Kakashi-sensei has been taken further ahead, then why has there been no trace along the way? I've memorized every scent from that battle site," Kiba continued. "For a ninja, masking one scent is not an insurmountable task," Sakura interjected, her exhaustion as a medical ninja evident as she rummaged through her pack for food to replenish her strength. Seeing Sakura eat, Naruto and Kiba momentarily set aside their concerns. Replenishing their energy was paramount. "Naruto, let us head back," Sakura proposed after finishing her meal. Although she had initially suggested a 2-day search, her instincts told her that further efforts would yield no results. As Naruto munched away, he paused at Sakura's suggestion, contemplating with a mouthful of food, looking rather comical. "All right, we'll return," he finally conceded, despite feeling he should not give up so easily. Perhaps retreating was the wisest choice. "Then let us rest well. We'll set off at dawn," Sakura declared, lying down and quickly drifting into slumber. "Let us take turns keeping watch. You sleep first, and I'll take the first half of the night," Kiba suggested to Naruto. "Thanks, I appreciate it," Naruto replied, though he was reluctant to let Kiba take the watch. However, fatigue overwhelmed him, and he soon fell asleep after lying down. Kiba looked bemusedly at Naruto, who had swiftly succumbed to slumber, and began his vigil. Throughout the day, Naruto had activated Sage Mode numerous times, which surely contributed to his exhaustion. Resting against Akamaru, Kiba gazed at the beautiful night sky, pondering the possibilities that lay ahead. At the Akatsuki base, "Ah, you're back?" Taeyong greeted as he spotted Akatsuki returning, approaching him with a question. "Did you manage to accomplish it?" "Just barely," Akatsuki replied, stepping into a nearby room, which was conveniently close to the entrance. "What's the matter? Did you not obtain it?" Taeyong inquired, trailing behind but remaining at the threshold. "That I got it, but it was sealed, and unsealing it was troublesome, so I returned it," Akatsuki said, taking a seat with a nonchalant demeanor. Taeyong was at a loss for words. The primary goal had been to discern the contents, and returning it seemed futile. However, the secondary objective should be achievable. The Konoha team will likely not arrive at that forest until midday tomorrow, Akatsuki remarked, observing Taeyong's expression. "They asked for the main objective. Returning the item may yield unexpected rewards." "True," Taeyong pondered, scratching his chin in contemplation before finally grasping Akatsuki's meaning. "Everything is prepared. We are merely waiting for the players to assemble," Akatsuki stated, viewing the entire operation as a game. "Well, I'll take my leave now," Taeyong said, quickly exiting once he understood the situation. "And Kakashi?" Akatsuki queried, causing Taeyong to halt and turn back. "That you'll find out if you go see for yourself," he replied before disappearing. Akatsuki remained unfazed, contemplating for a moment before rising to check on Kakashi. Exiting his room, he made his way towards Kakashi's quarters, but soon paused, sensing another presence within that he swiftly turned back. Feeling vexed that he had even considered checking on Kakashi, inside Kakashi's room. The other presence sensed by Akatsuki was none other than Sasuke, who stood by Kakashi's bedside, observing his sleeping face with an inscrutable expression. However, after a brief moment, he departed, having merely wished to see Kakashi. After some reflection, Sasuke acknowledged that Kakashi held a certain significance in his heart, second only to his brother Itachi. Yet he would not forsake his quest for vengeance due to such sentiments. Thus, he agreed with Taeyong's proposal. If Kakashi were to become one of Akatsuki's, it would be splendid, but if not, elimination would be the only recourse. For now, he would await the unfolding of events, shortly after Sasuke's departure. Kakashi's eyelashes fluttered before he slowly opened his eyes, gazing around in confusion at his surroundings. Sitting up gradually, the blanket slipped away, exposing his face, prompting him to touch it with his hand. It seems I've been violated," Kakashi muttered, ruffling his hair, realizing he was without clothing. Thankfully, his pants remained intact, though his forehead protector had been removed and set aside. Why has my treatment suddenly improved? Kakashi pondered, bewildered by the stark contrast to the dim, cold room he had previously occupied. This chamber felt akin to a luxury suite, devoid of chains. As he moved his body slightly, he discovered nothing particularly amiss aside from a lingering weakness. The areas that should ache still did. However, his chakra had significantly recovered, leaving him perplexed as to Akatsuki's true intentions. Recollecting the pain he had endured before losing consciousness sent a shiver down his spine, yet he felt no discomfort now. Kakashi began to contemplate the effects of the injection Changpu had administered, but his limited medical knowledge rendered him unable to deduce its purpose, leading him to abandon the inquiry, steadying himself against the wall. He rose from a bed, reattaching his forehead protector to cover his left eye. The absence of a mask felt strangely disconcerting, particularly in such an unfamiliar environment, and to be without clothing only heightened his discomfort. Kakashi searched the entire room, yet found no trace of his clothing. Although he claimed to have scoured the whole room, it consisted merely of a bed and a chair, rendering the situation quite evident. "Oh, Kakashi-sen, you're awake." Just as Kakashi was about to step outside to assess the situation, Ayam pushed the door open and entered, holding a set of clothes that resembled his own, save for the absence of the spiral pattern. She extended the garments toward him. Despite his reservations, Kakashi accepted them and donned the apparel. Remarkably, it fit him quite well, maintaining a similar style, and at the very least, the mask was intact. Once clothed, Kakashi felt a wave of comfort wash over him. He smiled at Ayam and expressed, "Thank you, Miss Ayam. It's nothing, just a piece of clothing. Besides, your original attire was discarded by me," Ayam replied, glancing at Kakashi. "However, we lack the Konoha J Nin jacket to offer you." Kakashi is indeed handsome. Having clothes to wear is already a stroke of fortune. He chuckled, eager to venture outside. I could see that moment. He was unaware of how much time had elapsed since his capture. He had spent most of it in a state of unconsciousness. Thus, he felt an urgent need to learn about the outside world, particularly concerning Konoha. It seems, Kakashi-san, that you wish to go outside? Ayam inquired, having noticed his intent to move towards the door when she entered. "Yes. Could you please step aside?" Kakashi replied. "Certainly. But are you sure you can leave this base? Your chakra has recovered significantly, and with your strength. You should be aware of the current situation within the base. Are you certain you can still escape? Please don't injure yourself again and burden me further," Ayam responded, showing no inclination to move aside. "Honestly, you needn't concern yourself with me," Kakashi said, aware that perhaps escaping was futile, but how could he know without trying? "So, you are determined to go, then?" Ayam raised an eyebrow. The situation unfolded as anticipated. The next step was to facilitate his escape without Kakashi's awareness. "Indeed, I appreciate your treatment," Kakashi said before taking a few steps back, preparing to confront Ayam. "Very well. If you choose to ignore my advice, that is your affair. However, first, you must get past me." Ayam shook her head at Kakashi's actions and retrieved a few explosive tags from her bag, which she had treated specially to emit her concocted poison upon detonation. "Wait, I've changed my mind. I want to be going out after all." Suddenly, Kakashi plopped down onto the bed, twisting his neck with a hand, and lazily addressed Ayam. "Starting a battle here would be nothing short of self-destruction, and besides, my injuries haven't fully healed. It would be wiser to gather information here and discern what Miku intends to do with me." Ayam was left speechless, realizing that Kakashi had merely been toying with her. She had genuinely believed he would engage her in combat, silently putting away the explosive tags. "Then, please rest well. By the way, the next time for your medication injection will be around 9 a.m. tomorrow," Ayam said gently before exiting the room. Little did she know, her words prompted Kakashi to reconsider his decision that I should still escape. To be continued. Chapter 12. The game begins in the blink of an eye. A day had passed, and it had been 2 days since Kakashi's capture. Naruto and Shikamaru's teams were tirelessly making their way, keenly observing their surroundings for any clues regarding Kakashi's whereabouts. Meanwhile, Kakashi, after deciding to pursue an escape, prioritized sleep. His condition was far from optimal, and in order to flee, he needed to recuperate his energy. Food would have been a bonus, but none could be found in this place. Thus, Kakashi indulged in a refreshing slumber. Around 8 a.m., in the disheveled room, Kakashi pondered, "The plan is about to commence. I sent it." During Taiga's visit the previous night, he had relayed all pertinent information. Unfortunately, his current mobility was limited. Yes, it is about to begin, Ayam nodded. Although her understanding of the plan was scant, she was aware that the next step was to facilitate Kakashi's escape. Given Kakashi's nature, today was likely the day he would attempt to flee. She was certain he would try to escape before she arrived to administer his medication. Ugh, it's frustrating not being able to participate, Ruin lamented, lounging on the bed. Ha ha, that's what you get? Ayam chuckled. Seated beside him, I never imagined that Sasuke would agree to and participate in this plan. Ruin mused, disregarding Ayam's gleefulness that he found the situation perplexing. Given that he perceived Sasuke as someone who preferred to act independently. Perhaps it's because the protagonist this time is Kakashi-sen. After all, they share a mentor-student relationship. Ayam noted, it's about to start. ILL, go prepare. You just lie there, she added with a laugh. Exiting the room and leaving Ruin to sulk alone on Sasuke's end, he was now fully prepared. This time, he chose not to inform Karen and the others about the operation. Deeming it unnecessary, he was on his way to find Taiga. Sasuke, where are you going? Karen intercepted him as soon as he stepped out of his room, clearly concerned about his actions, just taking care of some business. You don't need to follow, Sasuke replied, continuing forward. All right, Karen said, accepting his words, watching him gradually disappear. IT is probably related to Kakashi. Oh well, it should be fine. There shouldn't be any danger, she muttered to herself before returning to her room. Ah, Sasuke-kun, good morning, Taiga greeted as he enjoyed breakfast, noticing Sasuke's arrival. Where's that guy? Sasuke asked coldly, casting a glance at Taiga. That guy? Oh, you mean Obito? He is not participating in this game. You could say he is more of a reluctant planner. Just want to watch the show, Taiga replied lazily, taking a bite of his food. From the looks of it, you're preparing to set off? The daimyo's residence is not easy to infiltrate, Taiga remarked. Glancing at Sasuke, were they planning to breach the daimyo's residence? Sasuke remained silent. Haha, the game has officially begun. Let us go have a chat with that restless individual. Taiga intended to say more, but noticed that Kakashi was already preparing to take action. He set down his food and said slowly, Ayam, where are you? The beginning of the plan still required Ayam's involvement. Coming. Ayam called out as she rushed in shortly after Taiga's shout. Has Kakashi moved? Yes, let us go and intercept him. Taiga nodded, and the trio exited the base, following Kakashi's trail. What exactly did Kakashi do? In truth, it was nothing overly dramatic. After awakening from his slumber, Kakashi set out on his grand escape. Seizing the opportunity when no one was around, he dashed into Ayam's room to gather essential items and prepared to flee, oblivious that Ayam was still in disarray within the room, rather than exiting through the front door. He employed Earth Release, as the base was underground. Upon reaching the surface, he would sprint away at full speed. Just as he executed the Earth Release, Taiga and the others commenced their operation, planning to surprise Kakashi the moment he emerged from the ground. While their ultimate aim was to facilitate his escape, they felt it necessary to simulate a more realistic scenario. It would be implausible to allow Kakashi to escape unchallenged. I knew it had to do with Kakashi. Karen observed from her room, having detected the movements of the four individuals. She felt slightly displeased that Sasuke was working with Ayam, but decided to let it be, as Sasuke had insisted she needn't follow. Meanwhile, Kakashi was equally disgruntled. He had awoken early to play the role of a thief, and now had to burrow through the earth. His grievances were many. He was entirely unaware of the time, and was particularly concerned about how the village had responded during his disappearance. After some time, Kakashi finally reached the surface that he knew he couldn't resurface near the base and needed to distance himself from it. Fresh air. Upon emerging, Kakashi took a deep breath, having spent so long underground. He felt rather unwell. He truly wondered how Miku and the others had chosen the location for their base. Clad in a cloak, likely taken from Ayam's room, Kakashi noted that he had mostly pilfered explosive tags and some basic ninja tools. The cloak was black and featured a hood. I must hurry back, Kakashi thought, not lingering longer despite not knowing the way. He had no clue where he was, but he was certain that distancing himself from the base was the right course of action. Oh, Kakashi, good morning. Up early for some exercise, are we? Just as Kakashi had taken a few steps, Tai Liang's voice reached his ears. Turning his head toward the source of the sound, he spotted Tai Liang, Changpu, and Sasuke standing not far ahead. Kakashi said nothing. Upon seeing the silhouettes of the three, he immediately turned around, having no intention of engaging with them. Such an endeavor would be utterly futile. How unfortunate, he thought. How could they have discovered him so swiftly? While sprinting at full speed, Kakashi pondered, in his estimation, it should have taken them a bit longer to realize he was fleeing. He was confident that he had concealed his presence well during his escape from a base. Kakashi-san, why must you persist? It's almost 9 o'clock. Why not simply stop? As Kakashi turned to flee, Tai Liang and the others quickly pursued him, maintaining a close distance. Chong-Pu shouted towards the retreating figure. Kakashi, rendered speechless, quickened his pace considerably. Where is he headed? Chong-Pu inquired, noting that Kakashi was not running in the direction of Konoha. I don't know. Perhaps to some random village that it seems Kakashi is unfamiliar with the area. Tai Liang suggested after a moment's contemplation that it's nearly 9. We must intercept him. Once the time passes, it will be too late, Chong-Pu urged. Very well. Our priority is to catch up to him, Tai Liang affirmed. Sasuke accelerated towards Kakashi, swiftly closing the distance between them, while Tai Liang and Chong-Pu maintained their current speed at Youth is indeed full of vigor, Tai Liang remarked, shaking his head as he observed the figures ahead. Kakashi halted as Sasuke stood in his path, drawing the Kusanagi sword, appearing ready to engage. Soon after, Tai Liang and Chong-Pu arrived. Now, Kakashi had to reconsider whether his decision to flee was indeed the right one. Sasuke, have you aligned yourself with them? Kakashi asked as Sasuke approached. A shadow flickered across his eyes. Had the day finally come? Say what you will, Sasuke replied, charging forward. Kakashi quickly produced a kunai to defend himself, realizing that raiding Chong-Pu's room before his departure had been a prudent choice. Let us simply observe, Tai Liang said with a hint of amusement, watching the confrontation between the master and his pupil. After all, someone had to face Kakashi, and it might as well be Sasuke, who was willing. Here, deliver this to Kakashi around 9 o'clock, Chong-Pu said, retrieving a syringe from her bag and handing it to Tai Liang. Seeing this truly displeases me, Tai Liang remarked, examining the slightly reddish liquid within the syringe with a pained expression. He had first-hand experience of its potency. Chong-Pu chuckled, relishing his discomfort. Tai Liang contemplated having Chong-Pu experience that feeling as well. But alas, the drug would have no effect on her. Let us attentively observe their battle. Perhaps we might glean some insights, Tai Liang suggested, tucking the syringe away and refocusing on the duel unfolding before them. To be continued. Chapter 13. Sasuke versus Kakashi. It was now around 9 o'clock in the morning, and the weather was splendid. The morning sun cast a warm glow, making the air feel pleasantly mild. Breathing life into the earth beneath its rays in a clearing within a forest. Sasuke was engaged in a fierce battle with Kakashi, as the two fought vigorously, two individuals with markedly different demeanors. Chong-Pu and Tai Liang sat upon a large rock, eagerly watching the clash between Sasuke and Kakashi. At the outset, Sasuke refrained from employing ninjutsu. Their confrontation was purely a test of physical prowess. Kakashi had raised his forehead protector, revealing his left eye, while Sasuke activated his Sharingan. Faced with Sasuke's onslaught, Kakashi appeared somewhat strained. One could discern the tension in his furrowed brow as he intently observed Sasuke's movements. Kakashi now understood the disparity in strength between himself and Sasuke. After their earlier exchanges, his hand gripping the kunai was beginning to numb. It was indeed a challenge to withstand the force of Sasuke's formidable sword strikes. Such remarkable progress. It is hard for me to bear, Tai Liang mused after observing the combat for a while. As the two fighters momentarily distanced themselves, Kakashi rubbed his tingling arm, gazing at Sasuke ahead. In their youth, Sasuke had been easily bested, yet now he could hold his own against Kakashi, who could feel the stark difference in their abilities. The speed of Sasuke's growth was truly astonishing. Kakashi, do you now comprehend just how weak you truly are? Sasuke advanced toward him, the Kusanagi sword glinting menacingly. Kakashi remained silent in response to Sasuke's taunt, his brow still furrowed in contemplation. He found himself questioning the very essence of his existence. What purpose did he serve? Why was he pursued by Miko? What advantage did it offer her? These questions remained shrouded in mystery, and Kakashi felt devoid of any utilitarian value. Sasuke swung his sword, aiming a strike at Kakashi, who evaded just in time. Sasuke pressed forward, unleashing a ninjutsu that enveloped the Kusanagi sword in a crackling layer of electricity, one of the lightning techniques he developed based on Chidori. Once Sasuke employed Chidori, Kakashi faced considerable difficulty. The electrical current coursed through the kunai, nearly rendering him unable to maintain his grip. Why does Kakashi appear so feeble? Did he not defeat Obito? Surely he suffered at his hands as well. Changpu pondered aloud to Tai Liang after observing the scene for a moment. Perplexed, in truth, Kakashi's combat capabilities are not particularly high. However, his overall strength is commendable. Kakashi's true prowess lies in his adept utilization of ninjutsu and his cunning intellect. After all, intelligence is a form of strength in its own right, Tai Liang explained, diligently observing every movement Kakashi made, his gaze fixated upon him. Oh, Changpu nodded, seemingly grasping the sentiment. Lightning release. Chidori Sunban. Sasuke unleashed another ninjutsu, and numerous electrically charged Sunban darts rapidly shot toward Kakashi. Kakashi evaded using the body replacement technique, the Sunban striking the wooden substitute, while the remainder pierced the ground, creating numerous holes for the moment. Kakashi's figure vanished from view. Lightning cutter. When Kakashi reemerged, it was from beneath Sasuke, surging up from the ground with lightning crackling in his hand, aimed directly at Sasuke. Sasuke did not evade the impending attack. Instead, he swiftly blocked it with his Kusanagi sword. In an instant, the lightning burst forth, and the ground surrounding them shattered. The two stood amidst a storm of electricity, locked in a gaze, Sasuke's eyes devoid of emotion, while Kakashi struggled to maintain his composure, facing his own student. Sasuke regarded Kakashi with cold detachment, disappointment flickering in his eyes. He perceived the emotions Kakashi harbored. Why must you approach this battle with such lingering feelings? When I am now your enemy? Such thoughts inevitably dictated the outcome of their confrontation. Through the sword, Sasuke could sense the formidable force behind Kakashi's attacks. If one of those strikes landed, he would undoubtedly sustain grave injuries. Kakashi poured every ounce of strength into his efforts, ultimately emerging victorious in this small skirmish as Sasuke staggered back. Kakashi pressed the advantage, charging forward to deliver a kick to Sasuke's midsection. He did not wish to rely on ninjutsu. Rather, he was low on chakra and needed to conserve energy for the battles to come. If he could not guarantee a decisive blow, it was best not to waste chakra recklessly. During their close-quarters combat, Sasuke sensed something unusual. He noted that Kakashi rarely attacked with his left hand. Was it instinct? It seemed the injury from the previous encounter had yet to heal in the midst of their duel. Kakashi was sent flying by a kick, colliding against a stone that shattered upon impact. Kakashi lay on the ground, grimacing in pain as he clutched his left shoulder. The left side of his body had borne the brunt of the collision. Kakashi felt as though his left arm might be rendered useless. This familiar sensation. What is happening? Kakashi struggled to open his eyes, gazing at Sasuke before him. His body bore numerous wounds from their earlier clash, and he was in excruciating pain. Truly, old wounds had yet to heal, only to be compounded by new injuries. All right, Sasuke, time is of the essence. Let us conclude this. Tai Liang interjected suddenly. Changpu reminded him that it was nearly 9 o'clock. Do not command me, Sasuke retorted coldly, his expression far from pleasant. Several shoe imprints marred his appearance, evidence that he too had not emerged from the battle unscathed. Upon hearing Tai Liang's remark, Kakashi attempted to rise, but the pain hindered his movements. Too slow. Chidori's sharp spear. Sasuke did not wait for Kakashi to regain his footing. As Kakashi attempted to lift himself, the electrical current pierced through his left shoulder. Despite his dark cloak, the blood staining his shoulder was unmistakable. Kakashi desperately wished to roll his eyes, though he lacked the strength to do so. My left shoulder at odds with you. Why is it always the one that suffers? Though internal grievances were voiced, Kakashi did not cease his actions. As he rose to his feet, he retreated, leaving a trail of blood that fell in scattered droplets upon the ground. To my astonishment, Kakashi's eyes had not transformed, but Changpu assisted him in that regard. Another hole. Is death imminent? This time it is absolutely necessary, so one must endure. Hearing Changpu's voice, Tai Liang awkwardly chuckled. stating he would first attend to the task at hand. With that, Tai Liang swiftly positioned himself behind Kakashi. Kakashi remained vigilant, keenly observing the movements of everyone within the arena. His previous defeat against Tai Liang had stemmed from his failure to notice the actions of all present. Upon seeing Tai Liang vanish from sight, he instinctively sought to escape, but alas, he had miscalculated. His body's reflexes lagged, and Sasuke's attack bore a paralyzing effect, feeling the sharp sting of the syringe piercing his skin. Kakashi sighed heavily, realizing once more the futility of his efforts. After Tai Liang completed his task, he stepped back, now wishing to relish the sight of Kakashi's agony as he succumbed to the administered drugs. After all, witnessing another endure the suffering he had once faced brought him a peculiar joy. Kakashi exhaled a deep sigh, contemplating the impending torment he would have to endure, feeling an intense urge to succumb to despair. He gazed at the positions of Tai Liang and the others, a flicker of inscrutable insight flashing in his eyes. Slowly, he crouched down, clutching his garment tightly against his chest, his expression marred by pain. As Tai Liang believed the drug was taking effect, Changpu found it rather strange. It shouldn't be acting so swiftly. Boom! Just as Changpu pondered this, Kakashi's voice erupted, followed by a violent explosion near Sasuke and Tai Liang, sending debris soaring into the air. When did this happen? Tai Liang wished to inquire, having kept his eyes fixed on Kakashi the entire time. Naturally, he had missed the moment Kakashi burrowed underground, where he had planted explosive tags, some of which had been affixed during their skirmish. Sasuke and Tai Liang had managed to evade the brunt of the explosion, while Changpu, albeit a tad slow to react, narrowly escaped. The surroundings were enveloped in thick smoke, obscuring visibility. Had Kakashi escaped, Tai Liang stood rooted, unable to see but sensing the chaos around him. He pondered whether to pursue, as initially, his intention had been to let Kakashi flee. However, allowing him to escape like this, would it expose their plans? Why does this feel off? As Tai Liang wrestled with his thoughts, a sudden wave of weakness washed over him. What was this feeling? Before he could discern the cause, he collapsed onto the ground. Once the smoke dissipated, it revealed Sasuke and Tai Liang sprawled on the ground, while only Changpu remained conscious, albeit feeling dizzy. Good grief, stealing my belongings to bring ruin upon me, Changpu lamented, pressing her forehead in frustration. She had known it was her items the moment the explosive tags detonated. She possessed the antidote, which spared her from the effects, but Kakashi had employed more than one type of drug, leading to some subtle chemical reactions between them. Now, she felt as though she might faint. This is infuriating. Changpu cursed, moving towards Tai Liang and Sasuke, administering the antidote to both of them. They would awaken swiftly after consuming it, though their condition would not be optimal. What just transpired? Shortly after, Tai Liang was the first to regain consciousness. Shaking his head, he felt as though his skull might burst, and his body lacked strength. Kakashi set off my explosive tags, Changpu said weakly. And Kakashi... Tai Liang could only remain speechless at the outcome. He fled, and frankly, I lacked the energy to pursue him. It's been nearly 20 minutes. Changpu lay back on the ground, adding, "Don't ask me where he is. The wind is calm today." Changpu needed the wind to carry the scent of blood. Initially, she had intended to let him go, but she hadn't anticipated he would truly escape. This was all your fault, she thought, glancing at Tai Liang. It was clear that Kakashi should not be underestimated. Before long, Sasuke awoke as well that he had sensed something amiss during the explosion. Yet he had still fallen victim to the trap. Now, it seems, it is time for our performance, Tai Liang said, after resting a while. Are you all right? Sasuke, to be continued, the behest of certain individual. Here follows a brief interlude. Though I cannot ascertain if it qualifies as such, do bear with it, dear readers, backstage. Naruto, hey, why am I not in this scene? I'm the protagonist here, Sakura. Exactly, I should at least have a main role. My part is far too minimal. It can't all revolve around Kakashi-sensei. Author, the narrator, meekly interjects. In this story, Kakashi is indeed the protagonist. Naruto, but that doesn't mean we should be mere bystanders. Tai Liang has had his share of spotlight, and Sasuke made an appearance too. What about us? Sai, Kiba, Shikamaru, and others echo in agreement. Precisely. Exactly. Author, I wish I could include you, but I simply do not know where to insert your scenes. Why don't you just consider yourselves as background characters? Everyone, get lost. Chapter 14. The objective at the location of Sasuke and the others. Let us proceed to the daimyo's mansion. Tai Liang instructed Sasuke and Changpu. As they had managed to recover sufficiently after a period of rest, with Kakashi having escaped, their next course of action awaited. Understood, Changpu nodded. Their next step was to assault the daimyo's mansion, though she remained uncertain of the purpose behind it. She merely intended to follow along. What time is it now? Tai Liang glanced at the sky, which was a brilliant blue, with only a few wispy clouds scattered across it's roughly 10 o'clock. He mused, from here to the forest where we initially capture Kakashi will take about 2 hours, meaning we will arrive around noon, coinciding with the arrival of the squad searching for Kakashi. By our plan, we shall intersect with them, yet Kakashi's escape route diverged from theirs. Moreover, after administering that drug, he should be in a state of unconsciousness, and thus unlikely to engage in any unpredictable actions. Everything appears to be proceeding according to our original plan. Tai Liang did not concern himself with Kakashi's safety, for he was well aware that someone would be shadowing Kakashi, namely, Akatsuki. Without Akatsuki's consent, Kakashi would not meet his demise. Tai Liang was unclear about the nature of their relationship, but he understood that Kakashi held a unique significance in Akatsuki's eyes, and their bond had long been inseparable. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that Kakashi's escape route aligned precisely with the return path of Naruto and his companions. Should no unforeseen events occur, they would inevitably cross paths. Now, let us depart. Tai Liang concluded, setting off towards the daimyo's mansion, which would require approximately 3 days to reach. Ample time to execute their plans. Returning to Kakashi's perspective, after detonating the explosive tags, he seized a brief opportunity to flee the scene. Uncertain of Changpu's explosive tags' true effects, he acted on a whim, betting that those tags would have an impact on Tai Liang and the others. And indeed, his gamble had paid off as he distanced himself from the site. Feeling no pursuers in his wake, he allowed himself a moment of relief. But it was then that the drug's effects kicked in, forcing him to halt. Half kneeling on the ground, Kakashi was once again subjected to hellish torment. Yet compared to the last time, he felt marginally better. Perhaps his body had grown accustomed to it, or perhaps his current state was slightly improved. Nonetheless, it was far from pleasant. Blood continued to seep from the wound on his left shoulder, compounding his agony. Kakashi felt as though every cell in his body was in torment, and he could only curl up in an effort to alleviate the pain. His fingernails dug deeply into his arms, and his body trembled uncontrollably, cold sweat streaming down his face. Kakashi cried out softly, the sound resonating with profound suffering, akin to a lament from the depths of despair. Unlike before, his mind remained relatively clear this time. Yet he longed to lose consciousness. After approximately 5 minutes, Kakashi finally sensed the pain gradually subsiding. Once the agony had entirely vanished, he felt utterly drained, drenched in sweat, with damp strands of hair clinging to his face. He lay on the ground, gasping for air. At that moment, even breathing felt laborious. Kakashi gazed up at the azure sky, the sun warming him, offering a gentle reprieve to his chilled form. Slowly, he sat up, removed his cloak, and tended to the wound on his left shoulder as best as he could before setting off once more. For now, he needed to distance himself as far as possible, wasting not a single second, as long as he could run. He would, fortunate that he had not expended much chakra earlier. Finding a suitable place to hide would be prudent that Kakashi's body has nearly reached its limits. The scene before him has become exceedingly blurred, and his eyelids feel as though they are too heavy to lift. If this continues, it is only a matter of time before he succumbs. He desperately needs to find a place to rest. Alas, the side effects of the cold medicine have plunged Kakashi into a chilling state, akin to being trapped in an ice cellar. He can only clutch his cloak tightly in an attempt to warm his frail body. Thus, Kakashi trudges forward, bearing the weight of his weakness. However, before he can find a truly safe haven, he collapses onto the ground, slipping into unconsciousness that, we're nearly at our destination. It's time to prepare for the performance. Tai Liang remarks as he pulls his hood over his head, followed suit by Sasuke and SHBU 2 hours have passed since their departure, and they are approaching the anticipated meeting time with Shikamaru and the others. Meanwhile, Shikamaru and his companions have also followed their plan, arriving near the targeted location around noon. This is the very site where Kakashi-sensei fought. Shikamaru informs Neji and the others that they have reached the battleground of Kakashi and Tailion. The reactions of Naruto and the others mirror this sentiment. Witnessing the devastation of the battlefield, Neji and his companions wear grim expressions, particularly Hinata, who is startled by the bloodstains on the ground. Shikamaru and the others do not linger for long, continuing onward. Wait, there's movement ahead. Suddenly, Neji halts and informs the group. Upon hearing Neji's voice, they each pause at a nearby tree. In front of them are 3 individuals, seemingly members of the Akatsuki as indicated in the intel. Notably, one of them belongs to the organization known as Me. Observing their attire, Neji suggests they appear to be heading somewhere. Should we follow them? Perhaps their destination is where Kakashi-sensei is located? Hinata speculates, activating her Byakugan. Shikamaru contemplates this. Currently, one of the 3 has been omitted from the intel, which might affirm Hinata's theory. Yet, it is peculiar why they are approaching from that direction. It is unlikely that Kakashi-sensei's whereabouts lie in the direction they came from. After careful consideration, Shikamaru arrives at his conclusion. But where are they headed now? Hinata inquires, noting that they are still within the land of fire, making their movements of significant concern. Traveling from that direction could lead to the daimyo's mansion. Shino interjects, if their movements are purposeful, then the only noteworthy destination along their path is the daimyo's residence. If that is indeed the case, it could spell trouble. Hinata expresses her anxiety. Regardless of their intentions, it will not bode well. Shall we pursue them? Neji remains fixated on the 3 individuals, who are now on the verge of disappearing from his sight. There is no need to worry. We shall proceed in this direction, but if they are not headed for the daimyo's mansion, then that would be fortuitous, Shikamaru states. Indeed, the 2 continue onward. Autumn is nearing its end, and even the midday sun feels less than warmed out on what should be a peaceful and serene day. A rather crude plan is set in motion. Be continued. In a small skip backstage. Naruto, spinning a Rasengan in his left hand, is there any part for me? Author, do you want to bring about your demise? Sakura, cracking her knuckles, smiling sweetly. Author, hiding behind Tailion, save me, Tailion, looking exasperated. Come on, everyone calm down. If she meets her end, you will never get another chance to appear. Naruto, charging a Rasengan towards Tailion. Shut your mouth. Of course, those with more screen time would defend her. At that moment, Kakashi lazily steps into view. Kakashi, smiling. Naruto, just let it go. I'll ask her to help you with your scenes. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto falls silent. Kakashi, turning to the author, smiling warmly. Shaoji, could you assist Naruto in expanding his role? Author, dreamily flipping through the outline, since it's Kakashi-sama's request. I shall enhance their scenes, though we'll have to wait for a few more acts. Naruto, overjoyed, leaps towards Kakashi, who catches him as he gazes at the author with resentment. You only listen to Kakashi-sensei's words while wearing that lovesick expression. Such lack of integrity. Author, glancing at the outline once more. Indeed, you should just play a supporting role. Who told you to call me lovesick? Naruto, leaping at the author with claws bared. Just you wait and see. Author, taking a pen and striking through Naruto's scenes on the outline. You all better not offend me. Naruto, immediately halting. You're ruthless. Sakura, rolling her eyes, even backstage. Am I relegated to a supporting role? Chapter 15. Clues. 2 days have passed since Kakashi was captured, and it is now around 2 o'clock on the afternoon of the 3rd day. After deciding to return to the village last night, Naruto and the others set off towards the village as soon as they woke up in the morning. After a long day of travel, they're nearing the spot where Kakashi recently lost consciousness. I say, Naruto, what does Kakashi-sensei mean to you? As they journey on, Kiba glances at Naruto ahead of him, suddenly grappling with this question. After asking, he feels an urge to slap himself. Of course, Kakashi-sensei is a teacher to Naruto, much like Iruka-sensei is to him. Naruto, upon hearing this, does not turn around, pondering the question himself. What does Kakashi mean to him? A mentor, a friend, a comrade, someone he must protect, an important person. Oh, Kiba now appears a bit dazed. Sakura remains silent, merely watching Naruto with concern. When Naruto answered Kiba's question, she noticed the look on his face, a mix of guilt and self-reproach for not being able to protect someone so important. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Suddenly, ahead of Naruto and the others, a figure sits atop a tree branch, waving at them. Akatsuki. Naruto and the others immediately go on high alert, eyeing the uninvited guest. Why so tense? I have no intention of causing you harm. The newcomer wears a swirling mask. It's Zetsu, who speaks in a carefree tone. Suddenly, Akamaru barks at Zetsu, and Kiba, perplexed, glances at Akamaru. Then Kiba sniffs the air, frowning seriously. Naruto, he smells like Kakashi-sensei. Really? Sakura inquires, wanting confirmation that if that's the case. There could be a lead on Kakashi-sensei's whereabouts. Damn it, you're the one who took Kakashi-sensei away, aren't you? Give him back. Without hesitation, Naruto charges towards Zetsu. Little brat, calm down. Since when is Kakashi yours? Why should I return him to you? Afei effortlessly dodged Naruto's assault while still managing to mock him. Shadow clone jutsu. Dozens of Narutos surged towards Afei, but to everyone's surprise, Afei did not evade, just as Naruto believed his attack was about to succeed. His hand passed right through Afei's form. What the hell? Are you a ghost? Naruto was momentarily stunned, hastily stepping back. Naruto, stop losing your mind. He is not a ghost. Yaya interjected, unable to bear it any longer. Ghosts don't cast shadows. He pointed at the shadow beneath Afei's feet. Oh, I see. Naruto looked down at Afei's shadow and breathed a sigh of relief upon confirming its presence. Sakura was at a loss for words. What was he even focusing on in the face of an enemy? Do you want to know Kakashi's whereabouts? Afei's forehead was adorned with several dark lines. Naruto's dramatic reaction had startled him. Are you speaking nonsense? Yaya glared coldly at Afei. Though his primal instincts warned him of the danger posed by the man before him, he would not yield so easily. I can only tell you that he is currently en route to the land of Fire's daimyo's residence. But he will never return with you, for he is one of us now. After saying this, Afei chuckled at the incredulous expressions on Naruto and the others' faces. Impossible. He could never betray us. They knew how much Kakashi cherished Konoha. He would never forsake it. Why is it impossible? Do you know how much pain Konoha has brought Kakashi? His entire life has been shackled by it. He has lost far too much because of Konoha. Even so, Kakashi-sensei would absolutely never betray Konoha because he is Kakashi-sensei. Naruto was indeed uncertain whether Afei's claims held any truth, that Konoha had caused Kakashi's suffering. But he was certain that as long as his comrades remained, Kakashi would never abandon them. How much do you really know about Kakashi-sensei? How can you possibly comprehend his thoughts? What Konoha represents to him is not something you can dictate. Sakura, slightly irritated, interjected at the very least. I know far more about Kakashi and Konoha than you do. Since you refuse to believe my words, go witness it for yourselves. Farewell. With that, Afei turned to leave. Bastard! Wait! Naruto attempted to halt Afei, but he had already departed. What do we do now? Yaya, not fully grasping the situation regarding Kakashi, had remained quiet until now, but he believed in Kakashi the daimyo's residence. That's our only lead. With Afei gone and unable to track by scent, Naruto had no choice but to trust the single piece of information Afei had provided. Naruto, wait. It might be a trap. Sakura grabbed Naruto, who was eager to set off. Even if it's a trap. I must go. Naruto insisted on verifying Afei's claim about Kakashi's supposed betrayal. I agree with Naruto. Even if it is a trap, I possess a spirit of adventure. Yaya chimed in. Well, do as you wish. Sakura observed Naruto's stubbornness and could only shake her head in resignation. Besides, Afei's words seemed plausible. It wouldn't hurt to check. All right then, let us set off. Wait, how do we get to the daimyo's residence? Naruto, brimming with enthusiasm, suddenly deflated, realizing he did not know the way to— Oh, fine, I concede defeat. Sakura pulled out a map, confirmed the route, and the three of them, along with the dog, set off towards the daimyo's residence. I hope you won't miss the show. Afei emerged from the shadows, watching the direction of the daimyo's residence with keen interest, now intent on checking on Kakashi's condition. Approximately 4 hours earlier, shortly after Kakashi had fallen unconscious, Afei appeared beside him. If Kakashi were left unattended, the game could not proceed. Afei lifted the unconscious Kakashi and moved toward a populated area. Kakashi's body was icy, his temperature significantly lower than that of a normal person. He needed to be revived quickly. Unconsciously, Afei tightened his hold on Kakashi, perhaps trying to impart some warmth. Gazing at Kakashi in his arms, Afei felt an odd sense of unreality. In their youth, Kakashi had always seemed aloof, rarely revealing any emotion before him. Cold and formidable, the very figure he aspired to surpass. Now, however, Kakashi appeared utterly defenseless. Shortly thereafter, Afei placed Kakashi near a village. He had sensed Naruto and the others. If they continued in the same direction, they would discover where Kakashi had fled, potentially disrupting the plan, something Afei wished to avoid. Thus, he had set out to intercept Naruto and the others, leading to the previous encounter. He now understood why Afei bore Kakashi's scent. Upon returning to the spot where he had left Kakashi, he found no trace of him. Where has Kakashi gone? Afei's composure faltered. If Kakashi had been taken back by Konoha's people, all their efforts would be in vain. Afei wanted to search, but was unsure of which direction to take. In his panic, he forgot that he could locate Kakashi by sensing his chakra, as long as Kakashi had not strayed too far. That's right. After a moment of mental fog, Afei finally remembered how to track Kakashi. Found you. Following the trace of Kakashi's chakra, Afei pursued him. Kakashi was on the move, but at a slow pace. Before long, Afei caught sight of Kakashi again, only to see two small children carrying him toward a village. What the heck? You scared me, Afei remarked, exasperated. After a final glance at Kakashi, Afei departed. It seemed there was no need for him to ensure Kakashi's safety, as others were already taking care of it. Sister, who is this person? Why are we helping him? The two children, a boy and a girl, were struggling under Kakashi's weight, the boy appearing no older than 7 or 8. While the girl was perhaps just 10. Despite the cool weather, they were already drenched in sweat from the effort. I don't know. All I know is that he is a Konoha ninja and is injured. So we must help him. Despite the difficulty, they persevered, inching their way back to their home. Why is he alone? Where are his companions? How should I know? Stop asking foolish questions and focus on moving him. Finally, after much effort, they managed to bring Kakashi back to their home, which was just outside the village in a small grove. I'm exhausted. The two children placed Kakashi on a bed, wiping the sweat from their brows. The children's home was modest, about 20 square meters, containing a bed, a table, and a few stools. In one corner stood a cupboard, and the kitchen, or cooking area, was directly across from the bed. Sister, he's bleeding. The little boy, preparing to help Kakashi remove his cloak, noticed a large patch of blood on Kakashi's left shoulder. What? The girl exclaimed, rushing to the bedside. T.O.B. continued. Chapter 16. The preparation begins. Sister, he's bleeding. What should we do? The little boy was somewhat frightened. Quiet. Didn't we already know this? What do you think I brought him back for? The girl examined Kakashi's shoulder. When they first encountered him, she had sensed his injury and the metallic scent of blood. However, the blood had not yet seeped through the bandages, but now it was saturating them completely, slowly oozing out. Go. Heat some water, and bring me the scissors. The girl assessed Kakashi's shoulder, but the bandages and clothing obstructed her view of the wound. They needed to cut away the bandages and fabric to see the injury clearly. Upon hearing his sister's command, the young boy dashed off to retrieve the scissors, then hurried to boil water. Once the little girl obtained the scissors, she skillfully cut away the bandages binding Kakashi to her shoulder, simultaneously slicing open a portion of his clothing to reveal the wound beneath. Her face contorted with the brink of tears as she beheld Kakashi's injury. Her legs felt weak, and her hands trembled uncontrollably, a testament to her youth and inexperience with such dire circumstances. After severing the fabric, she sought out Kakashi's ninja tool pouch behind him, hoping to find bandages. But alas, her search was in vain, for Kakashi had already exhausted its contents. What should I do? The little girl fretted, her anxiety mounting as blood continued to seep from Kakashi's wound. The conventional course of action for a mundane injury would be to stitch it up, or else summon a medical ninja. Sister, the water has boiled. Soon after, the young boy returned, bearing a tray of water to the bedside. Place it there. We must help him sit up, he instructed. The little girl felt that Kakashi's cloak was exceedingly cumbersome and wished to remove it first. Oh no, There's blood on his back as well. As the siblings managed to lift Kakashi's upper body, they noticed a significant blood stain on the sheets. Overwhelmed, the little girl cautiously peeled away Kakashi's cloak. Setting it aside. "What do we do now?" the boy inquired. "You hold him steady while I tend to his injuries," she replied, positioning herself behind Kakashi and placing her hands over his wound, her medical chakra surging forth. It was surprising to discover that the girl was a medical ninja. Though her chakra reserves were limited and no healing effect was evident, she refused to relent. She instructed the boy to clean the bandages and apply them to the front of Kakashi's wound to prevent excessive blood loss. "Fetch me the healing ointment I usually use." After expending her chakra, she managed to staunch the bleeding. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she addressed the boy, who had been diligently tending to Kakashi's front injuries. "All right." The boy scurried to the cabinet in search of the ointment, while the girl continued to support Kakashi, her gaze drifting to the pool of blood on the floor and the bloodied bandages. Lost in thought, "Here, take this." Shortly thereafter, the boy returned with a small vial. The girl reached out to accept it, swiftly opening it and pouring some white powder onto Kakashi's wound. Her petite frame half-kneeled on the bed, with Kakashi's upper body resting entirely against her. After evenly distributing the powder over the injury, she gently eased Kakashi back down onto the bed, unable to find anything suitable for bandaging, covering him with a blanket. She sat down against the edge of the bed, exhaling softly, having exhausted all her energy. "Sister, how long will he stay here?" The boy, sitting beside her, appeared somewhat discontent, for Kakashi had occupied their bed, leaving them without a place to sleep that night. "I don't know. Perhaps until he awakens. And when will that be? I don't know. Will he ever wake up? I don't know. I'm not a doctor. Could he be our father? Certainly not. Then can I pretend he is my father? Yes." Thus ended the siblings' conversation, the sister feeling fatigued and responding to her brother's inquiries with a hint of impatience. However, she pondered the last question he posed. The boy merely sought to find a comforting justification for Kakashi's presence in their home, lest he complain otherwise. Yet, when her brother posed this question, her expression darkened slightly as she gazed at his innocent face. A sudden weariness settling in her heart. The little girl's parents were no longer alive. Her father, a hunter, had perished in an accident when she was 5, though her mother was not a ninja per se. She possessed some medical ninjutsu skills, having healed the injuries her father sustained while hunting. After her father's departure, her mother, consumed by grief, remained bedridden, ultimately passing away 2 years later. At that time, her brother was still quite young. Possessing no memories of their father, only recollections of their mother, who spoke of him with a radiant smile, recounting his virtues. Thus, her brother always yearned for a father figure, while the girl herself felt indifferent, believing that those who abandoned their mothers could not possibly be good. Perhaps the children were simply exhausted, for they soon fell asleep by the bedside as the sun gradually descended, shrouding the world in darkness. Meanwhile, Tai Liang and his companions were resting at an inn after a long day of travel, eager to gather information about the current events outside. After acquiring a wealth of news, the three retreated to their respective rooms to rest. Knowing that the main event was fast approaching, in the ensuing 2 days, they continued their journey, finally arriving near the feudal lord's estate on the morning of the 4th day since their departure. The trio proceeded with caution, mindful of the heavy guards surrounding the estate. "Shall we enter now?" Chang Pu crouched behind a bush, with Sasuke and Tai Liang beside her. "No, we must wait for someone." Tai Liang surveyed the surroundings, his excitement brewing at the prospect of the impending action. "Who?" Sasuke inquired, also scanning the area, puzzled by Tai Liang's mention of an awaited individual. "White Zetsu?" Chang Pu exclaimed, taken aback. When did White Zetsu become involved in their plans? Sasuke shared her confusion, glancing at Tai Liang. "Honestly, I'm not entirely sure. It was Akatsuki who orchestrated this." Tai Liang met their gaze with a hint of exasperation. "Having forgotten to inform Sasuke of this development that you've arrived." Just then, White Zetsu emerged from the ground, startling Chang Pu. "Here is the map of the Leaf's Umbu positions near the feudal lord's estate." After greeting them, White Zetsu handed a scroll to Tai Liang. "Thank you." Tai Liang accepted it. "Don't mention it. We aren't close, and if it weren't for that Akatsuki guy's request, I wouldn't have bothered," White Zetsu replied smugly before departing. "What is going on?" How does White Zetsu know the positions of the hidden Umbu members? Typically, they wouldn't easily reveal their locations unless something unexpected occurred. There were Umbu members both near and within the estate, so they needed to act before they were discovered. Originally, Akatsuki intended to infiltrate the leaf and steal the scrolls containing this information, but they had been sealed and could not be opened, prompting him to return. Subsequently, he instructed White Zetsu to disperse several copies around the estate to see if any unexpected opportunities would arise if the Hokage made positional changes for security reasons. White Zetsu would be able to detect their locations. Any attempts at relocation would render their presences easier to sense. Tai Liang unfurled the scroll, explaining its contents while examining the map. Sasuke, you handle these targets, while I take care of these. Changpu, you deal with these. The individuals within will serve as our communication conduits. Remember, do not let anyone discover us before we strike. Tai Liang's fingers glided over the map. Sasuke vanished the moment Tai Liang finished speaking, disliking the notion of following Tai Liang's orders. Honestly, I hope nothing goes awry, Tai Liang muttered, shaking his head. Now, let the performance commence. The two vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Shikamaru and Niji were still half an hour away from the feudal lord's estate, while Naruto and his companions had encountered Hinata and Shino, who were en route to join them. They too were making their way towards the estate, expected to arrive in approximately 2 hours. Now, in the stillness of the early morning, an exhilarating spectacle was poised to unfold at the feudal lord's estate. T.O.B. continued. Chapter 17. The performance. Sasuke operated with remarkable efficiency, dispatching all his assigned targets in under 5 minutes, all without being detected. Changpu also performed admirably, utilizing poison, which required the least effort. Unfortunately, Tai Liang was not so fortunate, as he prepared to eliminate his final target. He was discovered due to his clumsy and overly forceful actions. Who are you? The two parties confronted each other from a distance, and the adversary could not see Tai Liang's face, nor could they discern that he was currently positioned before Kakashi. Just a passerby, Tai Liang muttered, feeling exasperated. He had specifically cautioned the other two, yet here he was caught off guard. Damn it, others are coming too. Tai Liang was currently in a state of great anxiety. If this continued, the plan would be disrupted. His stage was not here. He had no choice but to rush to the most resplendent house within the daimyo's estate, which was undoubtedly the residence of the daimyo. In the agreed meeting place with Changpu and Sasuke, Tai Liang sprinted ahead. Several Umbu members pursued him from behind. They had already alerted the daimyo's guards, the samurai, and it was likely that the area was fortified like a fortress. It would not be easy for Tai Liang to break through. Was fighting the only option? He glanced at the samurai stationed in front of the building and sensed the relentless pursuit behind him. Contemplating his next move, what had Tai Liang done? Having completed her mission early, Changpu hid in the shadows, observing the current situation. The heavily guarded building and the chaotic environment left her feeling utterly helpless. Without further thought, she attributed the mess to Tai Liang, believing that such a situation would not befall Sasuke. Sasuke, watching from the shadows, coldly assessed the unfolding events, suddenly realizing that collaborating with Tai Liang had been a mistake. Damn it! Tai Liang was surrounded. He quickly pulled up his hood to conceal his identity. He did not wish for anyone to see Kakashi's face at this moment, as it would raise suspicions. Without delay, several Umbu members charged at Tai Liang, who had no choice but to evade them, ultimately finding himself in a hand-to-hand combat scenario. Armed with kunai, Tai Liang struggled to fend off multiple Umbu operatives simultaneously. Observing from the sidelines, Sasuke sensed something amiss. Tai Liang's movements seemed eerily familiar, not entirely his own. Was it Kakashi's style? After a prolonged observation, Sasuke reached this conclusion, surprised at how convincingly Tai Liang had mimicked Kakashi's techniques. The movements Tai Liang employed closely resembled Kakashi's, from the angles of attack to the targeted areas and even the force applied. He had learned these techniques from watching Kakashi in his own battles that morning, which explained Tai Liang's intense focus during that fight. Meanwhile, one of the Umbu members engaged with Tai Liang also felt an unsettling familiarity in his opponent's actions, but could not quite place it. It was frustrating not to be able to strike freely. Growing impatient, Tai Liang enveloped himself in a layer of lightning and concentrated chakra in his hand. upon witnessing Tai Liang unleash lightning chakra. The Umbu member finally recalled the source of his strange familiarity. The adversary before him bore a striking resemblance to Kakashi, whom he had once idolized while observing his battles during Kakashi's time in the Umbu. This realization left him uncomfortable, causing his movements to falter, allowing Tai Liang to exploit the opening and take him down. After incapacitating one opponent, Tai Liang managed to break free from the encirclement and charge towards the target building. The remaining Umbu members quickly followed suit, while the samurai stationed nearby launched their attacks at Tai Liang. However, curiously, before they could close in on him, each one of them collapsed. What a great help. Tai Liang did not stop, knowing it was Changpu's handiwork, that if one were to closely examine the necks of those who had fallen, they would find a thin needle embedded within. Moving forward, within a mere 50 meters, Changpu emerged to join Tai Liang, just as they were about to reach the stage of their performance. What mischief have you wrought? Wasn't agreed that we would only stir chaos once inside. Now look, before the showtime has even arrived, you've already given them a preview. They've long since found a safe place to hide, and you still wish to launch an attack? Upon meeting, Changpu could not help but voice her grievances. Enough with the complaints, Tai Liang said, his forehead twitching with irritation. With their coordinated efforts, they finally arrived at the entrance. Boom! The tightly shut door was obliterated by a jutsu cast by Tai Liang, allowing him to charge straight in. Awaiting them was not anything other than the same group of samurai guarding the daimyo. Yet, Tai Liang did not focus his attention on them. Oh, you know where the daimyo is? I don't know. How could I possibly know? Changpu replied, exasperated. Then let us blow it up. Changpu, cover me. As Tai Liang spoke, he quickly began forming hand seals. Lightning release. Thunderstorm, as Tai Liang completed his final seal. Bolts of lightning descended from the sky, striking the building. After the onslaught, the targeted area was left charred, wooden structures nearby ignited, and the entire building slowly succumbed to flames. What are your intentions? Many were too preoccupied to pay attention to Tai Liang and Changpu, hurriedly attempting to extinguish the fire. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. Before the flames could spread significantly, the Umbu members managed to put out the fire, and fortunately, no one was injured or killed. The area was left in disarray, with the nearby individuals appearing quite disheveled. Seeing his initial attack fail, Tai Liang prepared to shift his target for a second strike. As long as the daimyo remained inside, he would eventually strike true. Of course, the others would not allow him such ease, and a melee ensued once more. Wait! Cease at once! Suddenly, a jarring voice pierced through the chaos of battle, causing everyone to turn toward its source. Emerging from a building was the daimyo of the Land of Fire, appearing somewhat disheveled. Having uttered that very command, a sword rested across the daimyo's neck. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Sasuke as Kusanagi. Undoubtedly, the person following closely behind him was Sasuke himself. Growing impatient while waiting, Sasuke had taken matters into his own hands and executed the final step of their plan. Under Sasuke's threat, all the samurai dared not make a move, including the Umbu members. What do you intend to do? One samurai, presumably the leader of the guards, glared fiercely at Tai Liang. Why are you shouting at me? I didn't kidnap your boss. Tai Liang waved dismissively. Though his expression remained obscured, his tone betraying his displeasure, he had not yet revealed many of Kakashi's features. If no one connected him to Kakashi, what then? Move in! At that moment, chaos erupted as someone shouted, and the previously static scene turned tumultuous. All the samurai and guards surged toward the three individuals who were encircled, and the melee commenced. Tai Liang, help! As Changpu was about to eliminate the assailant charging at her, she discovered that her poison had been entirely depleted, leaving her with only a handful of explosive tags, which she was reluctant to use due to the complications they would entail for the moment. She could only barely fend off the attacks, as her physical prowess was rather subpar. She thought to wait a little longer. Tai Liang was currently preoccupied, but on the other hand, Sasuke was in a better position, wielding a weapon that, when charged with electricity, granted him a significant advantage over those lacking chakra. However, he too was engaged, locked in a fierce duel with a formidable opponent whose swordsmanship was exceptional. The two were evenly matched. Changpu's side, ultimately deciding that she must rely on herself for salvation. She leaped onto one assailant's back for leverage and, while airborne, unleashed multiple explosive tags toward the ground. Boom! The tags detonated, instantly enveloping the area in smoke, prompting the surrounding crowd to retreat from the obscured zone, including the battleground where Tai Liang and Sasuke were engaged. The combatants halted their skirmish, and having learned from their previous encounter, Sasuke and Tai Liang swiftly evaded the chaos, taking refuge in elevated positions to await the dispersal of the smoke. Changpu, behind you! Tai Liang suddenly spotted an individual brandishing a blade, poised to strike Changpu, and called out a warning. Breathing a sigh of relief as Changpu successfully dodged the attack, he prepared to rejoin the fray. However, just as he was about to re-enter the battle, a knife was launched from behind him, aimed directly at his heart that he failed to evade completely, and the blade pierced through his left shoulder. Well, one target down, though it truly hurt like hell. Might as well play out the rest of this scene. Tai Liang extracted the knife lodged in his shoulder, pressing his hand against the wound with a grimace. This attack could have been entirely avoided, but he had chosen not to for certain reasons. The assailant was an Umbu member, and after successfully landing the blow, they sought to capitalize on their advantage, re-engaging Tai Liang in combat. Seizing an opportunity, Tai Liang deliberately allowed himself to be kicked, which sent him crashing into a building, collapsing amidst the rubble. Upon witnessing this, Sasuke rushed toward the location of the daimyo. Tai Liang's hood had been knocked off, revealing his identity as Kakashi to onlookers, thus indicating that the performance was nearing its climax. The smoke had fully dissipated, revealing numerous individuals sprawled on the ground, incapacitated. Indeed, biological weapons proved formidable. Now, Changpu had retreated to the sidelines, preparing to watch the unfolding drama. Tai Liang slowly sat up, seemingly cautious of being seen, hastily donning his hood again. Despite his swift actions, some still caught sight of his conspicuous silver hair, signifying that his objective had been achieved. Changpu's attacks had significantly diminished the number of standing adversaries, leaving only a few samurai, a handful of guards, 3 Umbu members from Konoha, and the daimyo himself, who was situated in an advantageous position where the smoke had not reached. Ah! Someone protect me quickly! The daimyo panicked as he saw Sasuke charging toward him, and upon hearing his command, the remaining protectors rushed toward Sasuke, leaving the daimyo with only one Umbu guard by his side. Lightning release, earth walk. The lightning emitted from Tai Liang surged across the ground toward the daimyo, only to be intercepted by the nearby Konoha Umbu. Seizing this moment, Tai Liang advanced to engage in combat. Leaving the daimyo utterly unguarded, he watched in terror as he surveyed the 2 battlefronts, his body instinctively retreating, clearly contemplating escape. "Where do you think you're going?" Changpu inquired with a smile, her gaze fixed on the daimyo. "Wait, I am the daimyo of the Land of Fire. If you kill me, Konoha will not spare you. You should think carefully." Perhaps the daimyo believed that, as the highest authority in the Land of Fire, he could not afford to lose face, or perhaps he felt compelled to maintain his dignity in the presence of a woman. For whatever reason, he suddenly adopted a more defiant demeanor. "Who said we intend to kill you?" At this juncture, Tai Liang had dispatched the Umbu member, having expended considerable effort to subdue the last guardian of the daimyo. "Then what is it that you truly seek? Our goal is simple. We wish for you to cease your role as this so-called daimyo. A person like you is unworthy to govern such a nation." Tai Liang's voice, now low and somber, deviated from his usual tone, lacking any deliberate mimicry of Kakashi, leaving others uncertain. "What?" The daimyo was evidently taken aback. And at that moment, Sasuke also concluded his skirmish and stood by, observing. "You, devoid of prestige and strength, what gives you the right to command others? You indulge in luxury within the daimyo's estate, oblivious to the struggles of those beneath you. Most infuriatingly, how dare you treat Konoha as if it were merely a tool? What right do you have to determine its existence or absence? What are you even?" Tai Liang's fury was palpable. It was clear he held the title of daimyo in utter contempt. Why should the shinobi heed the words of you daimyos? In their eyes, you are hardly superior to ants. Your power is only sustained by the samurai and guards that protect you. Without them, what could you possibly achieve? Worthless scum. Tai Liang's disdain grew more pronounced with each word. "So what? What do you want me to do? The daimyo's face fluctuated between red and pale from embarrassment. Quite simply, cease to be a daimyo, and do not reappear as one again. Transfer the supreme authority of this nation to the Hokage. This country no longer requires the likes of you. Tai Liang fixed an unyielding gaze upon the daimyo, and suddenly his eyes flickered. Don't move. If you dare, I will kill him. In a swift motion, Tai Liang pressed a kunai against the daimyo's throat, his eyes cold and unyielding. Just then, a massive group of samurai emerged, radiating an overwhelming aura, likely having temporarily vacated the daimyo's estate for some reason before returning. This explained the earlier lapse in defense. Are you from Konoha? The leader of the samurai inquired, having overheard Tai Liang's final words. No. Then what benefit do you gain from this? Out of mere curiosity, in an instant, both parties fell silent. Will you comply or not? Perhaps Tai Liang wished to avoid further entanglement. He pressed the kunai harder against the daimyo's neck, drawing blood that trickled slowly. Dream on. The daimyo refused to relent, his pride holding significant sway over him. Oh. Tai Liang's tone dripped with sarcasm. Although his initial intent had not been to kill the daimyo, he now found himself tempted to plunge the kunai into the man's throat, disgusted by the daimyo's haughty demeanor. Then you may perish. Tai Liang's patience waned. After all, his demise would not significantly affect the plan. Just as Tai Liang prepared to act, he found himself immobilized. The daimyo recognized the shift in Tai Liang's demeanor and swiftly averted his neck, while the observant leader of the samurai promptly rescued the daimyo. Tai Liang felt vexed. It dawned on him that the other two individuals should have arrived by now. Meanwhile, Champu found herself similarly immobilized, helplessly watching as the daimyo was extricated, internally lamenting the uncanny resemblance of this scenario to the previous one. After rescuing the daimyo, the samurai leader lunged at the now immobile Tai Liang with a knife, but failed to land a hit as Sasuke intervened, blocking the assault. Subsequently, he unleashed a massive fireball directly above Tai Liang, illuminating the surroundings brilliantly, allowing both Changpu and Tai Liang to regain their mobility. Failed. Niji go. Shikamaru, who had been lurking in the shadows, felt a surge of frustration. His shadow imitation technique had been thwarted, and under the illumination of the fireball, Tai Liang and Changpu found themselves devoid of shadows, so that had been his doing. Once Changpu regained her ability to move, she swiftly leaped away, realizing there was no longer a role for her to play. Sasuke was now engaged in combat with the samurai leader, seemingly struggling as their weapons clashed. Sparks flying, Sasuke's Kusanagi sword crackled with electricity, making for a visually stunning confrontation, at least from Changpu's perspective. Meanwhile, Tai Liang was embroiled in battle as well, facing none other than Niji, who had surged toward him the moment he regained mobility. Tai Liang's mind was flooded with frustration. He had initially thought his escape was imminent and had neglected to have Changpu heal him. Now, his left arm throbbed with pain at every movement, and his opponent had keenly targeted the areas he needed to defend with his left hand. However, as he fought Niji, the latter sensed an unsettling discord. To be continued. Chapter 19. Captured again. Shikamaru approached Niji's side, meticulously observing Taiyang's movements while also casting glances toward Sasuke's battlefield. Like the tea present, Sasuke was engaged in combat with the leading warrior, whose swift maneuvers left Sasuke with little opportunity to unleash his ninjutsu, rendering the situation quite vexing for him. It was peculiar. The warrior exuded an awkward demeanor, as if his movements were intentionally contrived, with instinctive actions seemingly under his control. Niji, too, scrutinized every action of Taiyang, and as his observations deepened, his brow began to furrow. Where is that woman? Shikamaru mused, suddenly realizing that one person seemed to be missing. Before he could fully assess the surrounding circumstances, SHBU unexpectedly appeared behind him, brandishing a kunai. Shikamaru swiftly reacted, blocking SHBU's attack with his own kunai, retreating a few steps alongside Niji, both on high alert as they regarded the seemingly relaxed SHBU. Who are you? Shikamaru demanded, gripping his kunai tightly, uncertain of SHBU's true nature, though he had a clearer understanding of Taiyang than me. I thought you would know by now that my name is SHBU. Pleased to make your acquaintance. However, I must clarify beforehand that you are not my type, so worry not. SHBU responded, slightly taken aback by Shikamaru's question. She then lowered her hood, revealing her visage. Today, SHBU wore her dark green hair down, its strands cascading freely, obscuring the scars on her neck. She smiled at Shikamaru, exuding an aura akin to that of a neighborly younger sister. Seemingly harmless, Shikamaru's brow knitted tighter. He sensed the coldness concealed beneath SHBU's smile. This was not a time for idle chatter. Any misstep could lead to unforeseen consequences. Shadow imitation jutsu, Niji, disrupt her. Understood. Shadows extended rapidly from Shikamaru's feet, darting towards SHBU's location. Upon hearing Shikamaru's directive, Niji charged toward SHBU, who was evading the encroaching shadows. If SHBU could be immobilized, everything would become significantly simpler. His technique is such a nuisance, SHBU remarked, aware of Shikamaru's abilities, her expression one of displeasure as she continued to leap away. Hey, you two are ganging up on a girl. That's rather uncouth. Before Niji could finish his retort, he positioned himself to attack. Naturally, Niji paid no heed to such trivialities. What did gender matter among ninjas? SHBU was already burdened enough by the shadows, and now with Niji's approach, she found herself overwhelmed. Moreover, her taijutsu was rather feeble. Under the combined onslaught of Niji and Shikamaru, SHBU found herself steadily retreating. Ultimately, SHBU was cornered that if she evaded the shadows, she would be struck by Niji's assault, leading to her eventual immobilization. If she chose not to evade, she would face the same fate. What should I do? Cold dishes? They're indeed tasty, but there's no rice right now. Faced with the inevitability of being restrained, she opted for comfort, at least avoiding a beating. This how you treat a girl. Do you know how to write the word pain? Ugh. Once SHBU was immobilized, Niji advanced to dislocate her arms, prompting a piercing scream from her, tears streaming down her face. The sound was truly earth-shattering, and Niji felt as though his eardrums might burst. Take her away, Shikamaru commanded. Scratching his ear, his expression one of exasperation, he was tempted to ask, Sister, how old are you? Still a girl. Where are you taking me? You won't use me to threaten Taiyong and the others, will you? Ha! How foolish can you be? Do you really think they would cease their actions for my sake? Completing the mission is what matters most. Is it not? What does it mean to be a ninja? Have you not grasped this? As long as they can escape, they will never look back. Why fate is of no consequence to them. SHBU scoffed, trailing behind Niji and Shikamaru as they made their way back. Her hands were bound, and even if she wished to resist, she could not. Any slight movement of her dislocated arms sent waves of pain coursing through her. It was better to comply with Shikamaru than risk losing her legs. In my view, it is not as you say, Shikamaru retorted dismissively. Despite having had little contact with Taiyong, his intuition told him that Taiyong was not the type to abandon his comrades. Oh, then how do you perceive it? Do you think I would surrender like a fool just for you? Surely you can see that is impossible. So, just take me back to Konoha. Stop wasting time. SHBU persisted, unyielding. Please, shut your mouth, and one expects you to be of any use. If they truly hesitate because of you, that would be splendid. However, if they disregard you, it matters not. Just behave yourself, Shikamaru replied. What a joke. It's one thing to say it yourself, but hearing from someone else that I am of no value is truly infuriating. Kid, I will remember you, and I hope I don't encounter you alone in the future. You need to be around for there to be a future. When Shikamaru and the others returned to the main battlefield, they were taken aback by the devastation. The Lord's residence lay in ruins, and the battle between Taiyong and the remaining warriors raged on, with only 4 warriors left standing. Sasuke continued to clash with the leading warrior, both sustaining numerous wounds, while the other warriors, who had not engaged in combat, assisted in relocating the injured to safety. Why do I feel like laughing right now? SHBU leaned against a relatively intact wall, her gaze fixated on the chaotic struggle before her, which was indeed tumultuous. Meanwhile, Niji continued to observe Taiyong. The earlier sense of dissonance had vanished, replaced by fluid movements. Had he deliberately altered his style during their earlier confrontation? It felt so familiar. Who was this person? Niji's eyes remained locked on Taiyong without faltering. Shadow imitation jutsu. Shikamaru initiated his technique once more, It was best to conclude this battle swiftly, as the number of injured was too great and timely treatment was crucial. "Watch your feet," SHBU exclaimed. Unable to contain herself as she saw Shikamaru activate that infuriating technique again. "This is such a hassle," Shikamaru grumbled, wishing he could silence SHBU. Her warning alerted both Taiyang and Sasuke to the peril beneath them, allowing them to evade just in time. However, dodging while fending off those bothersome warriors proved to be quite challenging. Sasuke's mood had soured. The prolonged battle had left him dissatisfied with his own abilities. He yearned for a swift resolution, yet Shikamaru's interference only complicated matters. Fire release. Great dragon fire technique. Several fire dragons formed and surged towards the warrior. The warrior initially intended to evade, but realized too late that Sasuke's target was not him. But the lord standing not far behind, if he dodged, the protected lord might remain unharmed, yet he would bear the blame. He had no choice but to endure Sasuke's flames. Damn it! The warrior struggled to withstand Sasuke's inferno, knowing he had to remain until the lord was safely evacuated. Soon enough, the fire dragons dissipated, flames raining down in various directions, igniting surrounding structures. Those within the buildings fled in panic, as the servants had no combat prowess. They had hidden away at the onset of battle, and now that their sanctuary was lost, they could only escape. "Fire! Fire! Quickly, salvage the valuables. Call for more help." Many voices cried out, while others hurried to fetch water from nearby sources to extinguish the flames. Some frantically gathering belongings. Sasuke was no longer inclined to prolong the conflict. He needed to resolve this troublesome matter swiftly. The warrior he faced was exceedingly quick, and thus far, no effective attacks had landed. Why are they so bothersome? Unbeknownst to him, Taiyang had approached his side, both now dodging Shikamaru's shadows while fending off the warrior's assaults. Enough with the idle chatter. All right, now that everything is in place, it's time to retreat. "I intend to take that guy down. Do as you please. I'm leaving first." Taiyang darted aside, pursued closely by several warriors. After Taiyang departed, Sasuke prepared to earnestly confront the warrior who had been entangled with him for quite some time. Until now, he had sought victory through swordsmanship, but now he simply wished to win, whatever the means. What about SHBU? No way, she has been captured again. Just as Taiyang contemplated departing, he suddenly recalled the absence of one individual. Scanning the vicinity, he found Seiyu bound hand and foot, idly leaning against a wall, seemingly lost in thought as she was scrutinized by Neji and Shikamaru. Be continued. Chapter 20. Conclusion. That person is Sasuke. I assent it. It was not a question, but a statement of certainty. After a period of observation, Shikamaru had discerned the identity of the figure clad in Akatsuki garb, based on his ninjutsu. Weaponry, chakra nature, and final fire release technique. It is Sasuke. Neji confirmed with in no way. You're just realizing this now. It should have been rather obvious, considering he made no effort to conceal it. SHBU quipped, leaning against the wall, utterly bored. Shut up. Shikamaru was beginning to lose his patience with Shampoo, his face betraying an unmistakable expression of irritation. Observing Shikamaru's rising temper, Shampoo wisely fell silent, opting instead to remain as inconspicuous as possible. Noticing that Shampoo seemed disinclined to speak further, Shikamaru stroked his chin contemplatively. The situation was shrouded in too many mysteries, and everything fell to miss. After Sasuke had unleashed the great fireball technique, Shikamaru had dispelled his jutsu. Now intent on scrutinizing every detail, while the attention of Taiyang and Sasuke had yet to shift towards them. Deep in thought, Shikamaru failed to notice Neji next door, who appeared torn between speaking up and holding back. His brows furrowed in concentration. Neji wished to convey to Shikamaru that the man clad in the Akatsuki garb bore a striking resemblance to Kakashi. Ever since Neji had sparred with him, a sense of dissonance had lingered. His movements felt awkward yet eerily familiar. Upon returning from their pursuit of Shampoo, Neji had observed Taiyang's movements becoming markedly fluid, the earlier dissonance having vanished, leaving him astonished by the uncanny familiarity of those actions, a name surfacing in his mind. Had Taiyang's seemingly out-of-place movements continued along their original trajectory, Neji would have discerned the true nature of his intended actions, a style he had witnessed numerous times, albeit with a subtle difference. Neji hesitated to voice his observations, grappling with disbelief, reluctant to utter words that might echo the betrayal of Kakashi. He resolved to observe a while longer. Niji, keep an eye on him. That fellow is approaching. Just as Niji was contemplating whether to speak up, Tai Liang had already made his way over, accompanied by several samurai, who were now entirely disregarded. Shampoo, the perpetual underperformer, was proving to be a source of exasperation for Tai Liang. He had nearly resolved to leave without her, but was taken aback by her capture once more. He had been so focused on impersonating Kakashi that he had overlooked the surrounding circumstances. The sun had fully risen, casting its warm light over the horizon, dispelling the chill of early autumn, but failing to eradicate the darkness enveloping the feudal lord's estate. As dawn broke, the disarray of the estate became painfully apparent. Buildings lay in ruins, timber and debris scattered across the ground, some still smoldering, emitting crackling sounds. Nearly an hour had elapsed since the incident, and it was anticipated that a wave of reinforcements would soon arrive. As the estate's defenders had nearly lost all fighting capability, their strength heavily reliant on Shampoo's medicine. Should another surge of individuals arrive, chaos would likely ensue. Although most remained alive, their fighting spirit was diminished. If the situation continued to escalate, Tai Liang and Sasuke might struggle to rein in their powers, inevitably leading to significant casualties. Tai Liang, however, was not particularly concerned for their lives. Rather, he was apprehensive that excessive loss of life could jeopardize his plans, ensuring that his future would be far from pleasant. I apologize for not greeting you earlier. In a heartbeat, Tai Liang stood just a short distance from Shikamaru, his hidden face beneath the hood wearing an expression that suggested he was up to no good. I don't believe we've met directly before. Are you hoping to reclaim her? Shikamaru ignored Tai Liang's casual banter, cutting straight to the point. Yes, could you return her to me? Not a chance. Well then, let us fight. But first, we need to address some other matters. As Tai Liang conversed with Shikamaru, the samurai who had been following him caught up and began their assault. Tai Liang had become accustomed to their attack patterns and was faring much better now. Really? Can't you just trust me? Is it so hard to believe? Shampoo glanced at Tai Liang, pursing her lips in disdain. Shikamaru, overhearing, felt a twinge of sympathy for Tai Liang, despite coming to her rescue. She had chosen to belittle him. One could not deny that Shampoo's thought process was rather unique. Shikamaru had no intention of merely spectating, yet Tai Liang seemed disinclined to engage with both of them at once. Defeating the two of them in their current state would not be an easy feat. Shampoo, stop pretending. We don't have time for games. Let us go, Tai Liang shouted to Shampoo amidst the chaos of battle with several samurai. Tsh, I still want to visit Konoha. Upon hearing Tai Liang's words, Shampoo took a step forward, only for Niji to press a kunai against her neck, his intent unmistakable. Huh. Shampoo glanced at Niji, then turned back to Tai Liang. I am not pretending. I can't escape on my own. What? Tai Liang had assumed that if he only slightly diverted their attention, Shampoo would be able to flee. While she could have managed that, it required both hands to do so, a detail Tai Liang was unaware of. Tai Liang had not anticipated the chakra signatures of Naruto and the others approaching. They would soon arrive, complicating matters. Aware that Shampoo was incapable of escaping on her own, Tai Liang intensified his assault, unleashing lightning-infused jutsu that sent the samurai reeling. Seeing this, Niji engaged Tai Liang in battle. After an extended period of close combat, Tai Liang was growing weary, especially against a foe like Niji. While Niji occupied Tai Liang, Shikamaru seized the opportunity to employ the shadow imitation technique to disrupt him, making the fight increasingly challenging for Tai Liang. Ugh, it's truly frustrating. I can't just go by instinct. In his attempt to mimic Kakashi, Tai Liang found himself struggling. Compared to Niji's relentless offensive, he was forced into a defensive posture. Have you noticed? Observing the growing tension on Niji's face, Tai Liang couldn't help but chuckle internally. Water style. Water burst. A torrent of water erupted from Tai Liang's mouth, surging towards Niji, surprised by the sudden water style technique. Niji swiftly evaded, the water crashing to the ground and creating a small pool. Lightning style. Lightning foam. Two kunai crackled with electricity as they flew toward Niji. Tai Liang began replicating the techniques Kakashi had once used against him. This series of jutsu had worked on him and would undoubtedly prove effective against Niji as well. I learned a bit of water style from Ran. I should be able to manage. Grateful for his multi-elemental chakra, Niji prepared his counter. Water style. Water whip. A stream of water surged from beneath Niji's feet, poised to ensnare him. Hey, don't ignore me. In a split second, Shikamaru used a shuriken to disperse the water. Positioning himself in front of Niji, I really can't just copy everything, can I? I need to consider how to apply it practically. Tai Liang sighed in feigned frustration, though he felt somewhat assured now. He glanced at Shampoo. Noticing Tai Liang's gaze shift towards Shampoo, Shikamaru suddenly realized they had both moved away from her, leaving her unguarded. Shampoo giggled mischievously, crouching down and placing her hands on the ground, making slight movements despite her hands being bound behind her, causing her to break out in a cold sweat from the pain. But her dislocated arm was now back in place. Don't underestimate a medic. This is child's play. Shampoo rolled her shoulders, and once the pain had lessened, she extended her hands toward a small fire, using the flames to sever the ropes binding her. That hurt like hell. Following her self-treatment, Shampoo, being a medical ninja, found that her chakra was insufficient for such minor tasks. You all are so careless. Do you really think I'm a weak woman? After completing her treatment, Shampoo triumphantly shouted at Shikamaru and Niji. Her current appearance was disheveled, hair in disarray and clothes untidy, a stark contrast to her earlier composure. How infuriating! Shikamaru and Niji could only watch as Shampoo sprang into action, with Tai Liang showing no intention of allowing them to intervene. Meanwhile, on Sasuke's side, the battle had concluded. Facing Sasuke's ninjutsu assault, the samurai had gradually succumbed, ultimately defeated by Sasuke's Chidori. It's time to go. Goodbye. With both Sasuke and Shampoo dealt with, Tai Liang produced a kunai, channeling chakra into it, spinning it twice around his finger, a technique taught to him by Kakashi. Lightning style. Lightning binding, at the moment he hurled the kunai. Tai Liang formed hand seals, and, as the kunai struck the ground, a lightning barrier encased Shikamaru and Niji, trapping them. Let us go. After witnessing the completion of his jutsu, Tai Liang turned to leave, with Shampoo following closely behind, while Sasuke had already departed. Damn it! Shikamaru felt a wave of frustration wash over him. It seemed he had contributed little to the battle, a crushing blow to his pride. And he found himself lost in thought, unable to focus. Shikamaru, there's something I need to tell you. Observing Shikamaru's demeanor, Niji hesitated but ultimately decided to share his thoughts. Let us discuss it later. We need to get out of this predicament first. As Shikamaru pondered the impending events, a sense of agitation washed over him. The state of the daimyo's residence was disconcerting, compounded by the disparaging remarks from their adversaries. Konoha found itself in an awkward predicament. Moreover, there was another matter that weighed heavily on Shikamaru's mind, one that had preoccupied him since earlier and remained unresolved. Ningxi nodded, deciding it best to set that issue aside for the moment. To be continued. Chapter 21. Bounty Shangpu, I noticed you discarded something onto the ground earlier. What was it? On their way back, Tai Liang inquired of Shangpu, recalling that she had left an item behind before departing from the daimyo's residence. You truly have a keen eye. It was merely a fragment of Kakashi's clothing that I tossed aside. After you informed me of the objective, I tore a piece from his attire. Surely it will prove useful. Considering I was the one to handle his garments, Shangpu replied, a triumphant expression adorning her face. She had unzipped her robe, revealing her shapely figure clad in a form-fitting outfit that accentuated her physique splendidly. Let us hope this does not backfire, Tai Liang remarked, devoid of any commendation. As he harbored concerns that they might be exposed, he shook his head, concluding that Shangpu remained rather immature. After leaving the daimyo's estate, Tai Liang had returned to his original form. Disguising oneself as another was a rather exhausting endeavor. He was left wondering about the efficacy of his earlier performance. Shangpu, could you take a look at my shoulder? Tai Liang temporarily set aside their plans, having nearly forgotten about the stab wound on his left shoulder, as he had not found a moment to attend to it amidst the chaos. Let us wait until we find a place to rest, Shangpu suggested, glancing at Tai Liang's shoulder and noting that the bleeding was minimal at that moment. She merely wished to rest and replenish her equipment. Oh, where has Sasuke gone? Shangpu had been curious about Sasuke's earlier departure. Unlike them, he had left first, Yet she sensed that he was not yet ready to return him. How should I know? It matters not. Tai Yang replied, dismissively. Clearly, Shangpu was not satisfied with this response. Subsequently, the two lapsed into silence as they continued their journey. Meanwhile, back with Shikamaru. After emerging from the lightning barrier, Shikamaru commenced organizing the rescue efforts. Consolidating the intelligence gathered thus far, Ningxi attempted to speak, but Shikamaru halted him. First, we need to assist in treating the wounded. Any further discussions can wait. Very well. After more than half an hour, most of the injured had been attended to, and upon tallying the counts, the death toll was not as high as feared. This was, at the very least, a somewhat favorable outcome, particularly since the daimyo had remained unharmed. While everyone was occupied with the aftermath, Naruto and his companions arrived at the scene, the sight before them eliciting surprise, coupled with the desire to comprehend the situation. Shikamaru, what transpired? Naruto approached Shikamaru, while Hinata and Sakura assisted with the injured. And Kiba investigated the area. Naruto sought to gather information. Shikamaru recounted the events succinctly, combining the details with what he had learned from Konoha's Umbu. I'm going to pursue them, Naruto declared. Hold on. The priority now is to manage the situation here. With the chaos they VE caused, Konoha's position has worsened. You should remain here to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances, Shikamaru insisted, firmly restraining Naruto from leaving. His tone was grave, and after careful consideration, his mood was decidedly bleak. Damn it. Naruto could only grit his teeth in frustration at Shikamaru's words. This is Kakashi-sensei's clothing. It bears his scent. I could see that moment. Kiba hurried over, clutching a piece of dark green fabric, which had been discovered by Akamaru. The voices of both Shikamaru and Naruto chimed in unison. Does this mean Kakashi-sensei was here just now? Naruto's tone shifted, recalling what Obito had mentioned. Naruto, keep your composure. This alone does not signify anything conclusive, Shikamaru cautioned, his brow furrowed. Though he spoke thus, his internal thoughts contradicted his words. The notion that the individual in question was indeed Kakashi had lingered in Shikamaru's mind for some time. Indeed, given his intellect, how could he fail to discern this? It is precisely because he contemplates so much that he refrains from jumping to conclusions, even now. For now, let us not dwell on this. We shall report to Tsunade-sama upon our return. She will decide the course of action. For now, we must focus on the immediate situation. Agreed. Naruto nodded reluctantly, his mind preoccupied with Obito's statements, grappling with the question of what Konoha represented to Kakashi, and whether it truly was, as Obito suggested, a source of his suffering. Thus, this matter was temporarily set aside. In the following 2 days, Shikamaru and the others remained tirelessly engaged. After tidying up the affairs of the daimyo's residence, they set forth toward Konoha. Prior to this, information had already been relayed back to Konoha, and it was evident that Tsunade was likely overwhelmed with concern, which indeed was the case in Konoha, within the Hokage Tower. Tsunade sat at her desk, as usual, though her expression had grown increasingly fearsome. She had gleaned the entirety of the situation from those who returned to report. The threats made against the daimyo had placed Konoha in a precarious position, and it was only a matter of time before the daimyo took action. The question of Konoha's continued survival loomed large. What troubled her further was the scattered clues that had coalesced to reveal the identity of the principal perpetrator. Regardless of her reluctance to acknowledge it, Tsunade-sama, just moments ago, we received messages from Sunagakure and Kirigakure, stating their intent to sever ties with Konoha and expressing their regrets. They indicated that their respective daimyo forbids any contact with us. Ino reported as she entered, her expression fraught with exasperation. Understood. This is to be expected. Tsunade exhibited little surprise. Given the recent events, their nations would undoubtedly take precautions. Damn it. Do they intend to use the daimyo as a means to destroy Konoha? Their scheme is quite audacious. Tsunade pressed her hands against her forehead. Her countenance darkened. Beside her, Ino shared in the discontent. The series of unfortunate events had rendered Tsunade nearly devoid of rest. Report. At that moment, a figure entered, pushing the door open. What now? Tsunade barked, her frustration palpable. Shikamaru and Naruto, along with the others, have returned. The man's voice trembled slightly as he feared Tsunade might unleash her wrath upon him. Despite the improbability of such an occurrence, very well, you may leave. Yes, that he exited promptly. Shortly thereafter, Shikamaru and the others entered, their expressions growing somber at the sight of Tsunade's demeanor. Speak plainly and in detail. Tsunade commanded, her tone weary. Very well. Shikamaru proceeded to recount the events that transpired from their departure from Konoha in search of Kakashi, detailing everything along the way. Next, Sakura shared their encounters, particularly the meeting with Obito, and Tsunade's gaze noticeably darkened upon hearing Sakura's account. Shikamaru, do you believe it could be Kakashi? At last, Tsunade posed this question, and upon hearing it, Naruto clenched his fists tightly. Before returning to Konoha, Shikamaru had already analyzed the situation with them. I cannot say for certain. None can. However, the likelihood of it being Kakashi-sensei is considerable. Shikamaru shrugged, though he harbored the suspicion that it was indeed Kakashi. The Umbu's confidential documents have been stolen and subsequently returned in pristine condition, possibly due to someone's persuasion. Yet, during the assault on the daimyo's residence, they had accurately pinpointed the Umbu's location. Among the three adversaries was Sasuke, indicating that the individual was someone Sasuke was willing to align with. Throughout the confrontation, there had been a deliberate effort to conceal habitual movements, and during a brief moment, that individual had employed techniques identical to those of Kakashi-sensei, a fleeting period during which neither Ningxi nor I were present. Save for a brief glimpse, the combination of lightning and water attributes was adeptly wielded, and the combat style bore a striking resemblance to Kakashi-sensei's. His chakra reserves were notably limited. Lastly, there was the fragment of clothing discovered at the scene. Imbued with Kakashi-sensei's unmistakable scent, along with reports that the individual in question possessed silver hair. Thus, these are the reasons behind my assertion of the possibility that it was Kakashi-sensei. After listening to Shikamaru's speech, everyone present fell into a profound silence. Only Naruto's hand, firmly grasped by Shikamaru, had turned pale from the pressure. Had it not been for Sakura's admonition before their entry to refrain from acting impulsively, he would have already begun to question why they harbored doubts about Kakashi-sensei. Until Tsunade confirmed the situation, Shikamaru merely stated the facts he had witnessed, along with some reasonable conjectures. This was a necessary procedure. This was what Sakura conveyed to Naruto. Coupled with the words spoken by the Akatsuki member to Naruto and the others, and the demands made while threatening the daimyo, it seemed plausible to suspect Kakashi-sensei. Yet all of this remained speculation. Perhaps the enemy intended for us to think this way, deliberately orchestrating events to lead us to such conclusions. If it truly were Kakashi-sensei, I believe he would not allow us to gather so much incriminating evidence against him. Ultimately, Shikamaru reiterated his faith in Kakashi. Very well, Tsunade nodded, deciding it best to await Kakashi's explanation upon locating him. However, for now, she ordered that Kakashi be placed on the wanted list. Ino, disseminate the order. Mobilize all efforts to apprehend Hitaki Kakashi. Tsunade-sama, Granny Tsunade, how can you do this? Do you not trust Kakashi-sensei? Naruto could no longer contain himself, rushing towards Tsunade. Naruto! Sakura pulled him back, urging him to calm down. The others remained motionless, unable to comprehend the words they had just heard. They desperately needed an explanation. Are you not going? Tsunade disregarded Naruto, instead directing her gaze towards Ino, who appeared momentarily stunned. Yes. Ino wanted to speak, but fell silent upon witnessing Tsunade's expression. It seemed Tsunade was also in a foul mood. Naruto, this is not your place to speak. It is merely a matter of changing search to capture. You all may leave. Tsunade attempted to offer some form of reassurance, though it could scarcely be termed as such. Yet, Naruto wished to continue speaking, only to be pulled away by Shikamaru. Yes, let us go. Shikamaru guided Naruto outside, likely already aware of Tsunade's reasoning behind issuing that command. The other members followed Shikamaru, departing the scene. After they left, Tsunade let out a deep sigh. Hinata gazed at Naruto with concern, while the others looked at him, his head bowed and hands clenched tightly. They understood his feelings. However, the decision was not theirs to make. To be continued. Chapter 22. Return. Are we truly going to capture Kakashi-senpai? Did he really do those things at the daimyo's estate? One individual in the Umbu break room inquired, as they prepared to set off on the mission to apprehend Kakashi. I do not know. Such matters do not concern us. We merely execute orders, another replied, his expression devoid of emotion, as they had yet to don the Umbu's distinctive masks. Regardless, I cannot believe that Kakashi-sensei would commit such acts. After all, enough, people can change. Let us depart, another coldly interjected before leading the way out, leaving the remaining individuals with somber expressions. They were unwilling to accept this order, for Kakashi was a respected senior among them. This is the Hokage's command. We have no choice but to obey. With various emotions weighing on their hearts, the elite shinobi of Konohagakure were dispatched to apprehend Kakashi. Tsunade's order swiftly spread throughout the village, with many expressing disbelief. Nevertheless, in the hearts of many, Tsunade's authority far outweighed that of Kakashi, leading to greater trust in her. Consequently, speculation regarding Kakashi became rampant. Damn it, why must we remain here? On the streets, Naruto and Sakura walked together, as Tsunade had ordered them to stay in the village. Not permitting Naruto to partake in the mission to capture Kakashi, Tsunade-sama has her reasons. We must focus on our own duties. Sakura shook her head, uncertain of why Tsunade would not allow Naruto to join. Shikamaru had already explained Tsunade's reasoning for issuing this command. What was known in Konoha would also be known to the daimyo. Kakashi was likely already a suspect, implying that the daimyo side was sending people to find him as well. It was believed that it would not be long before they would arrive in Konoha to demand him. This order was issued to prevent the daimyo's forces from capturing Kakashi. Should Kakashi be apprehended first, this order could serve as a shield to reclaim him. What would happen if Kakashi-sensei were captured? This was Naruto's question. Without confirming that Kakashi was indeed the main culprit, it did not seem too problematic for him to be captured by them. He would die. Shikamaru's response shocked Naruto and the others. But upon reflection, they understood, in such cruel circumstances, being merely a suspect would not guarantee a favorable outcome. At the very least, one should not expect to emerge unscathed. The longer one remained, the greater the peril to their life. Ugh! This is infuriating. Naruto could no longer endure the feeling of helplessness. He just wanted to see Kakashi as soon as possible to find peace of mind. He wished to protect Kakashi, but how could he do so if he was not by his side? Sakura could only let out a powerless sigh, her mood akin to the parched autumn wind. Just as they prepared to return home, a sudden commotion erupted in the village, with numerous villagers rushing in their direction. Panic etched on their faces. What has happened? Naruto and Sakura sprinted towards the source of the villagers' flight, arriving at the village entrance to discover the scene that a group of armed samurai had surrounded the entrance, slowly encroaching upon the village, effectively sealing it off. The samurai pointed their glinting blades at the approaching shinobi defending the village. What do you intend to do? The gatekeepers Tetsu and Izumo had already been captured, now restrained underground, their faces filled with fury. What are we doing? Perhaps you should ask yourselves that. One individual derisively responded, I do not know what you are speaking of. Izumo glared fiercely at the man. What should we do now? They are from the daimyo's estate. We cannot engage. Furthermore, considering the recent incident, if we were to act, it would imply that Konoha intend to usurp power from the daimyo. Correct? We should notify Tsunade-sama, a shinobi observing from a distance suggested. Someone has already gone to notify her. They have likely dispatched someone to handle the situation by now. What do you mean? Release the uncle at once. Suddenly, upon arriving, Naruto's gaze fell upon Tetsu and Izumo, pinned to the ground. Without a second thought, he charged forward, sending the samurai holding them sprawling, before Sakura even had a chance to react. You brat! The surrounding samurai swiftly closed in on Naruto, launching an attack without hesitation. Naruto, do not act impulsively, just freed. Izumo immediately grabbed hold of Naruto, concerned that if he continued to escalate the situation, the consequences would be dire. Uncle, do not stop me. I can take them all out. Naruto retorted. Naruto, listen, Izumo exclaimed, exasperated. Meanwhile, as Izumo grappled with the situation, Naruto had already engaged in combat. The scene swiftly transformed into a battlefield, the sounds of clashing swords resonating at the entrance of Konoha, as numerous Narutos clashed with the samurai. Naruto, stand down. Suddenly, amidst the chaos, Tsunade's voice rang out. Hearing this, Naruto, initially inclined to retort with a question of why, halted upon witnessing Tsunade's grim expression. Speak. What is the reason for your arrival? Tsunade approached slowly, with Ino following closely behind. She shot a glare at Naruto before addressing the samurai who had spoken with Izumo earlier. Hokage-sama, I apologize for the intrusion. We have come to demand the surrender of Hatake Kakashi and hope for your cooperation. Despite standing before the Hokage, the man did not relent in his arrogance. And if we refuse, Tsunade responded, clearly displeased by his demeanor, in that case, we shall have no choice but to search for him ourselves. Should any damage occur during this process, it will not concern us that on what grounds. What has Kakashi done? Because he attacked the daimyo's estate. Surely, Hokage-sama is aware that if not for the daimyo's mercy, we would not be here merely to demand him. On what basis do you claim it was Kakashi? You know as well as I that such claims are mere fabrications, that we will not surrender him. Should you dare take a step forward, I will ensure you leave here on your backs, Tsunade stated coldly, wishing to end the conversation, that if you oppose the daimyo's will, it implies that you wish to declare war against him. Does it not? Are you attempting to become enemies with the entire nation? The man showed no fear of Tsunade's assertiveness, confident in the backing of the daimyo. Oh, you seek war? Very well, bring it on if you have the capability. Tsunade replied defiantly. Are you attempting to shield Hatake Kakashi? The individual exhibited a somewhat hesitant demeanor, for prior to his arrival, he had received explicit instructions from above to avoid any severe conflict with Konoha. Even if the feudal lord failed to grasp the significance of Konoha to the Land of Fire, those present were certainly aware of it. The mention of protection was moot, with Kakashi absent from the village. If they wished to avoid hostilities, they ought to vacate this place immediately. Apologies, but we cannot simply withdraw. We must apprehend Hatake Kakashi. The individual remained resolute, for this was his mission. Tsunade furrowed her brow in frustration. It was indeed a troublesome situation. Engaging in combat was not an option. Such actions would yield no benefit for Konoha or the Land of Fire. War is always synonymous with misfortune. In truth, all that is required is for you to surrender Kakashi. Why persist in this entanglement? Silence. Tsunade's anger flared, setting aside the fact that Kakashi was not in Konoha. Even if he were, they could not hand him over. Doing so would imply their acknowledgement of his alleged crimes. This matter must be investigated to uncover the truth. Should the feudal lord genuinely believe Konoha to be culpable, then let war commence. I shall remain here until we have captured Kakashi. Will you not apprehend him yourselves? Kakashi is not even here. Indeed, as you mentioned, we have dispatched individuals to apprehend him. However, we are here to prevent any possible concealment on your part. We shall depart as soon as we have secured Hatake Kakashi. Are you suggesting that we must create a scene here? Tsunade's fists clenched tightly, her patience wearing thin. Yet, should she strike, many accusations would be levied against Konoha, and thus she must restrain herself. To Hokage-sama, I hope you will not impede us. With that, he began to advance, followed by the other samurai. Did I not just state that you must not take another step forward? Do you wish for your demise? After they collectively moved forward, Tsunade forcefully stomped her heel onto the ground, causing a large fissure to extend right before the group of warriors. Her expression was devoid of emotion, yet an unmistakable chill radiated from her. What do you take Konoha for, that you can simply search at will? Naruto silently cheered for Tsunade. Grandma Tsunade is formidable. All the samurai hastily retreated, perhaps realizing that the figure before them was not an ordinary ninja. But in that moment, silence enveloped both parties. Mother, must you create such a disturbance? Suddenly, amidst the tense atmosphere, a familiar, warm, and deep voice resonated. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto was the first to react, followed by all others turning towards the source of the voice. There, perched on the gates of Konoha, was Kakashi, smiling down at the assembly below, greeting them with a cheerful wave. Hello, long time no see. To be continued. Kakashi, after such a long wait, my turn to take the stage has finally arrived. Author, you heartless soul. Author, Bo's apologies, but it is now your time to shine. Kakashi, now that's more like it. Chapter 23. I shall accompany you, Kakashi. Everyone present looked up at the sudden appearance of Kakashi. He appeared much the same as ever, though perhaps a tad more fatigued or weary. Still, he maintained his usual composed demeanor. What has transpired? Ignoring the astonishment of the crowd, Kakashi descended from the gate to stand before Tsunade. Kakashi-sensei, where have you been these past few days? Naruto rushed forward as Kakashi approached, his heart finally finding solace at the sight of him. Now that he was within reach, Naruto could ensure his safety. Ah, I was captured, you see. Kakashi scratched his head apologetically. Sorry to have made you worried. He then placed his hand on Naruto's head, ruffling his hair affectionately. The familiar touch elicited a warm smile from Kakashi. As long as Kakashi-sensei is back, all is well. Naruto was accustomed to Kakashi's gestures, and the wave of reassurance brought a hint of moisture to his eyes, wiping his nose with his hand. He beamed brightly at Kakashi-sensei. Why did you return only now? Sakura also stepped forward, relieved to see Kakashi safe. Now is not the time for idle chatter. Kakashi, do you comprehend the situation? While Sakura felt a sense of relief at Kakashi's safe return, the gravity of the current predicament weighed heavily upon her. With Kakashi's appearance, it was clear that those people would not simply let him go without a fight, that I understand. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Kakashi's expression turned serious, his eyes sharpening. He grasped the gravity of the situation. It was indeed troublesome, that I will ask only once. Did you do it? Tsunade inquired gravely, and all eyes turned to Kakashi. Eager for his response, Kakashi did not reply immediately. Instead, he met Tsunade's gaze with calm intensity. Tsunade did not avert her eyes, seeking to ascertain the truth through his expression. No, in the end, it was Kakashi who broke eye contact. Tsunade's eyes held no hint of doubt. She trusted Kakashi, and thus she could not afford to let her faith be misplaced. That is reassuring. Tsunade nodded. Now, we must determine how to handle the feudal lord's envoy. You may return. We will investigate this matter thoroughly. Kakashi, as a key figure in this incident, will be under our care in Konoha, and there is no need for your feudal lord's interference. That cannot be. I should have made it clear from the outset. We're to take Hitaki Kakashi back. Moreover, you must recognize that Konoha is a suspect in this matter. How can we allow a suspect to oversee another suspect? Hokage-sama, surely you understand this. We possess ample justification to apprehend him. Hokage-sama, surrender him. Perhaps emboldened by Kakashi's presence, they felt empowered to act. Dream on. Tsunade succinctly articulated her stance. She was acutely aware that her actions were undoubtedly questionable. Though there was no evidence implicating Kakashi, he remained the primary suspect in this incident. From her position, she could not engage in actions that might be perceived as protective. Yet, her resolve remained firm. No leader could remain indifferent when their subordinates were unjustly accused, unless they were a poor leader indeed. It seems, Hokage-sama, that you are determined to shield him. Very well, I understand. From this moment forth, Konoha shall be regarded as a suspect. All personnel affiliated with Konoha are prohibited from entering or exiting without permission. Await the resolution of this matter. Any violators will be dealt with decisively. This is the command of the feudal lord. The individual suddenly chuckled, then loudly declared to all present. Following his announcement, unrest rippled through the crowd. Among those gathered were not only shinobi, but also ordinary villagers of Konoha. Upon hearing the recent pronouncement, they began to voice their grievances. How can this be? Why are we not allowed to leave? It doesn't matter to me. I seldom venture outside the village anyway. But doesn't it feel quite infuriating? Are we not being treated like criminals? Indeed, my family relies on going outside to earn a living. What nonsense is this? Ultimately, we have committed no offense. Why must we be dragged into this? Hokage-sama, what is happening? How do we offend the feudal lord? Honestly, wouldn't it be simpler to hand over that individual? Why protect someone who tarnishes our village's reputation? Exactly, just surrender him. Hokage-sama should consider us. Please, calm down. Hokage-sama is facing difficulties as well. But the Hokage should prioritize the village. How could this happen? The village's reputation is at stake. True, this could have been resolved swiftly. What is going on? The murmurs of discontent reached Tsunade's ears, as well as Kakashi's. Tsunade was incensed. This situation was not the time for division. Yet, she could not fault them. They were merely ordinary people seeking a peaceful life. There were matters that did not concern them, such as the truth of the situation. For them, The notion of suspect simply needed to be surrendered. That was the only correct course of action. Hokage-sama. What do you mean? If we surrender Kakashi, we shall depart without causing you any further trouble. Shouldn't this decision be an easy one to make? The murmurs surrounding him bolstered the man's confidence. As he asserted, the decision at hand should have been straightforward. However, Tsunade hesitated to relinquish Kakashi for a significant reason. She sensed that if she surrendered him now, he would never return. Moreover, she had an unsettling feeling that this was part of M's scheme. She detested the sensation of being manipulated. Were she merely Tsunade, she would have resolutely prevented Kakashi from being taken today. Yet, as Hokage, she bore the weight of the entire village on her shoulders, leaving her at a loss for the best course of action. Without responding to his inquiry, Tsunade stood there with a grim expression. Her hands clenched tightly. Naruto and Sakura gazed at her with concern, while the onlookers also directed their attention toward her. Kakashi, however, seemed to have made a decision. He stepped forward to confront the warrior, slowly raised his hands, and declared in a calm tone, "I will go with you." That was the most favorable outcome. Before Tsunade could react, the handcuffs were already fastened around Kakashi's wrists, the chains clinking with a sharp sound. "Wait!" Tsunade exclaimed, rushing to grasp Kakashi's shoulder. "Ugh!" Unexpectedly, Kakashi furrowed his brow, letting out a pained grunt. "What's wrong?" Tsunade asked, her tone serious as she pulled back his shoulder-esque fabric to reveal a penetrating wound. Although it had ceased to bleed, the condition appeared dire. In Tsunade's expert eyes, some tissue around the injury had begun to decay, likely due to a fire or lightning-based assault. "It's nothing." Kakashi avoided Tsunade's gaze. Unable to disclose that it was Sasuke who had inflicted the injury, particularly with Naruto present, as that would complicate matters, "I will heal you," Tsunade stated, her eyes searching Kakashi's evasive profile. According to reports, the main perpetrator had also suffered a wound to the left shoulder, and the chakra of the Umbu who pierced him was of the fire element. "Hold on. Do not engage with the suspect." The warrior attempted to intervene. "Step aside." Tsunade shot a deadly glare at him, warning that if he continued to chatter, she might lose her temper and deliver a few punches. Once she silenced him, Tsunade began to treat Kakashi's injury. "Are you truly going to accompany them? If you wish otherwise, I want to allow them to take you." "Yes, Lady Tsunade, you're the Hokage," Kakashi replied with a resolute gaze. "I am aware, and I do not require a child like you to remind me." Now, Tsunade had assumed her rightful stance as Hokage. "All right." Shortly thereafter, Tsunade completed the treatment and stepped back, giving Kakashi's shoulder a firm pat. "Let me make this clear. You may take Kakashi, but if you dare to lay a finger on him before the truth is uncovered, I will not let you go unpunished." This was her compromise. "Understood." "Wait, Tsunade Baba, you're just going to let them take Kakashi-sensei?" Naruto exclaimed, unable to maintain his composure at the thought of separation after finally reuniting. "Naruto, it's fine, I will be back soon. Don't forget what I told you before I left." Kakashi said with a smile directed at Naruto that "I refuse." Naruto couldn't bear the thought of Kakashi leaving his side. He stepped in front of Kakashi, gripping the heavy handcuffs on his wrists. Feeling that this was an affront, Kakashi was not the kind of person who should be subjected to such indignities. The true criminal deserved the shackles instead. Naruto seemed intent on prying the cuffs apart, pulling vigorously, but the surrounding warriors quickly closed in. "Kid, get back. You'd best keep your distance," Tsunade warned, positioning herself protectively. She would not allow anyone to disrupt them. She had already made significant concessions by allowing Kakashi to go with them. If it were not for Kakashi's own wishes, she would not have so readily compromised. T.O.B. continued. Chapter 24. The journey Kakashi-sensei, despite Naruto's efforts. The handcuffs remained secured, as expected. Dejected, he leaned against Kakashi's shoulder. Seeking solace in his familiar scent, he could not bear the thought of Kakashi leaving again, nor did he want to endure the anxiety that could drive one to madness. "Naruto, stop being so melodramatic. It's not like I'm heading off to my doom that you're making it sound like a tragic farewell. Oh, you want me to hurry up and die." Kakashi wished he could pat Naruto's heavy head, but his hands were restrained. "That is not it. I just don't want Kakashi-sensei to leave me," Naruto insisted, clutching Kakashi's hands as if afraid he would vanish. "Don't say such things suddenly. It feels odd. Stop being so clingy. Kakashi stepped back, freeing his hands from Naruto's grasp. He intended to discuss such matters. Continuing this way would lead to endless sentimentality. Kakashi's gaze drifted, perhaps pondering Naruto's earlier words. Naruto felt a pang of disappointment. He loathed Kakashi's slightly distant demeanor. He looked up, locking eyes with Kakashi, who returned the gaze. They shared a moment of silent connection, and the atmosphere around them shifted. After a brief silence, Naruto spoke up. Kakashi-sensei, may I ask you a question? What is it? Do you like Konoha? Naruto inquired, voicing a question he had long yearned to ask since encountering Akatsuki. Of course I do. Why do you ask? Kakashi replied, slightly baffled by the sudden inquiry. Nothing, Naruto responded, a sudden realization washing over him. As long as Kakashi loved Konoha, he would not leave permanently. It was merely a temporary measure, just a visit to the daimyo's residence. Furthermore, they had assured him that no harm would come to Kakashi, so he should be safe. Naruto closed the distance between them, stepping forward to reclaim the intimacy lost when Kakashi had retreated. He lifted his arms and hugged Kakashi tightly, resting his forehead against his shoulder. Kakashi felt a bit uncomfortable with Naruto's sudden display of affection, but refrained from voicing his discomfort. Kakashi-sensei, I promise I will catch the real criminal soon and bring you back. Naruto's voice whispered in Kakashi's ear, prompting him to close his eyes and smile gently, feeling warmth in his heart. Yes, I believe in you. All right, let us leave it at that, Kakashi said, pushing Naruto away with a hint of exasperation, though his tone betrayed a lingering good mood. Can we leave now? The warrior interjected impatiently, viewing the farewells as having concluded that IT was merely a suspect. Yet he acted as though they were parting for something far graver than mere imprisonment. Kakashi offered no further words, turning to follow the warriors, who swiftly flanked him, preparing to escort him back to the daimyo's residence. Oh, I almost forgot. This isn't suitable for me to wear right now, Kakashi declared, halting briefly. Naruto, please hold on to this for me. And don't forget what I told you before. He pulled off his forehead protector and tossed it to Naruto before turning back to leave, and the villagers followed suit. Naruto caught the forehead protector, gazing quizzically at Kakashi's retreating figure, his hair spilling down his back. It seemed Kakashi had spoken similar words earlier, yet in Naruto's memory, he had not said anything before departing that moment. Naruto had yet to learn of the words Kakashi left for him, and he could only blame Guy for that oversight. Everyone, disperse. Go about your business, Tsunade commanded as she turned away from watching Kakashi's departure. Heading back to the Hokage Tower, her mood was far from pleasant. Although she had half threatened those men not to touch Kakashi, they had acquiesced. Yet, who could guarantee their adherence? Outside of Konoha, she had no authoritative control. The duplicity of appearances often led to treachery behind the scenes. Tsunade understood that her words would have little effect, so her foremost task was to locate S organization. Yet even if she found them, there was no assurance she could exonerate Kakashi from the charges against him. This moment, she felt utterly helpless, in stark contrast to Tsunade's heavy heart. Naruto was filled with determination to capture the criminals swiftly. He gripped Kakashi's forehead protector tightly, silently vowing to apprehend M's organization. Following Tsunade, Naruto and the others returned to the Hokage Tower, eagerly awaiting her orders to pursue M's organization as Tsunade and the others departed. The entrance to Konoha returned to its usual state. However, unbeknownst to anyone, in a corner where no one paid attention, a figure had witnessed the entire sequence of events. The individual in question is Sasuke, who vanished immediately after the conclusion of the Daming Mansion incident. Once released, he may never be grasped again. Naruto, you shall forever dwell in regret, Sasuke murmured, gazing in the direction Naruto had departed, before turning away. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept in from behind Naruto, carrying the season's characteristic dryness. It seemed as though Naruto sensed something amiss, halting his steps to glance back toward the village entrance. The wind was fierce, mingling with fine sand, and the early winter breeze felt both frigid and piercing. Naruto, is something wrong? Sakura inquired, noticing Naruto's abrupt stop. She paused as well, brushing her tousled hair back, a hint of confusion in her expression. It's nothing. He turned around and continued his journey toward the Hokage's office. Had Naruto heard Sasuke's words, he would undoubtedly have acted upon them. Alas, the wind carried those words away from him. Honestly, how much longer must we travel? It had been quite some time since they left the village, and Kakashi was currently being escorted toward the Daming Mansion. With the pace of the main troop, he felt utterly exhausted. Although he was in a vehicle, it was still a prison cart, which was decidedly unpleasant. Don't worry, we shall arrive soon. Take a moment to appreciate the scenery and the fresh air, a companion walking alongside the cart remarked. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Leaning against the cage and peering through the gaps between the wooden slats to observe the surroundings. Casting his gaze upward to the overcast sky, he found himself yearning for a clear day, as it would at least provide a sense of comfort. Kakashi was acutely aware that his current predicament was likely dire. He knew all too well the darkness that awaited him in such places, and he could only hope for a stroke of good fortune. As time progressed, dusk gradually enveloped the land. At the current pace, it would take many days to reach the Daming Mansion, and the mere thought of spending such an extended period in the bumpy prison cart left him feeling quite despondent. Before long, night fell completely, bringing with it a biting chill. Kakashi glanced at the flickering flames illuminating his surroundings and the encroaching darkness ahead, suddenly feeling a profound sense of loneliness, as if he were walking alone into the abyss. He closed his eyes, preparing to drift into slumber, free from the worries of the cold. As he departed from the two children, they had gifted him a garment crafted from a special material by their mother, thin yet remarkably warm. Reflecting on the days spent in that small abode felt surreal, for he had not engaged in his duties as a ninja during that time. Those days had been blissfully carefree. He wondered how the two siblings were faring now. Lost in thought, Kakashi succumbed to sleep, while the group continued their journey, accustomed to days without rest. They all longed for the moment they could reach their destination and enjoy a restful sleep. Meanwhile, back in Konohagakure, Tsunade had assigned Naruto and his companions a new mission upon her return to the Hokage's office. Their task was to apprehend members of the Akatsuki organization, with personnel arrangements similar to those made when searching for Kakashi. Those selected included Naruto, Sakura, Shikamaru, Neji, Hinata, and Kiba, with the addition of Lee and Tenten for this mission. The remaining members would stay behind in the village. After receiving the mission, the group made brief preparations before setting off. According to Shikamaru's analysis, the Akatsuki's base was not far from Konohagakure, and they had a general idea of its direction based on the timing of the organization's previous appearances. Kakashi-sensei. Just wait, Naruto thought to himself. After a night had passed, Kakashi awoke with a yawn, taking stock of his surroundings and estimating that they were still approximately 4 days away from the Daming Mansion. Here, this is breakfast, a companion beside him said. Handing him a bun as Kakashi stirred awake, he accepted it, noticing that it had become quite dry. After staring at the bun for a moment, Kakashi began to eat it nonchalantly. Once finished, he leaned back against the cage. Lost in thought, occasionally fiddling with the handcuffs on his wrists that if he truly wished, such restraints would not confine him. As he waited in boredom for time to pass, a sudden commotion erupted around him. Amidst the shouts of the samurai, a youthful voice rang out clearly. "Where are you taking my father?" To be continued. Chapter 25. Who are you? What are you? Who are you calling father? A small boy had intercepted the group. Indeed, those words that sparked curiosity had escaped this child's lips. Dressed in ordinary attire, the boy was desperately attempting to break free from the grasp of the person restraining him, but his meager strength proved insufficient. "You villains, where are you taking my father? Let him go." Despite the boy's intrusion, the procession did not falter. He anxiously watched as Kakashi's cart slowly distanced itself, yearning to dash toward it. "Kid, your father isn't here. You should leave, or you'll regret it," the guard replied with a hint of exasperation. If this continued, the boy's fate would surely be grim. From the moment the boy's voice rang out, Kakashi's heart raced. That voice was all too familiar. Belonging to the younger brother of the siblings he had spent several days with, he could not fathom how the boy had arrived at such a place. As their home was quite far from here, Kakashi shifted away from the cage, straightening up to discern the situation more clearly. Children could act impulsively, and he feared the boy might inadvertently provoke actions that could be misconstrued as malevolent. Even if he was merely a child, they would not hesitate to act against him. Are you saying that Hatake Kakashi is your father? That's right. Impossible. We need to investigate this further. Take him along as well. A figure who appeared to be the squad leader declared. Claiming to be Kakashi's child demanded scrutiny. According to their intelligence, Kakashi had no children, and there might be some connection to the Akatsuki organization. Yes, the guard holding the boy cast a pitying glance at him before preparing to bind him. Kakashi remained silent, his gaze fixed on the unfolding scene, but he could not speak. To show concern for the boy would only endanger him further. Remaining still was the best course of action. What are you planning to do? Let me go. Hearing their conversation, the boy resumed to struggle, biting the hand that held him. The unexpected pain caused the guard to release his grip. And seizing the moment, the boy attempted to flee, yet the surrounding figures made escape impossible, swiftly capturing him once more. Where do you think you're going, kid? Let me go, you disgusting villains. What did you say? Clearly, the boy's words irked them. One guard seized the boy by the throat, lifting him off the ground. The boy writhed, his face turning red from the strain, desperately clawing at the hand, choking him. His legs flailing. Laughter erupted from several onlookers, finding amusement in the boy's plight, as the monotony of the escorting journey had driven them to seek entertainment. Meanwhile, the guard who initially captured the boy silently turned away. Rejoining the advancing group. Release him. He is on the verge of passing out. After the laughter subsided, someone suggested, as he relinquished his grip, the boy collapsed to the ground, coughing violently, his complexion now a ghastly shade. What have you done to my brother? As the group looked down upon the curled-up child, a small girl dashed out from the side of the road. Undoubtedly, she was the boy's sister. She hurried to her brother's side, gently helping him to regulate his breathing to alleviate his distress. Are you his sister? Yes. Then you'll come with us. With that, they reached for the girl's arm. Don't touch me. The girl screamed, fully aware of the terror her cries could incite. Ordinarily, one would expect a scream to stem from panic. Yet upon closer inspection, she exhibited no signs of fear. Before delving deeper into their motive for appearing here, they needed to ascertain why the two had ventured to this location. The siblings had initially intended to seek out Kakashi in Konoha and had heard rumors that he had betrayed the village and was being escorted to the Daiming Mansion, though they found it hard to believe. Despite their brief acquaintance, their conversations had been limited. During their time with Kakashi, he rarely spoke, often merely nodding or gently asking, "Is that so?" The two of them were fond of Kakashi's smile. A person who possesses such a smile could never be truly malevolent. They had been searching for Kakashi for many days, and today they ventured into this vicinity, hoping to take a brief respite. It seemed that the younger brother had heard something and had followed the sound of this location, while the older sister had initially paid it no mind. However, after waiting for quite some time without seeing her brother return, she decided to investigate, only to behold this scene. "Why are you detaining us?" The little girl inquired after her exclamation. For no reason at all. Upon hearing the little girl's question, they realized that they truly had no justification. After all, even if they were indeed Kakashi's children. Was it right to apprehend them? Perhaps they assumed we were offspring of that individual. The little girl, understanding her brother's character, had already guessed the reason. Glancing ahead, she could no longer see Kakashi's vehicle. The group had advanced quite a distance. "Then you need not detain us, for we are not his children at all, in fact, you should be well aware of whether or not he is children. If we truly were his offspring, he would not have remained indifferent to what you just did to my brother. In truth, he seemed utterly unconcerned. Did he not? Does this not indicate that we have no connection to him?" The little girl articulated each word with calmness, her tone betraying a maturity far beyond her years. "Though your reasoning appears sound, it is ultimately ineffectual. You must still accompany us," ignoring the little girl's words. One of them seized her while simultaneously lifting the unconscious boy. The little boy had already succumbed to unconsciousness. They then joined the main group, during which the little girl remained silent, perhaps contemplating the situation or something else entirely. This incident was temporarily resolved, having captured two mysterious children closely linked to Kakashi, who might serve as useful pawns. Kakashi had been observing the situation, but soon lost sight of the little boy and girl. He was uncertain of what would happen to the boy and had been hesitating whether to threaten them against any ill-conceived notions. However, given his current predicament, he pondered whether it was wise to undertake such an irrational act. What would be the consequences if they were captured? What would result from taking action now? With his head lowered, Kakashi reflected deeply. He certainly would not naively believe they would let them go without a second thought. Ultimately, his conclusion was that he could not proceed as he had initially thought. If they were apprehended, rescuing them must take precedence. Regardless of the outcome, he could not allow two innocent individuals to be entangled in this matter. At that moment, Kakashi was unaware that they had already been captured. He was at the front of the line, while the little boy and girl were at the rear. As for the little girl, after walking a short distance, she halted. May we not stay with Kakashi-san? No, I'm cold. If I faint, it will be troublesome for you all, especially since you must be quite weary from carrying my brother. Are you afraid that something might happen if we are together? Do you truly fear us so much? I merely wish to remain by Kakashi-san's side. That is it too much to ask? We were taken by you without cause. At this point, the little girl's tone had strayed far from her innocent facade, exuding a sense of familiarity that left one wondering where they had heard such speech before. Hey, don't be so heartless. That I know what you intend to do, but don't you want to confirm something first? Our relationship with Kakashi-san. Only then will you understand our value, will you not? The expressions of those surrounding her darkened, as they struggled to reconcile such words with the image of this small girl. Would you like to know who I am? Take me to Kakashi-san, or you shall regret it, she said, a smile gracing her lips. Those around her began to feel something was amiss. Since earlier, they had felt somewhat disoriented, as if the world had narrowed down to the sound of the little girl's voice. They could only follow her voice, leading her toward Kakashi. Yes, soon as Kakashi saw the two being apprehended, he prepared to act, but then he noticed the smile on the little girl's face. His expression darkening. This girl was not the one he knew. Her smile lacked warmth. He fixed his gaze intently on her as she was led closer. Long time no see, Kakashi-san, after being locked in the vehicle. The little girl greeted him with a smile. Who are you? Oh dear, Kakashi-san, don't tell me you still don't know who I am. She giggled. Are you I am? Kakashi suddenly felt a wave of fatigue wash over him as he recalled the answer. What have you done to her? Worried, are you? Don't fret. I merely knocked her out and left her by the roadside. She will awaken shortly. When you see her, she will be preparing to rescue her brother. And I simply wanted to prevent her from acting foolishly. The little girl? No. Now she was I am. She had used a transformation technique, moved closer to Kakashi. What do you intend to do? Kakashi remained motionless, his expression impassive as he regarded I am. Played it. I'll keep you company. You must be feeling quite lonely now, right? Rest assured, if you wish to leave, I can assist you. I can have them release you without their awareness. I am leaned her head against Kakashi's shoulder. Thank you for your kindness, but I do not require it. And what of him? I am pointed at the unconscious boy beside them. Will you not take him with you? Think it over, Kakashi-san. To be continued. Chapter 26. The past had been a day since Kakashi was taken away, and Naruto and his companions were diligently searching for the base of the organization, having gathered more substantial leads as they slowly closed in on it. Meanwhile, Kakashi and his group continued their relentless journey toward the daimyo's mansion, maintaining their original pace day and night. After Ayam boarded the vehicle, Kakashi grew increasingly vigilant. The weight pressing against him felt quite uncomfortable. And what of him? Will you not take him with you? Ayam leaned against Kakashi, gesturing toward the boy lying beside them. Kakashi did not respond immediately. Although he wished for the boy's safety, he did not trust Ayam. Think it over, Kakashi-san. Why do you wish to help me? Because I like you, of course. What more reasoning could there be? Ayam lifted her head, offering Kakashi a sweet smile, seemingly finding his question rather trivial. Stealing a glance at Ayam's smile, Kakashi averted his gaze, his tone serene as he replied, Miss Ayam, are you jesting? Not at all. What is it that you truly seek? Can you not discern it? Based on all that you have witnessed, it should be quite apparent. We aim to dismantle Konoha through the daimyo's hand. Yet, the reality appears far more complex than that. You have gone to great lengths to frame me for this, to sow doubt among the people of Konoha, to force Lady Tsunade into making choices regarding my fate, ultimately leading Naruto to pose that particular question. What you, the perpetrators, wish to observe is likely the strength of trust among individuals. Should the daimyo trust Konoha, then none of this would transpire. And now, it seems that the majority have come to believe I am indeed the main culprit. What follows is your desire to witness the reactions of those who trust me, regardless of their unwavering faith. With so many coincidences and evidence laid before them, the seeds of doubt have already been sown, waiting to take root and flourish. What will you do next to make it sprout? Kakashi articulated his deductions regarding the entire incident, and as it turned out, he was indeed correct. Throughout Kakashi's discourse, I listened intently, her demeanor one of earnestness, as though she were eager to learn. Only when Kakashi posed his final question did she appear to experience a moment of enlightenment, exclaiming, "Ah, so that is how it is?" Teo once told me that relying on the human heart is precisely this. Kakashi-san, you're truly remarkable. However, it seems you've misunderstood one thing. Our actions are not solely aimed at witnessing the destruction of trust among you. What we wish to observe is simply the human heart, in any form. Trust is but a term we could replace with emotion. The bonds between certain individuals can be easily severed, while those of others remain unbreakable. After enduring countless tribulations, as you have stated, most have lost faith in you. However, there are still some who choose to believe. Perhaps, after further events transpire, even more will waver in their trust. Yet, undeniably, there will always be those who steadfastly maintain their belief in you. This leads us to a pressing question. When the overwhelming majority cease to believe in you, it is akin to being condemned. What, then, is the outcome? You are left with no option but to perish. Meanwhile, those who believe in you, those who share a profound connection with you, will naturally strive to prevent your wrongful demise. Yet in truth, you have already been convicted. Consequently, those who stand by you will find themselves isolated and doubted. What then? Will they simply bear witness to your demise? Certainly not. There exists another possibility. They are formidable individuals, aware of their own strength, and they will stop at nothing to rescue you. What, then, is the consequence? Undoubtedly, it is the onset of conflict, a veritable river of blood. However, they are also rational beings, burdened by much. Perhaps they may indeed watch you perish, yet their hearts will remain tormented for the entirety of their lives. Is it not rather morbidly amusing to witness their anguish? After reflecting on this, Kakashi-san, what are your intentions? As far as I am aware, the journey ahead will not be a pleasant one. Shangpu spoke calmly. And upon concluding her thoughts, she gently patted the somewhat somber Kakashi. After absorbing Shangpu's discourse, he found himself momentarily at a loss. Contemplating his next course of action, Kakashi-san, do you not find what I have just described to be somewhat familiar? Noticing Kakashi's lack of response, Shangpu leaned closer, whispering softly in his ear. After she posed his question, Kakashi's eyes widened slightly. When the vast majority disbelieve in you, you are effectively condemned. What then is the outcome? You must perish. Yet, they will never find solace in their lives. These words echoed the fate of Kakashi's father. Had the majority believed in him and supported his choices, would he have met his demise? Would Kakashi as a child have become the person he is today? Silence enveloped the vehicle as Kakashi remained unresponsive to Shangpu's inquiries, even forgetting the initial question she posed. His silver hair cascaded down, obscuring his eyes, rendering his expression indiscernible, while Shangpu sat quietly beside him. The audacity with which Shangpu spoke stemmed from her control over those surrounding them. They were now merely dazed followers. Kakashi, immersed in contemplation, had not anticipated the machinations of the organization, and he pondered their next steps. What should he do now? How might he thwart their plans? As he could not escape his current predicament, he surmised, based on Shangpu's assertions, that he had gleaned the organization's impending actions. They would send individuals to the daimyo's residence to create chaos in an effort to extricate him. In doing so, the daimyo would solidify his condemnation, leading to developments that would be all too familiar. The swiftest resolution would be to take his own life, but should he truly resort to that? Surely, there must be a more viable option. Kakashi remained enveloped in a silence of contemplation, entirely disregarding Shangpu beside him. Unbeknownst to Kakashi, Shangpu herself was equally uncertain of their subsequent actions. Tailiang had merely instructed her to impart these thoughts to Kakashi and remain by his side. Without deviation, time trickled by, and as twilight descended, Shangpu grew bored, observing Kakashi, who appeared to be asleep, and she casually reclined, surrendering to slumber. When Shangpu awoke once more, it was the early hours of the morning. Glancing around in a daze, she struggled to recollect her surroundings, but upon spotting Kakashi, her memory returned. Kakashi-sensei, are you still awake? She queried, slowly rising to sit up and regarding Kakashi, who still maintained his slightly bowed posture. Why not sleep? He smiled at her. Why should I not? She retorted, glancing at the small boy curled up nearby, moving to draw him closer with gentle motions, evoking in Kakashi the impression of a genuine young girl rather than Shangpu. Why did you choose to join the organization? Kakashi inquired. I recall you mentioning that your goal was to dismantle the system of the shadows. What prompted this? He had momentarily set aside Shangpu's earlier statements, deciding not to dwell on the enemy's words but to observe the situation further. Since you brought it up, allow me to elucidate, Kakashi-san. Let me pose a question. Do you know what it feels like to witness your loved ones perish before your very eyes? That sensation when all your hopes and dreams, everything familiar and cherished, vanishes in an instant. I believe you can relate to a degree that I hail from a small ninja village, primarily comprised of medical practitioners. Almost all the ninjas are medics. You may not have heard of such a diminutive village, for it barely boasts a population of over 20 while all are trained in healing. Their skills are limited, many only capable of treating minor injuries. That MY family possesses the most advanced medical knowledge. They are kind-hearted, yet kindness often invites cruelty. When I was just 9 years old, a group of injured ninjas arrived in our village. They were not malevolent, so we tended to their wounds. After their recovery, they departed, and we rejoiced in having aided them. However, that joy was short-lived, as the individuals responsible for their injuries soon tracked them down, demanding information about their whereabouts. That we remained silent, for we truly did not know, and in their wrath, they accused us of collusion. One by one, they slaughtered the villagers. MY family hid my brother and me in a secret place before they were inevitably killed. My brother held me tightly as we listened to the screams outside, our bodies trembling with fear. Once the cries ceased, we were met with the sound of destruction as they ravaged our home. Do not presume that it concluded there. Eventually, they discovered us. Perhaps they were simply impatient, for they attacked us immediately upon sight. MY brother stood in front of me, shielding me, and I distinctly remember their scornful laughter. He fell, and while I cannot recall the specifics of their weapons, I felt a sharp pain in my neck before collapsing. Before losing consciousness, I saw my brother attempting to heal me. The last image burned into my mind was of the green light emanating from my neck and my brother's eyes, gradually losing their spark of life. When I regained consciousness, I lay amidst the blood that flowed from my brother's body, staring into his unblinking eyes. His hand still rested on my neck, now cold and rigid. Is that not somewhat terrifying? I have long forgotten my feelings at that moment that I rose, the scent of blood overwhelming me that I cannot recall whether I vomited, but I mechanically gathered the bodies, using my ninjutsu to treat them. Once my chakra was depleted, I consumed whatever restorative medicine I could find, though it merely drained my physical energy. That a day passed before I could no longer use my ninjutsu. But by then, I had managed to tend to 7 bodies, rendering them free of wounds. As if they merely slumbered, I sat silently beside them for what felt like an eternity, until hunger gnawed at me, prompting me to seek sustenance. After eating, I returned to their side, clinging to the hope that they might awaken. I lost track of time, realizing ultimately that they could not come back to life. I refused to accept their loss, so I began concocting medicines, hoping to preserve them. Days blurred into one another until I finally arranged them, and then I drifted through life in a daze, the specifics of my days fading from memory. Eventually, Tai Liang found me, and I simply accompanied him. It was that straightforward that I asked for why I wish to dismantle the system of the shadows. It is because, without their commands, such conflicts would not arise. Oh, by the way, the 2 villages in question are Kumogakure and in truth, I do not fully comprehend it. Tai Liang stated it was so, and I accepted it. As Shangpu recounted her past, she seemed devoid of significant sorrow, as though she were recounting the tale of another. Tai Liang is mistaken. Even without the shadows, such events would still transpire. Kakashi listened intently, surprised by Shangpu's experiences, and found her transformation understandable. That I do not concern myself with whether he is right or wrong. As long as it is his desire, I will assist him, Shangpu replied swiftly. Kakashi merely regarded her, withholding further commentary. T.O.B. continued. Chapter 27. Departure. Following their conversation, Kakashi and Shangpu fell into silence. It was then that the small boy stirred awake, his eyes gradually fluttering open in the dim light. Still bewildered by his surroundings, he looked up at Shangpu and slowly sat up. Sister? Where are we? I do not know. You ought to ask him, she replied. Shangpu may not be particularly adept at interacting with children. Her movements seemed somewhat stiff. She pointed at Kakashi. Daddy. The little boy obediently leaped into Kakashi's embrace, eliciting an expression of discontent from Shangpu. It was so easy for children to take advantage of such situations. Unlike her, who had to tread carefully around Kakashi, fearing he might deliver a punch. Long time no see. By the way, how many times must I say it? Don't call me Daddy, just call me Kakashi. Kakashi ruffled the boy's hair. But the handcuffs were a hindrance, allowing only a light touch to, I don't want to. I want to call you Daddy. The boy began to whine, his innocent demeanor forcing Kakashi to tilt his head in a wry smile. You should not address Kakashi-sensei as Daddy. It puts him in an awkward position. He is still quite young and certainly does not wish to have a son as large as you. Shangpu interjected, discontented. How could the man she admired have a child? It involuntarily conjured images of Kakashi with a wife, which displeased her greatly, causing her expression to turn unfriendly. Sister, you said I could call him that before. The boy protested against his sister's sudden irritation, clutching Kakashi's clothing as if fearing he would vanish if he couldn't call him Daddy. I am saying you cannot. So you must listen. Call him Kakashi-san. Even if you call him Daddy, he will not truly be your father. Your father has already passed away. Shangpu's tone grew increasingly irritable. She loathed naive children who understood nothing and refused to listen. Hey, no need to be so harsh, Kakashi said, slightly frowning as he stroked the boy's head, who looked dazed by Shangpu's words. He spoke to her with a hint of reproach. Tisich, I want him to face reality. Emotional wounds cannot be healed by others, but must be mended by oneself. What will happen to him if you leave one day? Shangpu remarked disdainfully in front of the boy, studying his reaction closely. Sister, what's wrong with you today? The boy, sensing something amiss, hurriedly moved beside Shangpu, gazing at her with concern. Did something upset you? Nothing. Then why are you speaking like this? Is there anything wrong with how I speak? Your tone is strange and different from usual. Yes, whatever you say is correct. By the way, it seems you missed the point, didn't you? Did you not pay attention to what I just said? But, alright, forget I said anything. Kakashi, what do you really want? Shangpu, no longer wishing to converse with the child, turned her attention to Kakashi. What else can I do? Just this, Kakashi replied nonchalantly, after hearing what I just said. Do you have no thoughts at all? Is it simply acceptable to be taken to the daimyo's residence? You make a valid point, but I believe the chances of that happening are slim. After all, Lady Tsunade is not oblivious to the circumstances. My existence is not particularly significant. Without me, Konoha would not suffer much loss. Are you certain? Shangpu smiled enigmatically. Kakashi appeared puzzled by her smile, while the boy looked on in confusion. Clearly unable to join the conversation, Kakashi-san. Perhaps you feel your existence is insignificant, but for certain individuals, it holds great importance, such as your students. You've said so much. I only wish to ask, what do you want me to do? Kakashi did not respond to her statement that I do not want you to do anything. I merely wish for you to recognize yourself. I still have confidence in understanding myself better than you do. There is no need for your concern. Sigh, I do not wish to elaborate further. Shall I inform you of our upcoming plans? Shangpu glanced at Kakashi before turning to gaze at the receding landscape. Sister, what are you talking about? The boy was becoming increasingly perplexed. My apologies, but you should go take a nap. Shangpu gently patted the boy's head, and soon he fell asleep. Kakashi-san, regardless of the circumstances, we wish to see you sever ties with Konoha, whether by your own desire or by force. We will stop at nothing. Why go through such trouble? Because we are exceedingly bored, Kakashi-san. You should know the darkness of places like prison. Entering will not yield a pleasant outcome. Even so what? I am here of my own volition. Were you not prepared to escape from the start? One could say that, but I believe what? You need not concern yourself with that. Suit yourself. I merely want you to be mentally prepared. Once you reach the daimyo's residence, our next phase will commence. Are you certain you will take no measures? That is my affair. Kakashi retained his composed demeanor, though it was uncertain if his heart mirrored his calm exterior. Well, do as you wish, Kakashi-san. I must tell you that Tai Liang and the others plan to rescue you a day or two after you arrive at the daimyo's residence. Of course, whether they succeed is another matter, but a commotion is guaranteed. From here on out, it will be a free-for-all, but we will all be present. You are indeed quite bored, of course, Kakashi-san. Prepare to face a storm that arises because of you. Changpu said, her face beaming with a smile. That seems unrelated to your goals, I cannot say. You should ask Tai Liang. She shrugged, shaking her head in resignation. As for Tai Liang, after leaving the daimyo's residence, he and Changpu returned to the base, where Sasuke also arrived. After a brief recovery, Tai Liang outlined the next steps of their plan, in which Ran would also participate. Changpu, you will stay close to Kakashi, preferably entering the daimyo's residence alongside him. Tai Liang instructed, with both Changpu and Ran listening intently. After several days of rest, Ran's injuries were no longer an issue, allowing him to partake in the upcoming plan. Why? You will understand in due time. Ran, just prepare to accompany me to rescue him. Isn't that simple? Why? Both Changpu and Ran were puzzled, not comprehending the rationale. Tai Liang cast a weary glance at them, feeling a deep sense of helplessness at their confusion that he sighed heavily. All right, let me explain. What is Kakashi right now? A Konoha ninja. Tai Liang fell silent again, but he quickly composed himself. He is a suspect, and what we must do is eliminate the suspect label and transform him into a true criminal. Why? Changpu and Ran chorused, ensure the daimyo executes Kakashi to instigate a conflict between the people of Konoha and the daimyo's residents. For the sake of amusement, Tai Liang said, almost gritting his teeth. The reasons were certainly not that simple, but he feared they would not understand if he elaborated. Oh, I see. Understood. Then prepare yourselves. Changpu, you will set off first. I will speak with Sasuke-kun about this. Be cautious and just relay my words to him. All right. Following that, Changpu sought out Kakashi, leading to the scene on his end. Meanwhile, Ran took the time to recuperate properly before the plan commenced. Ready to unleash his strength, Sasuke-kun, as Tai Liang exited the base. He found Sasuke sitting on a rock, his dark eyes gazing into the distance. Upon hearing Tai Liang's voice, Sasuke did not turn but directly asked, "What is it?" "I wanted to discuss our next course of action. I don't need to say anything. I know what to do." Sasuke replied coldly, clearly resistant to being instructed by others. That's good. After speaking, Tai Liang returned to the base, pondering why neither of his companions possessed such traits, requiring endless discussions. 2 days later, Karen approached Sasuke, sensing a large group of individuals heading their way. When she spotted Sasuke, he was polishing his sword. "Sasuke, many people are coming. Should we do something about this?" Upon hearing Karen's words, Sasuke raised his head slightly. "Don't worry about it. Let them come. Then I will head out first." Xianglin slowly turned around, still hoping for a response from Sasuke. But it seemed increasingly unlikely. With a sense of disappointment, she exited the room. After her departure, Sasuke lifted his gaze to the flickering lights on the wall, his dark eyes appearing particularly profound, reflecting the shimmering glow. After sheathing his sword at his waist, he stepped out of the room. A storm was about to commence. He had just told Xianglin that there was no need to concern themselves with Naruto and the others. But the truth was they would seek him out regardless of whether he went looking for them or not. Xianglin, Shueiwe, Chongwu stepped forward. "What is going on?" Shueiwe was the first to open the door. His disheveled state indicated he had been sleeping. His eyes still somewhat bleary. "Yes, there's something you need." Then came Chongwu, followed closely by Xianglin. "Didn't you say to leave it be? Come with me to the daimyo's residence." "For what purpose?" Shueiwe questioned. Perplexed, the other two exchanged confused glances. "Will you go or not?" Sasuke offered no further explanation. Truth be told, he could very well go alone. He simply feared potential complications. "Of course I will." Naturally, Xianglin would accompany him. After a moment of hesitation, Shueiwe also acquiesced, reasoning that he was far too bored here, and, since he had nothing else to do, he might as well join. Chongwu said nothing, but his actions spoke volumes. He took a step closer to Sasuke. "Let us move." Sasuke led the way, with Xianglin and the others following closely behind. As they exited the base, they encountered Taeyong and Luan. Taeyong greeted them with a smile, while Luan, following behind, was engrossed in the scenery, completely ignoring them. Both Taeyong and Luan were clad in their team uniforms, while Sasuke and his companions donned the Akatsuki attire. Are you ready? Let us depart. Taeyong was the first to set off, with the others following suit. That a total of 6 individuals made their way toward the daimyo's residence. A tempest was on the horizon. T.O.B. continued. Chapter 28. For what purpose the journey from the base to the daimyo's residence would take 3 days. B. Why the time they arrived, Kakashi had already been there for a day. The timing being quite fortuitous. Now, Taeyong and Sasuke were weaving through the trees. Sasuke, that group is just ahead, Xianglin suddenly remarked, coming up beside him. Noticing Sasuke's lack of reaction, she chose not to dwell on it, simply following his lead. Hey, Xianglin, what do you think Sasuke is planning? Why is he acting alongside the likes of me? Shui Wei, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, knowing Sasuke would not divulge any information and thus turning to Xianglin. I have no idea. You don't know either? Shui Wei pouted, exhaling a resigned sigh, acknowledging that it was typical for Sasuke to keep them in the dark. Why do you care so much? But I suppose something entertaining will happen soon. Really, what is it? Shui Wei perked up. You'll find out soon enough. Xianglin's eyes glimmered with intrigue. As Xianglin had predicted, Shui Wei would soon discover what she meant by entertaining, leading him to groan in frustration, pressing his forehead in exasperation. The reason was clear enough, given the current scene. They had all come to a halt, facing none other than Naruto and his allies who had come to apprehend the Mii organization, including Naruto, Sakura, Hinata, Neji, Shikamaru, Shino, Kiba, Tintin, and Lee. Seeing Taeyong's group, Naruto and the others felt a twinge of heaviness. After all, they were aware that none of the opposing members were easy adversaries. Xianglin could be considered among them. Sasuke, what do you intend to do? Naruto questioned, facing his former comrade with disbelief as he observed Sasuke alongside the one responsible for injuring Kakashi-sensei. When did you become so arrogant? If you wish to capture us. Where's your mentor? Sasuke remained silent, and it was Taeyong who spoke up first. To capture you. We have more than enough. Is that so? Taeyong simply smiled, his demeanor disarming. If one had a penchant for older men, they might find themselves captivated, though regrettably, the women across from him were all otherwise engaged. Enough talk. Shall we begin the fight? At that moment, Juan could no longer contain himself. He was eager to stretch his long dormant muscles. His declaration drew the attention of Naruto and his friends, who regarded the seemingly youthful Juan with caution, fully aware that he was the most likely to strike first. Stay calm. The priority right now is not to engage them. At least not yet. Taeyong cast a helpless glance at him. T.C.H. Luan was immediately displeased. Just a fool who only knows how to fight, Shui Wei mocked from the sidelines, noting that there were few in this era who were solely focused on brawling. What did you say? Luan was not going to let Shui Wei continue ridiculing him. He lunged at Shui Wei, throwing a punch aimed at his face. However, he could not land a hit. Shui Wei's watery form allowed Luan's fist to pass right through him. Get lost. Luan was genuinely irritated with Shui Wei, likely due to their shared water affinity, as like repels like. Just as he prepared to unleash a jutsu to teach Shui Wei a lesson, Taeyong intervened. Enough, but he is younger than me and has that attitude. Luan paused reluctantly, feeling somewhat wronged, pouting in dissatisfaction. Taeyong, unwilling to entertain Luan's childish antics, found it tiresome to have such a subordinate. Usually, it was SHBU who kept him in line, but with her absence, he felt no inclination to discipline him. Most of those present were left speechless by Luan's behavior. As a result, the atmosphere had lightened considerably from its earlier tension. Sasuke. Before long, Naruto dashed toward Sasuke, his target in sight, not considering the ramifications. Naruto, the group exclaimed, realizing that such a reckless attack was hardly a wise decision. Just moments ago, they had witnessed Luan's immaturity, and they had forgotten that their side also had a fool. That guy, Shikamaru, was greatly exasperated, covering his forehead with a weary expression. Well, if we're fighting, then let us fight. Tintin, you and Lee take on that big guy. Neji, you and Hinata handle the leader. Leave Sasuke to Naruto. And Kiba can deal with Luan, while Sakura takes on that woman. Shueisha is mine, and I'll support you all. Once Naruto initiated his attack, Shikamaru quickly assigned targets, and the group rushed toward their respective foes. I really don't want to fight, Taeyong sighed, facing Neji and Hinata. Despite their lower age and abilities, he did not underestimate them. Shueisha, come help. Meanwhile, Xianglin found herself struggling against Sakura, so she ran toward Shueisha, sensing he was the most available ally. Not now. I'm busy today. In fact, Shueisha had little energy to spare, needing to contend with Shikamaru, whose jutsu was quite bothersome, not to mention Shino's insects. He did not wish to also deal with a powerhouse like Sakura. Those irritating guys. With no other choice, Xianglin had to fend for herself against Sakura, dodging her attacks. Shikamaru's shadow mimicry technique eased the pressure on the Konoha fighter slightly, and under Tenten and Lee's assault, Chongwu began to falter, though he managed to hold on. The clash between Wan and Kiba was particularly fierce. Both were restless spirits, and their fight quickly expanded in scope, causing destruction wherever they went. Meanwhile, the battle between Sasuke and Naruto remained a stalemate. Having grown, their strengths were now nearly equal. Sasuke, what do you intend to do this time? Why did you involve Kakashi-sensei? That is none of your concern. Come back to Konoha with me. You've avenged him. Haven to you. Who says I've avenged him? Those who know nothing should not wear a fade of understanding. You have no right to speak to me like that. I may not understand, but I know you are my comrade, and I must bring you back. How boring. Instead of wasting time here, you should be saving Kakashi. I came here to rescue Kakashi. Do you truly believe capturing them will save Kakashi? You remain as naive as ever. While you're here playing these games, Kakashi might already be dead. Impossible. Then wait and see. You will regret the day you let go. After uttering these words, Sasuke disregarded Naruto and swiftly headed toward the daimyo's residence. With Naruto in hot pursuit. Sasuke, clarify your words. After listening to Sasuke's words, Naruto's heart was anything but tranquil. He felt compelled to decipher the meaning behind Sasuke's utterance, sensing Sasuke's intentions while engaging with Sakura. Karen wasted no time in trailing after him, with Sakura promptly following suit. Meanwhile, Suijutsu and Jugo, upon witnessing Karen's departure, also yearned to pursue her, yet their adversaries proved to be quite tenacious, unwilling to grant them an easy escape. Ran, assist them for a moment. I shall take my leave first. Taeyong swiftly extricated himself from Neji and Hinata, unwilling to allow Sasuke's solitary endeavor to jeopardize their meticulously laid plans. Although Sasuke possessed the acumen to navigate the situation, the potential for error remained minimal. Why must it be me? Ran could only gaze forlornly at Taeyong's receding figure, oblivious to the fact that the other party had no intention of prolonging the engagement. We must pursue Sasuke at once. We cannot allow them to reach the daimyo's residence. Upon observing their peculiar maneuvers, Shikamaru immediately surmised their intentions, prioritizing the abandonment of his entanglement with Suijutsu to chase after Taeyong. The others, upon receiving his directive, followed suit, though Kiba exhibited some reluctance. However, the sight of Shikamaru's furrowed brow compelled him to join the pursuit. What the hell? Suijutsu, finding the situation dull, sheathed his blade and ambled along. His mood thoroughly soured, with Ran and Jugo quickly falling in a step behind him. In an instant, the once lively battlefield fell silent, leaving only the remnants of chaos scattered across the ground, a testament to the recent tumult. Shikamaru, what just transpired? Tenten inquired as she caught up with him, while the others turned their gaze towards Shikamaru, awaiting his reply. They intend to wreak havoc at the daimyo's residence once more, seeking to solidify Kakashi-sensei's guilt, inciting conflict between Konoha and the daimyo's domain. You all must realize that if the daimyo were to pass sentence on Kakashi-sensei, Naruto's temperament would never allow him to stand idly by. Those bastards! Tenten's expression morphed into one of rage upon hearing Shikamaru's words, a sentiment echoed by the others, all acutely aware of Kakashi's significance to Naruto. Perhaps the daimyo would not believe them. Thinking Kakashi-sensei innocent, Lee pondered aloud that, if that were the case, they would never have come to Konoha to apprehend Kakashi-sensei. Their intentions lack any semblance of trust. Shikamaru replied solemnly. Why are they so intent on framing Kakashi-sensei? Hinata's foremost concern was Naruto. She feared he might act impulsively. Perhaps it is a perverse enjoyment in witnessing the fracture of trust among others, she speculated. Could it be that they desire to possess Kakashi-sensei? Tenten suddenly murmured, not expecting her words to be overheard. How could that be? Kiba reacted incredulously. What do you mean? Shikamaru interjected, acknowledging that such a hypothesis held a degree of plausibility. Do I have to explain? I was merely speaking offhandedly. Tenten hastily shook her head and waved her hands, recognizing the absurdity of her premise to go on. Enlighten us. If you have deep feelings for someone who is already enamored with another, you might engage in actions that sow discord between them, inciting mutual hatred, thereby shattering their relationship, allowing you to step in and offer kindness, ultimately winning them over, Tenten stated earnestly. Upon finishing, she noticed the peculiar gazes directed her way. Perplexed, I asked, that's strange. You asked me to elaborate. What is wrong with a girl having romantic notions? No, Tenten, your reasoning is quite sound, Hinata quickly interjected, sensing the frustration brewing in her friend. The others, however, completely disregarded her, treating her remarks as mere jest. While Shikamaru contemplated the implications, if we consider Tenten's perspective, it clarifies the motives behind the actions of the Akatsuki. Yet, what do they desire from Kakashi-sensei? Tenten's reasoning holds merit, but ultimately it serves only to inflict pain upon those who care for Kakashi. This conclusion aligns with Taiyan's primary objective, Shikamaru deduced, leaving the narrative unresolved. Meanwhile, in the background, Kakashi, seated on a chair. Why am I not featured in this scene? With utmost respect, your moment shall arrive shortly. Kakashi, with a chuckle, clever of you to be by the way. Tenten, why employ such melodramatic language to narrate this tale? It makes me feel like the protagonist of a soap opera. Tenten, looking around, Kakashi-sensei, I didn't intend for that, but it seems the story unfolds in such a manner. However, doesn't it ultimately conclude with the downfall of the antagonist? And please refrain from flirting outside. It's causing Naruto distress, she added. Naruto, approaching Kakashi, what? Tenten, what are you saying? I'm not anxious. After all, Shofu isn't Kakashi-sensei's type. Tenten, deadpan, hey Naruto, could you exhibit a sense of urgency? Shofu is eyeing Kakashi-sensei intently. Aren't you concerned? Naruto, glancing at Kakashi, I have faith in Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi, turning away, shameless. Shofu, with disdain, don't make it sound as if I were some lovesick woman. Karen, with a scornful expression, aren't you? Don't even think about laying a hand on my Sasuke. Shofu retorted, rolling her eyes. Humph, who would care about him? He is merely a troubled youth, she scoffed. Who is the troubled youth? Sasuke interjected with a stoic expression. Naruto, bursting into laughter, ha ha ha. Sasuke, with a frown, you're asking for trouble. Naruto, having been struck, Kakashi, with a beaming smile, all right, enough of the antics. Sasuke, immediately standing at attention, as you say. Naruto, touching his injury, sensei, you're biased. Why only speak up after I've endured several blows? Kakashi, with a knowing smile, he, Sakura, and the others, sitting in a corner, drawing circles, were utterly exhausted. Is there no romantic relief? Chapter 29. Imprisonment. It is now early winter, with a fierce wind sweeping across the land, carrying an unrelenting chill that seems intent on stripping the world of all warmth. Delicate snowflakes fall from the sky. Though still immature, they strive to paint the earth in their own hues. Amidst this cold, snow-laden breeze, a procession slowly approaches a grand gate, the very entourage tasked with escorting Kakashi back to the daimyo's residence. Kakashi remains composed within the carriage, gazing at the looming prison gate, lost in thought. Step down, a samurai commands, signaling their arrival at the destination. Kakashi disembarks, but upon noticing Shofu's stillness, he refrains from following the samurai, choosing instead to linger and observe the slumbering Shofu. She remains asleep, having spent the past few days chattering incessantly, whether addressing Kakashi or speaking to herself. Yet now, as they near their destination, she has succumbed to sleep, leaving Kakashi pondering the meaning behind her actions. Hey, Shofu, wake up! What is it? Shofu murmurs groggily as she sits up, a cloak slipping from her shoulders, revealing it to be Kakashi's. Get down. Before Shofu can fully awaken, she is roughly pulled down, and the young boy is unceremoniously tossed out, for Shofu is unaware of how long she has been asleep. Really? Why so rough? Shofu protests as she is handcuffed, regretting her earlier decision to negate the effects of their captor's drugs. No time for complaints. Move. The samurai's orders leave her no room for dissent, and she complies, walking forward obediently. Kakashi-sen, if we don't leave now, it will be too late, Shofu whispers as she walks beside him, her small stature forcing her to look up at Kakashi. Why should I leave? If you do not depart, there is no escape from your charges. Is that truly acceptable? Whatever, Kakashi dismisses her concern, following the samurai into the heavily fortified prison surrounded by towering walls. This prison, located to the left of the daimyo's residence, houses many significant criminals of the Fire Nation. Thus, its defenses are far more stringent than those at the daimyo's residence, making escape a formidable challenge. Kakashi-san, why is it so quiet here? Shofu inquires, glancing around as they enter. Upon passing through the walls, they find themselves in a small courtyard, dotted with numerous doors, presumably housing the prisoners. It shouldn't be this silent. She remarks, given the cold, they likely lack the inclination to frolic about. Kakashi shrugs. The temperature within is frigid, with minimal lighting, imparting a chill to the atmosphere, prompting Shofu to tighten her grip on her cloak. Oh, Changpu and Kakashi were escorted by the guards, or rather the jailers, into a passageway that descended via a set of stairs. Upon entering, they found that the passage was flanked by prison cells, with a small lamp flickering between every two cells, casting an intermittent glow in the darkness. The cells were cramped and devoid of any furnishings, featuring only frigid walls, with barred doors crafted from iron rods. The passage was not long, leading swiftly to a dead end, a wall. The only means of escape was through the entrance they had just traversed. As they approached the final cell, the jailer swung the door open, shoving Kakashi inside, while Changpu was thrust into the opposing cell. Hey, how can you separate us? Changpu cried out vehemently, her voice echoing against the cold stone, but her protests were met only with the sound of a small boy being unceremoniously thrown into her cell and the clang of the cell door slamming shut. You vile wretches, just wait until I get out of here. I will make you pay. Changpu fumed, feeling irked by the fact that she was now apart from Kakashi, which was contrary to Tai Liang's instructions, leaving her in a state of discontent. Surveying her surroundings for any potential escape routes, she soon despaired at the realization that the walls of her cell were solid steel and that she was underground, rendering any escape futile. Hey, what are you planning to do? To Kakashi-san, Changpu called out, her spirits dampened by the grim reality. She hurried to the door, peering through the bars to get a glimpse of the situation opposite her. She saw the guards fastening Kakashi's handcuffs to two thick iron chains extending from the walls, effectively restricting his movements to a mere fraction of the cell, preventing him from even reaching the door. Be quiet, barked the guard stationed at the door, glaring menacingly at her before she could voice any further questions. We'll see about that, Changpu retorted, her gaze fixed on Kakashi, her mind racing with concern for his safety. Upon entering the cell, Kakashi appeared unfazed by the guard arrangements, his eyes half closed as if in a state of drowsiness. To him, this was not particularly alarming. The treatment was a slight improvement compared to his time at the organization S-Base. At least he was unharmed. Once the guards had completed their duties and departed, he casually leaned against the wall, his line of sight allowing him to observe Changpu. He glanced around his cell, noting the formidable iron walls, and found himself bemused. Was this not the treatment reserved for serious offenders? After all, the charges against him could easily categorize him as one. Turning his attention to the handcuffs, he noticed the chains clinking softly as he moved, the sound resonating in the otherwise silent space. Illuminated by the faint light seeping through the cell door, he contemplated how to unlock the cuffs, concluding that without a key, they were impenetrable, provided he remained uninjured. Kakashi-san, Changpu's voice broke through his thoughts, her impatience growing as she could hardly discern his condition from her vantage point. The dim light barely penetrated the cell, illuminating only the front portion. Thus she stood in the light, while Kakashi remained enshrouded in shadow. He could see her clearly, but she could not perceive him. He replied casually, noting the worry etched across her features, though he was unsure why it stirred something within him. Given she was his adversary, are you all right? You're not dead, are you? she asked, her voice tinged with concern. I'm fine. I don't think I'm dead yet. What are you worried about? Kakashi responded, slightly exasperated by the melodrama. Was being locked up truly so terrifying? I'll keep an eye on that little brat. You need tea, Fred, he assured her, bewildered by the bizarre atmosphere. Why did it feel as though he was on the brink of death? Kakashi-sen, do you think they'll do anything to me? When can I get out? She pressed, her anxiety palpable. I don't know. What are you worried about? He inquired, sensing her distress. I'm afraid I might not see Tai Liang and the others again. I realize I can't get out of here on my own, she confessed. In Kakashi's eyes, Changpu's expression seemed particularly fragile. After all, she was still just a girl. Despite being 20, a semblance of innocence lingered within her. Kakashi-san, if you were to die, I would ensure you lay in my embrace, she declared earnestly. Why would you say that? Kakashi was taken aback, puzzled by the sudden shift in their conversation. Was this some sort of unconventional confession? I understand that people fear loneliness, especially in their final moments. Didn't I promise I wouldn't let you be alone? She replied, her sincerity catching Kakashi off guard. Well, thank you for that, he said, bemused by her reasoning. Most people wouldn't ponder what to do if someone else were to die. And no need for thanks, as you will become my prized possession in the future, though I might depart before that happens. She added with a smile, clearly delighted at the thought of Kakashi belonging to her. We shall see, Kakashi replied nonchalantly. Kakashi-san, I'll let you in on a secret. As long as I'm here, I want to let you die. And why is that? Kakashi's interest was piqued. He raised his eyelids slightly. Because I'm a medical ninja. If you were to perish, it would be quite embarrassing for me. Don't let my demeanor fool you. I'm rather formidable, she proudly asserted, thumping her chest for emphasis. Medical ninjutsu isn't infallible. There are injuries that cannot be healed, Kakashi countered, sensing the gravity of her claims. True, but for you, unless it's something exceedingly severe, I can tend to it, she affirmed with a nod. Why am I so special? Kakashi inquired, intrigued by her statement. That's a secret, Changpu replied, her tone laced with pride. Kakashi fell silent, contemplating the implications of their earlier exchange. The most striking shift had been in Changpu's attitude. Initially, she had desired his swift demise to claim him as her possession, yet now it seemed her intent was to protect his life at all costs. As if she wished for him to endure, claiming that if he were to die, she might no longer be present. What could have instigated such a drastic change in her demeanor? Was it Tai Liang's orders? Or some other reason? The truth was rather straightforward. Changpu had developed an affection for him. In her eyes, Kakashi had become a companion. She held a similar sentiment towards Tai Liang and ran. As Kakashi cast his gaze back towards Changpu, he discovered she had curled up by the cell door, asleep. Her small frame appeared particularly diminutive, and she had not draped Kakashi's cloak over herself, having previously covered the small boy instead. She simply wished to rest as close to Kakashi as possible. Observing Changpu's tiny form, Kakashi was engulfed in a myriad of thoughts, struggling to comprehend her motivations. Why did she act in such a manner? At this moment, Kakashi was unlikely to understand. T.O.B. continued. Mini theater. Backstage Naruto. Hey, I say, if I have no role, that's one thing, but to have a confession scene. Am I being ignored? Sasuke. Care to explain? Me. It's what the plot demands. Kakashi. All right, don't blame her. Naruto. Kakashi-sensei. Shut up. If someone treats you like that, of course you'd be pleased. Changpu. Why are you all angry? Are you silly, Sakura? How can you not understand this? Changpu. I don't get it, Sakura. What a shame. You're older than me. You'll have to figure out on your own. Naruto. Kakashi-sensei. Are you feeling a bit flustered? Sasuke. He wouldn't dare. Kakashi. Do you all lack faith in him? Isn't it nice for more people to love Kakashi-sen? Naruto. That seems right. Sasuke. Not really. Me. Sasuke. Lighten up a bit. Rest assured my stance is unwavering. Kakashi. What is with this melodramatic atmosphere? Tai Liang. Kakashi. I wish you happiness. Kakashi. Other soy sauce characters. I'll never linger in the background again. It's too blinding. The author has something to convey. The subject matter is inherently niche, and few comprehend it. However, if you happen upon this, could you kindly leave a comment? I do not seek collections. Merely a message, for without it, I find it increasingly difficult to persevere. Please, I implore you. Chapter 30. Yamming. While Kakashi languished in his cell, Naruto and his companions continued their relentless pursuit, their destination being the same as that of the daimyo's residence. In this chase, Sasuke maintained a considerable lead, with Naruto trailing in second place. Over the past few days, he had been in hot pursuit of Sasuke. It must be noted that they shared a remarkable understanding. When Sasuke rested, Naruto did as well. And when Sasuke moved, so did Naruto. Not misunderstand. Despite their positions as first and second, the distance between them was vast, and over these days, it had scarcely diminished. The sentiments of the others were similar. Members of the Akatsuki and Team Hawk always found ways to conceal their tracks, making it a considerable challenge for those from Konoha to locate them. And upon discovery, the pursuit resumed. The group moved in a rhythm of starts and stops, evading each other, advancing towards the daimyo's residence at a leisurely pace. Shikamaru, how long will it take us to reach the daimyo's residence at our fastest speed? Shino, now paired with Shikamaru, posed the question. While the others from Konoha were mostly in pairs, we still have just over a day left, Shikamaru replied while running, indicating that this was indeed the fastest pace, not accounting for other factors. Oh, Shino nodded slightly, then focused on their journey. Their objective lay not far ahead, and perhaps with a moment's inattention, it might vanish. Damn it. How can Sasuke run so fast? Naruto, in pursuit of Sasuke, leaned against a tree, panting heavily. Initially, the gap between him and Sasuke had not been so great, but widened increasingly. He could no longer see Sasuke's figure, which inevitably reminded him of his childhood, when he too could never catch up to Sasuke, leaving him with a sense of frustration. After resting a moment, Naruto set off again. He was immensely grateful for the chakra-sensing ability of Sage Mode, for without it, he might have been lost. Sasuke, like Naruto, was not entirely at ease. After all, he had been on the run for several days. However, he suddenly realized he did not need to run, yet his competitive spirit compelled him not to allow Naruto to catch up. Thus, they maintained this pace at the daimyo's residence. Within the daimyo's chamber, a young guard reported, "My lord daimyo, Inada seeks an audience." "Let him in." The daimyo waved his hand nonchalantly, taking a sip of sake. Shortly thereafter, a rugged samurai entered, a man who, if memory served, had led the capture of Kakashi in Konoha, the very individual who had conversed with Tsunade. "What brings you here?" "Reporting to you, my lord daimyo. Hatake Kakashi has been apprehended. However, the Hokage forbids us from laying a finger on him, and I am at a loss as to how to proceed. Is that so? That is your concern. You need only resolve the matter within 5 days. Otherwise, where will the daimyo's reputation stand? That may be difficult. He is merely a suspect. How am I to conclude? That is for you to determine. That I once held high hopes for Hatake Kakashi. Who would have thought he would engage in such actions? Truly, I overestimated him. He is nothing more than a mere clown," the daimyo remarked, his tone dripping with disdain. Inada stood to the side, unsure of what to say. "What are you still doing here? If you fail to complete your task, you might as well commit seppuku in atonement." The daimyo cast a scornful glance at him. "Yes," Inada bowed and left the residence, his heart heavy with unease. "Damn it, Kakashi is untouchable. How can I make him confess to being the mastermind?" As Inada walked, he pondered, his face etched with worry, contemplating what course of action to take. Inada was not a virtuous man. Had Tsunade not uttered those words, he would have likely acted sooner. However, having risen to his current position, he possessed certain merits. Perhaps Tsunade's words held some sway. But in this context, should he choose to act, her words would prove to be merely trivial obstacles. Inada followed his original route towards the prison. But unlike before, his expression no longer bore the initial worry. This short journey provided him ample time to concoct an excuse. Next, he would deliberate on how to deal with Kakashi as night fell. Kakashi had been confined for half a day. Within the prison, the sky was obscured, and time became an indistinct blur, leaving him to roughly gauge the hour. Kakashi was utterly bored. He longed for his beloved paradise, which he had not seen in ages. Reflecting back, ever since he undertook the investigation, a string of misfortunes had followed, and he had scarcely experienced a moment of peace, now being confined in a cell. After sitting in place for an extended period, His rear ached from the hard surface. He gradually stood and wandered a few steps to familiarize himself with the limits of his confinement. Within the confines of his restricted space, Kakashi engaged in what could barely be described as warm-up exercises. Kakashi-san. What are you doing? The sound of clinking chains stirred Shomu from her slumber. She blinked open her eyes and glanced toward Kakashi. Nothing much. Soon, Kakashi ceased his movements, returning to lean against the wall to rest. He needed to catch some sleep, having gone too long without closing his eyes, reminiscing about the comfort of his own bed while lying on the cold, hard-floored. Shomu, seeing that all was well, drifted back to sleep. On the other side, Inada entered the prison but did not approach Kakashi. Instead, he entered a room adjacent to the main entrance, resembling a control room. Inside, a woman lay sprawled across a table, clad in a long black coat, thick glasses perched on her nose, and her light brown hair in disarray. Upon hearing Inada's entrance, she rubbed her eyes and groggily regarded him. "Come with me to interrogate Hatake Kakashi," Inada stated bluntly. "What?" The mention of the task instantly roused her. "Let us go." Inada wasted no time with pleasantries, swiftly exiting the room, and the woman followed closely behind. Her name was Yaming, the interrogator of this prison and also a ninja, her expertise akin to Shomu's, though she specialized solely in harmful drugs rather than healing. Unlike Shomu, she was not a medical ninja and lacked healing chakra. However, her understanding of human anatomy and pharmacology was profound, enabling her to maximize another's suffering. "Weren't we told not to touch him?" Yaming questioned, adjusting her glasses as she trailed behind Inada, curiosity evident in her demeanor. "If we can make him confess to being the mastermind, then none of this is an issue. Once he admits it, we will be vindicated. Konoha wouldn't be foolish enough to confront the daimyo over a traitor. Unless they wish to vanish," Inada replied. "You intend to force a confession?" Yaming quickened her pace to walk alongside Inada, her smile devoid of sweetness, instead exuding a chilling aura reminiscent of Shomu. "It's merely a standard interrogation," Inada replied, his expression impassive. "Oh," Yaming said, offering no further commentary, as they both understood the gravity of the situation. They proceeded along the corridor towards Kakashi and Shomu's cell. "Have you considered that even if he confesses, it may be futile? The Uchiha clan is capable of reviewing his experiences, is it not?" She interjected after a few moments. "Do you believe they will have the opportunity to engage with Kakashi?" "True enough. Since he willingly surrendered, he must also be prepared for death. There is no alternative. For our sake, he must perish." "How cold-blooded," Yaming remarked with a chuckle. "Whatever. I simply take pleasure in my work. Reflect upon yourself before casting judgment upon me." Inada shot her a look of disdain before lapsing into silence as they approached Kakashi's cell. The atmosphere remained tense, and before long, they arrived at Kakashi's confinement. "Well, are we finally getting started?" Kakashi inquired from his seated position. Observing the two from the moment they entered, he had anticipated that their visit portended nothing good. "As composed as ever." "I see," Kakashi, Inada remarked, stepping through the cell door, with Yaming following closely behind. Kakashi scrutinized the unfamiliar woman, appraising her before addressing Inada. After all, panicking serves no purpose, does it? "Kakashi, I never expected you to engage in such actions. There is no need for that. Look, regardless of your perspective, all evidence points to you. Even if you deny it, it is of no use. You may as well confess. It will be beneficial for all involved. Do you truly believe I would commit such a foolish act? If I had wished to do so, do you think you would have captured me?" Kakashi slowly rose to his feet, leaning against the wall, gazing at Jingtian with a cold demeanor. Jingtian's earlier remarks were unmistakably a prelude to an interrogation. If Kakashi chose to deny it, the consequences awaiting him were all too clear to those present. "Do not be so arrogant. You can only boast with words now. Kakashi, you are a clever man. From the moment you voluntarily surrendered, you must have understood the fate that awaited you." "You are correct. I am aware." Even though Kakashi was shackled, fully aware of the impending ordeal, he maintained an air of confidence and strength. Seemingly indifferent to his current predicament, "It appears you will not concede. Therefore, I shall refrain from unnecessary chatter. Let us commence." Perhaps Kakashi's attitude irked Jingtian, for he shot a fierce glare at him before signaling to Yaming. Jingtian approached the wall, igniting two lamps, which illuminated the cell, revealing every detail within. Why must I confess? Would it not suffice to act directly? Should I perish, you may do as you please. After all, I cannot speak. Can I? Kakashi squinted, the light somewhat blinding, his tone laced with amusement. That is an astute inquiry. The daimyo's estate values integrity. Jingtian moved to the cell door and pulled a lever, as he did so. Mechanical sounds emanated from the wall, and the chains binding Kakashi began to shift, forcing him against the wall, his arms elevated, leaving only the tips of his toes to graze the ground. This position rendered him utterly powerless. Kakashi, this is merely a formality. Your fate is already sealed. With that, Jingtian exited the cell. As he left, he failed to notice a pair of eyes fixated upon him from the opposite cell. Changpu had awakened upon their entry into Kakashi's cell. Initially, she wished to inquire about their intentions, but upon seeing the woman, she refrained, her instincts warning her that speaking would only exacerbate their perilous situation. Perhaps it was her intuition that sensed a shared understanding with the woman. Changpu felt a surge of panic, fearing she might fail to fulfill her earlier promise to Kakashi. Presently, she could do nothing. If her transformation jutsu were to be undone, it would all be over. Thus, she could only wait, for Tai Liang, or perhaps for someone from Konoha, or even from Akatsuki. Kakashi's cell was left with only Yamming, who slowly approached him, smiling as she said, "Let us begin." Chapter 31. Long Needles Miss. I believe you ought not to engage in such bloody endeavors. Kakashi lifted his gaze, peering at Yamming with one eye, despite the menacing object she held in her hand. Yamming clutched several long needles resembling Senbon, albeit slightly thicker, glinting sharply in the light. Upon closer inspection, one could discern blood grooves etched into the needles. Should they pierce the flesh, they would surely cause profuse bleeding. Yamming caressed the needles tenderly, her gaze akin to that of a mother admiring her children. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, she shifted her attention to him, a subtle smile gracing her lips. I have a fondness for blood. It's beautiful. Suffocating red is captivating. I particularly enjoy arterial blood, for it embodies a certain vitality. Her tone was reminiscent of someone introducing a beloved, imbued with an upbeat rhythm and profound infatuation, if one were to judge solely by her appearance. It would be utterly inconceivable for such words to escape her lips. In this regard, she bore a slight resemblance to Changpu, albeit with a more innocuous fa-ade. Such preferences are rather unhealthy. It has always been this way. I have grown accustomed to it. Suddenly, Kakashi perceived a disconnect in their communication. Yamming seemed entirely unresponsive to his remarks. Were all these individuals so peculiar? Let us speak less. Allow me to enjoy my work in peace. You are not permitted to utter a single word henceforth. Otherwise, you may find yourself descending into hell. Yamming stepped closer to Kakashi, her eyes narrowing dangerously, the long needle pressing into the skin of his neck, her intentions unmistakably threatening. As Kakashi parted his lips, wishing to speak further, Yamming abruptly drove a needle into his shoulder, the unexpected pain eliciting a muffled groan from him. Upon hearing a sound of distress, Yamming erupted into laughter, a faint blush adorning her cheeks. She obsessively kissed the cold tip of the needle before leaning in, her body nearly flush against Kakashi's. Given his suspended state and the inherent height difference, she rested against his chest. Does this feel amiss? The places I choose to pierce are quite deliberate. Soon, you shall understand. Oh, feel free to scream. Your cries would make delightful background music. Kakashi's forehead glistened with cold sweat, his complexion paling as he furrowed his brows, a hint of confusion crossing his features. This was peculiar. Although a needle had pierced his shoulder, the pain should have been manageable. Or rather, something he was accustomed to. Yet his reaction was distinctly unusual. Blood trickled down the groove of the needle, drop by drop, staining the once pristine floor, reflecting the liquid's sheen. Kakashi now felt as though every part of his body was lamenting. Not merely from the wound on his shoulder, but from an overwhelming sense of malaise. He sensed a disruption in his chakra, a sensation akin to blockage, which rendered him feeling swollen, accompanied by a nauseating cramp. He could only wonder what Yamming had done. After inserting the first needle, Yamming picked up another, shaking it before Kakashi's eyes. Noticing his slight tremor, she comfortingly kissed his chin. Does it feel good? Shall we proceed with another? With that, Yamming slowly drove the needle into Kakashi's body, and he could distinctly feel its gradual penetration. As the second needle pierced his other shoulder, Kakashi's complexion paled further. He could now undeniably sense the irregularity in his chakra. The chakra coursing through him was obstructed by Yamming's needles, forcing the errant energy to seek alternative pathways, resulting in the pain he was experiencing. Kakashi began to inquire, but was mercilessly interrupted. Did I not say you were forbidden to speak? Yamming gripped the long needle tightly, plunging it forcefully into Kakashi's thigh, her tone filled with discontent. That I know what you wish to ask. You want to know how I am capable of this. Do you not? It is quite simple. Find the right spots. That I am an expert in this field. I understand precisely how chakra operates. What purpose does this serve? Surely you know I will never confess to anything. Kakashi's eyes dimmed, his strength waning, his words barely a whisper. No. I shall not compel you to say anything, for I trust you shall eventually acknowledge it through your actions. Yamming tenderly placed her hand over Kakashi's mouth, silencing him. You are in my grasp now. Oh dear, why have you spoken so much? Let us continue. As soon as Yamming finished speaking, she stepped back slightly and swiftly thrust 3 long needles into Kakashi's body. With a sudden exhale, Kakashi began to spit blood, the crimson staining his mask, droplets falling from his chin to the floor. At this point, 6 long needles protruded from his body, each indicating a separate wound from which blood flowed incessantly. How does it feel now? Yamming prodded Kakashi's lifeless head with one of the long needles. Kakashi longed to retort with a nonchalant not bad, yet the pain rendered him mute. He felt as though his body was on the verge of being torn asunder. Experiencing an unprecedented awareness of the abundance of his chakra, as if every strand were assaulting his form. The 6 wounds had thoroughly disrupted the flow of his chakra. It is quite painful, is it not? This is your own doing. After all, you are of the lightning nature. If your chakra can crumple a piece of paper, it follows that it can affect your body as well. How unfortunate. I too possess the lightning affinity, and I have merely added a catalyst to your chakra. Kakashi was now devoid of energy to speak. His sole desire was to lie down, as he could scarcely support his own weight. Unable to relinquish it onto his arms, lest he aggravate the pain from the 2 needles still embedded in his shoulders, there remains one last needle. Trust me, once it is inserted, you should find yourself unable to utter another word. It seems you have failed to adhere to my previous instructions. Yamming adjusted his glasses and elegantly twirled the long needle in his hand a few times before slowly inserting it into Kakashi's chest. The process was agonizingly slow, allowing him to feel the depth at which the needle penetrated with each passing moment. True to his professional demeanor, Yamming expertly avoided any vital organs or blood vessels. As the final needle pierced through, Kakashi's anguish appeared to reach its zenith. Although the prior torment had been excruciating, he had managed to stifle most of his cries. Yet now, it seemed he lacked the strength to contain his suffering any longer. Kakashi writhed, his eyes wide and devoid of focus as he gazed blankly into the void. The chains clashed against the walls with a piercing clatter, echoing throughout the cell. Nay, the entire corridor, with the haunting sound of Kakashi's screams. You should take solace in the fact that you still feel pain, for it signifies that you are very much alive. Pain is not such a dreadful entity. Wouldn't you agree? Yamming gently caressed Kakashi's pallid face, whispering softly in his ear. Upon hearing Yamming's voice, Kakashi redirected his gaze towards her, his body still involuntarily convulsing. Wow, remarkable. You are the first to retain your composure after experiencing my particular brand of service. I must commend you, Yamming remarked. Thank you for the compliment, Kakashi replied with difficulty, lifting his head slightly as he spoke coldly to Yamming. No, I owe you my gratitude for allowing me to witness such a beautiful scene. At least it brings me joy to live freely, indulging in what I love without the burden of trivial concerns, Yamming said, her gaze fixated on the disheveled Kakashi with an almost obsessive fascination. If you were to inquire whether I consider myself a deviant, the answer is yes, but I remain indifferent. Sometimes, conscience is merely an impediment. Possessing it equates to enduring suffering. Thus, I see nothing wrong in my actions. Who taught you this? Myself, Dado. I must take my leave for a moment. Do enjoy the sound of your blood dripping to the ground. That is the sound of your life as clock ticking down. Yamming said with a smile before departing, her footsteps fading into the distance until silence enveloped the space once more, save for Kakashi's faint groans of agony. Kakashi-sensei. Can you hear me? Suddenly, SHBU's voice resonated from across the room. Having witnessed the entirety of Yamming's torment inflicted upon Kakashi, her emotions had shifted multiple times throughout the ordeal. Initially, she yearned to rush out and tear that wretched woman apart, but as time passed, she found herself somewhat impressed by Yamming's cunning methods, learning a thing or two in the process. Why now, she had regained her composure, noting the metallic scent of Kakashi's blood. The amount lost was not critical, yet she needed to clarify their next steps. Kakashi weakly acknowledged, "Please don't perish before Tai and the others arrive. Otherwise, I'll make sure to beat you to death," the SHBU warned. Kakashi longed to laugh. Yet the effort was beyond him. SHBU remained as unwavering as ever. He was unsure whether to commend her thoughtfulness or criticize her lack of sensitivity. "I truly do not understand why they captured us. According to her, they have no intention of harming us. It's utterly bizarre." Kakashi mused. Kakashi-san, allow me to share a more comfortable approach. You must calm yourself now, regardless of how much pain your body endures. Do not succumb to agitation. If you harness your chakra, you can control it. Quiet it down, SHBU advised. Though Kakashi did not respond, he followed her guidance, finding it effective. After all, chakra was merely a form of energy within the body. It could be released and retracted, albeit not easily. Now, regarding your injuries, given the current rate of blood loss, you are far from shock. Focus on regulating your heartbeat and breathing, SHBU instructed, observing the gleaming needles protruding from Kakashi's body. What a sight, full of holes. Once SHBU had finished her instructions, she sat quietly, attentively listening to Kakashi's breathing as the cell returned to a state of tranquility. "I'm back. Let us proceed to the next phase. I have a gift for you, one that is quite effective," Yamming announced, reappearing shortly with a syringe containing a green liquid. Observing the still trembling Kakashi, her delight seemed to intensify. She approached him, slowly kneeling beside him, her fingers gliding over his ankle, then upwards along his waist and chest, feeling the powerful muscles quiver beneath her touch. The warmth of his body seeped through the fabric, and Yamming appeared to caress a cherished work of art, her eyes soft and movements tender. However, at the moment of contact, Kakashi's tormented body instinctively recoiled, prompting Yamming to pause momentarily before breaking into a smile. "You are truly adorable. Worry not. This is merely a mild hallucinogenic. Harmless to your body. Enjoy it," she said as she injected the substance into Kakashi and subsequently released him, unwilling to conclude her work so swiftly. Kakashi collapsed to the ground, his consciousness gradually fading into a blur. Yamming affectionately ruffled his hair before departing, now awaiting the outcome. Confident it would meet her expectations, TOB continued. Chapter 32. The illusion. When Kakashi regained consciousness, he found himself not in the cell, but rather in a void devoid of anything. A boundless expanse of white surrounding him, with only himself for company. Kakashi wandered aimlessly forward, lacking any points of reference, uncertain if he was genuinely progressing. After what felt like an eternity, the scenery abruptly shifted. In a daze, he found himself in a room that felt hauntingly familiar, prompting him to furrow his brow in confusion. "This is my home," he realized. Before long, Kakashi recognized the place, his confusion deepening as he turned to leave. A child rushed in. Kakashi's pupils constricted as he fixated on the child. "Daddy, come practice swordsmanship with me," the child exclaimed, darting past Kakashi to a man nearby, his face alight with anticipation. The man bent down to gently stroke the child's head, smiling warmly as he replied, "Of course, Kakashi is already quite skilled now." The child beamed with confidence and joy at his father's words. "Dad," Kakashi murmured in disbelief, watching the scene unfold before him. Indeed, it was the innocent version of himself alongside his father. What lay before him was a memory from his childhood, a recollection he had long since buried. "Dad, I will become stronger than you one day," little Kakashi declared, wielding a small knife while nestled in SHM's embrace. Indeed, my Kakashi will undoubtedly grow into an exceptional ninja, SHM replied gently. Will you witness my growth? Of course, I will be proud of you. What is this? An illusion. Kakashi found the vividness of the scene unnervingly real. Even the familiar sense of home felt strikingly tangible. He stood quietly at the periphery, his eyes brimming with myriad emotions. Just as he immersed himself in the warmth of this cherished memory, the surroundings suddenly crumbled. In an instant, darkness engulfed the space. And before Kakashi's eyes lay his father, sprawled in a pool of blood. Father? Father! Kakashi rushed forward, kneeling beside him. Though he was acutely aware that this was merely an illusion, he could not suppress his rising panic as he beheld his father collapsing once more. A chill coursed through him as he trembled, attempting to assess SHM's condition. If this were merely a figment of his imagination, there was no need for concern about losing anything. Please, do not die before me again. Kakashi implored, his eyes filled with desperation, yearning to forget this painful memory. Why? Why do you feel so guilty? Suddenly, a voice emanated from behind Kakashi. He turned swiftly, the scene transforming as he found himself facing his own reflection. He was left speechless, unsure of what to say. Should he inquire? Who are you? Kakashi, do not be so astonished. I am merely a fragment of your inner self, the other Kakashi replied, stepping forward. Now let us return to the previous question. Why do you feel guilt? I do not feel guilt, Kakashi asserted, rising to meet his gaze. Do not deceive yourself. Were you not just lamenting your past actions? What have I done? No, you did nothing. It is precisely because you did nothing that you feel guilt. In the days leading up to my father's death, when he was subjected to scorn, you stood idly by, merely watching him suffer under the weight of those judgments. That Kakashi's eyes noticeably darkened as he realized he was utterly unable to refute the accusations directed at him. Do not attempt to justify yourself, nor indulge in self-deception by claiming you were merely a child at that time, or that you were preoccupied with examinations. Such excuses are but hollow words. Deep down, you secretly concurred with the sentiments of those around you. Believing your father had erred, I did not, Kakashi hastily denied, as if struck by the truth that I am you. I know even the most profound secrets buried within your heart. Observing Kakashi's agitation, he cast a disdainful glance at him. Back then, you deliberately evaded your father, convinced of his wrongdoing, and even after his demise, you persisted in your belief that he was in the wrong. Viewing his actions as weakness, more than that, you harbored hatred towards him for his failures, for his cowardice, but most importantly, for his departure from your life. Silence. You are not me. You know nothing, Kakashi retorted vehemently. I do not hate my father. You despise him for having broken the promise to watch you grow, and those nights were spent questioning why he deceived you, why he claimed he would be there for you. You resent him. No. Be silent. Kakashi yearned to strike him, yet his fist met only air, for the other was but a figment. And now, you grapple with guilt for having once loathed him. Truthfully, had you taken action back then, perhaps your father would have survived when he most needed your presence. You were absent. Kakashi entered a state of stupor, memories flooding his mind relentlessly. Perhaps there was truth in those words, yet all that lay behind him was now past. He should not be ensnared by confusion at this moment. When Kakashi regained his senses, the other version of himself had vanished, and the scenery around him shifted once more, leading him to the site of his final mission with Obito and Rin, the Kanabi Bridge. Before his eyes, the death of Obito replayed tragically, pinned beneath rubble. Obito congratulated Kakashi on becoming a Jonin, offering his eyes as a gift, while Rin wept inconsolably. After Kakashi and Rin departed, Obito was buried beneath the stones. Kakashi stood by, acutely aware that no matter what he did, he could not alter this irrevocable truth. However, this did not mean his heart was devoid of turmoil. He was compelled to relive the agony of losing comrades, every detail etched into his memory by countless dreams. Kakashi, why did you not protect Rin? Suddenly, an injured Obito appeared before him, blood oozing from his eye socket, gazing at Kakashi with a mixture of resentment and pain. No, Obito. Kakashi's eyes were filled with anguish, panic rising within him. Why did Obito always pose that question in his dreams? How was he to respond? Kakashi, you are a self-righteous fool. Were you not supposed to be formidable? Why did you leave me there alone? Why? It was so dark. Kakashi, I hate you. Obito attempted to voice something more, yet he faded away when Kakashi reached out in a futile attempt to grasp Obito. He found his hand piercing through Rin's chest, blood cascading down to the ground, and he could still feel the warmth within her body. That Kakashi's eyes widened. No, Rin. Rin looked at him with a pained expression. Why, Kakashi, I do not wish to die. I want to watch you forever. How could you do this? Rin, I am sorry. I do not wish for this either. Please forgive me. Tears streamed down Kakashi's face, the sensation in his hand causing his sanity to slip away. These memories were the ones he most dreaded revisiting. Every sleepless night was spent seeking to absolve himself of his sins, yet the nightmares persisted endlessly. Kakashi, I will never forgive you. Rin managed a desperate smile before collapsing. No, Rin. Kakashi clutched her lifeless form tightly, tears flooding forth, his hands stained with her blood, the crimson hue searing his eyes. Kakashi, your incompetence led to their demise. Not only are you powerless, but you are also self-deluded. It is your arrogance that has rendered you incapable of protecting them. Suddenly, that other Kakashi reappeared. This time, he offered no rebuttal, for he recognized the truth in the words spoken, embracing the lifeless Rin. Kakashi sat in a daze, gazing sorrowfully at her pale face, tears cascading down onto her features. Kakashi, what purpose does your existence serve? To protect Konoha. You know well that without you, Konoha would remain unchanged. To them, you are utterly dispensable, the other Kakashi remarked indifferently. The surroundings shifted once more. Rin vanished, and Kakashi found himself in an open expanse, the sky shrouded in darkness, oppressive clouds seemingly pressing down upon him. While the wind carried a nauseating scent of blood, regaining his wits, Kakashi surveyed his surroundings with confusion, when suddenly a blood-soaked figure emerged from the ground, grasping at his ankle, attempting to pull him down into a morass of blood. The once solid earth transformed into a viscous pool, his body sinking deeper, the chilling temperature gnawing at him. Get away! Kakashi kicked the figure away, his mood soured by the relentless memories swirling in his mind, Obito's and Rin's accusations. Along with the taunts of the other Kakashi, all incessantly tugging at his nerves, he realized he needed to awaken from this nightmare. Kakashi, you should join us. You are just like us, after repelling one figure. Countless others emerged, all bearing wounds, dragging their broken bodies towards Kakashi. Now, he recognized them. Those he had slain, ninjas from rival villages, or those he had been sent to kill during his time in the Umbu. They crawled towards him, wailing in agony. When they grasped him, they began to pull him down, and Kakashi struggled, yet he felt himself sinking into an icy abyss. You deserve to die. Do not blame anyone else. Get off me! As he was on the verge of being consumed by the throng, Kakashi shouted vehemently, and in an instant, they all vanished. Alone in the clearing, Kakashi sat on the ground, gasping for breath. The suffocating sensation lingering in his chest. Reflecting on the recent events, he had to concede that he had indeed felt fear. They were right. He was akin to them, and perhaps he truly ought to be with them. Kakashi, why do you live? As anticipated, the other Kakashi materialized once more, looking down upon him. For myself, Kakashi replied. For yourself? Is that so? Until now, you have never truly lived for yourself. Before your father's death, you sought to make him proud. After his passing, you adhered to societal expectations, conforming to the rules. Upon meeting Obito, you prioritize your comrades above all else. I ask you, have you ever lived according to your own desires? I am living according to my own desires now. Such words sound appealing. Yet is that truly the case? Are you certain it is not because of Obito, not because of Konoha? I live solely for myself. Then tell me, are you happy? You know well that you have devoted yourself to Konoha. Yet what have you received in return? In the village, the most beloved will always be the Hokage, while you remain merely a lowly ninja. You have accomplished so much, yet how do the villagers perceive you? To them, you are simply fulfilling your duty, devoid of gratitude or concern. When you were wronged, their focus was on themselves, not on whether you were falsely accused. Why do you continue to protect them? Because I choose to, Kakashi slowly articulated, weariness evident in his tone, After all this, he longed to slip into slumber, free from the burden of these chaotic thoughts. Insignificant. Indeed, they're inconsequential. But what about these individuals? The other Kakashi pointed toward a direction. Suddenly, Sakura, Naruto, Sasuke, and all others with whom Kakashi shared a close bond appeared before him. Kakashi gazed upon them, only to be met with expressions filled with disdain, skepticism, and revulsion. Kakashi's heart plummeted. Each of their gazes felt like daggers piercing into his soul. Kakashi-sensei, I truly should not have trusted you. Naruto wore a face of disdain as he coldly addressed Kakashi. Kakashi wished to step forward, yet the intensity of their gazes rendered him immobile. Deep down, he was acutely aware that this was not the reality, yet he found himself too fearful to shatter the illusion. The events of the past were just that, past. Kakashi could firmly convince himself of their falsehood, but the present was an entirely different matter. Naruto, listen to me. Stay away from me, Naruto replied with evident contempt. You are not Naruto. The real Naruto would never utter such words. Naruto's words jolted Kakashi back to clarity. Kakashi-sensei, you have deeply disappointed me. There is no need for me to greet a foe of Konoha with a smile. You traitor of the village. Naruto, never utter that phrase to me again. Despair tinged Kakashi's tone as he lowered his head in anguish, acutely aware of the falsehood, yet overwhelmed by an inexplicable sorrow. It is because of those fears buried deep within you, Kakashi, because a part of you believes this could indeed transpire. T.O.B. continued. Chapter 33. Peril while Kakashi endured torment in his cell. Sasuke and his companions drew nearer to the feudal lord's residence. Throughout their prolonged chase, the Akatsuki, Team Hawk, and the Konoha capture squad had converged, and it was time for this matter to reach its conclusion. Sasuke, what are we to do once we arrive at the feudal lord's estate? Sujetsu trailed closely behind Sasuke, having exerted considerable effort to escape the clutches of Shikamaru and Shino. He had finally caught up with Sasuke. Having to circumvent Naruto, which left him quite exhausted, he certainly hoped not to engage in any laborious tasks at the feudal lord's residence. You'll find out once we arrive, Sasuke replied, turning his attention to Karin, who was equally fatigued. Physically, she could not compete with Sakura, making it challenging for her to shake off the ladder. However, her understanding of others' positions allowed her to rest adequately while avoiding unnecessary detours. Upon hearing Karin's response, Sujetsu curled his lip in irritation, but given their imminent arrival at the feudal lord's estate, he chose to endure it. The four continued their silent march, with Jugo struggling to leave behind Tenten and Lee as well. Trailing behind Team Hawk was the Konoha group. Due to a lapse in their objectives, the atmosphere among the team had soured. Hinata, Neji, Shino, and Kiba, all reconnaissance-type ninjas, diligently pursued the clues left along the path. Fortunately, this task proved manageable, allowing them to remain close to Team Hawk. Naruto, are you all right? Throughout their journey, Hinata had kept a watchful eye on Naruto. His pallor filled her with concern, and she furrowed her brow as she gazed at him. I am fine, so please don't worry. Naruto turned to her with a smile, appearing as though he truly was untroubled, yet those who understood him could sense his inner turmoil. That's a relief. Hinata nodded gently as Naruto turned away again. Hinata's worry persisted, and she sighed softly in his direction. Aside from this brief exchange, there was little conversation among the group, perhaps due to Naruto's usually vibrant demeanor being overshadowed by a somber aura, or perhaps an ominous premonition of the events yet to unfold. Meanwhile, on the Akatsuki side, Te and Jirobo ambled leisurely behind, unhurried by the unfolding events. With Sasuke leading the charge, Taiya felt quite secure. Taiya, where's that guy? Jirobo lamented his boredom, having had few opportunities to engage in combat since his recovery. Which guy? The masked man Ditto. He is probably out basking in the sun somewhere. I can't say for certain. Ah, Jirobo nodded absently, his attention drifting away. Perhaps he was already inside the feudal lord's estate, preparing to watch the spectacle unfold. Returning to Kakashi, he had been unconscious for quite some time. During this interval, 7 wounds on his body continued to bleed profusely. Shofu watched helplessly, unable to assist Kakashi, even in the absence of Yamato. Kakashi-sen, wake up! Hey! Shofu resorted to the most primitive method. She needed to rouse Kakashi to remove the needles from his body, lest he never awaken again. Unfortunately, Her voice failed to penetrate Kakashi's consciousness. You are destined to confront this outcome, Kakashi. Accept reality. Amidst a sea of crimson, Kakashi despaired as he watched those he cherished pass by with disdainful gazes. He called out to them, his father, his teacher, Obito, Rin, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Tsunade, Asuma, Guy, but they offered no response, merely walking past him in indifference. Once everyone had departed, Kakashi sat despondently, his gaze cast downward, his eyes hollow. The expressions of those figures left him disoriented. His heart had grown cold. Only the specter of Kakashi remained beside him, uttering mocking words. Silence, Kakashi shouted hoarsely, his eyes brimming with unshed tears, stubbornly refusing to let them fall. He could no longer bear to acknowledge that flicker of weakness within. Vent your anger upon me all you wish, but you are merely unleashing it upon yourself. And one despises you more than you loathe yourself. He crouched down, whispering in Kakashi's ear, Kakashi, if in your heart you find this all so painful, so unbearable to reflect upon, why do you continue to endure it? You ought to rest. Rest assured, nothing will go awry in your absence. Sleep now, my tormented self. Kakashi sat in silence, the words of that specter echoing in his mind. Images that shattered his heart flashed before him. Perhaps he truly ought to rest. There is little left for him to accomplish in this world. Kakashi slowly closed his eyelids, utterly exhausted from the weight of the past, the present, and the uncertainty of the future. Ultimately, defiant tears streamed down his cheeks as he surrendered to slumber. Kakashi, you must awaken. Just as Kakashi sought respite, Shofu's voice pierced through, jolting him awake. He suddenly recalled his perilous situation. Realizing that all of this was but an illusion, he had to awaken. Despite his desire for rest, he could not afford to do so. There were still tasks left unfinished that Kakashi's mind wrestled with the struggle for control over his body. Yet it refused to heed his commands. His eyelids felt leaden, impossible to lift. Yet he could now clearly hear Shofu's calls. Kakashi! Shofu's cries abruptly ceased, and Kakashi anxiously sought to understand what had transpired, yet his eyelids remained impossibly heavy. Shortly thereafter, he heard the sound of a cell door creaking open, and several figures entered. As they drew closer, Kakashi strained to open his eyes, just a fraction, but it was enough to discern the identity of his visitors. Upon recognizing them, Kakashi instantaneously regained his senses. His mind took control of his body as instinct drove him to flee from danger. Kakashi, how have you been? 3 individuals entered, the foremost smiling as he spoke. One eye wrapped in bandages, the right hand similarly bound. As you can see, I am well. Kakashi sat up, methodically removing the needles embedded in his body, casting aside the bloodied ones, save for a single one he retained. How audacious of you! I trust you comprehend my purpose for being here, the man remarked, his voice tinged with age. Quite clearly, Kakashi replied weakly, gazing at the blood staining the ground. He felt utterly drained. All that vitality should not have been lost, or he wouldn't be in such a daze now. Then let us not linger on pleasantries. The man stepped forward, halting before Kakashi. Wait, it's prudent to ascertain the situation first. After all, I cannot escape, can I? However, aid will arrive. As I understand it, a considerable number of individuals are already en route. Yes, that's so. Then I shall take my time and ask a question. What has happened to her? Kakashi leaned against the wall, distancing himself slightly from the man, glancing towards the unconscious Shofu in the opposite cell. The man appeared unfazed, slightly tilting his head to observe the bloodied Kakashi. She won't perish. She mingled with the enemy. It seems this was indeed your doing. I must admit, I support it. However, the method was rather foolish. It is evident that you hold a certain fondness for this endeavor. Seizing power has always been your ambition, has it not? Just as the man was about to elaborate, one of his subordinates whispered something in his ear. He then turned back to Kakashi, saying, best to conclude this swiftly. You still have quite a few followers. He stepped back, and one of his subordinates charged at Kakashi, initiating the battle. The subordinate, with a mane of vibrant orange hair, flailed wildly during the skirmish. Kakashi, wielding a needle, deftly parried the onslaught, the room resonating with the clashing sounds of blades that in the limited space. Kakashi evaded while counterattacking, revealing that the orange-haired youth possessed considerable strength, making Kakashi's defense a strenuous endeavor. The orange-haired lad lunged with a kunai aimed at Kakashi's face, his speed remarkable. However, Kakashi's Sharingan rendered the motion relatively slow in his perception. Yet he knew his chakra was waning rapidly, and he believed the fight would soon reach its conclusion. Kakashi swiftly sidestepped, ensnaring the youth's arm with his chain, then pivoted sharply, slamming him against the wall before unleashing a barrage of strikes, attempting to plunge the needle into the youth's heart, pressed against the wall. The orange-haired boy managed to restrain Kakashi's arm with one hand, struggling to fend off the needle's advance. Had Kakashi been at full strength, the needle would have already found its mark. After a tense standoff, Kakashi found himself at a disadvantage. The orange-haired boy shifted right, causing Kakashi's needle to drift away from his chest. Seizing the opportunity, he struck Kakashi's jaw with his elbow, instantly filling Kakashi's vision with stars in his mouth with a metallic taste of blood. A sensation he was all too familiar with. The orange-haired youth broke free from the chain and, while Kakashi was still reeling, delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen. Kakashi doubled over in pain, gasping for breath as a wave of nausea washed over him, blurring his vision into a foggy haze. Subsequently, the youth drove his knee upwards, once again striking Kakashi's chin, causing him to stagger and collapse. His body battered and bruised. This time, Kakashi's luck had run out. In his weakened state, defeating a vigorous opponent was implausible. Lying on the ground, he struggled to breathe, each inhalation a painful endeavor. After the altercation, the orange-haired boy retreated to await further instructions from his superior. The individual approached Kakashi, who lay in a pool of blood, lifted his head, squinting as he murmured, "Kakashi, your eyes, I shall claim them." T.O.B. continued. Chapter 34. The Prison Break. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Sound the alarm. The previously tranquil atmosphere surrounding the daimyo's mansion was shattered by a panicked cry. The bearer of the alarm fell to the ground. Yet his voice echoed in the ears of every guard stationed at the mansion that in an instant, the forces of the mansion began to mobilize. Hurry! They have returned. Everyone, prepare to repel the enemy's intrusion. Keep a vigilant watch over the prison, and allow no opportunity for the prisoners to escape. Do you hear me? In the square behind the mansion's gates, a throng of warriors, the mansion's guards, gathered, fully equipped and with solemn expressions. The shame of their previous defeat lingered in their hearts, and this time, they vowed to protect the dignity of the daimyo's estate at all costs. Yes, the square brimmed with a force of over 1,000. Their voices resonating in unison, exuding a spirit of fearless determination. Excellent. This time our strength surpasses that of the last encounter, and according to our intelligence, the adversaries number merely a handful. If the enemy achieves their objective, what face shall we have left to live? Am I wrong? A figure stepped forward, the leader of the mansion's guard, Inada, who had led the pursuit of Kakashi, addressing the assembled troops. Yes, all began to take action, each stationed to guard their respective areas. The so-called enemies were none other than Sasuke and his companions. Yet unfortunately, they had mistakenly included the Leaf Village members in their list of adversaries. Setting the stage for a tumultuous confrontation, 15 minutes prior, Sasuke and his lead companions had already infiltrated the daimyo's security perimeter. This time, they did not proceed with the same subtlety. As they crossed into the perimeter, the guards immediately detected their presence, leading to the earlier commotion as everyone reacted with heightened alertness. Sasuke swiftly dispatched the guards who lunged at him, his mood far from pleasant. According to Karen's report, Kakashi's chakra had begun to exhibit strange fluctuations, diminishing rapidly. Just moments ago, 3 individuals had appeared beside Kakashi, one of whom was his greatest nemesis, Danzo. Cunning as he was, Sasuke understood all too well Danzo's intentions for being near Kakashi at this moment. Undoubtedly, it was to seize the Sharingan. Although he held disdain for Kakashi's possession of the Sharingan, he would not permit anyone to take it from him, let alone Danzo. Thus, he resolved to prevent this from occurring. Sasuke pushed himself to his utmost speed, with Suigetsu and Jugo closely following, while Karen lagged slightly behind, her body weary from days of relentless running. Nevertheless, for Sasuke's sake, she gritted her teeth and persevered. Behind them, Naruto and his group, after a prolonged chase, finally spotted Sasuke's figure ahead, but the daimyo's mansion loomed near, and it appeared they could not prevent Sasuke from breaching its defenses. Shikamaru, what do we do now? We can't stop them from entering, Ino asked anxiously, observing the diminishing distance that we must try to halt them before they create chaos. We cannot allow them to come into contact with Kakashi-sensei, Shikamaru replied coolly. To prevent contact is to affirm that the leaf stands with the daimyo. Understood. What about the two behind? Ino inquired further. Teo and Ran are following them. We'll stop them from entering. Split into two teams, one to intercept Sasuke and the other to confront Yamai. Naruto, Sakura, Neji, Shino, you go after Sasuke. The rest of you, follow me to stop Yamai. Understood. The group nodded in agreement. As they witnessed Sasuke and his companions beginning to engage the mansion's guards, they realized it was time to quicken their pace. However, when they too came under attack from the guards, they understood that resolving the situation would not be straightforward. Naruto, you go ahead, we'll handle the aftermath, Shikamaru declared, and the group divided into two teams as previously discussed. Due to the guards' obstruction, Sasuke and his companion's speed diminished significantly, ultimately failing to prevent their entrance into the daimyo's mansion. Awaiting them at the mansion were thousands of guard positioned strategically throughout Inada's command. A barrage of arrows rained down upon Sasuke and his comrades from all directions. Oh no, Sasuke, you're throwing me under the bus, Sujitsu grumbled, dodging the arrows, seemingly aware of the intent to exhaust him. You all stay here, Sasuke stated decisively before leaping forward, clearly intent on breaching the mansion alone. In an instant, every arrow was aimed at him. Faced with the deluge of arrows, Sasuke showed no sign of fear. Gripping his Kusanagi sword tightly, determined to eliminate any obstacles in his path, as he leaped onto the city gate, warriors surged forward, intent on eliminating this audacious intruder. Yet one must ponder, who truly lacked awareness of their own limitations? Sasuke stood firm, coldly observing the overconfident assailants, his dark eyes devoid of emotion, accompanied by the chilling gleam of his Kusanagi sword and his agile form. A trail of crimson was left in his wake. At this moment, Sasuke's sole desire was to locate Kakashi swiftly. Hoping it was not too late, he could not bear to witness the Sharingan fall into Danzo's grasp. That would be an affront to the Uchiha clan's honor. Meanwhile, Sujitsu and the others were resolutely fending off the guards' attacks, unwilling to simply succumb to the onslaught. Following the path carved by Sasuke, they too successfully infiltrated the interior of the daimyo's mansion. Shortly thereafter, Naruto and the others arrived at the scene. With Sakura's explanation, they were not impeded by the guards and quickly caught up to Suigetsu and the others. What on earth do you intend to do? Sakura and Shino, with Neji, blocked Suigetsu, Jugo, and Karen's path. Meanwhile, Naruto pursued Sasuke. Upon seeing Sakura and the others, the guards retreated a few steps, deciding it better to leave the ninjas to deal with ninjas after witnessing Suigetsu's prowess. We don't even know. Sasuke summoned us, so we just came along, Sujitsu replied, resting his blade on the ground, leaning lazily against it with a nonchalant expression. I don't believe you, Sakura retorted, her brows furrowed, glaring intently at Sujitsu. That's your problem. Enough talk, let's get to fighting. Sujitsu waved his hand dismissively, readjusting his grip on the sword resting on his shoulder, nodding subtly at Sakura and her group. Wait, are you hoping for Kakashi's demise? Karen interjected suddenly, arms crossed, a confident smile gracing her face. I have no idea what you're talking about. Although Sakura was perplexed, she merely regarded it as a ploy by their enemies to sow discord among them. You may choose not to believe me, but I must inform you that Kakashi-sensei is currently in grave danger. Instead of wasting time here, it would be wise to hasten and check on your teacher. Let us proceed. With a calm demeanor, Karen addressed Sakura and the others, and after speaking, she continued her advance in the direction of Sasuke. Those diminutive guards were utterly incapable of hindering her progress, especially with Suigetsu and Jugo at her side. Stop. Before grasping the situation, Sakura and her companions would not allow them to pass. Even though they were deeply concerned about Karen's words, confrontation was inevitable. As Sakura and her team detained Suigetsu and the others, Sasuke had already fought his way to the prison entrance, only to be intercepted by Naruto. Do not approach Kakashi-sensei. Naruto stood at the prison's threshold, his clear blue eyes filled with vigilance as he fixed his gaze upon Sasuke. "Get out of my way." Sasuke remained expressionless, his annoyance at Naruto's naivety palpable. If Naruto were aware of Kakashi's current predicament, he would surely refrain from obstructing him. Yet, in his ignorance, Naruto insisted on standing firm. No, Naruto was resolute. "Tisei." Sasuke furrowed his brow slightly, revealing his irritation, and lunged toward Naruto. The clash between the Kusanagi sword and shuriken sparked fiercely. "Stand down, Sasuke!" Naruto attempted once more to dissuade him. But alas, Sasuke was singularly focused on one objective, finding Kakashi and, if necessary, extracting him from danger. Perhaps it was due to Sasuke's clearer goal, devoid of Naruto's emotional entanglements, that the outcome of their struggle was swiftly determined. After subduing Naruto, Sasuke dashed into the prison, instinctively locating Kakashi's whereabouts. Meanwhile, after spitting out dust, Naruto pursued Sasuke. When he caught sight of him again, Sasuke stood silently before his cell door. The Kusanagi sword stained with the blood of the guards, droplets trickling down its blade. Emotionlessly, he gazed down at the lifeless figure lying in a pool of blood. Upon Naruto's arrival, Sasuke glanced up at him, his eyes seemingly harboring a complex emotion that Naruto struggled to comprehend. Yet, as Naruto met Sasuke's gaze, a tightening sensation gripped his heart. He instinctively knew that something dreadful had transpired. Stepping over the corpses strewn across the floor, Naruto approached Sasuke's side, and as he beheld the scene within the cell, a chilling wave coursed through him. Before his eyes lay Kakashi, devoid of any semblance of life, bound and lying in a pool of blood. Kakashi's silver hair was partially stained a dark crimson, his clothing soaked with blood, and his exposed arms bore the marks of struggle, his pallor as white as snow. Kakashi lay there in stillness. Yet the most alarming detail was his eyes. Sasuke had already surmised from the blood seeping from Kakashi's closed left eye that it had been taken from him. Kakashi-sensei. After a moment of stupor, panic washed over Naruto's face as he hastily unlocked the cell door and rushed inside. He lifted Kakashi from the ground, quickly checking for signs of breath. A flicker of hope ignited within him as he detected a faint breath. There was still a chance. While calling out Kakashi's name, Naruto fumbled to remove the handcuffs, but as before, he found himself unable to do so. Here, just as Naruto was at a loss, Sasuke tossed him a key. Gratefully, Naruto caught it and, with utmost care, managed to unlock Kakashi's restraints. Sasuke stood behind Naruto, his eyes brimming with unspoken emotions that were impossible to decipher, and his grip on the Kusanagi sword had turned his knuckles white, a detail he may not have even noticed himself. Once the handcuffs were undone, Naruto gently lifted Kakashi and began to carry him out. He needed to find Sakura quickly, for he feared losing his beloved teacher. Kakashi. After Naruto departed, Sasuke prepared to follow, but halted upon seeing Suga in the adjacent cell. A thought flashed through his mind. Rescuing Suga might aid Kakashi, prompting him to toss the key inside. The sound of the key hitting the floor stirred Suga from her stupor, but by then, Naruto and Sasuke had already vanished from sight. Cradling the bloodied form of Kakashi, Naruto dared not move too swiftly, fearing he might exacerbate Kakashi's injuries. The weight of the crimson-stained body in his arms rendered Naruto's emotions indescribable. The warmth of blood felt like molten lava, scorching his hands and searing his heart. Soon, he emerged from the passageway, only to be met with the sharp edge of a katana. Release the prisoner. Clearly, the samurai had no intention of allowing Naruto to abscond with Kakashi. Listen to me. Naruto urgently sought to explain, but the assailants showed no inclination to listen, charging recklessly toward him. With Kakashi's injured form in his embrace, Naruto found himself unable to utilize ninjutsu or evade their advance. He could only turn, tightly shielding Kakashi as he braced for the impending pain. To be continued. Chapter 35. Severe injuries. The winter weather had grown exceedingly frigid, with the cold wind howling across the open space before the prison, causing involuntary shivers. Even at noon, the temperature showed little sign of rising, making combat an excruciating endeavor under such conditions. The daimyo's estate, Sakura and her companion stood poised against Sujitsu and his allies, while other samurai observed the skirmish. The battle between ninjas was beyond the capabilities of those with lesser strength, particularly with Suigetsu's wide-ranging ninjutsu. Getting too close posed a significant risk. Thus, Shikamaru ordered most of the guards to secure the prison. The prisoners have been extracted. Hurry and assist. This news circulated among the guards, inevitably reaching Sakura and her friends. Sasuke is already there, Suigetsu said flippantly, his expression relaxed as if unconcerned. Then let us hurry and join him. Karen, having fended off an attack from Shino, darted toward the prison. Jugo had already rushed over upon hearing the news, though Niji's obstruction had limited his progress. Sakura, we should hasten to ascertain the situation, Niji suddenly said as he approached Sakura, having just heard a troubling rumor. It seems Naruto has rescued Kakashi-sensei. What is he thinking? This puts us in an awkward position. That fool, upon hearing Niji's words. Sakura immediately raced toward the prison, determined to uncover the truth. Yes, Sakura and her group shared a common goal with Suigetsu's team. The previous conflict dissipated, and they proceeded together toward the prison entrance. To the guards at the daimyo's estate, it appeared that the Leaf Village and the Hawk Group were in league, leading them to believe that the Leaf had betrayed them, stopped them, in the wake of sudden panic. The samurai displayed commendable military discipline. Under the leadership of various squad captains, they swiftly separated those who were too far apart, their katana blades glistening ominously. Allow me to explain, it is not as you think. We merely wish to assist. Sakura and Niji found themselves surrounded, and in light of the current situation, she desperately sought to clarify their intentions. Do not bother with explanations. The fact remains that your comrades have rescued the prisoner. The Leaf is indeed up to no good. The charges against Itachi Kakashi are indisputable. You shall not escape today. A samurai, appearing to be a squad captain, spoke with unwavering resolve, showing no signs of leniency. Niji furrowed his brow tightly, his temper flaring at the unreasonable individuals before him. He yearned to retaliate against the samurai, but his rationality prevailed. Turning to Sakura, he inquired, "What shall we do now?" "I do not know." "We absolutely cannot surrender," Sakura replied softly, her eyes warily scanning the surrounding samurai. "Let us regroup with Naruto. Kakashi-sensei's condition appears dire," Niji stated gravely, having utilized his Byakugan to confirm the samurai's claim. Naruto had indeed rescued Kakashi, but his condition was not promising, and Sasuke was right beside him, resulting in a fierce confrontation. "Then let us charge forth," Sakura nodded. As her words fell, she and Niji commenced their journey, while Shino, upon receiving Niji's signal, began to utilize his ninjutsu to assist their movement. On the other hand, Mizuki exhibited no reservations whatsoever. He would eliminate anyone who stood in his way, a brutal simplicity defining his approach. Thus commenced a chaotic melee. Before the prison corridor, a throng of warriors encircled Naruto and Sasuke, leaving Naruto unable to free his hands. Just as he braced himself to endure the anticipated pain, it failed to materialize. Instead, he heard several anguished cries. Upon turning his gaze, he found Sasuke, sword in hand, standing before him, the Kusanagi blade stained with fresh blood. The warriors surrounding them bore deep, visible wounds. Sasuke cast a disdainful glance at the blood on his blade, elegantly flicking it, causing the crimson droplets to arc beautifully, drawing a stark line of warning that intimidated the restless foes. Naruto stared blankly at Sasuke, perplexed by his actions. "Sasuke, what are you doing?" "Don't get me wrong. I'm not saving you," Sasuke replied coldly, glancing back at Naruto. "Whatever. Thanks anyway." Naruto laughed weakly, the weight in his hands rendering his smile feeble, nearly extinguished. "Now, let's deal with these pests," Sasuke declared icily, stepping forward, causing the warriors to instinctively retreat. Although they were warriors, a hint of fear had overtaken them upon witnessing Sasuke's emotionless, blood-red Sharingan, robbing them of much of their courage. They felt as if a demon from the depths of hell was fixated upon them, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Charge! Yet, warriors remained warriors. Even when faced with an opponent far beyond their capabilities, they obeyed orders, striving to prevent Naruto and Sasuke from escaping. But a multitude surged forward, and Sasuke swiftly maneuvered among them, with Naruto closely following, evading the incoming blades. "Sasuke, cover me!" With the enemy numbers overwhelming, Naruto struggled to keep up. Even with Sasuke's assistance, he would have to resort to ninjutsu, momentarily setting aside Kakashi. Sasuke did not provide a direct answer to Naruto's request. Yet his actions spoke volumes as Naruto gently placed Kakashi on the ground. Sasuke stood guard, ensuring the warriors could not capitalize on the opportunity. Shadow clone technique. Naruto rapidly enacted his ninjutsu, countless copies of himself materializing in the area. With a multitude of Narutos and Sasuke aiding him, he quickly lifted Kakashi and made a hasty exit towards freedom amidst the clamor of battle cries. Holding Kakashi tightly, Naruto felt the coldness of his mentor's body intensifying in the frigid air. He yearned to convey as much warmth as possible to Kakashi, hoping he could endure until they reached Sakura. Sakura! At long last, Naruto and Sasuke broke free from the prison, and the moment they stepped outside. Naruto spotted Sakura and her comrades engaged in combat with the warriors. Simultaneously, as Naruto and his group emerged, Sakura and the others caught sight of them, including Karen. Karen rushed to Sasuke's side upon seeing him. "Sakura, hurry over here," Naruto urged anxiously, and upon noticing Kakashi in Naruto's arms, Sakura dashed forward, with Neji and Shino clearing the path. Soon after, Sakura reached Naruto's side, glancing at Sasuke before diverting her gaze. Meanwhile, Mizuki and Go gathered around. And now, the combined forces of Naruto and Sasuke numbered 8, yet the warriors seized the moment to surround them entirely. "Oh my goodness. Quickly set Kakashi-sensei down," Sakura implored Naruto, her brow furrowing as she assessed Kakashi's condition. Her voice trembling with urgency. Damn it. Damn it. After laying Kakashi down, Naruto despondently struck the ground, regretting his earlier decision to allow Kakashi to be captured. "Why?" Sakura immediately began attending to Kakashi, while the others remained vigilant against the restless warriors. Perhaps due to Sasuke's demeanor, Mizuki and the others subtly encircled them. "Karen, where did Danzo go?" Sasuke inquired after casting a few glances at Kakashi, needing to retrieve Kakashi's eyes. "Not far. Should we pursue?" Karen replied after sensing the situation. "Let's wait a moment," Sasuke said without elaboration. As Sakura anxiously treated Kakashi, a commotion erupted from the crowd, and soon after, Shikamaru and the others appeared before them, followed by Tear and Ran, who headed towards the prison. "Sasuke, what are you doing here?" Shikamaru began to question upon spotting Sasuke, who merely regarded him coldly without answering. "Sasuke isn't causing trouble this time. What's going on?" Naruto quickly interjected, recalling that Shikamaru's group was meant to intercept Tear and the others. "We received word that you rescued Kakashi-sensei, and upon learning about his condition through Hinata's eyes, we came as swiftly as we could. The guards of the daimyo's estate delayed us. The Hinata's eyes were red, staring at the weakened Kakashi on the ground, unable to fathom who could be so cruel. Tenten, standing beside her, offered comfort, her face filled with anger. If she discovered who was responsible, she would certainly make them pay. Kakashi-sensei's eyes are missing. Sakura's statement drew everyone's attention back to Kakashi. Initially, she had been so focused on treating his dire internal condition that she had failed to notice the absence of his eyes. Kakashi's body seemed to be in turmoil, reduced to a mere shell, as Sakura poured all her efforts into internal repair. Only when she noticed Kakashi's remaining chakra gravitating toward his left eye did she realize that his eyes had been taken. What? The greatest surprise came from Naruto, who had been oblivious to this detail. The others also expressed astonishment, their moods growing heavier. "I will hunt down that bastard," Naruto declared, eager to pursue the perpetrator, with Lee immediately agreeing. "I want to go too." Shikamaru quickly restrained them. "You don't even know who the assailant is. What are you shouting about?" "Damn it! Damn it!" Hearing Shikamaru's words only deepened Naruto's frustration. "There's nothing I can do." Lee lowered his head in anger. Hinata looked at Naruto with concerned. "I will retrieve Kakashi's eyes," Sasuke suddenly stated. Everyone gazed at him in disbelief. Without explaining himself to their puzzled expressions, Sasuke called for Karen and departed. Mizuki and Go provided cover as they exited the daimyo's castle walls. "Naruto, we must return to Konoha promptly. My medical ninjutsu is insufficient to save Kakashi-sensei." Before one issue could be resolved, yet another arose. Kakashi had lost too much blood, and his self-healing capabilities were severely compromised, his condition dire. She could only maintain his current state, preventing further deterioration. None of you are leaving today. Just as they were about to depart for Konoha, Itachi emerged from the crowd. Point two have already slipped away. Mizuki scoffed, having returned to his position after escorting Sasuke and the others, reluctant yet intrigued by the unfolding drama. Itachi was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening. Today you must let us pass, Shikamaru confronted Itachi. But on what grounds? Because if you don't, you will regret it, Shikamaru replied tersely, harboring no fondness for the daimyo's men, especially given Kakashi's plight. Then let us see. Itachi dismissed Shikamaru's warning. Suddenly, another commotion erupted from the opposite side of the crowd. Before anyone could react, Tear, Ran, and SHBU appeared before them. Good afternoon, everyone, Tear greeted with a smile. Ran remained expressionless, while SHBU immediately attempted to approach Kakashi, only to be blocked by Naruto and the others. Unwilling to let her near him, SHBU glanced at the kunai aimed at her, rolling her eyes in exasperation. I'm a medical ninja. If you want Kakashi-san to recover quickly, let me through. You should listen to her, Tear added from the side. Shikamaru scrutinized SHBU, contemplating before agreeing to let her treat Kakashi, with Sakura keeping a watchful eye on her. Thanks, SHBU said to Shiko, then knelt beside Kakashi to commence treatment. You handle the eyes. I'll take care of the rest. Sakura looked up, a hint of confusion in her expression. Was SHBU speaking to her just now? However, it is best to proceed with action first. As she observed the emergence of medicinal chakra from SHBU, Sakura was suddenly struck by an unusual sensation. SHBU's healing ninjutsu was distinctly different from that of an ordinary person. To be continued. Chapter 36. SHBU's healing ninjutsu. Naruto, Sakura, and a group of 10, surrounded by the guards of the Daimyo's residence, awaited the unfolding of potential events. If escape were an option, it would be utterly impossible. Given their strength, eluding these warriors could not be deemed easy, yet it was not insurmountably difficult either. After all, even an elephant fears the ant, does it not? In terms of numbers, they held a considerable advantage from the outset. In this modest plaza, the atmosphere was heavy. It was not solely due to the silent standoff between the two parties, but also because of the main characters in this unfolding drama, within the encirclement formed by Naruto and his companions. SHBU and Sakura were tending to Kakashi. Throughout the treatment, SHBU was wholly focused, while Sakura struggled to concentrate. Ever since SHBU commenced her healing, Sakura had furrowed her brow, her face a canvas of confusion. From the onset of the treatment, Sakura perceived that SHBU's ninjutsu was unlike her own. When SHBU's chakra made contact with Kakashi's body, an unusual reaction occurred, as if his body were responding to her chakra. A similar chakra surged forth from within him, working to mend Kakashi's injuries. As a result, he now radiated a green glow of healing chakra. The restoration process markedly accelerated. Sakura could sense that Kakashi's previously chaotic state was gradually improving. She carefully tended to Kakashi's eyes while also stealing glances at SHBU with her hands resting on Kakashi's chest. SHBU expelled a significant amount of chakra. As the treatment progressed, beads of sweat dotted her brow, her dark green eyes intensely fixed upon Kakashi. In that moment, her sole focus was on saving him. What? Is there something on my face? Suddenly, SHBU looked up at Sakura, her tone curious, having noticed that Sakura had been watching her intently. Huh? No, not at all. Startled by SHBU's abrupt inquiry, Sakura realized that her gaze had been rather impolite, her cheeks flushing slightly, creating an awkward atmosphere. Why are you staring at me? SHBU rolled her eyes, wiping the sweat from her face. It's freezing out here, and yet I'm sweating profusely. This job is unbearable. She tossed her hair back and began her customary complaints. Slowly, she stood up, reverting to her usual self as soon as she stepped away from the confinement. For she found it too constraining not to be herself. Upon commencing her speech, she ceased the treatment. Kakashi had barely escaped danger and now required time to recuperate. May I inquire about something? After a moment of hesitation, Sakura could no longer suppress her curiosity. Kakashi's eyes were now bandaged, allowing for a brief respite. "What is it?" SHBU waved her hand and, after stretching her limbs, sat back down. Since she had nothing else to do, it was prudent to improve Kakashi's condition a bit more. Without turning to face Sakura, she merely voiced her inquiry. "I was wondering about your healing ninjutsu." Sakura felt slightly bashful, clasping her hands together, unsure whether it would be inappropriate to ask about SHBU's secret techniques, especially considering she was her adversary. SHBU, not waiting for Sakura to finish her question, raised an eyebrow in curiosity. After a moment's thought, she replied earnestly, "Oh, that? I inject a particular potion beforehand, which contains my blood." Sakura was somewhat perplexed. "Due to the peculiar circumstances of my family, our chakra originates from our cells. I can process my blood in a certain manner and inject it into another's body. In other words, once my cells enter Kakashi-sensei's body, they remain there. As my chakra interacts with them, they too will generate chakra." "That should clarify your question, I presume." Noticing Sakura's bewildered expression, SHBU continued her explanation. "It turned out that the initial injection of that slightly reddish potion was a precautionary measure, akin to a protective charm. Thus, when Ran learned of the intent to inject Kakashi, he would inquire whether Kakashi wished to join their ranks. It seemed all members of their group possessed this protective charm within them." SHBU spoke with a light-hearted tone, her eyes sparkling with joy and confidence. Perhaps she relished discussing matters related to healing, as it was her area of expertise. "But won't your cell's chakra run out?" Sakura asked, keen to understand more. "That is an entirely different matter," SHBU replied with pride. "Cells can be viewed as complete living entities. As long as they are in a suitable environment, they can thrive independently. Within Kakashi-san's body, they are indeed alive and well. So they certainly possess chakra, albeit they will eventually be assimilated and rendered ineffective after several uses." "Oh, I see." Sakura was astonished by this unusual method of treatment. Though its efficacy was evident, she contemplated researching it further. "Integrating my cells into his body was initially a painful process due to rejection. Thus, they survived by phagocytosis and merging before normalcy resumed. A word of caution, do not attempt this lightly. An incorrect dosage could lead to significant issues." HBU, observing Sakura deep in thought, sensed her inquisitive nature and smiled. Encountering a kindred spirit was a delight. "Though those like yamming were best avoided. From now on, I leave everything in your capable hands. I shall seek someone." With that, SHBU rose, stretching her stiff limbs, and Sakura nodded in understanding. "Where are you going?" Kage, noticing SHBU's intent to stir trouble once more, quickly pulled her back. "What do you mean?" "I'm going to confront the wretched woman who caused Kakashi-san's predicament. I told you. Once I'm free, I'll tear her apart." SHBU swiftly tied her dark green hair back, clearly preparing for confrontation, and addressed Kage matter-of-factly. "Just stay here and continue treating Kakashi. Don't wander off and get caught again," Kage replied exasperatedly, asserting that this matter was not SHBU's concern. "Are you underestimating my abilities?" SHBU retorted, her displeasure palpable. Her reasoning remained as peculiar as ever. "Stay put." Kage, unwilling to engage further, invoked his authoritative presence, knowing this would compel SHBU to comply. "Fine." SHBU huffed, pouting as she settled beside Kakashi, realizing that with so many present, her intervention was unnecessary. The others observed SHBU's temper tantrum, while Sakura was intrigued by why SHBU seemed so incensed by Kakashi's injury. At least from her perspective, she yearned to uncover the truth behind Kakashi's relationship with the group and why their attitude towards him was so peculiar, a sentiment shared by others from Konoha. Meanwhile, Ran sat nearby, idly staring at the floor, his head drooping. Initially, he had been excited by SHBU's mention of seeking vengeance, but was regrettably thwarted by Kage. Sujetsu and CHGO were in a similar predicament. Lacking enthusiasm, CHGO was indifferent, but without any entertainment, Suijitsu was growing restless, as venturing out alone would be exhausting. Thus, he remained where he was. "Sakura, how is Kakashi-sensei?" Naruto inquired anxiously as he approached, having noticed Sakura's apparent completion of her tasks. While the others paid close attention, "He has barely escaped danger, but we must quickly find a way to move him indoors. The temperature here is far too low. Sakura gazed worriedly at Kakashi, who was now sweating profusely, running a low-grade fever. Remaining in such conditions would not bode well for him. She's right. You all need to devise a plan. SHBU remarked languidly, hugging her knees. Suddenly, as if remembering something significant, she leapt to her feet, clutching her head in dismay and exclaiming, "Oh no, I forgot about that little brat. Take, Ran, quickly help me bring him out." The others were startled by SHBU's abrupt behavior, and Ran, feeling exasperated, glared at her. "What are you scheming now? I promised Kakashi-san that I would take good care of him. I cannot go back on my word," SHBU asserted, already making her way outside. "Stop, stay here. Ran and I will handle this." Taig, unable to tolerate SHBU's incessant chatter, knew that the quickest way to silence her was to resolve the situation promptly. "All aboard. That SHBU in my cell seems genuinely intent on doing so." Her face brimming with satisfaction. Following this, Taig begrudgingly departed with Ran. "Why did you capture Kakashi-sensei?" As SHBU resumed her seat, Naruto approached her with a question that perhaps lingered in the minds of everyone present. As all eyes turned towards SHBU, "Hey now, this isn't the time for interrogating me. Could you please pay attention to your surroundings?" As Changpu beheld Naruto's unwavering determination to extract a satisfactory answer, coupled with the scornful gazes of others that made her shrink back, she felt a pang of regret for allowing Tai Liang and Luan to depart. Shikamaru surveyed the surroundings, aware that the samurai would not rush in immediately. He spoke with a calm demeanor. "You need not worry. A confrontation will not erupt so swiftly. Just clarify why you chose to capture Kakashi-sensei instead of eliminating him. What do you intend to gain from him? If I were to say it's for amusement, would you retaliate against me?" Champu pulled the hood of her garment over her head and recoiled further. Shikamaru's inquiry left her at a loss for a concrete response. "What? You did this just for fun? You harmed so many people. How outrageous. You are utterly despicable." Her voice trembled with anger, as she abhorred those who disregarded human life. "Calm down, Tian," Hinata interjected, restraining her friend from lashing out. She turned to the languid Changpu and continued, "Regardless of your motives, we will never forgive you for harming Kakashi-sensei. And you made Naruto-kun sad." A sentiment Hinata chose not to voice aloud. "Speak," Shikamaru urged, fixing his gaze on Changpu. Changpu met Shikamaru's eyes for a moment before diverting her gaze to the others. "You are already aware of the tricks we are playing. Why then do you inquire?" Shikamaru merely frowned, understanding that Changpu had more to say. Although the others were puzzled, they remained silent, while Shuya eagerly watched the unfolding drama from the sidelines. "Do not shift the blame for Kakashi-san's current state entirely onto us. If you ask me, it is a consequence of your own actions," Changpu stated languidly, surveying the group's subtle expressions. TOB continued. Chapter 37. Naruto's fury. Observing Changpu's mocking expression, Shikamaru and the others felt a wave of discomfort. How could the perpetrator presume to speak in such a manner, merely deflecting responsibility? "What do you mean by that?" Sakura glared at Changpu, believing that all chaos stemmed from the organization they represented. Changpu shrugged under the weight of their gazes. "Honestly, I'm not entirely sure, but I know that if you had enough faith in Kakashi-san, the moment he returned to Konoha, this would all be over. Yet, you allowed those scoundrels to take him away. This is a fine deed by your daimyo." Perhaps Changpu possessed a kernel of truth, as silence enveloped the group. Naruto, upon hearing her words, fell into deep regret. Replaying the scene of Kakashi's capture. If only he had prevented Kakashi from leaving. Would he now be safe? Sakura, her brow furrowed, struggled to accept Changpu's perspective. "Isn't it because you framed Kakashi-sensei that he was captured?" "We merely ignited the flames. Without the explosives, there would be no explosion. Why did you prepare the explosives? Enough. The deed is done. What good is it to dwell on it now? Let us resolve the current situation first. Changpu, this time, you shall not leave unscathed." Shikamaru could no longer tolerate Changpu's words. It was clear who should bear the blame. Certainly the organization. Yet, did they hold no fault in this? After listening to Shikamaru, the group fell silent, for they now faced the full might of the daimyo's forces. If conflicts remained unresolved, Konoha would confront an entire nation's military might, and the consequences of mishandling this situation could be dire. Compromise might be a preferable course, but Kakashi's safety could be jeopardized. Furthermore, the indignities Kakashi suffered ignited their fury. They could not simply let the daimyo's actions go unchallenged, making peaceful resolution seem improbable. "Let us break out," Lee, who had remained silent, suddenly suggested. In his view, the daimyo's estate had become an enemy, with the blame for Kakashi's harm resting squarely upon them. "Exactly. Stop stalling. Kakashi-sensei is not in good condition. We must leave quickly." Tintian nodded in agreement. Worry etched upon her face. Kiba, Niji, and others concurred. Initially, Niji had disapproved, believing that clashing with the daimyo would yield no beneficial outcomes. However, considering Kakashi's current predicament, he acquiesced, recognizing the abhorrence of the daimyo's actions against Kakashi. Shikamaru furrowed his brow, contemplating. "Let us assess the situation. This matter is rather complex." While they deliberated whether to break out, Itachi made a move of his own. He could no longer afford to delay, especially seeing Shikamaru and the others poised for action. Experience told him that lingering would only lead to trouble. "Have you considered the consequences of your reckless actions within the daimyo's estate?" After deliberation, Itachi decided to apprehend them immediately, speaking in a tone of righteous authority. Moreover, he held a slight advantage and would not allow them to escape again. "We are well aware of your strength and influence. But that does not equate to fear." Upon hearing Itachi's voice, the group turned their attention to him, noting his self-righteous demeanor. Tian felt utterly disgusted, frowning as she retorted, while Sakura rose to her feet, ready for confrontation. Tian, Shikamaru turned and shook his head, glancing back at Kakashi before addressing Itachi. "This matter is our misstep, but did your daimyo not promise not to harm Kakashi-sensei, given the current circumstances? They had every right to reclaim Kakashi-sensei. I must be mistaken. You really believe in such promises?" Changpu interjected, unable to suppress her laughter, which she deemed a grand jest. Silence. Shikamaru glared at Changpu, wishing fervently that she were mute. "Tsh." Changpu rolled her eyes, falling silent. In response to Shikamaru's words, Itachi found himself at a loss. B.Y. writes, "One cannot inflict punishment upon a suspect before a formal conviction. Are you attempting to coerce a confession?" Shikamaru continued pressing forward, taking several steps closer, his fists clenched at his sides, a dark expression on his face, his gaze fixed intently upon the seemingly flustered Itachi. You are correct. However, is Hatake Kakashi merely a suspect? Do we not possess enough evidence? How do you affirm the charges you speak of? By capturing those who frame others, by compelling them to confess their guilt. But where is the evidence? To me, Hatake Kakashi's guilt is already established, for at this moment, you stand alongside the so-called culprits. Your actions serve as the most compelling proof. Itachi, seasoned by experience, quickly regained his composure, stepping forward to scrutinize Naruto and the others, a smirk playing on his lips as he unleashed a barrage of inquiries. The existence of Konoha is determined by the daimyo. You should not question the daimyo's authority, but obey their commands. Since the daimyo has deemed Hatake Kakashi guilty, my actions are justified, and he has reaped what he sowed. Itachi spoke with unwavering conviction, yet he remained oblivious to the rising tension among Naruto and others during his tirade. Naruto, who had been by Kakashi's side, kept his head lowered, obscuring his emotions. Only his clenched fists, turning pale with pressure, revealed his struggle to restrain himself from striking Itachi. "You're talking nonsense." Naruto could barely contain himself, while Tian found the words intolerable. She could not bear Itachi's disrespect toward Konoha or the humiliation he inflicted upon her revered Kakashi-sensei. In a flash, Tian dashed forward, circumventing Shikamaru, unfurling her scroll. Instantly, a multitude of ninja tools soared through the air, aimed directly at Itachi, who drew his sword in defense, while the surrounding samurai surged forward. Tian. The events unfolded too swiftly for Shikamaru to react. By the time he regained his senses, he rushed to restrain Tian, halting the airborne weapons at the last moment. "Shikamaru, what are you doing? Let go of me!" Tian shouted, twisting her arms to break free from his hold. "Calm down. We cannot afford to fight now," Shikamaru whispered, though he too was nearing his limit of patience. Seeing Shikamaru's hesitation, Itachi assumed they lacked the courage to confront the daimyo and waved his hand. instructing the surrounding samurai to stand down. He addressed Shikamaru and the others. I advise you to abandon your resistance. Perhaps the daimyo will show leniency, and you might save Konoha. Suddenly, a shadow flickered, and Itachi's voice was abruptly silenced as his body was sent flying backward, colliding with the samurai behind him, kicking up a cloud of dust and plunging the scene into silence. Shikamaru and the others puzzled over the unexpected turn of events. They soon recognized the golden hair that had just appeared. What just happened? With his mood already in a dismal state, Naruto felt an overwhelming urge to strike Hinata after hearing his remarks. However, having matured significantly, he had cultivated a greater sense of self-restraint. Yet, he was still Naruto, and he could not abide anyone belittling the village of Konoha, which he held dear. Fueled by a seething rage, he saw no reason to suppress himself any longer. He swiftly appeared before Hinata, and, disregarding his words, delivered a forceful kick to his abdomen. Naruto then followed Hinata's body as it flew backward, waiting for him to rise, while those around them struggled to regain their footing, encircling Naruto as they did so. That guy, Shikamaru shook his head in resignation, attempting to thwart one hothead, only to find himself unable to prevent another. Well done. Upon realizing what Naruto had done, Kiba immediately applauded. Enough talk, let us go check on him. Noticing Naruto's reluctance to return, Neji chimed in with a reminder. Fine, I'll go see. You all stay here and protect Kakashi-sensei, Shikamaru replied, glancing at Naruto, who was now surrounded. Shikamaru made his way toward Naruto, inevitably employing some force. Cough, cough. What are you waiting for? Take him down. Hinata, reeling from Naruto's unexpected kick, finally regained his breath, only to see his subordinates merely encircling Naruto without taking action. Rising to his feet in fury, he shouted. Naruto lowered his gaze, calmly observing the disheveled Hinata, a rare expression on his face that was more often seen on Sasuke. He gripped his kunai tightly, which quivered slightly, as if eager to plunge into Hinata's flesh. What does Konoha mean to you? Naruto suddenly inquired. Hinata wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, smirking mockingly as he replied, it's merely a subordinate of the daimyo's estate. Upon hearing his response, Naruto's eyes darkened instantaneously. Without uttering a word, he dashed behind Hinata, ready to drive his kunai downward. However, Hinata, capable of becoming a captain for good reason, was not so easily dispatched. It was only Naruto's element of surprise that had allowed him to strike earlier. Deflecting Naruto's attack with his blade, Hinata retaliated with a downward slash. Naruto stepped back a few paces before launching an assault from the side, his expression fierce, his beautiful blue eyes brimming with fury. Each strike infused with all his might. Let me make this clear. Konoha is not your subordinate, nor is it your tool. The existence of Konoha is not for you to decide, so cease your lofty airs. Naruto sidestepped Hinata's sword, blocking the downward strike with his kunai, leaning closer to Hinata's ear with a resolute tone. I may not grasp the larger picture, and I don't know what Lady Tsunade thinks, though I know she's always right, but to me, the daimyo is just a well-known figure. If he seeks to destroy Konoha, then he is my enemy, and I will do everything in my power to eliminate him, you understand, since you dare to say such things. Prepare for the daimyo's orders, a bunch of ignorant traitors. Hatake Kakashi's guilt is indisputable. Hinata sneered, as if he had heard a joke, regarding Naruto with disdain. Konoha is finished this time. Don't mention Kakashi-sensei. If anything happens to him, I want to let this slide. As long as I am here, Konoha will not fall. I will become Hokage, and you will not lay a finger on anyone from Konoha. Naruto's fury reached its zenith, his movements accelerating, the anger propelling him to greater speed as Hinata struggled to defend himself. Ultimately, he found himself pinned to the ground, Naruto's kunai poised threateningly at his face, staring intently at Hinata. Naruto's wrath urged him to plunge the kunai down immediately, yet he could not permit himself to do so. If you have the guts, go ahead and kill me. Observing Naruto's internal struggle, Hinata felt a surge of confidence. Well then, goodbye. Hinata's reckless words triggered Naruto's loss of reason. He would not spare anyone who harmed those he cherished, especially if that person was Kakashi. To continued. Chapter 38. The choice. Naruto, stop, as Shikamaru perceived Naruto's intentions. He shouted anxiously, rushing to intervene, but too late. Naruto was beyond listening now. Hinata seemed destined for death. Shikamaru watched helplessly as Naruto's kunai was about to pierce Hinata's skull, when unexpectedly, a knife flew through the air, deflecting Naruto's kunai just in time. Startled, Naruto hesitated, glancing at his trembling hand before looking down at Hinata, whose eyes were tightly shut under Naruto's control. Realizing what he had almost done, he leaped back a few steps, needing to calm himself, for who knew what might happen next. Young man, do not act so impulsively. Everything could be discussed. As Naruto distanced himself from Hinata, a figure appeared atop a nearby rooftop, undoubtedly the owner of the knife. Clad similarly to Hinata, his demeanor suggested a rank higher than Hinata's. He casually squatted, seemingly unfazed by the chaos surrounding them. "Who are you?" Seeing that Naruto was still in a state of shock, Shikamaru approached him to prevent any sudden attacks from the newcomer. "I am the leader of the daimyo's personal guard. We should have a serious conversation regarding Hatake Kakashi." The man spoke in a deep voice, his expression indicating he was not jesting, as he casually brushed his black hair aside. Shikamaru looked up at him, somewhat taken aback. "Discuss what?" "Your fates," he replied, gesturing to the surrounding warriors, though they appeared reluctant. All obeyed his command and began to retreat. Soon, the once crowded square became eerily spacious, accompanied by a chilling wind. Sakura and the others had to drape a cloak over Kakashi, while Sakura held the cloak down. She cast a concerned glance toward Naruto, sincerely hoping this matter would resolve swiftly. "I am aware of the backstory of this incident, and I understand it is not so simple. Whether Hatake Kakashi was the instigator of the previous turmoil at the daimyo's estate remains inconclusive. Even if the evidence points toward him, we both know what kind of person Kakashi is. I trust he would not engage in such foolishness. I deeply regret Hinata's actions and hope this will not lead to resentment toward the daimyo's estate." The man stated calmly as the warriors withdrew, while Shikamaru listened intently. "Although this matter pertains to the daimyo's estate, it ultimately remains a concern for you ninjas. We in the daimyo's estate can choose to ignore it. Even if you're prisoners of a jailbreak, we can still turn a blind eye. Whatever you do, please refrain from actions that would harm the land of fire, or else we will not let you off so easily." How convenient for you to say this now. When you captured Kakashi-sensei, why didn't you say the same? Naruto thought, discomfort brewing within him, that if this were to end here, what would that mean for all that Kakashi had endured? At that time, the daimyo was furious and would not listen to reason. The man leaped down from the rooftop, nonchalantly sheathing his sword as he approached Naruto with a resigned expression. "Then why did you only show up now?" Shikamaru questioned. "That depends on my mood. I do not have the luxury of overseeing your squabbles, but I cannot stand idly by while you seek to kill Hinata. Enough with the idle chatter. You may leave now, but do report back with the outcome once this matter is resolved." He waved his hand dismissively at the surrounding warriors. "Disperse," he commanded before turning to leave. Naruto gritted his teeth, unwilling to let this matter go. "Wait, let it go, Naruto." Shikamaru grasped Naruto's arm, preventing him from pursuing. This how it ends? Why should Kakashi-sensei suffer such indignities? Naruto struggled to comprehend. The notion of simply letting this go felt utterly unacceptable to him. "That's how it is. What more do you want? Perhaps this is the best outcome for this dispute. You wish to wage war against the daimyo's estate. Do you want Konoha to be plunged in a conflict? Do you wish for the people of the Land of Fire to bear the consequences of a war between Konoha and the daimyo's estate? Naruto, if you aspire to become Hokage, you must learn to consider these multifaceted issues. Being Hokage is no easy task. Do you think Lady Tsunade agreed to let the daimyo's men take Kakashi-sensei so easily? Think it over." Shikamaru admonished, his brow furrowed as he shouted at the increasingly agitated Naruto, ignoring his reaction as he turned to join Sakura. After listening to Shikamaru's lecture, Naruto fell silent, complying. "We're back." As Shikamaru and Naruto approached Sakura, Teo and Ran returned, accompanied by a child, seeing the small boy asleep in Teo's arms. Sakura regarded him with curiosity, her gaze probing that Kakashi-san's son. The rush of emotions overwhelmed Changpu as she gazed at the little boy, and with a sudden pang of irritation, she thought that since this little brat was causing her distress, she would reciprocate by making the people of Konoha equally uncomfortable. However, she had not anticipated that the residents of Konoha would not perceive Kakashi in the same manner as she did. What? Upon hearing Changpu's words, everyone was taken aback, their eyes flitting between Kakashi and the boy, struggling to comprehend the situation. This must be a joke. It wasn't long before doubts began to creep in. As they deemed it impossible, they all knew that despite Kakashi's penchant for reading risque novels, he held little interest in practical matters. Changpu nodded in agreement, affirming that it was indeed a deception. She had no intention of perpetuating the claim that the boy was Kakashi's son. It would be more prudent to clarify the situation, as it would offer her some solace. Unbeknownst to her, a collective sigh of relief escaped the group that "Oh, what is the story with this child?" At that moment, Tyron inquired, and the others, particularly the females, were ignited by curiosity, as Kakashi was considered an unattainable figure. Rarely associated with such bizarre rumors, I'm not sure. Wait until he wakes up, and I'll ask him myself, Changpu replied, shaking her head. Just then, Naruto and Shikamaru returned, stating, "We need to hurry back to Konoha. But first, we must address a pressing issue." Shikamaru's gaze shifted to Changpu and Tyran, clearly indicating that the most pertinent concern at that moment was related to me and Akatsuki. Hey, we helped you out this time. So if there are scores to settle, can it wait? Changpu remarked with discontent, noticing the dubious looks from Shikamaru and the others. Yet despite her protests, she cautiously positioned herself beside Tyran. Let us just save it for when we return to Konoha, Shikamaru stated, his gaze lingering on Changpu for a moment before he averted his eyes, recognizing that fighting here would yield no benefits. Hey, didn't you say I wouldn't leave here and skate? Changpu teased, noticing Shikamaru's reluctance to take action, her spirits lifting once more. Shikamaru's face tinged with a hint of red, yet he remained composed. If that's what you desire, I can accommodate you. Just as Changpu was about to retort, Kakashi stirred, a soft groan drawing everyone's attention to him. His brow furrowed, and he wore an expression of anguish, leaving them to wonder what was troubling him. Kakashi-sensei, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura, and Naruto called out, hoping to rouse him. But their pleas seemed futile as Kakashi remained enshrouded in torment. Unbeknownst to them, Kakashi was faced with an arduous yet simple choice in his mind. Hey, I say, give it up. Why endure such suffering? In Kakashi's mental realm, a version of himself who had previously appeared stood beside him, wearied yet gentle, urging the despondent Kakashi seated on the ground. That moment, Kakashi felt on the brink of collapse, having lost the eye that Obito had given him. He found little motivation to awaken, as he could not grasp why he should struggle to return to consciousness. Reflecting on that fateful moment, he mused that perhaps it would have been better to simply succumb to slumber, avoiding the harsh reality of his lost eye and his own inadequacy. Speak up. What can you change by remaining silent? The other Kakashi, noticing his lack of response, squatted down and gently lifted Kakashi's face. Upon meeting his hollow gaze, he sighed with resignation. Being a part of Kakashi himself, he understood his feelings better than anyone else. Filled with guilt and profound exhaustion, he was utterly worn out. I know you are in pain from losing Obito's eye, but you cannot allow yourself to fall apart like this. If you continue to wallow in despair, no one will know, and your suffering will remain yours to bear alone. He could no longer tolerate Kakashi's vacant expression. While he disliked Kakashi's rebuttals, he loathed seeing him like this even more. Perhaps his words had some effect, as Kakashi's gaze gradually sharpened, ultimately locking onto the other Kakashi's eyes. Why do this, when your heart aches so profoundly? Why are your eyes still so dry? The other Kakashi observed the anguish in Kakashi's eyes, shaking his head gently. Have you come in no pain? Why must you live so laboriously? Wouldn't it be easier to follow my advice? You constantly live for others. Now that you've lost Obito's eye, do you feel devoid of purpose? It was a testament to your bond with Obito, and not safeguarding it must leave you feeling guilty. Kakashi remained silent, mesmerized by the other Kakashi, as a single tear rolled down his cheek. Indeed, his mind was flooded with memories of the experiences on the Kamui Bridge and the faces of those who had departed from his life. He thought how wonderful it would have been to follow them then, or if he had never had to shoulder such burdens from the outset. The other Kakashi gazed at him as he silently wept, letting out another sigh, then gently enveloped Kakashi in an embrace. This is enough. You can cry now, if you're tired. Just sleep, I will take care of everything else. You need not worry. Kakashi was taken aback by the sudden gesture, but upon hearing those tender words, his emotional defenses crumbled entirely. He leaned into the other Kakashi's embrace and wept bitterly. Like a forsaken child, it seemed he had never been granted the luxury of tears. In his mind, no one could be relied upon, and he must bear everything alone. Only the sound of his intermittent sobs filled the air, while the other Kakashi held him gently, stroking his soft silver hair with eyes full of compassion. Kakashi, sleep peacefully. Allow me to handle the rest, will you? Hearing this, Kakashi lifted his head, confusion and wariness evident in his eyes. His subconscious warned him that agreeing to this would bring sorrow to many. Trust me, will you? I will not harm you. Recognizing the emotions reflected in Kakashi's gaze, the other Kakashi wiped away his tears with a gentle smile. All right. Ultimately, in the choice between perseverance and surrender, Kakashi chose the latter, thinking that as long as he remained himself, nothing too terrible could happen. With that thought, he succumbed to a deep slumber. Rest assured, I will not allow anyone to harm us again, as he gazed at Kakashi's serene expression. The other Kakashi's eyes hardened with resolve. Now, let us await my awakening. To.be continued. Chapter 39. That belongs to me. Naruto, Sakura, and the others anxiously monitored Kakashi's condition, while Changpu and her companions deliberated on whether it was time to leave. Kakashi's current state was stable. According to their original plan, they should now be seizing him and attempting to sway him to their side. However, given the present circumstances, the likelihood of successfully taking Kakashi was slim. It would be foolish to provoke him while Naruto was emotionally unstable, as he was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and Tyrant expressed a desire to live a little longer. Moreover, Kakashi was likely no longer worth their efforts. Putting aside the issue of his eye, he had too many people who cared for him, and they would not easily allow him to be taken away. Kakashi would require a significant amount of time to recover, and he certainly did not wish to be on guard against the wrath of Naruto and the other Konoha residents during that period. Nevertheless, nothing is absolute. It was still too early to discuss surrender. They would have to assess the situation further. Tyrant, what should we do now? Changpu inquired, shaking the contemplative Tyrant's arm. The people of Konoha had momentarily shifted their focus away from them, presenting a prime opportunity to act. I don't know. First, you need to tell me how this little one came to be here, Tyrant replied, snapping back to reality and gesturing towards the small boy he held. I choose silence. Changpu's gaze fell upon the boy for a moment before she looked away, her expression one of disdain. I say, is there nothing to do? I'm so bored, Ran complained, his agitation mounting as he approached the threshold of boredom. If nothing else occupied him soon, he might just return home for a long nap. Can't you settle down? It's time to address your hyperactivity. If you keep whining, the next time you get hurt, I'll want to help you. Let us see how you bounce around beside me then. Changpu shot back, casting a sharp glare at Ran. The obstinate Ran, unable to muster a retort, could only grumble quietly in dissatisfaction. What did you say? Changpu, with keen hearing, exploded upon catching his words. Are you imagining things? Ran replied innocently, hands behind his head, gazing at the sky. Go to hell, as Changpu lunged at Luan with fierce intent. Luan naturally refused to yield, and thus commenced a playful scuffle that left onlookers at a loss for words. Tai Liang, however, expressed that he had grown accustomed to such antics. Whenever the two found a moment's respite, they would inevitably engage in quarrels, which had become a daily occurrence. Aside from the unfazed Tai Liang and the indifferent members of Konoha, only Mizuki and Cho Wu from the Eagle Squad remained, idly observing Changpu and Luan's playful banter. Cho Wu maintained his usual stoic demeanor, while Mizuki sported a pair of lifeless eyes, his expression seemingly emblazoned with the word boredom. When will Sasuke return? Mizuki elongated his voice in inquiry. I don't know, was the only response from Cho Wu, for since earlier the two had merely assumed the role of background figures, their presence scarcely felt. With a heavy sigh, Mizuki resigned himself to the weight. Just as he prepared to continue his vigil, fate seemed to respond to his lament. The space before him began to warp, recognizing the arrival of a familiar presence. Mizuki perked up. I want Sasuke, not the masked man. It appeared that fate often misinterpreted the desires of others. Following a distortion of space, Obito emerged, and upon his appearance, everyone except me and the Eagle Squad fell into a state of heightened alertness. Although the Eagle Squad could also be considered part of Akatsuki, their leader was Sasuke, who had recently aided them. Thus their wariness was somewhat diminished. However, the figure before them was a master manipulator of Konoha's Umbu. "What brings you here?" Naruto and the others positioned themselves protectively between Obito and Kakashi, intent on thwarting any nefarious intentions. "Relax. I'm here to return your belongings." Obito raised his hands in a gesture of innocence at the sight of Naruto and the others fully armed. Perhaps due to Obito's notorious reputation for danger, even the slightest of his movements caused Naruto and the others to tense up. "Return what?" Naruto stepped forward to inquire. Perhaps at this moment, he was the most at ease among his companions, his instincts suggesting that Obito would not resort to violence this time. Much like in previous encounters, despite lacking any real basis for such belief. "Sasuke," Obito waved his hand, and once more, the space twisted, revealing Sasuke on the ground, accompanied by Karen. Cough, cough. Sasuke appeared worse for wear, his attire marred by the remnants of battle, stained with blood, and his face bore numerous wounds, with traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. Evident signs of a fierce confrontation. That Karen's condition was somewhat better, though still not unscathed. The only one unmarked by the fray was Obito. What on earth had transpired? "Sasuke? What happened?" Naruto instinctively approached Sasuke, his concern evident as he examined Sasuke's injuries. Indeed, his feelings for Sasuke remained unwavering. "But it's none of your business," Sasuke replied coldly, yearning for solitude to process the profound sense of defeat he felt from the recent events. Sakura, standing anxiously beside Kakashi, gazed at Sasuke with worry, longing to tend to his wounds, but realizing that she was no longer the one who could aid him. With a tinge of sorrow, she averted her gaze. Hey, don't focus solely on Sasuke. I have more to return than just him, including this as everyone's thoughts centered on Sasuke." Obito's voice cut through, revealing his displeasure. As the crowd turned their attention to him, Obito retrieved the item he intended to return. There, cradled in his hand, was a beautifully red eye encased in chakra, unmistakably Kakashi's Sharingan. As Obito revealed the eye, Naruto and the others recalled that Sasuke had also sought to reclaim Kakashi's eye. Yet they were baffled as to how it had ended up in Obito's possession. "How did it end up in your hands? Give it back." Due to Obito's notorious nature, Naruto and the others instinctively assumed he had forcibly taken it from Sasuke, heightening their wariness towards him further. "Calm down. I was always going to return it." Obito tossed the Sharingan towards Sakura. Though initially flustered, she managed to catch it securely. Despite her confusion, her priority remained healing Kakashi. And after confirming the eye was intact, she began her work on restoring it. Upon witnessing the eye genuinely return to Kakashi, the group began to believe Obito's words, though their understanding of his true intentions grew increasingly elusive. "As for how it came to be in my possession, you can ask Sasuke," Obito stated before departing, leaving behind a group still trying to comprehend the situation to understand how the eye came to be in Obito's hands. We must rewind time. From the outset, Obito had been lurking in Kakashi's vicinity. During his torment, he had contemplated intervening multiple times, but lacked justification to do so. Yet, witnessing Kakashi's suffering weighed heavily on his heart. Thus, he chose to step away momentarily. It was only when he sensed that Kakashi's condition had deteriorated significantly that he realized something dire had occurred. What he did not know was that this dire event involved the loss of Kakashi's eye. A revelation that caught him by surprise. When he reached the prison and beheld Kakashi's wretched state, rage consumed him. He had already surmised who the culprit was, given that few dared to covet the Sharingan. And among them, Danzo was the most likely suspect. While Obito had no interest in Danzo's collection of Sharingan, he could not overlook the targeting of Kakashi, as Kakashi's Sharingan was a gift from him, and no outsider had the right to take it away. Obito swiftly tracked Danzo's whereabouts, racing to confront him. This act was utterly unforgivable, for the Sharingan was the only connection he and Kakashi currently shared, and attempting to seize it without his consent was unacceptable. Before long, Obito caught up with Danzo and his companions, his eyes beneath the mask fixated on the trio before him. Upon Obito's arrival, Fu and Torian immediately positioned themselves in front of Danzo. Lord Danzo, you should leave. We'll hold him off. Given Obito's fierce demeanor, it was clear that trouble was imminent. Ignoring the two, Danzo squinted at Obito. Curious about what he sought, you have taken something that doesn't belong to you. Obito's displeasure was evident in his low, brooding voice. What? The Sharingan. Why are you only now seeking retribution? Danzo was taken aback by Obito's accusation. Stepping back as he pondered how to escape, I had no issue with how many Sharingan you took before, but you should never have touched Kakashi's. Sensing Danzo's intent to flee, Obito began to close the distance between them. Why? Because it belongs to me. After coldly uttering this statement, Obito launched his attack, while the two individuals rushed to intercept him, providing Danzo the opportunity to escape. Due to their obstruction, Obito could not pursue Danzo immediately. But the next moment, he found himself untroubled, for others had blocked Danzo's path. Where do you think you're going? Sasuke and Karen stood in Danzo's way. After leaving the daimyo's mansion, Karen had swiftly located Danzo, only to be surprised that Obito was also present. However, upon arrival, she immediately confronted Danzo. With no time to consider anything else, she was determined to reclaim the Sharingan and would not allow anyone else to tarnish the Uchiha name. Danzo, let's put an end to this. Sasuke drew the Kusanagi sword from his waist, pointing it at Danzo, and the next moment, he initiated his assault. Meanwhile, Obito observed the unfolding events from a distance. Although he preferred Sasuke not to interfere, he was currently unable to intervene, allowing Sasuke to take charge, while he found Fu's techniques exceedingly bothersome. However, stopping Obito from proceeding was unlikely as Sasuke and Danzo engaged in a fierce battle. Obito felt compelled to join in, quickly dispatching Fu and Torian before rushing towards Sasuke. To continued. Author, greetings to all my dear readers. Although the audience may be small, I still wish to extend some New Year's blessings. May you have a joyful New Year. Take care of your health, avoid crowded places, wear masks when going out, maintain hygiene, and look after yourselves. Chapter 40. Stay away from me. This matter does not require your intervention. As Sasuke faced off against Danzo, he coldly addressed Obito, who was attempting to approach. How can you say that? I am also an Uchiha. Feeling somewhat helpless at Sasuke's rejection, Obito acquiesced, his anger having dissipated significantly by now, leaving him puzzled as to why he had been so irate moments ago. Sasuke chose not to acknowledge Obito any further, focusing intently on his confrontation with Danzo. Tuanzong, undoubtedly the leader of the Roots, possesses strength that is indisputable to anyone. Sasuke finds himself somewhat overwhelmed. Yet the relentless tide of the Yangtze River pushes the previous waves onward, leaving the former waves to perish upon shore. In stark contrast to Sasuke's frenzied assaults, Tuanzong exhibits a palpable lack of follow-up. Amidst the fierce clashing of the Kusanagi sword and shuriken, the surrounding environment suffers, as the two become entangled, rendering them nearly indistinguishable to onlookers. The sound of steel colliding resonates continuously, sharp and resonant. When they finally separate, each bears wounds from their encounter. Meanwhile, Karen watches anxiously, feeling powerless to intervene in such a high-stakes battle. Hey, Sasuke, how long are we going to keep this up? Can you resolve this quickly? The prolonged stalemate leaves Obito feeling somewhat bored. However, Sasuke pays no heed to Obito. He is too focused, his eyes strained from overuse, in his quest to defeat Tuanzong. He has kept his Manjiki Sharingan activated. And now a dizziness has begun to take hold. Sensing Sasuke's predicament, Tuanzong seizes the moment and unleashes a wide-ranging ninjutsu attack. Given Sasuke's current state, he cannot evade the assault in time, and, out of desperation, resorts to using Susanoo. Unfortunately, his Susanoo remains incomplete, only half-formed, offering minimal protection from Tuanzong's onslaught. Though he emerges from the attack unscathed, he is still pushed aside by the force of Tuanzong's technique. As he rises once more, Tuanzong is already upon him. Sasuke noticeably lags, his eyes weary to the point of nearly losing sight of Tuanzong. Nevertheless, he manages to counter Tuanzong's attack, and the two continue their fierce struggle. Obito observes calmly. Sasuke has successfully forced Tuanzong to utilize his Anaji, meaning Tuanzong has already died once. This can be considered a promising start. Yet Sasuke's own condition leaves much to be desired. His control over Susanoo is still not second nature, indicating that he may need to step in and assist. Sasuke proves to be quite the surprise. It is often said that adversity fosters growth. And this adage holds true. Clearly, Sasuke has adapted to Tuanzang's combat style. The combination of his ocular techniques and the usage of Chidori has compelled Tuanzang to rely heavily on his Sharingan, leaving him with only 5 uses remaining. If he wishes to survive, fleeing would be his best option, for he is not only contending with Sasuke, but potentially with Obito as well. While Tuanzang has multiple Sharingan at his disposal, Sasuke does not. He can scarcely see, and despite Karin's assistance in recovering his strength, his sight remains impaired. As time progresses, the battle between Sasuke and Tuanzang intensifies. Tuanzang is determined to eliminate a threat to Konoha, and his indomitable spirit drives him to persist in this confrontation. Finally, the moment of truth arrives. Tuanzang's Sharingan is reduced to just his right eye, the one belonging to Shursui. After having revived once, he looks upon the exhausted Sasuke, feeling confident of victory. Today marks your end, Sasuke. This is the fate of those who oppose Konoha. With that, he launches another assault. As Sasuke struggles to recover, Tuanzang's attack is poised to strike him directly when Karin can no longer contain herself. Stay away from my Sasuke, you old fool. Fueled by her willingness to sacrifice everything for Sasuke, Karin momentarily delays Tuanzang's strike. Yet to Tuanzang, her martial prowess is nothing more than a mere display. And in the next instant, she is sent flying, spitting blood. However, thanks to Karin, Sasuke regains some composure. Like a predator poised to pounce, he surges forward, the Kusanagi sword gleaming with lethal intent. Tuanzang, Sasuke's ferocious roar reverberates with palpable pressure. He is not merely posturing. His right hand has already harnessed Chidori, and despite his eyes bleeding, he fixates on Tuanzang, his crimson gaze brimming with fury. As he approaches, Sasuke activates Amaterasu, with no avenue for escape. Tuanzang is engulfed by black flames, consumed by the inferno of Amaterasu. Yet, let us not forget that he still possesses one chance at resurrection, albeit his timing is now gravely flawed. Sasuke awaits at the locus of his revival. In the moment Tuanzang reappears, Sasuke's Chidori pierces through his chest, radiating a brilliant azure light. You may have won, but this is not the end. Tuanzang gazes at Sasuke with a begrudging expression before his life slips away. Once satisfied that Tuanzang will not rise again, Sasuke collapses to the ground. Before he can catch his breath, Obito's voice jolts him upright. Sasuke, get out of there! Upon hearing this, Sasuke glances at Tuanzang, noting something amiss with his body, and prepares to retreat. Yet, in the next moment, he hesitates, realizing Kakashi's eyes remain in Tuanzang's possession. As he bends down to retrieve them, it is too late. A light emanates from Tuanzang's form engulfs him entirely. Time appears to freeze, and mere seconds later, a spherical space centered around Tuanzang vanishes completely. Sasuke! Karin is taken aback by the sight, helplessly watching as Sasuke is consumed. Her heart races with desperation as she struggles to rise, stumbling toward the gaping pit, hoping against hope that Sasuke awaits her, even in a weakened state. However, upon discovering the void, despair overwhelms her, tears streaming down her face as she suddenly finds herself directionless. Engulfed by darkness. I am not dead. As Karin wallows in the agony of losing Sasuke, his weary voice pulls her back to reality. Sasuke! Karin rushes toward the Sasuke, supported by Obito, her expression a blend of panic and relief. She reaches out to assist in his recovery. It was Obito who had saved Sasuke in that critical moment. Fortunately, his Sharingan remains unharmed. Nevertheless, Sasuke's mood is soured by the intervention. Biting into Karin's arm, Sasuke inadvertently brings her joy, momentarily forgetting her own injuries, and soon he regains considerable strength. Let us head back now, Obito suggests, sensing that their mission is nearing completion and it is time to return to the Land of Fire. This leads to the scene where Obito brings Sasuke and Karin before Naruto and the others. Within the Land of Fire's mansion, the Eagle Squad reconvenes. Sasuke, who did you fight? You look utterly disgraceful. Suigetsu teases, observing Sasuke's battered state. Shut up, Sasuke retorts, his mood darkened. unwilling to tolerate Suigetsu's incessant chatter. Sensing Sasuke's hostile gaze, Suigetsu wisely falls silent, while Karen casts a look at Suigetsu that speaks volumes. Meanwhile, on the side of Maki, the commotion has quieted. SHBU and Ran have exhausted themselves with their bickering, and Ran now sits on the ground, dazed, still recovering from the earlier chaos. On the Konoha side, all eyes are on Kakashi. After Sakura's treatment, Kakashi's eyes appear to have returned to their former state, yet he shows no signs of awakening despite his significant physical recovery. Do not hold your hopes too high. It seems Kakashi-sensei will require an extended period of rest before he regains consciousness. We should return to Konoha for now, Sakura concludes after meticulously assessing Kakashi's condition. Then let us depart. It will take a considerable time to reach Konoha. Shikamaru nods. Naruto, you carry Kakashi-sensei. All right, Naruto replies, crouching down as the others carefully place Kakashi onto his back. And they prepare to set off. As Naruto bears the weight, an indescribable sensation washes over him. Reflecting on it, he realizes he has seldom carried Kakashi, while Kakashi has carried him countless times. Naturally, he would not have allowed Naruto to carry him. Naruto attempts to move gently, wishing not to disturb Kakashi's rest. Just as they leave the land of Fire's mansion, Maki and the Eagle Squad make their exit as well as Naruto and the others consider the matter settled. Tai and his companions block their path once more. Why the rush? You still have one more person to take with you, Tai remarks, glancing at the sleeping boy in his arms. All right, hand him over. Shikamaru steps forward to accept the boy from Tai. Now you can leave, or do you wish to fight? Fight? I'm in, Ran exclaims, leaping out from behind Tai, only to quickly retreat again. Just kidding, haha. Goodbye. Tai awkwardly chuckles before turning to leave, with Ran trailing behind, playfully sticking out his tongue, while SHBU glances at Kakashi on Naruto's back before following suit. As everyone focuses on Maki's departure, no one notices that Kakashi's eyes have quietly opened. In the next instant, Kakashi vanishes from Naruto's back. Everything transpired at an alarming pace. When Naruto sensed the weight on his back had vanished, Kakashi's figure had already materialized behind the members of Team Hawk. By the time everyone comprehended the situation, Kakashi had deftly withdrawn Sasuke's Kusanagi, perched upon a nearby tree, his open eye devoid of any discernible emotion. Naruto, momentarily stunned by the absence of the wooden burden, felt a surge of joy upon realizing that Kakashi had awakened. Although he was puzzled by Kakashi's actions, he couldn't help but beam with delight as he called out, "Kakashi-sensei." The others from Konoha also exhaled in relief. Kakashi's awakening was undoubtedly a positive development. In stark contrast to Naruto's elation, Sasuke's feelings were far from joyous. The sudden loss of his weapon filled him with an indescribable humiliation. His countenance darkened as he glared intensely at Kakashi. However, it wasn't long before Naruto sensed something amiss. Kakashi did not respond with his usual smile, but instead regarded him with a chilling stare. Beneath his casually tousled silver hair, his eyes radiated an icy detachment. Had there been a veteran Umbu operative present, they might have remarked that this was the expression Kakashi wore while assessing an enemy on a mission. Not only Naruto, but the others also recognized Kakashi's peculiar demeanor. Sakura cautiously called out, "Kakashi-sensei." Meanwhile, Sasuke, after experiencing his initial rage, found himself perplexed. Why had Kakashi seized his sword? The members of Team Teru, having noticed the commotion, hastened over, eager to spectate. "Kakashi-sensei, what is wrong with you?" Naruto inched closer to Kakashi. His face awash with concern, he yearned for Kakashi to smile and assure him that everything was fine. "Stay away from me," was Kakashi's only response, his voice as frigid as ice. Coupled with the Kusanagi, he pointed at Naruto. This left Naruto momentarily speechless, and the Konoha members wore expressions of astonishment. It appeared that a dramatic spectacle was about to unfold. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Teru, though taken aback, found a sense of satisfaction in the unfolding drama. In contrast, Shofu wore a thoughtful expression, sensing that something was amiss. Ob continued. Chapter 41. Let me go. The cold wind continued to howl, filling the garments of all present, accompanied by the falling withered leaves. As Naruto and the others felt their spirits gradually sink, Kakashi-sensei, what on earth is wrong with you? Unable to believe that Kakashi would confront him with a blade drawn, Naruto's voice was filled with confusion. Kakashi, perched in the tree, had his hair fluttering slightly in the biting wind. His gaze, penetrating through the strands, was as frigid as frost. "What is wrong with me?" "I am fine," he replied with a slight smile that lacked any warmth. Sheathing his sword, he leapt down from the tree to meet Naruto's gaze. "Kakashi-sensei, please stop joking." "I know you must be joking," Naruto implored, his voice heavy with disappointment, while Kakashi remained unmoved. "Naruto, this time just leave me be." Kakashi surveyed the Konoha crowd before vanishing from their sight in an instant. "Kakashi-sensei." The sudden disappearance caught everyone off guard, and they scrambled to locate him. Kakashi-sensei has headed towards the daimyo's mansion. Hinata, using her Byakugan, confirmed the direction of his departure. Upon hearing Hinata's declaration, everyone rushed back, uncertain of Kakashi's intentions and what he might do next, their actions steeped in confusion. As Naruto and the others set out, Sasuke had already pressed ahead, having easily caught up with Kakashi due to their previous positioning. "Kakashi, do you not understand that you cannot take what belongs to others, despite his current state not being optimal?" Sasuke showed no signs of relenting. "Sasuke, it would be wise for you to step aside," Kakashi replied, his expression unchanged, regarding Sasuke as if he were a stranger. "Very well. Return what is mine first." Sasuke, though uninterested in thwarting Kakashi, was more intrigued to see what Kakashi would do next. However, he would not let the matter of his Kusanagi being taken slide easily. Returning what you cannot protect is futile. Kakashi dismissed any further conversation with Sasuke, his focus shifting to the pressing matters at hand, with Naruto trailing behind. With that, Kakashi drew his sword and charged at Sasuke, who could only defend himself with shuriken. Sasuke, still recovering, quickly found himself at a disadvantage, sustaining multiple injuries in a short span. Damn it, he thought. Retreating slightly, he had not anticipated Kakashi's proficiency with the blade. His technique was remarkably adept, revealing a side of Kakashi he had not witnessed before. Sasuke, seeing him wounded, Karen immediately grew anxious. "Suigetsu, go assist him. Don't involve me. Look at Sasuke, he seems quite enthusiastic. If I intervene now, I might get killed." Suigetsu quickly shook his head, refusing to engage in a potentially perilous situation. "This is ridiculous." Karen stomped her foot in frustration. When she refocused on the battlefield, the two combatants had vanished from sight. After locating their auras, she hurriedly followed, with Suigetsu and Jay go close behind. Kakashi, intent on reaching the daimyo's mansion expeditiously, quickened the pace of his confrontation. Like Sasuke, he had also imbued his Kusanagi with lightning, forcing Sasuke to tread carefully with each encounter. The two engaged in a dynamic exchange, hastening towards the daimyo's mansion, just as Naruto and the others caught up. "Kakashi-sensei, what are you trying to accomplish?" Seeing the clash between Kakashi and Sasuke, Naruto could no longer remain passive. He intervened, placing himself between them to halt the fight. "Naruto, get out of the way," Sasuke snapped, unwilling to allow Naruto to disrupt his duel with Kakashi. "Sasuke, can you just shut up for a moment?" Naruto retorted impatiently, a rare display of irritation. Soon, the rest of the Konoha members arrived, positioning themselves behind Naruto to separate Sasuke and Kakashi. "Sasuke, you need to pause for now." "Teach." Sasuke frowned, recognizing the numbers against him and his current state. He reluctantly acquiesced. Kakashi regarded Naruto with a cold stare. "Naruto, step aside." The sword crackled with lightning, poised for an attack. "And what if I refuse?" Naruto stood his ground, unwilling to yield. The sight of Kakashi's demeanor pained him, knowing he bore some responsibility for the circumstances. "Then let us fight." In the next instant, Kakashi lunged forward, and Naruto scrambled to defend himself, shocked by the ferocity of Kakashi's strikes, which seemed intent on inflicting real harm. Naruto could hardly believe it. He could not fathom that Kakashi would treat him this way. Gazing into Kakashi's emotionless eyes, Naruto felt colder than the winter chill. "Kakashi-sensei, please stop," Sakura cried out in desperation from the sidelines, while Hinata and Tenten also urged Kakashi to cease. In contrast to Naruto, who was mentally preoccupied, Kakashi easily overpowered him. Naruto, unwilling to harm Kakashi, found himself at a severe disadvantage, with Kakashi indifferent to the possibility of hurting him. Before long, Naruto was pinned to the ground, numerous wounds marring his body, warm blood seeping out and staining his clothes. Kakashi pressed a foot against Naruto's neck, causing him to struggle in agony, desperately attempting to free himself from the suffocating pressure. But to no avail, he was still reeling from the assault, significantly diminishing his fighting capacity. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto gasped, his eyes barely open, pleadingly fixing his gaze on Kakashi, his voice raspy and intermittent. Kakashi looked down at the defenseless Naruto, his deep-set eyes devoid of any emotion, resembling a machine. Kakashi-sensei, let Naruto go. Sakura could not stand idly by as Naruto suffered. Without a second thought, she charged forward, only to freeze in place the moment she moved. In the instant Sakura made her advance, Kakashi's sword was poised just above Naruto's eye. Mere centimeters from his iris, he slightly raised his head to meet Sakura's gaze, his intentions unmistakable. Naruto remained in disbelief, his eyes wide as the lightning of the Kusanagi flickered in his blue irises. Yet he remained oblivious to the imminent danger, his focus unwaveringly fixed on Kakashi, still clinging to the hope that Kakashi would not truly harm him. Naruto, did I not just instruct you not to concern yourself with me? Noticing Sakura's halt, Kakashi smiled faintly at Naruto, withdrawing his sword and releasing Naruto from his restraint. Instantly, Naruto erupted into a fit of violent coughs. I cannot, he lamented, clutching his throat, his gaze filled with a sense of betrayal as he stared up at Kakashi. From the ground, Kakashi appeared just as gentle as he always had, reminiscent of the times he had called him to rise during training, only to face a grim outcome upon awakening. That is your concern, Kakashi replied dismissively. Are you intending to abandon us? After Naruto caught his breath, he sorrowfully inquired, his voice tinged with a hint of sobbing. Abandon? You never belonged to me, so how can there be talk of abandonment? Rather, it is you who have forsaken me. Naruto, I am weary. I do not wish to return any longer, so please let me go, Kakashi said softly as he slowly crouched down. His tone seemingly meant to comfort. I refuse. Kakashi-sensei will never leave Konoha, for you cherish Konoha. Suddenly, Naruto sprang to his feet and fiercely kicked at Kakashi. Anticipating this, Kakashi deftly blocked Naruto's assault with his sword sheath before thrusting his blade towards him. Naruto barely managed to parry with a shuriken, but the electric current coursing through the sword rendered his hands numb, making it feel as though he could no longer hold the shuriken. Just as he exerted all his strength to fend off the blade, Kakashi abruptly relaxed his grip and delivered a powerful kick to Naruto, sending him flying. Kakashi swiftly followed up with several more kicks, ultimately causing Naruto to crash into a massive tree, splintering wood in all directions. Coughing, Naruto tasted blood at the corner of his mouth, feeling as if his chest might explode from the pain. Naruto, do not utter another word about Konoha. It truly only through your demise that you will relinquish your attachment. Kakashi gazed down at the fallen Naruto, raising his sword. Kakashi-sensei, no. Naruto looked up at Kakashi in despair. Lifting his hand in an attempt to grasp him, in that moment, he still could not bring himself to strike Kakashi, yet the next instant, Kakashi plunged the sword downward without hesitation. Naruto, Sakura, rushing to the scene, witnessed Kakashi's impending strike and cried out in desperation, unable to believe that Kakashi would kill Naruto. This cannot be real. It is all a lie. Kakashi rose, casting a cold glance at Sakura and the others before departing, intent on continuing his prior mission. Lying on the ground, Naruto stared vacantly at the blade mere centimeters from his head, Kakashi's words echoing in his mind. Next time, my aim will not be so poor. Abandon me. Let me go. Whether you or the people of Konoha, stay away from me. When Sakura reached Naruto's side and discovered that the sword had not pierced him, she breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, Kakashi would not kill Naruto. Hinata's eyes were already red. Having seen Naruto's state from afar, she felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, even forgetting to use her Byakugan to confirm his safety. Upon seeing Naruto unharmed, tears welled in her eyes. Naruto, are you all right? Sakura approached and helped him up. I'm fine, Naruto replied, still in a daze. With Sakura's assistance, he stood up and glanced at Shikamaru and the others, who all wore expressions of sorrow. Shikamaru's brow had not relaxed since earlier. What now? Niji asked at this moment. He was the only one to voice the question, as the others remained engulfed in shock. What else can we do? We must catch up to Kakashi-sensei and bring him back for Tsunade to examine the situation, Shikamaru replied, emphasizing the word catch. It seems we have no other choice. Let us go. The group nodded in agreement before hastening towards the daimyo's mansion. After the Konoha members departed, Sasuke approached to reclaim the sword, discarding it after use. Damn Kakashi. He then headed towards the daimyo's mansion with Karen and others. Shortly thereafter, the Akatsuki organization made its appearance, having been watching the spectacle unfold from a distance. What a splendid performance, Tara remarked enthusiastically. Now, let us continue. They followed closely behind Naruto and the others towards the daimyo's mansion. Ran wore an impatient expression, while Shobu's demeanor remained inscrutable. Perhaps she knew something. Tob continued. Chapter 42. Assistance. Where has Kakashi-sensei gone? In the midst of their pursuit, Kakashi had completely vanished from Naruto and the others' sight. With the daimyo's mansion in sight, if anything were to transpire now, negotiations would not be so favorable on their end. Niji furrowed his brow and spoke solemnly. Just ahead, Kakashi is still within my Byakugan's range. Stay close. This time we absolutely cannot allow Kakashi-sensei to escape that he is not yet recovered, and we must ensure his safety, Shikamaru urged as he ran ahead, glancing back at the group. That Kakashi-sensei's condition is precarious. We must expedite his rest. Even though we are uncertain of what has transpired, Sakura quickened her pace, primarily concerned for Kakashi's well-being, leaving little room for other thoughts. Everyone, let us split up and surround Kakashi-sensei from all sides. Kiba, you should temporarily leave this place. Take the boy to a safe location and return. After a moment of contemplation, Shikamaru addressed the group. Upon hearing his words, Kiba promptly approached, scooping up the boy and mounting Akamaru before departing. Hey, Shikamaru, what about Mei, Sasuke, and the others behind us? Will they be all right? Tintin glanced back, anxious. They will be fine. They're not concerned with a mere child, and Kiba will assess the situation, Shikamaru assured, waving his hand. Now, let us disperse. Sakura, Naruto, Tintin, Lee, and Niji formed one group, while Shikamaru, Hinata, and Shino formed another. The three teams pursued Kakashi from different directions, hoping this time he would not escape, while wishing he would not act recklessly. Oh, they've split up. Will we make it in time? The daimyo's mansion is just ahead, Tara remarked from behind. Intrigued by Shikamaru's group's division, it seems our Kakashi-san will not have his way this time. Shall we lend him a hand? Do as you wish, Ran replied, resting his head on his hands, appearing bored while glancing around, seemingly interested in the surrounding scenery. With nothing else to do, he simply awaited a fight. I would quite like to see that foul woman again. Shobu expressed her enthusiasm, thrilled by Kakashi's transformation, eager to uncover what had transpired. Then let us hasten. Ran, unleash your signature move. Although the daimyo's mansion is not easily infiltrated, we must intercept Kakashi before that and simultaneously thwart Konoha's members. Tara commanded. Of course, Ran replied, adjusting his clothing, his expression betraying his eagerness for the impending excitement. Suddenly, as Kakashi entered the vicinity of the Akatsuki's first base, a cloud of smoke rapidly enveloped him, obscuring the surroundings in a hazy shroud, compounded by the overcast sky, which rendered visibility exceedingly limited. As Ran moved, the area covered by the smoke expanded, soon enveloping the three Konoha teams ahead, including Kakashi. What is this? Sakura and Naruto, unsure of the smoke's nature, were compelled to halt. Sakura and Naruto stood back to back, wary of their surroundings. Naruto, what should we do now? Damn it, I can no longer sense Kakashi-sensei. What is this? Indeed, the smoke had disrupted Naruto's sensory abilities. Niji and Hinata's Byakugan also proved less effective, revealing that the smoke was composed of chakra, significantly diminishing their visual range. This is Ran's technique from the Akatsuki. The smoke is harmless, but our position may have been compromised. Do not stop. We will continue forward as planned. Regardless, their target should not be us. It must be Kakashi-sensei, Shikamaru stated, having understood Ran's capabilities based on the intelligence provided. Thus, he did not slow his pace despite the smoke, though he felt a twinge of regret for their earlier decision to split up. Meanwhile, Sasuke's group found themselves in the most leisurely position. Sasuke was not inclined to engage in battle any longer. He merely intended to observe, as he did not wish to be surrounded by a horde of warriors. Hey, Sasuke, what exactly are we doing here? What does Kakashi intend to achieve this time? Karen inquired, her curiosity piqued. We are here to rescue Kakashi, while also instigating a conflict between Naruto and the daimyo's mansion. Kakashi likely seeks revenge. His eyes are unmistakable. Sasuke replied, an unusual willingness to answer Karen's question. They sat atop a tree, realizing there was no need to approach any closer. Now that the Akatsuki had taken action, a brief respite seemed prudent. As he spoke, he appeared to reminisce about Kakashi's earlier demeanor. Karen contemplated asking more, but seeing Sasuke resting against the tree trunk with his eyes closed, she refrained from disturbing him, still puzzled as to why Kakashi was so special. Returning to Kakashi, he found himself less than 200 paces from the daimyo's residence. Although the mist obscured his vision, he could still discern the multitude of guards stationed upon the towering walls, including those positioned at the city gates. It seemed that all the samurai who had previously congregated in the square had now mobilized, suggesting that the entire daimyo's estate was under tight surveillance. Nevertheless, Kakashi felt compelled to enter. He had an important task to undertake, which, at least in his perspective, would mark the commencement of all subsequent actions. Gaining entry this time would prove to be a challenge. Kakashi stealthily concealed himself in the branches of a tree, observing the surrounding commotion through the gaps in the foliage. Presently, the daimyo's estate resembled an impregnable fortress, and to avoid a repeat of past mistakes, Kakashi scrutinized the scene, hoping to identify a potential breach. His body, however, could no longer endure another intense confrontation. The amount of chakra he possessed was already insufficient for reckless expenditure. Now, it was akin to a mere drop in the ocean. Wholly inadequate. Signals from his weary body incessantly urged him to rest, yet Kakashi was unwilling to halt his progress at this juncture. The Akatsuki had already set their plans in motion, presenting a prime opportunity. If he wished to execute his strategy, now was the moment, albeit he would need to remain in place for a while longer. Despite the chaotic fog obscuring his ability to accurately gauge the positions of others, he was acutely aware of who would be well informed about everyone's whereabouts in this situation. Kakashi, it's been a while. How have you been? During his moment of respite against the trunk of the tree, Tai Liang and his companions arrived at his location, greeting him with friendly smiles. Kakashi raised his gaze slightly, responding, I've been well. What brings you here? Although he inquired, he was not surprised by their sudden appearance. Of course, I have a reason for coming. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here. While I may not know the specifics of your situation, it appears you're about to embark on quite an intriguing endeavor. You seem to be in dire need of our assistance. Tai Liang replied with a grin, his eyes glimmering with a peculiar intent. Kakashi, what are you trying to evade? That's none of your concern. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Tai Liang, who seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of everything. He then averted his gaze, his expression suggesting he did not wish for Tai Liang to delve deeper. Ah, indeed. It has nothing to do with me, Kakashi-san. I have a proposition for you. Would you care to hear it? In response to Kakashi's chilly demeanor, Tai Liang wisely chose to ignore it. He crouched down to meet Kakashi's gaze, softly articulating the purpose of his visit, his tone unusually gentle. Kakashi examined Tai Liang closely, a contemplative expression gracing his features. However, in the next moment, he leaped away, recognizing that someone like Tai Liang could not be trusted, yet listening to his words would not incur any harm. What proposition do you have? He called from atop another tree, simultaneously assessing the positions of Ran and showed that I'm unsure of your intentions for returning, but it likely involves something akin to revenge. Am I correct? I recognize that glint in your eye. Tai Liang remarked lightly. Upon hearing this, Kakashi's expression darkened immediately. Hey, don't wear such a terrifying expression. I've chosen to stand by your side this time. Tai Liang quickly raised both hands in a gesture of innocence, wearing a cheerful demeanor that contrasted starkly with his earlier composed impression. Was this what they referred to as a slow-burn personality? Unnecessary. We are adversaries, Kakashi replied curtly, preparing to depart. Wait, I understand that we are enemies. So feel free to disregard us, but allow us to assist you. Your current state won't hold out much longer. Can you truly fulfill your plans in this condition? Tai Liang's words halted Kakashi, who turned to face him, From his vantage point, Kakashi could not clearly discern Tai Liang's expression. After a brief pause, Kakashi spoke. Why? Why? Does it require justification? It's simply for the thrill of it. Tai Liang spread his hands and shrugged casually. Of course, this isn't purely for amusement. There are those within the daimyo's estate who desire to see Konoha's downfall. Assisting Kakashi might just provoke those individuals into action. Fine, feel free to assist in whatever manner you wish. As long as you do not hinder me, do not forget that I may strike you at any moment, Kakashi replied in a low tone, resolute in his intention to bring this matter to a conclusion. Understood, Tai Liang nodded with a smile. Now, shall we discuss how to re-enter the daimyo's estate? First, I will draw the guard's attention at the main gate. Ran, once everyone's concentrated, unleash this technique and deploy your specially crafted explosive tags. That should allow us to breach the entrance, Tai Liang instructed, glancing at Sho and Ran, while Kakashi listened attentively. It won't be that simple. For certain individuals, dispersing the fog is a trivial task, Kakashi interjected, pointing out the flaw as he understood it. Some swordsmen possess the capability to sever flames, steel, and even water, making smoke a mere trifling obstacle. Hey, don't underestimate me. You are well aware of my abilities, Ran interjected, displeased at the implication that those who merely swung their swords could disrupt his technique, especially with Sho providing assistance. Think as you wish. I'm merely stating the facts, Kakashi replied nonchalantly. Their methods mattered not to him. Once this ordeal concluded, he hoped to be free of such torment. Tai Liang, why does Kakashi-san wish to proceed in this manner? After Kakashi had departed, Sho inquired, puzzled by the stark contrast between Kakashi's present demeanor and his former self. Who knows? Perhaps he merely seeks to distance himself from those who could inflict harm upon him. After all, how can one be hurt by someone they do not care for? Tai Liang speculated. Oh, so Kakashi-san's heart harbors such thoughts? Sho murmured, seemingly grasping a deeper understanding. Kakashi had already turned towards the daimyo's estate, and soon after, Tai Liang and his companions set forth, ready to cause another uproar. To be continued. Chapter 43. Preparing for action, the sky gradually darkened, the sun dipping below the horizon, ushering in a chilling breeze that swept mercilessly across the land, as if intent on siphoning away every vestige of warmth. Leaving behind an overwhelming coldness, the clouds hung low, suffocatingly close, casting a pall over the landscape, while the thick haze scattered faint rays of sunlight, incessantly reminding all of the impending arrival of night. The area before the daimyo's estate was entirely enveloped in mist, and, as time passed, visibility diminished further, but a sense of emptiness settled in their hearts, rendering it impossible to predict what awaited them ahead. Naruto, is there any way to disperse this fog? At this point, Sakura and Naruto's pace was scarcely faster than walking, their sense of direction rendered particularly ineffective in such conditions. No, if we blow it away. It just rushes back in. Naruto shook his head, relying almost solely on his hearing to ascertain Sakura's location. But I can sense that the daimyo's estate is not far off. There's a chakra signature. Stay close to me, Sakura. Okay. Sakura followed closely behind Naruto, both moving cautiously yet steadily towards the daimyo's estate. Meanwhile, Shikamaru and his companions had reached the gates of the daimyo's residence, faced with the numerous guards. They felt a headache brewing. How could they possibly explain their presence? Surely, they couldn't say that Kakashi was returning to stir up trouble and that they were here to guard. It was strange. However, why had they been the first to arrive? What are you doing back here? After being halted by the guards, the leader who had initially allowed the Konoha group to leave stepped forward. The flickering flames illuminated his calm face, which conveyed an air of disinterest. I can't explain everything. Just let us stay here, Shikamaru mumbled, unsure of how to clarify the situation. He surveyed the current state of the daimyo's estate. If Kakashi intended to breach the entrance now, it would be impossible for him to escape unscathed, especially with that indifferent leader now on high alert. The man scrutinized Shikamaru's face for a moment, then waved his hand dismissively. Suit yourselves. His demeanor was casual as he turned away, exuding confidence, his back radiating self-assurance. He had not been present when the Akatsuki initially attacked the daimyo's estate. He had been assigned to escort the princess and had only recently returned. Witnessing the current state of affairs, he felt no ripple of concern. merely offering a brief reprimand to his subordinates before dismissing the matter entirely. One might say he embodied a complete disregard for the code of the samurai. "Who is that guy?" Hinata asked after the man departed. Leaning against the wall of the daimyo's estate, observing the surrounding flickering flames and bustling guards, "I'm not entirely sure. He claims to be the captain of the personal guard. I've heard my father mention him before." Aside from those who are already in the spotlight, many remain hidden within the daimyo's estate. One particularly noteworthy figure is known as Ji, who operates with an air of nonchalance, but is, in fact, the core of the estate's military strength. "I believe that must be him," Shikamaru replied. Shikamaru placed his hands behind his head, lost in thought. "I see." Hinata nodded, gazing into the invisible distance, her mind seemingly adrift. What if Kakashi-sensei didn't return to the daimyo's residence? What would happen if we left amidst this swirling fog? The tranquility among Shikamaru and his companions did not last long before Shino raised a question. Shikamaru opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, Kakashi had no compelling reason to come back. Just then, someone provided an answer to this dilemma. In an instant, the almost stagnant mist began to stir. As if imbued with life, transforming from a mere haze into a dense shroud, the flames barely penetrating its depths. It was then that the realization dawned. The enemy had arrived. Shikamaru reacted swiftly. Aware that something lurked within the fog, he instructed Hinata and Shino to ascend the city wall to observe the unfolding events from above. They witnessed the flickering flames within the mist extinguishing one after another, indicating that the guards were succumbing in succession. This fog indeed harbored malevolence. Shikamaru furrowed his brow. "What shall we do?" He pondered aloud. "I never anticipated they would truly breach from the front. Yami seems to have stirred up quite the chaos. The frontal assault is unwise. It appears Kakashi-sensei will not be here." After a moment of contemplation, Shikamaru suddenly had a realization. He promptly made his way to the left side of the daimyo's residence. Though the number of guards there mirrored that of the main entrance, the terrain offered better concealment. He surmised that if Kakashi were indeed to return, that location would serve as an excellent point of entry. It was unexpected that Yami would meddle. Now, extricating Kakashi from Yami's entanglement seemed improbable. Hinata and Shino, not overthinking the situation, followed Shikamaru's lead. Hinata glanced back at the ensuing chaos and inquired, "What about the main entrance?" "With that leader present, Naruto and the others will arrive soon." Without turning, Shikamaru replied, "Let's move quickly along the city wall." The three hastened their pace. "Teru, is it time for a full-scale assault?" Ruan surveyed the situation within the mist with clarity, noting that many guards had already fallen, and he felt the urge to act. Teru shook his head. "Though many have fallen, the remaining strength is not to be underestimated. The medicinal properties of the irises can be broadly utilized. Yet they are not particularly potent. It would be unwise to engage now. We would certainly face annihilation." "Then when?" Ruan queried. "When no one else has fallen, when they have let down their guard." How tedious. Ruan's mood soured instantly at that moment. Iris unexpectedly slapped him from behind. You feel dissatisfied with my medicine's potency." Ruan protested. "Ouch. Why did you do that? I wasn't thinking anything of the sort. How much do you enjoy misinterpreting others' words?" Ruan exclaimed, clutching the spot that had been struck. "Silence. Do you wish to attract the enemy's attention?" Teru scolded, exasperated by his companion's antics. "Someone is approaching from 3 directions." Suddenly, Ruan detected a shift in the enemy's movements. Their focus now directed towards their location. It seemed their earlier tussle had indeed drawn the enemy's attention. "Who is it?" Teru inquired. "2 teams from Konoha, and one swiftly approaching from the daimyo's residence." Ruan reported, unable to suppress his excitement. "We need to relocate," Teru decided instantly. "Ruan, evade these individuals." "Understood," Ruan nodded, stepping to the forefront. "What is our ultimate destination?" Ruan realized they could no longer evade capture. They had fallen into a trap. "Inside the daimyo's residence," Teru replied, as their aim was to assist Kakashi. "Stay close." Ruan focused on finding the best route into the daimyo's residence, now resolved to make a direct entrance, disregarding other factors. If a confrontation was to occur, it would be on enemy territory, causing as much destruction as possible. Meanwhile, Kakashi was concealed within a thicket, having caught wind of movements at the main entrance of the daimyo's residence. He was now preparing to slip through a gap into the estate. Ruan's ninjutsu had proven invaluable, allowing him to observe while remaining hidden from view. Assessing the timing, he felt it was time to act. Summoning technique, Kakashi called forth Pakin. "Kakashi, what is it?" Pakin glanced around, then immediately covered his nose with his front paws. The air was thick with the scent of Iris's medicine and the overwhelming stench of blood emanating from Kakashi, which was quite disconcerting. "What happened?" Pakin shook his head, readying himself for the task at hand. "It's nothing. Just help me find someone," Kakashi replied, offering Pakin the torn fabric from his elbow. "No problem. Follow me." Pakin sniffed the air and began to track the scent. "Wait," Kakashi called Pakin back, who turned with a puzzled expression. "This is the daimyo's residence." Kakashi deemed it necessary to inform Pakin of the current situation. Otherwise, Pakin might react with alarm later. "What, Kakashi? What on earth are you doing?" Pakin leapt up, startled. Although he was unaware of whom Kakashi sought or the reasons behind it, he understood that intruding upon the daimyo's residence was no trifling matter. "You needn't concern yourself with that," Kakashi said, his gaze distant. By the way, how are you not in Yami's grasp? How did you escape?" Pakin recalled the circumstances of his last summoning that a great deal transpired. "Let's not dwell on that now." Kakashi wished to bypass that topic. "Fine." Pakin scrutinized Kakashi closely, sensing something was amiss, but refraining from pressing further, recognizing that Kakashi bore a burden he could not easily articulate. Pakin leapt onto Kakashi's shoulder, guiding him as they proceeded. After outlining their direction, Kakashi prepared to move. Seizing a moment when the guard's attention wavered, he dashed out, swiftly climbing the city wall, neutralizing a nearby guard, and seizing his weapon. Under the cover of the fog, his actions went unnoticed. Kakashi moved with remarkable speed and silence, as if he had rehearsed this multitude of times. "Hey, Kakashi, what exactly are you planning?" Pakin's apprehension grew as he observed Kakashi's peculiar behavior. Kakashi did not respond to the query. "What is the next step?" "Over there." Pakin continued to direct him. Regardless of Kakashi's unsettling demeanor, he remained committed to fulfilling Kakashi's commands. Following Pakin's guidance, Kakashi crouched low, leaping down from the wall to take refuge beneath a large tree. He exhaled deeply. The series of actions having left him slightly breathless, he endeavored to regain his composure before once again setting out. Cautiously moving along the edges of the structures. "Kakashi, are you all right?" Although Kakashi appeared to be holding it together, Pakin could perceive a difference. Indeed, Kakashi bore injuries. "I'm fine," as Kakashi responded. He found himself atop the roof of a house, surveying the surrounding layout before continuing his advance toward the target location. That moment, the fog had begun to dissipate, indicating that Mei's side had already engaged in battle, prompting him to hasten his pace. After skillfully evading numerous patrolling guards, Kakashi finally arrived before a particular house, where the individual he sought resided. By now, the mist had completely cleared, revealing that he was exposed within the line of sight of the Byakugan, necessitating a swift resolution. Utilizing the cover of night, he searched for an entryway, while a fierce confrontation erupted at the front entrance, where Mei's forces had gathered, leaving Taeyong unable to extricate himself from a disadvantageous position. Soon, Naruto and his companions would also arrive on the scene. Kakashi found himself perplexed by the rapid onset of hostilities. The distance to the front entrance was considerable, prompting him to meticulously calculate the arrival times of each party and ascertain who was most likely to arrive. Without hesitation, he made his move. Guided by Parker, he located his quarry, who was concealed above the beams, poised to strike, yet awaited the opportune moment. Parker had remained silent, acutely aware that Kakashi was embarking on a perilous endeavor. He could not intervene, for disrupting Kakashi's plan would spell doom for him as well. Earlier, he had caught the scent of Shikamaru and his companions, leaving him utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Kakashi remained perched upon the beam, intently observing those below, calculating the precise moment to be continued. "Author, are you enjoying this? This winter break has been exceedingly dull. Please encourage me to continue writing. Your prompts will surely inspire me to do so. Haha." Chapter 44. Objective achieved. While Kakashi lingered in the shadows of the beam, a fierce battle raged outside. Initially, Mei and her allies had no choice but to take the most expedient route to evade pursuers from three directions. Just when they believed they had escaped peril, they were confronted by an individual who appeared nonchalant. Ji. Though they regretted their preoccupation with the three pursuers and overlooked the presence of this individual. They had no choice but to press onward, which explained the swift escalation of hostilities. Kakashi, concealed in the dark recesses of the house, attentively sensed the movements of all parties. He was certain that Shikamaru and his team were approaching. While Neji had already engaged with Mei, and Naruto and Sakura were in pursuit. With no jutsu to obscure his location, his presence had become unmistakably evident. It appeared the moment was drawing near as Kakashi calculated the time. His gaze coldly fixed on the individuals engaged in conversation below. Tish, merely a minor ninja, yet he dares to challenge the Lord's estate. How utterly foolish. I wonder what Ji is thinking. Why grant them their freedom? You fail to comprehend, do you? If he returns to Konoha, that serves as irrefutable evidence, allowing us to eliminate Konoha outright. Ah, I see. Ji truly is astute, considering every angle. That isn't his motivation. He has no interest in such matters. I suspect he simply wishes to avoid complications. He regards everything with indifference. That's so. Indeed, Konoha has long been a thorn in the side of various officials. If we had reason to eradicate Konoha and utilize their influence for our own gain, many would surely rejoice. But would the people of Konoha be so easily subdued? Should they resist, we simply eliminate them. It matters little if we wipe them out entirely. I believe some will inevitably surrender. For no one can bear to witness the death of their loved ones. That hostage-taking suffices. Oh, that makes sense. The battle outside is fiercely intense. Do we not need to assist? I am injured, and with she present. What is there to fear? Nevertheless, let them fight it out. They are all worthless trash. Below, two individuals engaged in a conversation, one of whom was the very person responsible for capturing Kakashi and delivering him to the Lord's estate, Ida. Kakashi aimed to have Parker track his scent, for when Ida had cast him into the prison cell, his scent lingered on Kakashi, making it all too easy for him to locate. The other person appeared to be Ida's confidant. Their dialogue was repugnant, filled with a blatant disregard for the lives of others, devoid of any semblance of shame. A truly revolting spectacle. Parker, perched on Kakashi's back, seethed with rage, wishing to leap down and end their lives immediately. Now, he began to grasp Kakashi's intentions. It seemed that the ninja they spoke of was indeed Kakashi, though he could not fathom what had transpired to incite such a conflict with the Lord's estate. Kakashi listened impassively to their exchange, observing Ida's loathsome countenance. Biding his time, he had long anticipated that this matter would not resolve easily. Human desires are insatiable. Clutching the blade he had seized, he closed his eyes, striving to regulate his breathing, despite the air being tainted with the metallic scent of blood. Ignoring the discomfort coursing through his body, he resolved to strike decisively, though this technique had been frequently employed during his time in the Umbu. He feared he might be out of practice now. Indeed, Kakashi's purpose in returning to the Lord's estate was to eliminate Ida, a motive as simple as it was personal. He found him distasteful. However, the previous encounter had added a compelling reason for Ida's demise. Taking a deep breath, Kakashi's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened, radiating a piercing light, and in the next instant, he vanished from a beam. As he moved, Parker deftly leaped from his back, positioning himself high to observe the unfolding situation below. In an instant, Kakashi appeared behind Ida, his hand wielding the blade with lethal precision, executing the entire process fluidly. Without the slightest hesitation, unbeknownst to Ida, he had already forfeited his life, and his confidant reacted swiftly, drawing his weapon. Yet he too could not evade Kakashi's deadly strike. After dispatching both men, Kakashi flicked the blood from his blade, casting his gaze upon their lifeless forms, obscured by their disheveled hair, rendering his expression unreadable. Suddenly, Kakashi let out a pained grunt, collapsing to one knee, bracing himself with the blade as he began to gasp for breath. The exertion had taken a significant toll on his body. Kakashi, are you all right? Parker immediately jumped down, concern etched across his face as he looked at Kakashi. With great effort, Kakashi managed to rise, aware that a multitude of challenges loomed ahead. Resembling an insurmountable mountain, leaning against a nearby pillar. He closed his eyes to rest, while Parker remained vigilant by his side. Parker knew that Shikamaru and the others were nearing, alleviating some of his worries. It seemed Naruto and Sakura were also approaching rapidly. Kakashi should be safe. Yet Parker remained baffled as to why Kakashi, in such poor condition, had chosen to act personally. Alas, he was utterly bewildered by the events. Little did Parker know that what was to transpire next would leave him even more confounded. As Parker had anticipated, it was not long before Shikamaru, Hinata, and Shino burst onto the scene. Upon witnessing the situation, they were rendered speechless, staring at the resting Kakashi and the bloodied blade in his hand. Unsure how to proceed, an oppressive silence enveloped them, the sounds of battle outside seeming a distant echo. Kakashi-sensei, Shikamaru cautiously stepped forward, calling out. Kakashi slowly raised his head, silently gazing at Shikamaru without uttering a word. "Oh, Shikamaru, you all have arrived. What mission are you on?" Parker casually approached to greet them, oblivious to the peculiar expressions on their faces. "What is wrong with you all? Why the strange expressions?" Noticing their silence, Parker finally sensed that something was amiss. Parker returned at that moment. Kakashi finally spoke, his tone as calm as ever. Parker glanced back at Kakashi in confusion, but ultimately returned to his side. Just then, Naruto and Sakura arrived, accompanied by a throng of guards, quickly encircling Kakashi. Hey, Kakashi, what is the situation here?" Despite Parker being utterly befuddled from start to finish, the gravity of the situation was undeniable, and he warily surveyed the guards brandishing weapons in their direction. "Nothing much. Consider it my departure from Konoha," Kakashi replied with an air of nonchalance, though his words carried an unsettling weight. "What, Kakashi? Have you lost your mind?" Parker exclaimed in disbelief, followed by an eruption of anger. Had he taken leave of his senses? "You are quite loud. You should return." Kakashi regarded the furious Parker without offering an explanation, merely dispelling the jutsu. As Parker's voice was causing his already throbbing head to feel as though it would explode. With Parker's voice silenced, an eerie stillness enveloped the scene. "It has been a while, Naruto." Before the unmoving Naruto, Kakashi offered a greeting, albeit one that starkly contrasted with his usual demeanor. "Kakashi-sensei, why have you chosen to do this?" Perhaps it was Kakashi's unexpected behavior that left Naruto in a foul mood. His gaze was uncontrollably fixated on the two lifeless bodies on the ground. "You mean this?" "It's nothing, really. They had it coming," Kakashi casually replied, gesturing towards the fallen figures. However, upon noticing the peculiar expressions in Naruto's eyes, Kakashi's demeanor shifted from calm to foreboding. "Naruto, why do you question me?" Kakashi squinted, his gaze piercing into Naruto, his tone now icy. This is not a question. Perhaps Naruto too felt he ought not to question Kakashi, his voice wavering slightly. "Why can't you consider my reasons for doing this? If you truly trusted me, you wouldn't have asked that just now." Kakashi spoke slowly to Kakashi-sensei. "We certainly trust you. It's just that you've become so frightening. We don't know what to do. Perhaps you should come back with us." Naruto found himself at a loss for words, and Sakura, standing nearby, felt compelled to respond, her heart heavy with concern over whether they could safely leave the daimyo's residence. "Sakura, if you truly trusted me, you wouldn't have stopped when I aimed the knife at Naruto. That if you really trusted me, you should believe I would never harm him, right?" Kakashi continued, his words leaving Sakura speechless. Bowing her head in sorrow, Sakura grappled with Kakashi's statement, recalling her genuine fear that he might hurt Naruto, especially after witnessing him inflict severe damage upon Naruto previously. Did that mean she didn't trust Kakashi? "Listen, I'm done. I'm so tired. There are burdens I no longer wish to carry. Please, just leave me be." Kakashi abruptly shifted his tone, a hint of desperation lacing his words. "Kakashi-sensei, we can help you bear those burdens. Don't forget we are still by your side." Naruto quickly interjected, his expression resolute. "While I appreciate your sentiment, I will not return." Kakashi managed a rare smile before springing into action. In a swift motion, he dashed along the walls of the house, leaping onto the roof of another. From this vantage point, he could clearly see the distant flashes of lightning, indicating that Tai Liang was currently engaged in a fierce battle. Seemingly unable to employ significant ninjutsu due to being restrained, "Kakashi-sensei, you can't escape. Come back with us." Naruto shouted from below. Kakashi had already dealt with the more significant threats within the daimyo's residence, leaving him uncertain about how events would unfold. "Stop worrying about me, Naruto," Kakashi murmured softly, clearly to himself, as Naruto would not have heard him. In the next moment, Kakashi undertook what could be described as a suicidal move. Plunging headlong into the encirclement of guards without hesitation, charging towards the main gate while skillfully evading attacks that Kakashi-sensei. "What are you trying to accomplish?" Naruto was the first to block Kakashi's path, but it seemed Kakashi's eyes were utterly devoid of recognition for him, as he moved past without pausing. Just as Kakashi brushed by Naruto, he uttered a phrase that made time feel suspended. "Goodbye, Naruto." For a moment, Naruto stood frozen, only realizing what had transpired as Kakashi sprinted past him. "Wait, Kakashi-sensei, what do you mean?" He gazed at Kakashi's retreating figure, suddenly feeling as though he could never reach him again. Yet true to his nature, Naruto would not easily concede. He immediately gave chase, resolved not to let Kakashi slip away this time. To be continued. Chapter 45. Preparing to retreat, Kakashi's body was on the brink of collapse. He was certain that if a bed were offered to him now, he could fall asleep in an instant. Alas, such a luxury was out of reach. Naruto was right behind him, and if you're captured, it would spell disaster. Yet, how could he break free from this predicament? How could he possibly escape? As he fought his way through, his wounds began to bleed anew, and he knew it was only a matter of time before he succumbed to unconsciousness. His head felt heavy. He wished to abandon everything and simply collapse. Clutching his blade tightly, he found himself increasingly unable to fend off the relentless tide of guards at. So this is how it ends, not a bit too soon, isn't it? Kakashi struggled against the onslaught, and just as he thought his time was up, Naruto appeared before him. Grasping Kakashi's arm, Naruto firmly halted his movements, preventing him from continuing the fight and shielding against the guards' attacks. "Stop it, Kakashi-sensei. We haven't reached the point of saying goodbye yet. Don't speak for me." "I won't let go," Naruto insisted, his gaze fixed on Kakashi's weary face, his heart aching. "What you are doing? Why I must do this is something you'll have to ponder for yourself later. Naruto, I've already said goodbye." Kakashi forcefully shook off Naruto's grip and swung his blade towards him. Though his hand trembled uncontrollably, he still aimed with precision. Naruto swiftly sidestepped the attack, his mind now clear and resolute. No matter what transpired with Kakashi, he would not allow him to depart. "Shino, can you separate them?" From a short distance away, Shikamaru and others observed Naruto battling among the guards, concerned that Kakashi, the most significant threat within the daimyo's residence, might be ambushed from behind. "Certainly," Shino nodded, and from his sleeve, an uncountable number of insects surged forth, crossing over the guards to envelop both Naruto and Kakashi. "I'm sorry, Kakashi-sensei, but despite your reluctance, you must come back with us today," Naruto declared, his gaze unwavering as he raised his hand to block Kakashi's strike. Kakashi remained indifferent to Naruto's words, seemingly confident that he would not be captured. He stepped back, calmly regarding Naruto, within the barrier formed by the insects. Kakashi succumbed quickly in battle, driving his blade into the ground to bear his weight as he gasped for breath, his expression one of torment, his brow furrowed deeply. To Kakashi-sensei, Naruto observed Kakashi's distress, an involuntary chill coursing through him, compelling him to step forward to check on Kakashi's condition. "Stay away from Kakashi-sensei." Suddenly, a voice rang out, and in the blink of an eye, a kunai tied with an explosive tag shot between Kakashi and Naruto. Detonating immediately, smoke enveloped the scene, and Shino's insects fell, while the seasoned individuals nearby swiftly distanced themselves from the haze. When the smoke cleared, Kakashi had vanished from sight, leaving only a carpet of insects behind. "Shino, what was that?" Shikamaru asked, surprised by the sudden turn of events, directing his inquiry at Shino, who was inspecting the insects. "That it's nothing. The insects are just unconscious. It appears to be a rather weak drug," Shino replied, examining the creatures in his hand. "Hinata, any sign of Kakashi?" Hinata, using her Byakugan, scanned the area but found nothing, only the chaos of battle ahead. Noticing Hinata's furrowed brow, Shikamaru suggested, "Check below ground." Following his advice, Hinata looked underground and, indeed, spotted two figures that seemed to be stationary. "Over there," she pointed. Hearing this, Naruto sprang into action, followed closely by Shikamaru and the others. Kakashi-sensei's chakra was nearly depleted, and the other individual clearly lacked proficiency in Earth-style ninjutsu. Especially while carrying Kakashi, they've emerged, Hinata announced as she saw Shine guiding Kakashi above ground, heading toward the main gate. Having spent a brief time underground, I won't thank you, Kakashi remarked as Shine supported him. Assessing the surroundings, convinced the outcome had already been decided by him, that you're quite talkative. Do you remember what I said to you in prison? It seems we are nearing the moment of realization. Don't worry, I will always be by your side, so do as you wish. Although Shine struggled to keep Kakashi steady, she did not abandon him as they moved forward. Mind your own business. Kakashi turned his head to observe SHBU's indifferent expression and felt a twinge of regret. If he continued to indulge in this obsession, it would ultimately be himself who would suffer. If only he had never engaged in this from the outset. Oh, you think I wanted this? I could smell the fresh blood on you from a great distance. After finally getting you back to a somewhat stable state, you resort to self-harm again, that if I don't retrieve you, all my efforts would be in vain. SHBU vehemently disagreed with Kakashi's notion that she had ample free time. She certainly was not that idle, especially after the unexpectedly arduous battle against the Daimyo forces. Kakashi gently pushed SHBU aside. Halting his advance, he gazed at her, his eyes shimmering with inscrutable emotion. He had faced numerous hardships to distance Naruto and the others, and he was reluctant to fall into another pit of despair. Oh, suit yourself, SHBU momentarily froze, then began to scrutinize Kakashi, but soon disregarded him, her eyes darting around. That if you wish to end things here, that is your prerogative, but allow me to fulfill my promise. With her weapon in hand, SHBU stood protectively before Kakashi, vigilantly watching the approaching adversaries, clearly adopting a defensive stance, were it not for his prior knowledge of SHBU and their shared experiences. Kakashi might have assumed she merely sought to tether herself to me. Observing her slender figure, significantly shorter than his own, he found himself at a loss for words to articulate his current feelings. It was impossible to claim he felt nothing at all. This time, let us consider ourselves a community of fate, shall we? Kakashi-sensei. As Naruto and the others closed in, SHBU found no inclination to maintain her previous playful demeanor. This was a grave crisis that demanded utmost seriousness. Even though she felt composed, her heart could not help but race. Return Kakashi-sensei to us. Without hesitation, Naruto charged towards SHBU, his eyes glinting with an unusual coldness. Then come and take him yourself. It seems Kakashi-sensei has no intention of returning with you. While attempting to divert Naruto's attention, SHBU struggled to fend off his assaults, realizing once more that she was utterly inadequate in taijutsu. Boom! In her skirmish with Naruto, SHBU could only incessantly deploy explosive tags. Although she was a weakling in physical combat, she excelled in medical ninjutsu. Damn it, this accursed thing, the concealed objects within the smoke, forced Naruto to evade, causing chaos among those nearby. Kakashi, positioned behind SHBU, observed her clash with Naruto for a moment before redirecting his focus to Shikamaru and the others trailing behind Naruto. He was not the only one intent on retrieving him to Konoha. What a nuisance. Kakashi appeared exceedingly agitated, his brow furrowed since earlier, and the emotions in his eyes remained consistently apathetic. He shifted his gaze toward the battlefield involving Tear and Ran, noting that Tear was engaged with an unfamiliar opponent. Their strengths seemingly well matched, though perhaps the latter had the upper hand. Tear was currently being suppressed to the extent that he could not even form hand seals. And then there was Ran. Facing 3 adversaries, what was he thinking? His arrogance was astounding. Nonetheless, he was quite proficient in ninjutsu, holding his own against Neji and not suffering too severely. Ran appeared to be enjoying himself, a pure smile reminiscent of a child adorning his face, while his ninjutsu filled the air with a cold mist, worsening the already dire environment. After taking a moment to rest, Kakashi rejoined the fray. However, as he intended to assist SHBU, he was intercepted by Sakura. Kakashi-sensei, I shall be your opponent. Sakura had assumed a fighting stance, yet her expression betrayed her emotions. She had never truly considered battling Kakashi, especially from an adversarial position. She was currently striving to calm her racing heart. staring at Kakashi, who regarded her with the indifference of a mere passerby, evoking a sense of sorrow within her. Kakashi now felt reminiscent of Sasuke, similarly distant and unreachable. Oh, Kakashi responded nonchalantly before launching his attack. Suddenly, his body became immobilized. Glancing down at the shadow beneath him, he could only acknowledge his oversight in neglecting Shikama. I'm sorry, Kakashi-sensei, but your body can no longer be permitted to fight at will. Sakura retracted her stance, apologetically gazing at Kakashi, her eyes brimming with sorrow that threatened to spill into tears, yet she ultimately turned her head away. There was no time for her grief now. Kakashi maintained his previous posture, coldly observing the heartbroken Sakura. He found himself at a loss for words, and though others might not comprehend it, he too felt a profound ache within as he gazed at her. I am sorry, Kakashi-sensei. Shikamaru spoke from a short distance behind Sakura, initially believing that he could not utilize the shadow imitation technique. However, tonight's moon was exceptionally bright, and thankfully, Kakashi had escaped the shadow. Hinata, apply pressure points. Understood. Hinata approached Kakashi with a sense of guilt, softly uttering, I'm sorry, Kakashi-sensei. After expressing her remorse, she swiftly pressed several of Kakashi's chakra points. Shikamaru, this should suffice. Suddenly, an unidentified object plummeted where Shikamaru was standing, shattering the ground and sending dust and debris flying. Shikamaru and several others had no choice but to leap to safety, and the battle between Naruto and SHBU was forcibly interrupted. However, it was not entirely a forced interruption. Even without that object descending, SHBU was on the verge of defeat. After being freed from the shadow imitation technique, Kakashi collapsed onto the ground, utterly unable to control his body. The sensation of helplessness was maddening. Had it not been for Hinata shielding him, he would have been pierced by the shrapnel flying around. As the dust settled, the onlookers finally discerned what had fallen. Ran. Upon spotting the striking red hair illuminated by the moonlight, SHBU was taken aback. Oh dear, that was quite exhilarating, but it seems Tear wishes to retreat. Slowly rising from the ground, Rand smiled faintly at SHBU, blood already staining the corners of his mouth, and his voice sounded somewhat weak as he began to cough violently. What's wrong? SHBU rushed to Rand's side, puzzled, while tending to his newly acquired wounds. What else? We're outnumbered 3-1, and I'm being utterly overwhelmed. However, they're not faring well either. Spitting out some blood, Rand continued to smile despite his condition. For now, let us pull back. That unknown individual has completely thwarted Tear's movements. Very well. Let S retreat. HBU glanced at the situation involving Tear, nodding in agreement. However, just as she prepared to leave with Rand, they realized they had no escape. The Konoha forces had entirely encircled them. SHBU cast a worried glance at Kakashi, but quickly redirected her focus to the Konoha shinobi. Kakashi lay motionless on the ground, calmly assessing the situation. It seemed that me would not make it today, but Sasuke and the others had yet to engage, presenting an uncertain variable, not to mention the enigmatic masked man. What would unfold next remained uncertain. Hinata had also shifted her attention entirely to SHBU and Ran, considering Kakashi to be safe for the moment, yet she possessed little awareness. The Daimy's forces were now enemies. Unbeknownst to Hinata, the Daimy's forces had already surrounded her, isolating her from Konoha and the others. Capture him! He is the murderer of Lord. All the individuals encircling Kakashi drew their blades, their sharp tips aimed menacingly at the defenseless Kakashi on the ground. Kakashi lifted his gaze, meeting the hateful stares of those around him, and wearily closed his eyes. This is for the best. T.O.B. continued. Author. Love you all. Chapter 46. The dust settles. Here is. You're awake? Kakashi groggily opened his bleary eyes, and upon seeing the emotionless face that mirrored his own, he instantly became alert. He quickly surveyed his surroundings, soon realizing he was within his own consciousness. What have you done? After a moment of dazed silence, Kakashi suddenly rubbed his head in pain, memories flashing before him. Understanding what he had done, he glared with indignation at the figure sharing his visage. That Kakashi, now fully aware, sat beside him and smiled, saying, I merely did what you wished to do. Is this truly what you desired? Your methods are rather straightforward. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback by the response, then shook his head in resignation. Being Kakashi himself, he comprehended the purpose behind those actions. Isn't that the case? If so, then everything should be resolved, right? Konoha should be safe now. Aren't you pleased? You will no longer be bound by Konoha. Doesn't that make you happy? Those who could harm you have all departed. Why aren't you joyous? You no longer have to ponder this and that. Doesn't that bring you satisfaction? The figure of Kakashi wore an expression of bewilderment. He could not fathom why he felt anger. With an air of curiosity, he questioned the rationale behind his actions, which he deemed entirely justified, all in pursuit of his own happiness. Yet he recognized the loneliness that such choices would inevitably bring. With a soft sigh, Kakashi turned to him and spoke. Loneliness? In comparison to the pain inflicted by those I hold dear, it pales in significance, so you choose to distance yourself from them. Indeed, I push them away and sever all ties that you harbor resentment towards them. Resentment. Yes, I do resent them. However, your earlier words spoke of affection. Resentment does not negate love. It is precisely because I care for them that I feel this way. They have continuously caused me sorrow, whether in the past or present, that I detest seeing you weep. I wish for you to be unburdened by fear, to no longer awaken alone in the dark of night, making silent vows in an empty room, that I desire for you to be free from constraints, to cease forcing yourself to bear those heavy burdens, that I am weary of shedding tears in solitude, only to console myself. I have had enough. Kakashi's expression grew sorrowful as he vehemently articulated the feelings he had harbored over the years. Indeed, you are still my essence, still Hatake Kakashi. What you have done differs little from my own actions, both pursued for the sake of personal joy, peace of mind, and happiness. The only difference lies in your choice to withdraw, while I opt to protect. Kakashi gazed at him with a faint smile, rising to lean against that version of himself. Your approach may indeed bring closure to this matter, albeit at the expense of Naruto and the others. After this, I shall be officially regarded as one with Yami. How self-centered, disregarding the feelings of others. Tisich, I only engage in actions I won't regret. Yet, you are unduly harsh towards Naruto. It is the only course of action available. That may be true. I hope this concludes matters satisfactorily. Yami should be unable to escape, I suppose. However, I've yet to apologize to Naruto. How tedious. Let me clarify. Currently, you're unconscious at you believe you can simply awaken at will. My body is my own. You may now fade away. It seems you have fully recovered. I truly wonder why you persist so resolutely. However, I believe we will meet again. For now, I merely take my leave. Well then, thank you in every regard. Farewell. I appreciate your assistance in making a choice I could not have made alone. Fool. As Kakashi felt the presence behind him slowly dissipate, he understood that it was merely a temporary departure. Hinata's acupuncture had temporarily restricted his chakra, and if his assumptions were correct, that version of Kakashi was likely concealed within his chakra, akin to a feral force, a consequence of his experiences in confinement. Yet now, nothing mattered anymore. Kakashi moved forward step by step, aware that as long as he exited this space, he would awaken. His footsteps bore no hesitation, even though he knew what awaited him. After an extensive run, Kakashi finally emerged, and upon feeling the state of his body, he could only shake his head in a bitter smile. For now, even that gesture was all he could muster. His chakra was woefully diminished, and his muscles felt weak and unresponsive. Even if he awakened, it seemed of little consequence. Kakashi kept his eyes closed, lying on the ground, attuned to the sounds around him. He was isolated from a group of people. While Shubu and Ran fought against the guard, Konoha's side was also engaged in obstructing Shubu and Ran, with distant sounds of collapsing structures and ground-shaking impacts indicating the battlefield of Teo. Shubu's combat style relied primarily on projectile weaponry, her senbon and kunai adorned with explosive tags flashing in and out of sight, as those encircled by her continued to fall, in light of Shubu's unique abilities. Shino's ninjutsu proved ineffective, and Shikamaru found himself at a loss. The moon was now obscured by clouds, and with Ran providing cover, they could not approach. This could go on indefinitely. We must make our escape. Ran erected a water wall to fend off relentless attacks. but his chakra was running low, necessitating a swift exit. Very well, go fetch Kakashi-sen. Shibu agreed, nodding as she instructed Ran, her forehead slick with sweat as damp strands clung to her skin. What's the harm if he remains there? Ran was reluctant to rescue Kakashi, though it wasn't truly a rescue, as Kakashi was not in immediate danger. Upon hearing this, Shibu frowned, casting a scornful glance at Ran. What do you think our arduous efforts are for? Enough with the chatter. Just act. Shibu waved her hand at Ran, as if urging him onward. T-Sich, I'll go. Reluctantly, Ran complied with Shibu's command as he moved away from her. He glanced back, sensing that her complexion appeared significantly paler than usual. Perhaps it was merely his imagination. After parting from Shibu, she leaped atop a rooftop, seizing the advantageous terrain to counter the enemy. While Ran hastened towards Kakashi, upon observing Ran's movements, Naruto and his companions sprang into action, determined to prevent him from reaching Kakashi that Ran's path was obstructed, gazing at Kakashi, who lay prostrate among the crowd. He felt vexed he had no desire to engage in such futile efforts. Kakashi was of no concern to him, yet he was compelled by Shibu's demands. Water style. Hidden mist technique. The mist enveloped the surroundings, concealing Ran's figure. Before others could detect him, he maneuvered behind Naruto's group. When they finally spotted him, Ran swiftly employed ninjutsu, his hands forming seals with great speed. Water style. Water bullets. Several water spheres surged toward Naruto's group, forcing them to evade. In that moment, Ran reached a point not far from Kakashi, only to find himself beset by a throng of adversaries. Hey, long time no see, whether you like it or not. You must come with me now. Ran swiftly hoisted Kakashi, moving him towards the daimyo's estate with remarkable speed, thus fulfilling their mission. Kakashi allowed himself to be carried by Ran, knowing that it would take time to break through Hinata's acupuncture. Fortunately, Hinata's hold had not been too forceful due to Kakashi's condition, making it feasible to break free. I appreciate your assistance. Kakashi smiled weakly, his tone lacking vigor. It's good that you recognize the trouble you're in. You're now a hot potato that everyone desires. Ran was taken aback by Kakashi's sudden greeting, but responded awkwardly. Well, I didn't choose this. I seem to have offended everyone. Kakashi sighed, at a loss as to whether to blame others or himself for the unfolding events. For now, let's refrain from discussing it further. You have killed someone, and these individuals will not let you go so easily. Ran halted, gazing at the guards of the daimyo's estate, who showed no signs of diminishing in number. It appears that way. Kakashi chuckled, though he felt no remorse for having killed Itachi. He deserved it. Ran scanned the surroundings, guiding Kakashi upwards, as few guards had the capability to pursue him relentlessly, though archers presented a threat. Unbeknownst to them, Ran had drawn near the city wall, where a row of archers awaited. Now, as Ran and Kakashi moved through the air, they became prime targets for the skilled marksman. Ran found himself exasperated, dodging the powerful arrows that could pierce rooftops, wiping sweat from his brow as he evaded death by arrow. They're doing well. Kakashi seemed to relish the sensation of being carried while escaping, and he couldn't help but admire Ran's skill in evading the relentless rain of arrows. You should really keep quiet. Why are you so chatty? Have you forgotten that I am your enemy? Ran, equally drenched in sweat, spoke with labored breaths. At this point, I no longer know who the true enemy is. Kakashi's gaze fell slightly, his tone tinged with a hint of solitude. However, you still have many admirers. At that moment, Ran's tone shifted, losing its earlier levity. Kakashi lifted his gaze, spotting Naruto and his companions. Naruto, Shikamaru, Sakura, and Neji. Others are likely still engaged in battle with Janpu, but just moments ago, Tai Liang had returned to Janpu's side. Managing to barely extricate himself from that grasp, Kakashi observed them, and they in turn gazed back at him, engulfed in a moment of silence, the air thick with an eerie tension. The emotion in Kakashi's eyes had shifted from the earlier indifference to one now brimming with profound remorse towards Naruto and the others, intertwined with a familiar gentleness and a subtle sense of nostalgia that was scarcely detectable. As Kakashi was looked at with such intensity, tears welled up in Sakura's eyes. She understood that their Kakashi-sensei had returned. Although they had not been apart for long, it felt as if centuries had passed. Unlike Sakura, Naruto did not shed tears. but the complexity of his emotions was evident in his eyes, which reflected both regret and joy. Nostalgia and resoluteness that Kakashi-sensei had been set down. After a stretch of silence, it was Naruto who first broke the stillness. Unlike Jean-Pu, Ran did not respond to Naruto's presence. He obediently placed Kakashi down in a spot safe from arrows and immediately resumed fighting. With diminished chakra, he opted for close combat. Kakashi leaned against a wall, watching them, while Naruto faced Ran, their movements intertwining, and Sakura seemed intent on finding an opportunity to reach Kakashi, yet she could not bypass Ran's ninjutsu. In the confrontation with Naruto, Ran showcased the same prowess he had displayed against Kakashi, placing Naruto at a disadvantage. Additionally, Ran skillfully combined his basic ninjutsu with his taijutsu. However, it was not so simple this time. After separating from Naruto, Neji and Shikamaru also engaged Ran in battle, creating a 1-against-3 scenario. Kakashi surmised that defeat was imminent for her, and as Kakashi had predicted, Ran was ultimately struck squarely in the chest by Neji, sending him hurtling back like a bullet, crashing into a wall with significant injury. Turning to the battlefield of Tai Liang and Jean-Pu, they too found themselves in precarious circumstances. With that grasp upon him, Tai Liang could not fully unleash his potential, and Jean-Pu felt as though he were nearing exhaustion. All personnel, stand by. Surround everyone. Any resistance will be met with lethal force. As the situation began to stabilize, Jean issued commands from a vantage point. The guards swiftly and orderly executed his orders, isolating the fallen Ran and the weary Jean-Pu and Tai Liang from Konoha. This time, unlike the last, every encirclement was backed by skilled archers. Those who did not wish to be impaled ought to remain still. Kakashi lay quietly, gazing at the cold blade and arrow tips. A flicker of determination coursed through his eyes. His body was on the verge of breaking free from its restraints. And discreetly, his fingers began to move. Tob continued. Author, the climax is approaching. Those familiar with the upcoming events should know what to expect. Personally, I find it quite captivating. This work was penned during my first year of high school, and perhaps my thoughts were not entirely mature at the time, yet retains a flavor I cherish. Haha. What do you think? Please share your thoughts in the comments. Chapter 47. I'm sorry. Naruto and Sakura were infuriated by their encirclement, yet they understood the necessity of restraint. Gazing at Kakashi, who was not far ahead, their hearts were anything but tranquil, for they were all acutely aware of Kakashi's actions. Being taken by the daimyo's men would surely lead to his demise. Shikamaru was also deeply troubled. From the moment Kakashi took action, he had contemplated Kakashi's intentions. Now, a rather absurd yet plausible conclusion formed in his mind, one he fervently hoped would not come to pass. Listen, let this matter conclude. You have no ties to these individuals. We are well aware of this. Therefore, we kindly ask you to refrain from further involvement. If you wish to continue, consider the consequences carefully. I have no desire to elaborate further. When Jean noted that the scene had settled, he spoke. Wait, how do you intend to handle these individuals? What about Kakashi-sensei? Shikamaru furrowed his brow. This situation should not end so abruptly. Though ninjas ought to be dealt with by Konoha, the connections of this group to Konoha remain somewhat ambiguous. Thus, we shall take responsibility on behalf of the daimyo's estate. As for Hitaki Kakashi, he has already been convicted, so you need not concern yourselves with him. Jean approached Naruto and the others, addressing Shikamaru's inquiry. Upon hearing Jean's response, Naruto became restless, interpreting it as a death sentence for Kakashi. However, he could not accept such an outcome. Just as he was about to voice his protest, Shikamaru restrained him. Naruto, calm down. We are all aware of what Kakashi-sensei has done, but it is premature to draw conclusions. Regardless, he is a ninja of Konoha, and any execution must receive the Hokage's consent, hence you cannot make unilateral decisions. Once Naruto settled down, Shikamaru turned to Jean. You are correct. Very well then, Hitaki Kakashi will remain with us, and we shall handle the other three ourselves. Rest assured, as long as Hitaki Kakashi remains compliant, we will not act against him until the Hokage's documents arrive. Oh, not doubt my words. I am not as unscrupulous as I date. Jean casually placed a hand on the sword at his waist, adding, however, I hope the Hokage makes the right decision, as Hitaki Kakashi has been deemed an ally of theirs. Shikamaru was at a loss for words. Jean's approach could indeed be considered rather accommodating. Meanwhile, as they deliberated, Kakashi listened quietly. His emotions difficult to articulate, he was acutely aware that for his sake, Naruto and the others would not easily allow the daimyo's men to execute him. Thus, the situation could evolve into what Jean-Pu had once described to him, a prospect he was reluctant to witness. Now regaining control of his body, he looked at Shikamaru and the others negotiating with Jean. Unable to mask the regret in his eyes, the unfolding events were largely his responsibility. This matter should not conclude in such a manner, and Konoha should not be dragged into his troubles. It was time to act. Kakashi took a moment to reacquaint himself with his body, inhaling deeply before struggling to sit upright, the weakness in his arms nearly causing him to topple again. "What do you intend to do?" "Don't move!" Upon perceiving Kakashi's intentions, the surrounding guards immediately issued warnings. Unfortunately, Kakashi paid them no heed, unsteadily rising to his feet. The commotion surrounding Kakashi caught Naruto's attention. Although puzzled by Kakashi's ability to move, he anxiously watched as Kakashi seemed on the verge of collapsing. Naruto wished fervently to be by Kakashi's side at that moment. That Kakashi-sensei, please don't do anything reckless. Sakura cautioned, observing Kakashi's precarious state. At this point, any action Kakashi took would be futile, especially given his current physical condition. Upon hearing Sakura's concerned voice, Kakashi turned to them, tilting his head with a smile that transformed his eyes into crescent moons, warm yet tinged with sorrow. "Kakashi-sensei, what are you planning?" Naruto was the first to sense Kakashi's unusual demeanor. The instant he saw Kakashi smile, a wave of anxiety washed over him, his fingertips trembling with an uncontrollable sense of dread. Noting Naruto's frantic expression, Kakashi did not respond, but instead surveyed the hostile guards around him, offering a cold smile. In that instant, Naruto sprang into action, his instincts compelling him to reach Kakashi before it was too late. Ignoring Sakura's calls, he leaped from the encirclement, his focus solely on the solitary Kakashi, determined to reach him. However, just as Naruto exited the encirclement, Kakashi moved swiftly, seizing a guard's sword and, in the next moment, incapacitating several others while evading the arrows aimed at him. Yet this was ultimately a fleeting act of defiance. After fending off a few swords, Kakashi's strength waned, and he crouched on the ground, gasping for breath. Ignoring the encroaching blades and arrows, he looked up at Naruto, who was rapidly approaching, seemingly summoning his last reserves of strength as he managed a faint smile, his pale face conveying heartbreak. "I'm sorry." Naruto's eyes widened, unable to fathom the words that pierced his ears, nearly shattering him. He gazed in horror at Kakashi's regretful expression, the image seared into his memory as a wave of terror enveloped him, chilling him to the core. His fingers throbbed with pain as he reached out, yearning to touch the seemingly unreachable Kakashi. "Don't! Stop!" Sakura and the others stood helplessly behind, watching events unfold in what seemed like an instant. Disregarding the guards' attempts to obstruct them, they desperately sought to reach Kakashi's side to prevent the very calamity they feared most. Yet, everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Naruto's friends had not even touched him when Kakashi's smile lingered on his face. And in that fleeting moment, a fireball descended from the heavens, shattering the stillness of the scene. The last image etched in Naruto's eyes was that of Kakashi's feeble smile, about to be pierced by a blade, before flames obscured his vision. Amidst the smoke that enveloped the scene, only Naruto's frantic cries echoed. "Kakashi-sensei! Kakashi-sensei!" Kakashi gazed intently at Naruto, as if he could never gaze enough. He felt regret for not being able to accompany Naruto any longer. Yet he wished for Naruto to cease his worries over him. Let this matter conclude with his demise. Though such an act seemed cowardly, what harm was there in being weak just once? When the blaze dissipated, Naruto was met with a sight that plunged him into despair. Kakashi's head hung low, his body half-crouched, as numerous blades pierced through him, blood cascading down the blades and staining the ground crimson. As the guard withdrew their blades from Kakashi's body, he coughed up a torrent of blood, collapsing under the absence of support, utterly unable to sustain himself. "No! Kakashi-sensei! Kakashi-sensei!" Naruto rushed forward, catching Kakashi as he fell onto the blood-soaked ground. Disbelief coursing through him as he held his bloodied mentor, his heart wrenching with every cry. The events that had just unfolded felt interminable, though in reality, they had transpired in mere seconds, as previously stated. Everything happened too swiftly for anyone to react. "Sakura! Sakura! Come here!" Naruto cried, cradling Kakashi while feeling the warmth of blood flowing incessantly from him. His heart felt as if it were in a vice, rendering him breathless, the metallic scent of blood saturating the air, making each breath a torment, his body trembling uncontrollably. The chilling sensation enveloped him, creating the illusion that no matter how fierce the flames, they could not warm him. His calls for Sakura were fraught with despair and helplessness. Perhaps he did not even realize that his voice had grown hoarse and tremulous. "That Kakashi-sensei! Kakashi-sensei! Answer me!" he shouted into Kakashi's ear, hoping for a response that may never come. Gazing at Kakashi's face, now devoid of color, words eluded him, caught at his throat. Unable to escape, he yearned for Kakashi to respond as he once did, whether to his mischief or otherwise, but now it seemed he would forever be deprived of that reply. "Quick!" laid down Kakashi-sensei. Sakura soon arrived at Naruto's side, her voice trembling as she assessed Kakashi's condition. At Naruto's behest, they placed Kakashi on the ground, and Sakura immediately channeled her medical chakra with all her might, her hand trembling as it rested on Kakashi's chest. That Kakashi's condition was dire. All vital organs were compromised, and the chances of survival were minuscule. The guards, initially intent on halting Naruto and Sakura, chose to step aside, realizing that the villagers of Konoha were too consumed with concern for Kakashi to bother with them. Shikamaru and the others surrounded Kakashi, remaining silent as Sakura exerted herself to heal him. Sakura's expression was one of unwavering concentration, her brow furrowed in growing despair. As they observed her expression, the hearts of those around her sank further into despondency. "Right, Shobu!" Suddenly, Sakura recalled the medical ninja from the organization, thinking perhaps her healing techniques could enhance Kakashi's chances of survival. "I'll fetch her." Naruto sprang into action, racing toward Shobu's location. Despite the guards' attempts to obstruct him, Naruto's furious words halted them in their tracks. "Get out of my way!" As Naruto sprinted toward Shobu, she was likewise making her way toward him, having taken some time to evade the bothersome arrows. Her path was now clear, her expression one of urgency. She had not anticipated arriving at the appointed time so swiftly, and this time she feared she might not be able to fulfill her promise. For the overwhelming scent of blood indicated that Kakashi's chances of survival were dwindling to none. "Please, save Kakashi-sensei," Naruto implored upon seeing Shobu, who merely nodded in response, and together they rushed back. When Naruto and Shobu returned to Kakashi's side, despair enveloped them. Sakura had ceased her efforts, her face streaked with tears, while Hinata and Tenten wept, and Shikamaru and the others bowed their heads in anguish, unwilling to accept such a grim reality. "Hey, Sakura, why have you stopped? Why are you crying?" Naruto gazed at Sakura, bewildered by her demeanor. Sakura raised her tear-filled eyes to Naruto, and upon seeing his devastated expression, her tears flowed freely, cascading to the ground and mingling with Kakashi's blood, creating ripples. Naruto knelt on the ground, staring at Kakashi's lifeless visage illuminated by the faint glow of embers, rendered speechless. Kakashi's last words echoing in his mind. "I'm sorry, Naruto, that on this day." Naruto once again felt the anguish of losing someone dear, while he found himself utterly powerless to be continued. Author, why is it that none of you pay me any heed? Have you ceased to love me? Chapter 48. The sorrowful little beast in a clearing surrounded by guards. Kakashi lay lifeless in a pool of blood, his silver hair marred with crimson stains. Sakura sat beside him, helplessly weeping, while the other two girls sobbed uncontrollably, the air thick with an atmosphere of sorrow. Shikamaru and the others could no longer bear to look upon Kakashi's pallid face, and Naruto sank to his knees, silent and despondent. Shobu stood quietly at a distance, her own feelings a mystery to her. She felt no urge to cry, yet a profound ache lingered in her heart. She had failed to fulfill her promise to Kakashi made in the prison, but perhaps it was unnecessary now, for he was surrounded by many, and he was not alone. Yet she regretted not upholding the vow that as long as she was present, Kakashi would not perish. If one desires death with all their heart, no one can save them. Nevertheless, as a healer, Shobu felt compelled to examine Kakashi's wounds. However, as she moved closer, a violent force repelled her, affecting everyone around her as well, with no exception. This force emanated from Naruto, who had been engulfed in grief since the tragedy began, and Naruto's anguished cry pierced the air, a sound filled with sorrow and despair that struck at the hearts of all who heard it. His eyes lost their focus, staring blankly at the sky, blinded by grief yet shedding no tears, as if he could only release his emotions through his screams. His cries were so heart-wrenching that they left everyone feeling uneasy, as if the world consisted solely of Naruto's voice. The most alarming aspect was that a layer of Nine-Tails chakra enveloped Naruto. He could see that moment of his emotional outburst. Those around him were flung back, the ground caving in beneath him, the situation escalating with each of Naruto's increasingly mournful cries. This is bad. Naruto's sorrow has created a rift in his spirit, allowing the Nine-Tails to take advantage. We must act immediately to prevent dire consequences, Shikamaru realized. Quickly regaining his composure, he called out to the other villagers of Konoha from a distance. With Yamato absent, if Naruto's tails multiply, we won't be able to contain him. Those from the daimyo's residence should disperse at once. Shikamaru directed the same guards who had been repelled, who, after assessing the source of the pressure, nodded and promptly issued a retreat order, unwilling to sacrifice their subordinates needlessly. "Naruto, calm down," Sakura urged as she rose and approached him, understanding his emotional state but recognizing the need to prevent his sorrow from escalating further. "Naruto, stay calm. Naruto-kun." A throng of voices erupted, calling out to Naruto. Before the number of tails on him had increased, he should have been able to hear their cries, yet whether he could grasp their meaning was an entirely different matter. The voices of Shikamaru, Sakura, and the others failed to penetrate Naruto's heart. His eyes remained vacant, and his voice continued to echo with despair. He howled incessantly, his skin gradually deteriorating, the color of the tailed beast cloak deepening ominously. If action were not taken soon, it would be too late. Shikamaru, realizing that Naruto was beyond hearing anything, resigned himself to the necessity of applying force to subdue him. For now, we must contain him. We can only delay as long as possible. Shino, you restrain him for a moment. 10-10, provide range support. Hinata, Niji, Sakura, wait until he can no longer move. With a methodical demeanor, Shikamaru orchestrated their actions, and upon hearing his directives, everyone sprang into motion. Shino employed his insects to temporarily ensnare Naruto, but the effect was fleeting. Naruto's Nine-Tails chakra inflicted severe damage upon his bugs. Yet a brief confinement was all that was needed as Shikamaru awaited the opportune moment. That being when the moon emerged from behind the clouds. "Shikamaru, I can't hold on much longer." Shino's urgent reminder came, and at that precise moment, the moon broke free from the clouds. Shadow imitation technique. Shikamaru's shadow stretched beneath him, quickly connecting with Naruto's feet, though by then, Naruto had already sprouted 3 tails, and a roar erupted from Naruto, fully transformed into the tailed beast's voice that Shino's insects had clearly aggravated him. Prompting an enraged howl directed at Shino, his white eyes glaring fiercely. Bound by the shadow imitation technique, Naruto struggled to break free, his fury palpable as he fought against his restraint. Shikamaru's shadow extended, enveloping Naruto's entire form. Now, Shikamaru clenched his fists, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The strain of suppressing Naruto in his tailed beast form was excruciating, for Naruto's power was overwhelming. Following the earlier instructions, Sakura and the others advanced to attack, but their efforts failed to exhaust Naruto. Though their strikes landed precisely, Naruto, despite their onslaught, remained defiant, and the reluctance of Sakura and the others to inflict serious harm only fueled Naruto's burgeoning power. After observing the ineffectiveness of their previous assault, Sakura and the others began to retreat slightly. Now, Naruto's roars were infused not only with sorrow and rage, but also tinged with helplessness and confusion. His vacant gaze roamed, searching for something as he continued to bellow at those around him. Were it not for Shikamaru's technique, chaos would have undoubtedly ensued. He was bewildered, uncertain of what actions to take. For no one had informed him of who the true enemy was. Suddenly, Naruto howled at the sky, and with the eruption of sound, he broke free from Shikamaru's shadow technique, his strength surging further as a fourth tail began to manifest. Naruto's escape caused Shikamaru to collapse, the proximity to Naruto becoming a torment, as the pressure radiating from him was overwhelming, compounded by Naruto's unstable emotions and lack of chakra control. This cannot continue. We must act decisively. Sakura wiped the trickle of blood from her lips, tears streaking her face. She needed to set aside her sorrow and intervene to halt Naruto's rampage. Stepping closer, she advanced toward him. Disregarding the oppressive atmosphere surrounding her, "Sakura, it's dangerous." Shikamaru and the others attempted to dissuade her, but she paid them no heed. Naruto stood rooted, continually howling, and upon seeing Sakura approach, he let out a deafening roar, as if warning her to keep her distance. "Naruto, listen to me. You mustn't do this. It won't solve anything. You will only bring greater harm to those around you. Please, return to us. I don't want to see you regret this later. Did you not say you could control yourself? Look at what you have become, completely dominated by the Nine Tails. Wake up. Do not continue to hurt those around you." In the face of Naruto's furious roars, Sakura remained undeterred, placing her hands over her heart and speaking loudly in hopes he would hear her. Perhaps her words resonated, for Naruto suddenly fell silent, tilting his head in confusion as he gazed at her with blank eyes. Although fear gripped her, Sakura held his gaze, her eyes filled with unwavering resolve. "Naruto, you must calm down. Even Kakashi-sensei would not wish to see you like this. Do you want to cause him pain? Are you disregarding his words?" As she mentioned Kakashi, Sakura's voice escalated to a near shout, tears streaming down her face once more. I could see the mention of Kakashi's name. Naruto ceased his howling, his voice hoarse and low as he slowly articulated those three words. Kakashi-sensei, the weight of Sakura's words momentarily rekindled a flicker of reason within him, prompting memories of Kakashi to flood his mind, and he quieted, just as everyone believed Naruto was on the path to recovery. Preparing to capitalize on this moment to reapply their restraint, he erupted once more in his mind. All recollections were frozen on Kakashi's final, sorrowful smile, followed by the haunting image of Kakashi's death. The temporary clarity that Sakura had managed to invoke vanished entirely. This memory was too painful. Naruto sought to forget, to escape. Once again, he began to wail, but unlike the previous roars filled with anger, this time his cries were steeped in sorrow and despair, reminiscent of a forsaken little beast abandoned by its parents. Naruto was utterly consumed by rage, striking down toward Sakura, who swiftly dodged his attack as the ground where he had struck crumbled beneath him. "Archers, prepare! Fire!" Just as Naruto was poised to pursue Sakura, a torrential rain of arrows descended upon him from the rooftops, successfully diverting his attention away from Sakura, though their impact was minimal. Oh no! Kakashi-sensei's body. After retreating to safety, Sakura realized that Kakashi lay nearby. Having been knocked only a short distance away, his position relatively undisturbed due to the smaller surface area of impact. Everyone was adamant that Naruto must not further desecrate Kakashi's body. It would be a grave affront, and if Naruto were to awaken later, the regret would be unbearable. Just as they feared Naruto would strike Kakashi, he halted, his hand hovering above Kakashi, staring down at his pale face. A different sound escaped him, soft and filled with confusion and pleading, reminiscent of a young cub seeking comfort. Kakashi-sensei will never return. Sakura could no longer contain herself, tears streaming down her face as she stifled her sobs. Desperately trying to suppress her voice, she understood that no matter what Naruto did, Kakashi would not awaken, and she could not fathom the pain he would endure upon realizing that Kakashi was truly gone. After a brief silence, Naruto erupted once more, turning his fury toward the guards armed with bows and arrows, inflicting injuries upon them as chaos ensued. That fleeting moment of tenderness seemed to have been nothing more than an illusion shared among the witnesses. Shikamaru and the others could not stand idly by, but regrettably, the techniques at their disposal were ineffective in the face of Naruto's overwhelming might. "What is she doing?" Amidst the commotion, Sakura noticed Shifuyu stealthily approaching Kakashi. In the next instant, Naruto became aware of her presence. and it was clear that SHBU's actions had incited his wrath, prompting him to launch an assault against her. After being deflected by Naruto, SHBU remained on the sidelines, quietly observing the unfolding events. The guard from the daimyo's estate were clearly focused on Naruto, making it relatively easy for her to escape if she chose to. However, she needed to ascertain one crucial matter. She had previously promised Kakashi that if she survived, she would ensure he did not perish. Furthermore, if Kakashi were to die, she would ensure he would do so in her embrace. It appears that she has yet to fulfill both of her promises, which deeply troubles Changpu. She feels compelled to verify Kakashi's death once more, driven both by her commitment to him and the tenacity of a healer. Although she is aware that Sakura, also a medical ninja, has confirmed Kakashi's demise, she cannot shake the desire to ascertain the truth for herself. After Naruto is drawn away by his guards, Changpu cautiously makes her way toward Kakashi. Just as she is mere steps away, Naruto returns, and in the next instant he stands before her. Unperturbed by Naruto's hand poised to strike, she boldly reaches out to grasp Kakashi's hand, and in that moment, a subtle smile graces her lips. From a distance, Taeyong and Luan are seized by panic upon witnessing Changpu's reckless actions. They had intended to rush to her aid, but found it too late. At that moment, Naruto's hand descends, sending Changpu hurtling away with a resounding crash that weighs heavily on Taeyong's heart. To be continued. Author: I'm about to start an online class, alas. Chapter 49, I Will Not Die. Changpu, Taeyong, and Luan sprint toward the spot where Changpu has fallen. Although Sakura and the others are perplexed by Changpu's behavior, they have no time to linger on it, for Naruto's condition remains unstable. After hurling Changpu away, Naruto does not relent. He presses on with his assault. Before long, he stands over Changpu, who lies amidst the ruins, grievously injured and covered in tatters. She lies there limply, her head tilted at an odd angle, leaving her condition indeterminate. However, should Naruto deliver another blow, it would surely spell the end for her. Without a moment's hesitation, Naruto raises his hand and strikes down with force that Changpu's presence has provided him with a target. It seems he will not cease his onslaught until she is eliminated. Boom! Upon impact, the debris beneath Naruto's hand is reduced to dust, and the ground sinks significantly. Endure such an attack would render survival nearly impossible. Yet, when Naruto lifts his hand, the anticipated scene of carnage does not unfold. Apart from a small pool of blood, there is nothing at the spot where Changpu fell in a fit of rage. Naruto bellows, his tail thrashing wildly, stirring up clouds of dust and debris as he scans the area, searching for Changpu. Ultimately, his gaze settles upon a nearby ruin. There, Changpu lies in Taeyong's arms, bloodied and battered, while Luan stands vigil, glaring fiercely at the frenzied Naruto. Faced with Naruto, who has lost all reason and is entirely consumed by primal instinct, Taeyong feels overwhelmed that Naruto's focus has shifted entirely to them, making the prospect of a safe escape seem utterly fantastical, especially since he must also carry Changpu. Changpu's breath is faint in Taeyong's arms. Had he absorbed Naruto's previous blow, he would have sustained grave injuries himself, let alone Changpu, whose physical condition has always been frail. Thus, her situation is perilous, and Taeyong must quickly transport her back to the base. Luan, tend to Changpu. I will attempt to hold him off. Take this opportunity to flee with her. Taeyong instructs, shifting Changpu into Luan's embrace. Before Luan can respond, Taeyong charges at Naruto, seizing the initiative. Hey, be careful, Luan calls out from a distance while cradling Changpu. However, Taeyong is too preoccupied with his battle to heed the warning. The earlier confrontation with Ji has left him frustrated, and while Ji's speed and swordsmanship posed significant challenges, Taeyong is confident he can give the instinct-driven Naruto a run for his money. As Taeyong fights valiantly, Luan carries Changpu away from the daimyo's residence. Observing Changpu's lifeless state fills Luan with dread. For the first time, he feels a sense of panic as he silently prays for Changpu to hold on, believing that once they reach the base, she will recover. Suddenly, Changpu emits a faint sound from Luan's arms. Despite the surrounding clamor, Luan catches it, quickening his pace while holding her even tighter. What? Luan responds, not looking at Changpu, knowing her pride would not allow her to show weakness in this moment. MY promise remains unbroken. Changpu whispers, her voice barely above a murmur, yet a hint of joy lingers in her tone. Don't speak. It feels rather ominous, Luan replies, disliking the current exchange. Changpu's condition resembles a last flicker of life before death, instilling a sense of foreboding within him. But I shall not perish. Just take me home. Are you worried about me? Changpu teases, her spirit unyielding despite her frail state, as if nothing has transpired at all. I am not. Be quiet. Luan snaps, unable to contain his frustration. He has no patience for Changpu's playful banter at such a critical moment. Changpu wishes to smile, yet her strength wanes, and while she cannot discern Luan's expression clearly, she senses it as one of distress. She struggles to comprehend. Death is merely a part of their existence. Countless lives have been lost at their hands. Such occurrences should have long since ceased to trouble her. That I will not die, as long as you remain. Changpu seems to muster her last ounce of strength to utter these words before slipping into silence, her body growing limp in Luan's embrace. Hey, Changpu! Hey! Luan cries out, bewildered by her words, yet receives no response, reminiscent of Naruto calling for Kakashi. Damn it! Luan presses on, holding Changpu tightly. He believes in her strength. If she can heal others, surely she can heal herself. However, he remains oblivious to the fact that the breath has left Changpu's body. Meanwhile, as Luan desperately races toward the base, Taeyong is fiercely obstructing Naruto's pursuit. He employs various ninjutsu, engaging in a physical battle with Ji. Though Taeyong currently possesses a significant amount of chakra, he can never match Naruto's strength. The battle rages fiercely, leaving destruction in its wake. Taeyong appears beleaguered. He feels his arms growing numb from the exertion. Naruto's might is overwhelming, and withstanding his onslaught becomes increasingly agonizing, as pain radiates through his muscles. If he continues like this, he cannot hold out much longer. Despite Taeyong's attacks being evaded by Naruto, he manages to keep him at bay for the time being. However, Naruto's frustration mounts as he fails to subdue Taeyong. The chakra of the Nine Tails surges within him, threatening to unleash the fifth tail. Should that occur, Naruto may become fully consumed by the beast, potentially never to return to his former self. Shikamaru and the others, of course, will not allow such a fate to unfold. Now is not the time to defeat the embodiment of despair. Preventing Naruto from pursuing Luan is their primary objective. Taeyong, steadily retreating against the increasingly powerful Naruto, finds himself cornered in a climactic moment. As Naruto's attack lands squarely upon him, he transforms into a cloud of white smoke, revealing it to be merely a shadow clone. Over here, you fool! Taeyong exclaims, appearing above Naruto, lightning crackling in his hand as he brings it down upon Naruto's head. Just as Taeyong believes his attack will succeed, Naruto vanishes from view. Before he can react, Naruto's hand strikes him, and while Taeyong manages to block it with his arm, he is still sent flying. Coughing, Taeyong crashes through numerous obstacles before rising slowly. After clearing his throat a few times, he re-enters the fray, only to find Naruto charging at him once more, adhering to his strategy of striking first. Water style. Water bullet. Just as Taeyong prepares to confront Naruto, an unexpected attack halts his advance. Naruto stumbles back several steps, and all eyes turn toward the newcomer who has interrupted their battle. Yoda on a rooftop, wearing the attire of the Akatsuki, Mizuki greeted all who paid him heed with a playful smile. Beside him stood Sasuke, Karin, and Jae-go, who had hastened over upon sensing the unusual chakra emanating from Naruto. Otherwise, they would have merely preferred to observe from the sidelines. What on earth is happening? Karin exclaimed, surveying the chaotic scene, uncertain of where to begin her critique. She glanced at Sasuke, hoping for guidance, as they were at a loss regarding their next course of action. However, when Karin turned her gaze to Sasuke, she was taken aback, for his expression was decidedly menacing, his eyes fixed intently on a particular spot, radiating an unspoken chill. Following his line of sight, she soon understood why Sasuke appeared thus. There stood Kakashi, devoid of vitality. Karin had noticed earlier that Kakashi's chakra had vanished, yet she had refrained from mentioning it to Sasuke. Hey, Sasuke, we've successfully drawn the hatred here. What should we do now? Mizuki remarked. Observing Naruto's blank stare locked onto him, a flutter of anxiety coursing through him, for he realized the trouble he had invited upon himself. "Let us go," Sasuke declared, assessing the situation below and recognizing that his presence was no longer warranted. Tai had already managed to escape, while Mizuki had drawn all attention to himself. Casting one last glance at Kakashi's still form, he resolutely turned to leave. Sakura, situated beside Kakashi, watched Sasuke's gaze shift in their direction, her heart yearning for some revelation from his expression. Regrettably, Sasuke maintained his usual impassive demeanor, with only his eyes betraying any emotion, though Sakura failed to notice this, seeing Sasuke's unwavering resolve to depart. Sakura lowered her head in anguish, her eyes resting on Kakashi's seemingly slumbering visage, her heart twisting painfully as she lamented the irretrievable days of Team 7 Naruto, sensing Sasuke and the others' intent to flee would not let them escape unchallenged. With a mighty shout, he surged forward, his explosive speed astonishing, almost within reach of them. Observing Naruto's remarkable velocity, Mizuki was compelled to employ ninjutsu to slow him down. Under Mizuki's obstruction, Naruto's pace diminished, and as his vision was obscured by water, Jago advanced and delivered a powerful blow to Naruto's abdomen. Naruto was sent hurtling backward, granting the others a fleeting opportunity to make their escape. Behind Naruto, Sakura and the others glanced at the rapidly retreating Sasuke and his companions. Though reluctant, they lacked the heart to pursue, as Naruto was in dire straits. Once Naruto regained his footing, he immediately sought to chase after Sasuke. Yet this time, Shikamaru and the others would not permit such reckless abandon while Naruto still possessed four tails. "Let us go," Shikamaru exclaimed, and with the exception of Sakura, the remaining Leaf Ninjas charged toward Naruto, determined not to show mercy this time. However, Naruto proved a formidable barrier to their approach. Under the cover of Shino and Tenten, Neji and Hinata struck with precision, while Lee leveraged his strengths, albeit with minimal effect. Yet, after his recent battle with Tai, Naruto felt his strength waning. They needed only to persist in their assault for Naruto to recover. Roar, Naruto, increasingly vexed by the relentless onslaught, likened it to the incessant buzzing of mosquitoes that one could not shoo away. In a fit of rage, he pivoted swiftly, his four tails whipping violently, clearing away anyone who dared to draw near. Neji and the others found themselves toppled to the ground, never having imagined facing a tailed beast-formed Naruto. Their minds were tumultuous, their hands trembling as they prepared to rise once more. Naruto was already upon them. Escape was no longer feasible. Just as they braced themselves for the anticipated pain, the expected agony did not arrive. Instead, numerous wooden stakes erupted from the ground, ensnaring Naruto tightly, rendering him immobile, forced to roar in frustration. Struggling fiercely, cracks began to form in the wooden bindings, just as Naruto seemed on the verge of breaking free. A green figure descended from above, accompanied by a resounding ah. With remarkable speed, it delivered a powerful kick to Naruto's back. In an instant, the wooden restraint shattered, and Naruto was forcefully pinned to the ground. A 5-meter radius of earth collapsing and disintegrating around him, dust swirling in the as the dust settled. Shikamaru and the others discerned the identity of the newcomer, Guy, who stood triumphantly atop Naruto, flashing a self-satisfied grin as Naruto found himself once again bound by the wooden stakes, a masterpiece undoubtedly crafted by Yamato Guy-sensei. Captain Yamato, their arrival brought a wave of relief to Shikamaru and his companions. Upon seeing Shikamaru and the others, Guy dismounted from Naruto, while Yamato, after Guy's departure, summoned several peculiar wooden posts around Naruto. Guy approached Shikamaru and the others, his expression grave. "I apologize for our tardiness," T.O.B. continued. Chapter 50. The curtain falls. Guy-sensei, what brings you here? After rising from the ground, Shikamaru and the others gathered around Guy. Eager to understand his presence, a young girl approached us, claiming her brother was missing and requested our assistance. Initially, we were not to be involved, but upon mentioning Kakashi, Lady Tsunade deemed it suspicious. Thus, we were dispatched to investigate. We aimed to ascertain Kakashi's condition. By the way, where is Kakashi? Isn't he still imprisoned? Is he? Guy began to explain their presence. only to realize that Kakashi was nowhere in sight, prompting his inquiry. Upon hearing his question, the expressions of Shikamaru and the others turned somber, as if they were reluctant to broach the topic. Observing their demeanor, Guy paused momentarily, his normally oblivious nature momentarily pierced, yet he understood that such expressions were born from sorrow. "Where is he?" Guy's reaction was subdued, his countenance darkening ominously as he struggled to contain his fury. For he had yet to confirm the truth. The group remained silent, parting to grant Guy a path. Allowing Sakura and Kakashi to come into his view, he gazed deeply at Kakashi, who lay lifeless on the ground, unable to fathom a future devoid of his longtime rival's presence. His eternal opponent, though every challenge he faced henceforth would be one without conflict, would forever leave him with a void. A profound sense of dissatisfaction. Guy slowly approached Kakashi, and Sakura, witnessing Guy's demeanor, felt an unending ache in her heart, knowing the bond between Guy and Kakashi. Guy was surely not as composed as he appeared. "Who did this?" he inquired, standing before Kakashi and observing his bloodied face with a heavy tone directed at Sakura. Sakura was at a loss for words. If she revealed that it was the work of the daimyo's men, it would shatter Guy's heart, knowing he could never exact vengeance. Moreover, the blame for this calamity remained uncertain. After a moment of contemplation, Sakura disclosed the true instigator of the ordeal. "Understood," Guy replied with an inscrutable expression, nodding as he stepped away from Kakashi, unwilling to subject himself to the sight of his friend's face, which would only deepen his anguish. They had endured the loss of many comrades, and had long since grown accustomed to it. At this moment, all he could do was personally avenge Kakashi and help him achieve what he had long desired. Sakura and Shikamaru exchanged worried glances with Guy. The current Guy was a stark contrast to his usual self. No longer brimming with youthful exuberance, that it was hardly surprising, considering that in the face of a friend's demise, no one could remain so carefree. Amidst the heavy atmosphere, Naruto's cries served as the poignant backdrop to the scene. His once resounding shouts had gradually diminished, and under the combined efforts of Captain Yamato and the first Hokage's necklace, Naruto had slowly shed the cloak of the Nine Tails. His skin was torn and ragged, bearing scars as if seared by flames. The Nine Tails chakra dissipated bit by bit, leaving behind only the battered and exhausted Naruto. Seeing that Naruto had regained some semblance of stability, Yamato removed the wooden stake. The effort had left him drenched in sweat, but he breathed a sigh of relief as he wiped his forehead and rose to his feet. Sakura rushed over to check on Naruto's condition and immediately began to treat him. By now, she had lost count of how much medical chakra she had expended. Despite her own fatigue, she was determined to alleviate Naruto's suffering, for if one were to speak honestly, he was perhaps the one most profoundly affected by this tragedy. After standing, Yamato approached Guy and Shikamaru. Upon noticing a dimmer shade of silver in his line of sight than usual, his hands involuntarily trembled as he walked towards Kakashi. Squatting beside Kakashi, he examined him closely, furrowing his brows tightly, his expression revealing no hint of emotion. After his examination, he formed hand seals, and wooden planks surged from the ground, forming a large wooden box to encase Kakashi. Finally, Yamato removed his cloak and draped it over Kakashi. As Yamato carried out these actions, the only sounds in the air were the whispers of the wind and the crackling of burning wood. Once completed, he turned towards Guy and the others. "Captain Yamato, let us first complete what must be done," he said, his expression unchanged and devoid of overt sorrow. But he turned to survey the area for a figure of authority. "Are you looking for me?" A figure emerged from the crowd, having just tended to the injured. "Yes, we wish to bring the body of Hitaki Kakashi back to Konoha." "May we do so?" Yamato inquired, a sentiment echoed by Guy and the others who were similarly concerned. "Ah, that poses a dilemma. Typically, such criminals are displayed publicly. However, it is not impossible, provided you give me a reason," the figure replied, "that he's a classic criminal, having threatened feudal lords, murdered officials, and colluded with the Akatsuki. These charges have already been laid against him. He has long been a rogue ninja. Why should you wish to bring him back to Konoha? After all, he is no longer considered one of your own, is he?" The figure scratched his head, seemingly troubled, but as he spoke his first sentence, Yamato and the others glared at him with a fierceness that could kill, prompting him to quickly change his tone. "Do we even need a reason? As his friends, as his juniors, we absolutely cannot allow you to exploit his death for your own ends. That Yamato's words rang with conviction, clearly indicating that he would not yield on this matter. A sentiment strongly supported by Guy and the others, who fixed their determined gazes upon the figure, suggesting that should he refuse, they would not hesitate to act. Let me consult the feudal lord first. The figure said, scratching his head, clearly flustered. The feudal lord isn't even here. There's no need to stall. Shikamaru interjected immediately. If the feudal lord were present, you likely wouldn't be fighting, and matters wouldn't have escalated this far. Ah, I see I've been revealed, the figure said, looking somewhat embarrassed as he dropped his hand, though his expression remained nonchalant as he smiled at Shikamaru. Very well, you may take Hatake Kakashi back, he addressed everyone from Konoha. While some within the feudal lord's domain voiced their discontent. Captain, how can you allow this? What about the brothers who were injured and died because of him? Be silent. I hold the most authority here. The figure snapped back, irritation evident in his furrowed brow, silencing any further dissent. Thank you, Yamato said with a slight bow, and Guy and the others echoed their gratitude. In no need, the figure waved his hand dismissively before turning to leave. Watching him depart, the Konoha members fell into a heavy silence. They truly did not know what to say that Kakashi's crimes were indisputable, and even though they were unwilling to accept it, how could they seek justice? Let us discuss this further back at the village, Kai suggested. Breaking the silence, he then moved to Kakashi's side, while Yamato approached Naruto and Sakura. Thanks to Sakura's efforts and Naruto's own healing abilities, Naruto's condition had stabilized, albeit precariously. Yamato lifted Naruto onto his back, feeling the weight pressing down on him, and his heart began to waver. He understood why Naruto was so distraught. Naruto had always held Kakashi in high regard, striving to surpass him and protect those around him. And now, Kakashi lay dead before him. How heart-wrenching that was. Yamato did not wish to dwell further. He could not bear to imagine a world without Kakashi. The mentor who had always teased him, the one who called him Tenzo, what a lonely thought that was. Let us return, Yamato said, carrying Naruto, while Sakura followed closely behind, joining Guy and the others as they left the feudal lord's estate. This place of conflict, that Kakashi's body was borne by Shikamaru and the others as they hastened back to Konoha. Captain, are we truly allowing them to leave just like that? A guard questioned the figure standing amidst the ruins after Yamato's group had departed. Indeed, this action is against protocol, but I detest complications. After all, this is a matter of the shinobi world. If it can be ignored, then let it be. There are many oddities surrounding this incident. Therefore, it is best for the feudal lord's estate to remain uninvolved. As for the injured, it comes down to their own strength. At this level, they are unlikely to survive, and I believe they are aware of this themselves. With that, the figure strode directly towards the feudal lord's residence, disregarding the discontented murmurs behind him. Interesting, he murmured as he lay on his bed upon returning to his quarters. He had long been aware of the ambitions of the Uchiha clan. Was Kakashi's killing of him merely a simple act of revenge? Or did he know more about the underlying circumstances? If he was aware, then did that imply Kakashi had indeed defected? That was a question worth pondering. At that moment, the sun began to rise. The first rays of light illuminating the devastated grounds of the feudal lord's estate. Observing the aftermath, it became apparent why the feudal lord's retainers were so opposed to allowing Konoha's people to depart so easily. 8 days had passed since their departure from the feudal lord's estate back to Konoha. The majority of the group was utterly exhausted, causing their journey to take an unusually long time. Finally, on the morning of the 9th day, Yamato and his companions returned to Konoha. Leading the way, Yamato and Kai entered the village slowly, at which point Tetsu and Izumi emerged to inquire about their return. Noting the somber atmosphere, they asked in a tone that mixed confusion with certainty, "Who are the individuals following behind you?" During the time Kai and the others had been away, news of the events at the feudal lord's estate had spread like wildfire. Everyone was already aware of Kakashi's betrayal. Disappointment mingled with disbelief. "Kakashi," Kai replied calmly. "How could this be?" Tetsu and Izumi exclaimed in shock, quickly followed by expressions of sorrow. "All right, we must report to Lady Tsunade now. So we must take our leave," Kai continued after a brief pause. "Understood." Tetsu and Izumi stepped aside, allowing the group to enter the village. Yamato carried the still unconscious Naruto to the hospital, with Sakura accompanying him. While the others followed Kai to the Hokage's office to report to Tsunade-sama, "We have returned." Upon entering, the group was met with the sight of Tsunade, who appeared haggard and weary from the days without rest. Her head resting on her hand, she lifted her gaze as they entered. "Where is Kakashi?" Tsunade asked in a subdued tone. Upon hearing the news of Kakashi's death, she nearly lost control of her emotions. As the circumstances surrounding his demise were simply unbelievable, she had a general understanding of the events, but she still needed to hear Shikamaru and the others' report before reaching any conclusions that I in the hospital. Kai answered, "Come with me then. Shikamaru and the others, you have worked hard. Please return and rest for now." Tsunade nodded, rising to address them. "Understood," Shikamaru and the others replied in unison as they departed, leaving only Kai, Shizen, and Tsunade in the room. "Let us go. In an instant, the room was devoid of any presence. The next moment, the three of them found themselves within the confines of the hospital. Tsunade approached Kakashi's lifeless body, her examination imbued with a weight so heavy it was almost suffocating. Kai and Shizen harbored a flicker of hope, yearning for Tsunade to utter words they knew were impossible. But alas, she did not. With a calm demeanor, she swiftly completed her inspection and departed, leaving the remaining tasks to the other medical staff. Kai and Shizen trailed behind her, at a loss for words. Perhaps Tsunade's intentions mirrored the hopes of Kai and Shizen, each wishing for a miracle to transpire. Tsunade walked in silence, her steps seemingly aimless, until she arrived at a grave marked with the name Kakashi Shigeru. Gazing at the gravestone, shrouded in dust, her expression remained serene, though her eyes flickered with uncertainty. Kakashi was gone, and she grappled with how to convey to Shigeru that Kakashi was not only her subordinate, but also a cherished junior. After a brief moment, Tsunade returned to the Hokage building. With Kai and Shizen closely following, upon their return, Tsunade's demeanor visibly shifted, her spirits somewhat revitalized. "Now, what do you propose we do?" she queried. "Let us first arrange matters concerning Kakashi-sen," Shizen replied from the side. The situation was fraught with complications, as Kakashi had been branded a rogue ninja. Thus, his funeral could not proceed through the usual channels, nor would his name grace the memorial stone. Tsunade's voice was subdued as she spoke words that were difficult to accept. "How can this be? Kakashi has done nothing wrong. He is not a rogue ninja," Kai exclaimed, clearly agitated. "I see not. What evidence do you have?" Conversely, there is a plethora of evidence indicating he is indeed a rogue ninja. "What am I to do?" Tsunade slammed her fist on the table, her frustration evident. She did not wish for this outcome. If Konoha were to conduct a funeral for Kakashi, laden with accusations, their reputation would be irreparably damaged, and they would struggle to provide an explanation to the daimyo. "Lady Tsunade, is there truly no way to alter this decision?" Shizen, with tearful eyes, inquired, unable to reconcile with the treatment Kakashi was receiving. "Please leave me for a moment. I need some solitude," Tsunade replied, rubbing her forehead wearily as she leaned back in her chair, gesturing for Kai and Shizen to depart. "Understood," Shizen acknowledged, pulling away as still desiring to speak Kai. Alone in the room, Tsunade rested her arms upon her forehead, whispering to herself in a voice only she could hear, "What am I to do?" To be continued. Author. Is there anyone who can engage me in conversation? I feel suddenly lost. Chapter 51. The funeral at the Konoha Ninja Hospital. Naruto lay quietly upon the hospital bed, a stark contrast to his usual exuberance. Sunlight streamed through the window, filling the room with a calm and serene atmosphere. In stark contrast, Naruto's expression betrayed a sense of unease, cold sweat glistening upon his forehead. Perhaps he was plagued by unsettling dreams, casting a shadow over what should have been a tranquil afternoon. Beside his bed, Sakura sat in a chair, dozing off, her face etched with exhaustion. Since Naruto's return to Konoha, she had devoted herself to his care, but after days of vigilance, fatigue had finally claimed her, leading her to drift into slumber. Kakashi-sensei, Kakashi-sensei, Kakashi-sensei. Suddenly, Naruto began to thrash about on the bed, his body writhing, his head shaking chaotically, brows furrowed in distress as he called out for Kakashi's name in a panic. Naruto's agitation roused the slumbering Sakura, who quickly grasped his flailing hand, attempting to soothe him. "Naruto, calm down. It's all right. It's all right," she reassured him. Perhaps her words had an effect, for slowly, he began to settle, and the room returned to its previous stillness. "Sakura, how is Naruto? After all these days, why hasn't he awakened?" At that moment, Yamato gently opened the door and stepped inside, casting a glance at the bed where Naruto lay. "I'm not sure. His body has nearly recovered. Yet he remains unresponsive. Perhaps he is evading reality, reluctant to awaken," Sakura replied, her gaze filled with concern as she observed Naruto's sleeping face. The impact of Kakashi's death weighed heavily on them both. But she held on to faith that Naruto would eventually recover. "This cannot continue. We must find a way to rouse him. Kakashi-senpai's funeral is tomorrow, and I'm certain Naruto would not wish to miss it. Reality is what it is. If it cannot be changed, we must learn to accept it." Yamato's tone was flat, yet tinged with frustration. With that, he turned and departed without hesitation. "Naruto, did you hear that? Kakashi-sensei's funeral is tomorrow. If you don't wake up, you'll miss it, and you will undoubtedly regret it for the rest of your life. I'm begging you. Please wake up. It's so hard for me alone. I don't want to send Kakashi-sensei off by myself." As Sakura spoke, she leaned against the edge of the bed, tears streaming down her face. The thought of Kakashi's departure with only one student attending his funeral was a sight she could not bear. Despite Sakura's earnest pleas, Naruto showed no sign of wanting to awaken. And so a day passed, and Kakashi's funeral loomed near the Hokage building, within the Hokage's office. Why? Why can't Kakashi-sensei's name be inscribed on the memorial stone? Sakura shouted, her voice filled with indignation. In that moment, she had forgotten the decorum expected of her, but it was understandable given her emotional turmoil. Having dedicated herself to caring for Naruto, she had been unaware of the arrangements surrounding Kakashi's situation, having only been informed of the time. Thus, she had no knowledge that Kakashi's name would not be etched on the memorial stone. Had she known, she would not have remained silent until the decision was finalized. What Kakashi has done is a matter of course. We cannot inscribe the name of a rogue ninja on such a sacred monument, Tsunade replied, avoiding eye contact with Sakura, turning her head away. What do you mean by rogue ninja? Kakashi-sensei is not a rogue ninja. You know full well the contributions he has made to Konoha, Lady Tsunade. Why must that be the basis for judgment? You cannot erase all his merits because of this, Sakura protested vehemently, unable to accept Tsunade's reasoning. Sakura, please calm down. Lady Tsunade is also in a difficult position. The higher-ups do not recognize Kakashi-sen. His merits do not outweigh his faults. Lady Tsunade has fought for him, but there are many factors at play, Shizen interjected, attempting to soothe Sakura. Tsunade had indeed contemplated the situation extensively, yet the pressures from all sides were formidable. And Kakashi's actions left her unable to mount a robust defense. After weighing the pros and cons, she had arrived at this decision. All right, I'll calm down. But why are there so few attendees at Kakashi's funeral? Why aren't you, Lady Tsunade, attending? Sakura shifted the conversation away from the memorial stone issue. The reason is simple. Kakashi is a rogue ninja. The Hokage does not attend the funerals of rogue ninjas. Nor do other ninjas. Tsunade's voice was low, her eyes reflecting her helplessness. Rogue ninja. You keep calling him that. Kakashi-sensei is not a rogue ninja. Sakura, realizing that continuing this line of questioning would be futile, uttered one final tearful protest before storming out. The entire situation felt surreal. Why had Kakashi become a rogue ninja? Why had he turned into someone so unrecognizable? Why had he allied with the enemy? Why had Kakashi died? Sakura raced out of the Hokage building, her mind awash with questions, yearning for the days when Team 7 remained unchanged. Why did fate conspire to shatter her wishes in such a cruel manner? Sakura ran frantically, soon arriving at the place where Team 7 once trained. The site of their first bell test. She began to pummel a large tree, each punch striking the trunk with ferocity, splintering wood and sending debris flying one punch after another. She did not relent, and ultimately, the sturdy tree succumbed to her onslaught, crashing to the ground. Breathing heavily, Sakura leaned against the fallen trunk, having not paused since she began her furious run. Her knuckles were slightly reddened from the strain. After venting her emotions, Sakura gradually regained her composure, sitting against the severed tree trunk, gazing at the open space before her, her mind replaying the cherished memories of days spent with Naruto. Sasuke and Kakashi. Sakura stared blankly ahead, her mind conjuring images of Naruto's boisterous antics, Sasuke's sardonic remarks, and Kakashi's resigned demeanor. And in the blink of an eye, those memories vanished. Unbeknownst to her, tears began to cascade down her cheeks once more. "I am so useless," she murmured, lifting her head to cover her eyes, as if to prevent any further tears from falling. After sitting in silence for a while, Sakura stood, wiping her slightly reddened eyes as she made her way back to the village. Time was drawing near for Kakashi's funeral, and she needed to rouse Naruto. As she departed, the fragility that had previously clouded her eyes was replaced with a newfound determination. "Naruto, get up!" Upon swiftly returning to the hospital, Sakura made a beeline for Naruto's ward, disregarding the astonished gazes of those around her. She shouted fervently while forcefully kicking the door open. However, in the next moment, she froze. "Naruto, when did you wake up?" Naruto, propped against the wall on his bed, was quietly gazing out the window. Bathed in light, he emanated an aura of profound tranquility, a stark contrast to his former self. "Ah, Sakura," he said, turning his head to acknowledge her. "I just woke up not long ago. Are you all right, Naruto?" Sakura inquired with concern, sensing something unsettling about him. "I'm fine, Sakura, but I'm sorry." Naruto lowered his head, concealing his expression. "Sorry?" Sakura was taken aback. "I clearly promised to find Kakashi-sensei and bring him back." Yet, Naruto's voice trembled, laden with a gradual sense of regret. Sakura approached him slowly, wishing to offer him some solace. As she drew closer, she noticed a glimmering droplet fall onto the bed, followed by a second and a third. "Ah, how strange. Why are tears flowing unbidden?" Upon noticing Sakura's proximity, Naruto immediately looked up to wipe his tears, proclaiming, "But even when I let go, tears continued to stream from my blue eyes that I promised I would save Kakashi-sensei. Yet I failed. Why am I so weak? He was right in front of me, and I couldn't protect him. It shouldn't be this way. Naruto, please don't cry. Regret won't change anything that Kakashi-sensei's funeral is about to begin. He wouldn't want to see you like this." Sakura now struggled to keep her own tears at bay. Wiping his tears, Naruto quickly regained his composure. During his time in a coma, he had repeatedly dreamt of the moment of Kakashi's demise, regretting it countless times within those dreams. "Let us go, Sakura." Soon, Naruto gathered his belongings, and after settling everything, he left the hospital with her. Sakura informed him of the funeral arrangements. Contrary to her expectations, Naruto exhibited little reaction. Understood. This is only temporary. I will undoubtedly reclaim what Kakashi-sensei deserves," he asserted with unwavering determination, his tone returning to normal. It seemed that the collapse Sakura had feared upon Naruto's awakening had not come to pass. He was far stronger than she had anticipated. Arriving at the funeral site, they found only a handful of individuals present: Guy, Yamato, Hinata, and Irika. Kakashi's south resting place was beside the memorial stone, beneath a tree where he often lingered. Due to the burden of his accusations, he could not be laid to rest in the ninja cemetery. Kakashi frequently visited this memorial. He would surely appreciate this location. Guy-sensei, Captain Yamato, Irika-sensei, Hinata, Naruto greeted each of them. Though termed a funeral, it was merely a memorial. Guy and Yamato had taken care of all the arrangements. "Naruto, Sakura, why don't you say a few words to Kakashi?" Irika suggested from the side. Kakashi-sensei, I cannot accept your last words of apology, for you have done nothing to wrong me. The one who should apologize is I, for not fulfilling our promise. But rest assured, I will clear your name and will not let you down again." Naruto clutched Kakashi's forehead protector tightly, which he had retrieved. His eyes reflected no confusion. His voice resonated with resolve. "Kakashi-sensei, I will support Naruto. You need not worry about him." "Rest easy," Sakura said softly from beside him, her voice slightly hoarse. "Sakura speaks the truth. Kakashi, you may find peace." A sudden voice chimed from behind, causing Sakura to turn around in disbelief. Tsunade-sama. It was not only Sakura who found it curious. Many others had gathered as well. Shikamaru, Niji, Hinata, Tintenli, and others from her generation. I come as a senpai today. Tsunade smiled gently. We come as friends. Ino and the others added, we come as juniors. Shikamaru and his group chimed in. None of them wore their ninja headbands. Having temporarily set aside their identities as ninjas, let us bid farewell to Kakashi properly, Tsunade declared solemnly. Yes, the funeral soon concluded, and nearly everyone departed, leaving only Naruto, Sakura, and Guy behind. Naruto, I have something to tell you, Guy said after a moment of contemplation. What is it? Naruto responded with curiosity. Before Kakashi received his mission and left the village, he asked me to convey a message to you that I had forgotten until now. I apologize. However, it seems rather pointless to mention it now. Guy spoke calmly. What is it? Guy-sensei. Naruto reacted with great interest. He said, believe in yourself and protect Konoha. Ah, how odd it feels to say this now. Kakashi was always like that. Why say such things? Guy remarked, reflecting on the moment, realizing that perhaps Kakashi had anticipated his own failure. Understood. Thank you, Guy-sensei. That Naruto's gaze dimmed as he comprehended that Kakashi had merely wished to convey the importance of safeguarding Konoha, a place that held immense significance for him. Kakashi would never betray it. Well, I shall take my leave. After nodding, Guy departed, leaving only Naruto and Sakura at the gravestone, where they stood for quite some time.